In a cramped rental room, towering skyscrapers outside the window mercilessly block all sunlight for the residents here, accompanied by the occasional thunderous roar of passing trains leaving no peace. Bai Mu was awakened, scratching his messy hair as he headed to the bathroom. While running the water, he was still thinking about that absurd dream. A voice had asked if he yearned for magic. Of course he yearned for it, yet he couldn't resist the temptation. The voice promised that mastering magic would bring him everything, so he naively boarded the carriage only to find himself led down a treacherous path. Want to leave? First complete your training. 1 magic book, 3 years of hard study with 0 progress. The book called this consolidation. Another 3 years with no results. That's simulation. Another 3, and he had forgotten what it was called. After painstakingly flipping to the back, there was a line: if none of the above methods work, there is only one reason. This world has no magical energy. Disregard the previous content and turn to the next page. Bai Mu endured to read the next line: let's go to a place with energy and start over. Then he finally coughed up blood and died. Yet even more insane, he realized it wasn't a dream, because this wasn't his place nor his belongings. And most importantly, this face wasn't his own. But strangely, he felt not an ounce of aversion. Perhaps it was because the looks were quite outstanding. When Westerners generally thought Asians had flat noses and single eyelids, he had a visage surpassing most, and he gladly accepted it. After being buried by a series of surprises and catastrophic pits, Bai Mu felt that nothing in the world could shake his calm heart anymore. Transmigration. He was still alive and well. New York. He had always wanted to visit America. Penniless. Selling a kidney abroad was worth good money. Only finished junior high. Don't worry, he had been to college. Wait. Deep in his memory there was this guy's envy of Tony Stark, the billionaire playboy's lifestyle. Occasionally he would have cringy fantasies of being Captain America, saving thousands of people from disasters. This was actually the catastrophe-ridden Marvel world. This was a place full of traps. You would face endless threats of supervillains and schemers. Some green giant might go berserk and destroy a city, some aliens might be dead set on Earth, and some villains might try to control or destroy the world. Here, without extraordinary skills and survival techniques, you might not last a second. But Bai Mu hadn't forgotten his past lives' years of studying magic. In the Marvel world, mages abounded, which meant abundant magical energy. His spirit was in an unprecedented state of excitement. With a thought, the magic book, the complete compendium of magic, reappeared in his hand. The name was a bit cliché, and the author's pseudonym, God of Magic, was somewhat pompous, but undeniably the book was a persistent specter. In his past life he had burned it, soaked it, and fed it to a shredder, all to no avail. But this life, it became the only gift he brought from his past life. Touching its ancient cover, Bai Mu opened the first page. The preface read: those who distinguish between ice mages, lightning mages, necromancers, paladins, warlocks, or other magic users are all making lowly use of energy. Forgive my bluntness, all of the above are garbage. To comprehend all methods is to become a god. Remember my words, the essence of magic is energy. Spells are the manifestation of manipulating it. When you truly understand this, you will be unmatched. Bai Mu's hands trembled slightly, because the longest road he had ever traveled was the tricks of this book. He had gone through adventures, transmigration, ups and downs. What else could be waiting? But he couldn't resist trying it once. Fireball. After forming the ineffable incantation, a scorching fireball condensed at his fingertip. He flung it at the wall, and the bursting sparks were a mage's unique romance. Seeing the room about to catch fire, he promptly cast a freezing spell. The icy wall instantly contained the flames, and the room's temperature dropped to a pleasant level. Magic! Was this easy? Bai Mu's face was full of disbelief. In his past life he could never learn it, yet now it came effortlessly. Could it still follow the script? The deep pits he expected did not appear. Flipping through the book and pondering for a long time, he knew he could never see through the book's tricks. After all he had been through, he knew there was no second option but acceptance. Wasn't there that saying, life is like, if you can't resist, close your eyes and enjoy it? As a man of adventure, Bai Mu was still quite looking forward to it. After all, no normal person would study a magic book for 9 years. Genius behavior sometimes borders on madness. The magical environment of the Marvel world rekindled his passion. The ordinary earth life of his past life was left behind. A brand new beginning. He was filled with exuberant energy. Although his starting point in this life was still destitute, except for being better looking and taller than his past life. His adventurous blood never feared challenges. A pauper with no money, go earn it. Sitting around lamenting his situation was not his style. He took a shower, changed into what he thought was a decent outfit, and prepared to go out. Having never been to New York in his past life, He was naturally curious about this metropolis. Walking downstairs, he instinctively pushed his bicycle and swung a leg over, but Bai Mu realized it wasn't his style. He kicked the bike into a corner. Who needs a bicycle? The magic book appeared with a $5 worth of colorful special effects. He flipped through the table of contents, muttering about spells for quick money or turning stone into gold. Nothing. But wisdom was the most precious wealth. In his past experience, he realized that the accumulation of capital was always bloody. Those who made fortunes quickly rarely had clean backgrounds. So the real shortcut to wealth lies in darkness. Dark magic is exactly that kind of darkness. The principle is the same as any method to make quick money, already written into criminal law. Black magic opened a new world of possibilities for Bai Mu. Of course, as a form of knowledge, one cannot define its worth solely by its name. Does calling something black necessarily make it evil while white stands for justice? Without investigation, one has no right to speak. As the only person walking the path of cultivation, Bai Mu can tell everyone with full responsibility. It's truly eerie. For instance, the volume Mastery of Necromancy includes spells like Corpse Explosion. That sounds inhumane. It will plague swarm. Releasing plagues indiscriminately will sooner or later invite righteous punishment. He quickly made a bookmark for later, then flipped to the next volume, Baal's Notes. Isn't that the incredibly annoying final boss of Diablo 2? The Lord of Destruction, one of the 3 prime evils of hell. Even after many years, recalling that battle still evokes a sense of helplessness. Either being drained of mana and turned into a foot soldier or being constantly knocked back, unable to get close. And when you finally manage to approach, it summons mirror images to gang up on you. Flipping further down, Whispers of the Old Gods. This too. In the Warcraft universe, the Old Gods are similarly disgusting villains. Even the Dragon King was corrupted by them, going mad and attempting to destroy the world. Bai Mu flipped through these spells he had seen in his past life, but could never learn, feeling as if he had activated GM mode. From now on, no more arguing about whether mages or warlocks are superior. The boss signature moves are the real deal. If he mastered all of these, as the book says, fuse myriad laws to become a god, perceiving a power that even infinite mental extension cannot describe. Could he even one-shot the living tribunal? More and more interesting. Bai Mu increasingly felt that this was the kind of environment he truly liked. Because as the 2 sets of memories merged, his understanding of this world deepened. Apart from the dense magical energy, the most striking feeling was the simplified physical constants. On the microscopic level, technological barriers and observational interference were greatly weakened, directly making scientific research results more accessible. Miracles impossible in other worlds happen frequently here. This also explains why geniuses like Tony Stark could create so many advanced technologies with just a few hammer blows. On Earth, in his past life, this would have been a pipe dream. But here, even in the field of magical energy, the barriers are so weak that with dedicated study one can achieve astonishing and unexpected results. The sky is vast enough for birds to fly. As for the endless dangers in the Marvel world, with power, what is there to fear? Bai Mu now devoted himself to studying magic from morning to night, even dreaming about it while asleep. Utterly absorbed. As the sun set, the seaside park welcomed people after a day's work. They gazed across the sea at the towering skyline of Manhattan, chewing on bread, dreaming of integrating into the upper-class life over there and realizing their American dream. Bai Mu, tired from reading, also gazed at Manhattan. However, unlike the ordinary people's aspirations, he was calculating how to turn his life around and escape the predicament of negative assets. For superpowered individuals, making money is simple. Turn their minds to the dark path and plenty of cash awaits. But don't forget, the world's guardians are also formidable. S-H-I-E-L-D. The Avengers, the Illuminati, and so on. Any troublemaker must think twice before provoking them. Therefore, those who suddenly gain superhuman abilities and think they are second only to heaven, looking down on everyone, often die the fastest, either taken down or dissected. As for those who cause major incidents and walk away unscathed, they definitely have backgrounds. Iron Man and the Avengers cause trouble, right? But they are either super-rich or government agents, so no one dares to touch them. Thus, Bai Mu was deeply inspired. It would be perfect if he were the government and could also print money. While others desperately seek powerful patrons and protectors, Bai Mu, the destined standout among the crowd, thinks instead about how to become the patron himself, how to be the protector. He'll set this little goal. You ask what this little goal is specifically? Good question. After spending his last 2 bills on a hamburger, Bai Mu realized he had long been tired of ordinary mundane life. He decided to skip the conventional routine and win by an unexpected move. The so-called conventional routine is the path taken by most transmigrators. Develop abilities from small to large funds, from little to much, first lurker-style growth, then flashy action. Bai Mu's heart was full of rejection. No. Because even with sufficient power you still confine your vision to the bottom of a well, acting like a timid, hesitant loser. He set his goal directly as the president. In his complete collection of magic, he planned to find the most powerful demonged-level spell to cast on Mr. President, sealing a soul pact and becoming good buddies. Once the president was his buddy, Bai Mu believed he could get a license to kill, legal immunity, and so on, gaining much more security in the Marvel world. Because he discovered that this world was different. It was neither the movie universe nor the 616 comic universe, but a brand new real world where comic and movie settings merged. Who knows, Tony Stark might die in the Middle East, the mutant uprising might succeed, and with no copyright restrictions, who knows how many superhumans Earth would have. Thus, the power of a single president or a single nation is really not that strong in such an environment. 9 realms, 3 empires, countless world-shattering powerhouses. What if they visit Earth? Losing foreknowledge of the future, the prerequisite for lurking growth, no longer existed. Bai Mu, adept at looking at problems from another angle, felt it was better to aim high than low. The presidency was a good target. Bai Mu then seriously considered the feasibility of the whole plan. Was he letting his emotions run hot? Body temperature normal, heartbeat a bit fast. Was he suffering from Chinibu? Being too bold isn't Chinibu. If he fails, people will just say he was asking for death. Then he listed the implementation conditions, methods, possible failure modes, escape routes after failure, whether Europe was safe or his hometown was better. All laid out. Looking at the whole picture, even if he failed, his losses would be minimal. A mage can launch a long-range sneak attack, casting a high-level curse from hundreds of meters away. Who would know who did it? But if he succeeded, it would be a hugely profitable venture. Bai Mu strongly agreed with the saying, when there is enough profit, capitalists dare to trample all human laws. What is the most prominent trait of successful people in society? It certainly includes the spirit of adventure, daring to do what others dare not, decisive without hesitation. That's why they achieve great results. Bai Mu checked off each item one by one. Among the factors affecting the plan's success, only one last important consideration remained: whether he himself had enough strength to bear the responsibility. One must understand that the Marvel Universe is teeming with formidable beings. Setting aside those from distant realms, even on Earth alone there exists Professor X, capable of scanning the world with his mind, and the Ancient One, profound in magical arts and able to manipulate time itself. None of these individuals are to be trifled with. One should not be overly confident and walk into a trap with merely fledgling abilities. Thus, on his way back that evening, his doubts were put to the test. The Knights of Marvel's New York were synonymous with danger, chaos, and vice, especially in Brooklyn. Unless you were in a group or shielded by dark skin, it was best to avoid the streets after dark. Leaning against a car were a few black men sporting thick gold chains and watches, their jeans revealing most of their red underwear, a swaggering demeanor that screamed they were gang-affiliated and flush with cash. He recognized these thugs. They were the local drug dealers. Most importantly, he had been extorted by them before. Recalling that memory, he could still feel the lingering resentment of his predecessor. Since their paths had crossed again, Bai Mu strode boldly toward them, uttering a deliberately provocative greeting. "Hey, nigga, can I ask you a few questions?" The word nigga instantly enraged the black men. They drew knives from their pockets, tossing them from hand to hand, their faces twisted with malice as they closed in on him. "I'm going to enjoy your screams. I promise." "Oh, is that so?" Bai Mu, still smiling, retreated into an alley. In his left hand, he summoned ice, in his right, fire. In his mind, he also prepared a dark magic spell for soul torment. The biting cold of the ice and the searing heat of the fire immediately made the black men halt. They had heard rumors about mutants, and they knew that such small-time individuals, upon gaining power, often became exceptionally brutal. Hey, calm down. Calm down." Several of the men raised their hands in surrender, assessing the situation. But the last one reached for his waist, intending to draw a Glock pistol. Having lived on the edge, they weren't so easily intimidated, especially by a lone yellow-skinned youth. They were determined to beat him senseless. "If that's all you've got, you'd better crawl back into your mother's womb." Bai Mu unleashed the ice and fire from his hands. Flames and frost spread across the ground as his mental magic enveloped them, plunging all into an abyss of soul-wrenching agony. The torment of the dark magic made them howl in pain. The assault on their souls was 10,000 times more excruciating than any moment in their lives, making even death seem like a distant luxury. Amidst their wails, they heard Bai Mu's voice, which sounded like a heavenly melody. "I'm a bit short on travel expenses. Hurry up." After emptying the black men's pockets, and even snapping a gold chain weighing over 2 pounds off one of them, Bai Mu, having exacted his revenge, climbed into their Dodge Challenger. The large displacement V8 engine roared to life, propelling the car forward. Bai Mu glanced at the rearview mirror. The duffel bag in the back seat was filled with US dollars. Well worth the effort. With this small display of power, he had escaped the dire straits of the lowest rung of society. He began to understand the mindset of a nobody who upon suddenly acquiring strength yearns to dominate everything. For in that instant it truly felt as if he were invincible. What were laws or morals in the face of his iron fists? Who could possibly restrain him? It was precisely this kind of reckless behavior that gave S.H.I.E.L.D. a reason to exist and continue its funding. The difference was that Bai Mu was a level-headed man. He mentally ticked off the question from the previous chapter, confirming that magic was remarkably easy for him to master. There might be two reasons for this. First, the 9 years of research in his past life were not in vain. His foundation was already solid. All he lacked was a magical environment, and upon arriving in this world, his accumulated knowledge finally blossomed. Second, the complete book of magic constructed a grand unified theory of magic, acting like a universal formula into which the vast majority of spells could be plugged. This meant that casting spells posed no difficulty. However, this did not mean there were no weaknesses. The power of a spell still depended on the caster's mental strength and mana reserves. He still had a clear gap to bridge before he could match the beings who strode arrogantly across the stars. Just how large was this gap? He would need more experiments to gauge his true capabilities. Washington, D.C. On his journey to Washington, he traveled in fits and starts testing his abilities and studying his books along the way. What should have been a short trip took him an entire month to complete. As the capital of the United States, it lacked the grandeur of other national capitals. Its territory was a small few kilometer square special district, but whether it was the White House or the Capitol, the core of power was concentrated here. Bai Mu arrived at dusk, ready to execute the most critical part of his plan. He would use the most powerful magic at his disposal, Void Corruption, the signature ability of the old gods. In the Warcraft saga, the Void was an evil force that infected worlds, causing even the most powerful titans to tremble in fear. To combat the corruption, Sargeras chose an extremely drastic method to destroy worlds, to annihilate every planet that could be corrupted, thereby starving the corruption of its food source. The mightiest titan's solution to corruption was to exterminate all its sustenance. This speaks volumes about its power. Bai Mu certainly couldn't master its full strength now. He probably didn't even possess a tenth of it. But corrupting a single mortal was more than enough. As for whether the powerful beings on this planet would notice, the possibility was far too slim. If the Void's power of infiltration were so weak, then Sargeras, who had to scour the universe to stop it, might as well just hang himself. Moreover, corruption wasn't necessarily about forceful control. It was more akin to a demon tempting a mortal to fall from grace. The target actively submits to the new power. It is a transaction willingly entered by both parties. Therefore, the key to its use lay in having a thorough understanding of the target, enabling one to offer conditions tempting enough to make them fall and embrace the power of the Void. What kind of person was the current president? In recent days, Bai Mu had been glued to his computer, poring over information videos, news, public events. Jeffrey Johnson projected an image of being gentle yet decisive, possessing an eloquence persuasive enough to win over political opponents. He was a politician skilled in oratory and persuasion. It was through these very abilities that Johnson navigated the political arena with ease, ascending to the pinnacle of power at the age of 50, his long political career remarkably free of scandal. This included a harmonious family, a loving relationship with his wife, a well-behaved son and daughter, and a poised and gracious spouse. But it was precisely this perfection that seemed more like a vulnerability in Bai Mu's eyes. No family is flawless. Even model couples have their quarrels and disagreements. The more immaculate the surface appears, the more dire the reality might be. So as the sun set and night descended, the power of an evil god shrouded the earth, swallowing the darkness. Unspeakable eerie forces began to breed and spread across this land. In the darkness of the night at the White House, no sooner had Johnson lain down and his head touched the pillow than dreams surged in like a tide. Whispers echoed in his ears, a voice dripping with venom, each word promising eternal damnation. Jeffrey Johnson. The whisper echoed through the dream. Who's there? Who's speaking? Johnson panicked, trapped in a boundless white world, suffocating under an immense oppressive weight. Answer me, and you shall have anything you desire. The whisper lingered in his ears. I want. Johnson's resistance lasted only a fleeting moment. A mortal flesh was utterly defenseless against dark sorcery. Let him pray behind closed doors, let him wail in supplication. This deadly curse spares no one. Having effortlessly breached his defenses, Bai Mu struck, directly dissecting the deepest secrets within Johnson's heart, seizing them as a foothold to drag him entirely into the abyss. What is your most important secret? Bai Mu faintly perceived Johnson's most concealed and dreaded secret, the reflection in the mirror, a figure with green skin and pointed ears. A past he desperately wished to forget. What? Green skin? Bai Mu was astonished. Was the president actually a mutant? Just as he sought to delve deeper into its cause, Johnson's subconscious erupted in fierce resistance. Mortal strength could not break the whisper's hold, but to persist would shatter him. Bai Mu realized he had been too hasty. Probing someone's deepest secrets upon first acquaintance would provoke resistance from anyone. He shifted focus to understanding and recreating Johnson's ambitions. A gentle approach calmed his emotions. He wished to end the Cold War with his wife, who now only feigned tenderness in public. Their former love long vanished. As for why, perhaps it was tied to his several betrayals, but in his position he was destined to be entangled in pretense. Having achieved all this, wasn't it his rightful reward? He also wanted his political path over the next 2 years to be smooth and outstanding with no more chaos, especially from that rival party's figure whose venomous tongue made him wish he could have him eliminated if only it were possible. If only it were possible, he wanted all his political enemies dead. Why couldn't the CIA and FBI obey his commands unconditionally? The chief of staff said they couldn't repeat Watergate. To hell with that. I am the president, the pinnacle of power on this planet. If I stomp my foot, the whole world trembles. When I dispatch my fleet, every nation lives in fear. And those meddling tycoons, what are they but worthless playthings? Can they hold the nuclear codes? Can they command the Army, Navy, and Air Force? Sooner or later, I'll teach these people the fear of being dominated by power. Johnson vented his discontent and rage. His suppressed dark side erupted fully. His thoughts grew so extreme that he wanted the National Security Agency to poison his political rivals and the CIA to assassinate hostile leaders. Everyone has a dark side. Bai Mu amplified this, seized upon advantageous weaknesses, and step by step dragged Johnson into the abyss of darkness. But to maintain a normal contractual relationship with Johnson required extra effort, gradually infiltrating the deepest layers of his consciousness, taking root and sprouting. The more he understood, the deeper his control. The most fascinating part of the plan was that Bai Mu could, from a godlike perspective, witness a person's true, unvarnished experiences. He learned where to begin Johnson's strained relationship with his wife. His whispers would target this, weaving devilish sweet talk. Johnson craved outstanding political achievements, wanted his party to shut up and stop meddling in his work, and desired a glorious re-election. The ancient deity would naturally ensure his wishes came true. It was too simple against a president's political foes, who could guarantee they wouldn't have a breakdown or a scandal leak. And so, with these ambitions, the corrosion and invasion steadily unfolded. They had established a relationship of trust. Or rather, Johnson regarded Bai Mu as a god or deity, pouring out his heart to realize his ambitions. His wife's heart had also been infiltrated like a sieve. Bai Mu learned the root of everything. Indeed, it was the classic case of a family dispute where right and wrong were hard to judge from her perspective. But her primary need was merely a reason to convince herself. That was easy. Bai Mu could provide her with dozens of reasons at any moment, allowing her to forget the accumulated grievances of past years. Johnson's wishes were gradually coming true. His wife showed signs of ending the Cold War. She even waited specially for their family dinner, and that night they were intimate again. Johnson felt the whisper in his dreams was his savior, his god. An entity he must forever be loyal to and worship. He could not live without this blessing and would hold it forever. Except for the secret of green skin, which he vehemently resisted. Bai Mu felt that, for now, a mutant president would likely cause social unrest, but in the future, hard to say. What Bai Mu held in his grasp was already sufficient. Exquisite magic had woven an impenetrable heavenly net. Once caught in it, escape was impossible. When all this was achieved, the time to close the net had matured. The next day, the presidential security detail sprang into action. A fleet of solemn black Chevrolet SUVs with red and blue strobes flashing roared through the streets, parting traffic as the convoy thundered past. The convoy shattered the morning calm, surrounding a hotel in an impenetrable cordon. Groups of black-clad men leaped from the vehicles. Burly special agents sealed off the area. Passers-by watched the scene from afar, murmuring among themselves. Shortly after, the agents reappeared, and the Sharpied noticed an Asian youth among the crowd. "Sir." An agent opened the rear door of the Chevrolet, gesturing for him to get in. Bai Mu surveyed the spectacle before him and nodded with satisfaction. As the president's specially invited guest, this treatment, convoy's agents and the ability to block roads at will, was befitting of his stature. He got into the car with high spirits. The agents immediately took their positions, escorting him all the way to the White House. The president's secretary was already waiting upon arrival. He bypassed security checks as the president required his immediate presence. The White House security personnel felt a surreal disbelief. When had anyone ever strolled into the White House without going through security? Mu achieved it. If anyone could have witnessed the next scene, they would have been shocked speechless with no one else around. Johnson actually bowed before him. "Welcome to your presence." Mu, hands behind his back, surveyed the office. The environment at the heart of power was pleasant. He sat down on the president's seat, stretched his legs onto the desk and lounged. Being the boss was truly comfortable. Johnson stood by like a butler, seeing this as entirely natural. He even said, "If you like, everything here shall operate according to your supreme will." Mu relished these words. Though he was passionate about dark magic and could easily become a public enemy, he didn't harbor a world-destroying, insane mentality. At this stage, old Bai was simply a carefree soul seeking unrestrained freedom and a leisurely life. The current situation wasn't absolute freedom, as the president wasn't a monarch and the United States operated on a system of separation of powers. But he had achieved half of that freedom. He had no ambition to dominate the world or defy heaven and earth. He only wanted to live without constraints, enjoy the scenery, and indulge in a few privileges. With no restrictions, he improvised. "I need a few new identities. Let's say James White. Do you have passports for the United States and some European countries? Give me a dozen." "That's easy," said the president with confidence. "This identity must have sufficient privileges." "What about judicial immunity? You don't have a license to kill. Then I'll draw you a sketch. Find someone, maybe from the Secret Service or some agency, to print a few copies for me." Johnson spoke more eloquently. "We could call it a special operations permit. The contact method will be routed through the White House office. If there are any questions, I and my staff can respond to you immediately." Yes. I also want to establish an agency directly under the president. Call it the Department of Relevant Affairs. Give it sufficient law enforcement powers and as little oversight as possible. Then, as its director, prepare some impressive subordinates for me. Their quality must be top-notch and they must be efficient. Give me the authority to select the best from the entire military and all agencies. "No problem. As you say," Johnson replied without objection. "And transportation. Aircraft from civilian to combat, ships from small boats to aircraft carriers. Give us priority. Divert the budget from that wasteful SHIELD organization. It all belongs to the Department of Relevant Affairs now." After consideration, Johnson responded, "For most of your requests, I can sign presidential executive orders to take effect immediately. But regarding financial appropriations, it may be difficult to bypass congressional review. After all, he was the president, not a monarch. He had to abide by rules and face limitations. For instance, Congress imposed numerous checks on presidential power and could even legislate to obstruct him. Orders within Johnson's authority that could take effect immediately were executive orders which didn't require congressional approval. Matters involving legislation or major decisions, however, needed congressional review. Thus, to ensure swift execution of their commands, past presidents often chose to issue executive orders bypassing Congress. Some assertive presidents had even bypassed Congress to declare war, a practice that became customary after World War II, effectively rendering Congress war powers obsolete. Mu understood that American politics relied on checks and balances among the three branches, so he conceded, "For financial issues, let's take it from SHIELD. Again. Also divert a little from our colleagues at the CIA and NSA. Same for personnel. We can transfer projects already funded to your name," Johnson suggested. "Wasn't SHIELD secretly building helicarriers? Taking one or two wouldn't be too much, would it?" SHIELD had inexplicably become the scapegoat. After all, it wasn't a favored child. Many thought SHIELD was a U.S. government department, but it wasn't. It belonged to the World Security Council, funded by various nations with its headquarters in the U.S. Its nature was somewhat like NATO, but since the U.S. contributed the most resources, it felt like the leader. Given Mu's relationship with the president, the Department of Relevant Affairs could be considered the godfather of the U.S. government. The president personally facilitated its establishment, clearing all obstacles. The president's secretary drafted several executive orders, comprehensively shaping and standardizing the department's functions, responsibilities, and management authority. Of course, the official language couldn't be as crude as Mu's license to kill. The official interpretation was a special law enforcement permit for emergency and unforeseen situations, allowing actions without prior approval with corresponding judicial immunity. The final interpretation right rests with the president's office. This was the power of sophistication. The geniuses at the president's office spent several nights perfecting documents related to the department, its director, and his resume along with other appointments and files. The position was finally signed by the president and submitted to the Senate, which approved it without objection. From that day forward, Bimo was transformed into the special leader of a national special department wielding special powers and holding a special status. And since the final interpretation right rested with the president, who was his subordinate, Bimo had logically become the government itself. He was now a major power. All notions of low-key development and cautious growth were cast aside. He was already ahead of other transmigrators. The Department of Relevant Affairs, an institution destined to be anything but low-key, the government's godfather, was officially inaugurated. As the head of the department, Bimo was now the Director of Relevant Affairs. The President's Chief of Staff was discussing the department's specific operations personnel and responsibilities with him. Bimo chose New York City as its headquarters. He knew New York was the most disaster-prone place in the Marvel universe, but the concentration of magical energy there was also the highest. As mentioned in Doctor Strange, the Ancient One established sanctums in New York, London, and Hong Kong to protect the world from dark invasions. As a magic researcher, Bimo was particular about his study environment, especially at advanced stages. Although New York was destined for turmoil, he couldn't abandon that treasure trove. Regarding the specific location, after carefully studying satellite maps, Bimo said, "I want a high-rise in Midtown. Secure the top floors and the rooftop as our office space." "Any height requirements?" the Chief of Staff asked. "At least. Taller than Stark Tower." Bimo replied, determined not to let Tony Stark steal his thunder. He had to be higher. "No problem," the Chief of Staff said. Just then the office door opened and a woman walked in. After whispering a few words in his ear, he added, "The list of assistants designated for you has arrived." "Let me see." Bimo took the tablet and began browsing. As director, he would likely be absent most of the time, so capable subordinates were crucial. The recommended individuals were all highly competent. Without experience in powerful law enforcement agencies like the CIA, FBI, or similar organizations, one couldn't even be considered a competitive candidate. Maria Hill. Bimo's finger paused, not scrolling further. If his memory served him right, shouldn't she be with S-H-I-E-L-D? She later rose to the position of second-in-command. This woman had a very strong personality, exceptional abilities, and formidable execution skills. Could he trust her completely? Bimo had his doubts. But could she help him organize and manage a special law enforcement agency in a short time? He was quite willing to give her a chance. Thinking this, Bimo scrolled further. In this world, Maria Hill hadn't reached a high position in S-H-I-E-L-D, or she was still in the phase of striving for advancement. If an opportunity fell from the sky, allowing her to leap into management, Bimo believed a driven woman like her wouldn't let it slip away. Contact her. Bimo decided to give her the chance. Although Maria Hill was an agent of S-H-I-E-L-D, as an American she felt a stronger sense of duty and belonging to her country. When she received that call from Washington, her attitude was positive. The mission of the department was clear. It was established to maintain order, prevent crimes committed by superhumans, and oversee the law enforcement agencies operating within America and its territories. The world already had S-H-I-E-L-D, whose agents were highly active in the United States. Yet who could guarantee that S-H-I-E-L-D would always operate under supervision? Who could ensure its actions were always lawful? Who could vouch that its endeavors truly represented America's interests? Thus the department, destined to be unique yet noble in its mission, came into being. Maria Hill answered her nation's call. Bimo decided that the propaganda personnel deserved extra praise. Though he was past the age of being swayed by hollow promises and exaggerations, at least this external rhetoric had successfully roped people in. Regardless of anything else, the priority was to lure them onto the ship first. He had no clue how to manage the department and no interest in racking his brains over it. Let the capable ones take the lead. "Sir." Maria Hill reporting for duty. With her short hair, the valiant and spirited Maria Hill stood at attention before his desk, hands clasped behind her back. The fact that their meeting was in the White House with the director having his own suite of offices left Hill deeply awestruck. Witnessing this scene firsthand, she finally grasped the immense influence of her immediate superior. This was within the White House with the president right next door, the very heart of the nation. Her heart swelled with boundless honor, ready to shed blood and sacrifice her life at any moment. All hesitation and regret about leaving S-H-I-E-L-D vanished without a trace. Bai Mu could smirk inwardly. This was exactly the awe-inspiring bluffing effect he wanted. To dazzle them completely, then follow up with a few high-sounding words of justice. Perhaps no one will know of our existence, no one will sing our praises, and no one will even agree with our methods of protecting America's interests. We are destined to lurk in the shadows, utterly unlike those superheroes. But we can proudly tell ourselves that we have contributed our utmost to freedom and peace. We are worthy. Yes, sir. Hill was ablaze with fervor after drinking in this inspirational speech. The spirit of this unsung lone hero also infected her still young and passionate. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Mu had subtly employed a minor mental influence to make her more aligned with his views. He figured that if he told her to step outside, turn left, and punch the old man from the Department of Defense who was coming for a meeting, she would comply without a second thought. Having nearly bamboozled the Americans, Bai Mu was laughing inside, but remained expressionless. Excellent. I believe you are more than capable of being my first assistant. Get our organization set up as soon as possible. No problem. Hill raised her head, then asked, Sir, how much authority can we have? Basically, whatever you want you can have. Bai Mu stood up. Whether it's the CIA, the FBI, or the U.S. military, we have quotas for whatever resources and personnel they possess. Remember, we are to stand in the most critical places to safeguard America and the interests of humanity in these increasingly dire times. All minor details can be overlooked for now. Yes. Hill was now brimming with drive. Having boarded the pirate ship, she unleashed her 300 efficiency as a formidable woman. From defining the responsibilities of various departments and the composition of leadership down to the affiliated rapid response units, selecting the finest agents from different organizations and military branches, and fulfilling the director's requirements for drivers and bodyguards, as well as a group of secretaries in the office who were both literate and skilled in martial arts. Although she didn't understand why the director had height requirements for the secretaries, the driven Hill had no time to overthink. Perhaps the director had more comprehensive considerations. Bai Mu, who hadn't yet thought of this angle, mused. Makes sense. So the director selected them like models, tall and elegant, to be responsible for fetching tea, answering calls, arranging flights, booking hotels, and the like. Then, having gained immense satisfaction from her work, Hill presented him with a brand new finalized roster and reported, Our New York administrative headquarters has been established in Midtown, serving as the operational area for field agents and special personnel. Initially, we've assembled over 300 personnel transferred from various units with a foundational system for time monitoring, early warning, emergency response, and rapid reaction. Our operations and training base is on Roosevelt Island. We have access to transportation, including helicopters, vertical takeoff, aircraft warships, and aircraft carriers. On the island, we plan to station a rapid reaction force, initially numbering 2,000 troops. The equipment inventory will include the most advanced fifth-generation fighters, ground combat armored vehicles, warships, helicopter landing ships, and amphibious assault ships. Bai Mu listened attentively. Based on Hill's blueprint, the scale of equipment on Roosevelt Island was essentially standard for a top-tier force encompassing everything from fighter jets to armored convoys and naval vessels. More importantly, they would collaborate with military research institutions to test and utilize the latest weaponry. Hill added, Given our current shortage of human resources, you, sir, can also issue orders for joint cooperation with domestic units. Overseas, the CIA or NATO agencies can become our partners for intelligence and supplies. You've thought of everything comprehensively. From her description, Bai Mu could already sense the imposing aura and mysterious power of this department. Thank you, sir. Hill remained modest and unassuming, but receiving praise proved that her recent efforts had paid off. A feeling far more rewarding than her unnoticed work at S.H.I.E.L.D. We need talents like you. Well done. Bai Mu was naturally pleased to do nothing himself. He looked up. Relax a bit, ma'am. Hill remained serious. Bai Mu said, Your work is outstanding with hardly anything to criticize. So, any questions or requests? Sir. She did have a question. Speak freely. I want to know. How strong are our adversaries? Who are they, and where are they? Hill admitted this was her biggest question lately. This involves certain state secrets. My apologies, sir. I will forget this conversation. Hill knew she had asked about something off-limits. Bai Mu didn't dismiss her immediately. If you are truly curious, I can tell you that our opponents will be the most extreme and insane among humans or mutants, or perhaps threats from beyond the sky. Civilizations that endanger our very survival. Our mission is heavy, even if things seem calm for now. I understand, sir, she said. Be mentally prepared. Bai Mu wasn't lying. Many major events had yet to occur. Alien invasions, artificial intelligences seeking to destroy everything. They were all bound to come sooner or later. Having arranged everything properly, Bai Mu was set to return to New York. That city destined for turmoil, the big brother was coming back. Escorted by the first batch of reporting personnel, the government convoy drove ostentatiously into the airport, pulling up directly before the business jet. A group of black-suited agents stepped out to secure the perimeter. After confirming safety, the black SUV in the convoy halted. Director Bai, clad in a suit and large sunglasses, stepped down leisurely, flanked by several tall, long-legged women, each carrying a black case. But do not underestimate these beautiful women. They were elite operatives transferred from intelligence departments proficient in both intellect and combat. Beneath their glamorous appearances lay hearts cold and resolute with loyalty to the nation as their highest mission. The woman on Bai Mu's left, Ava, carried a computer capable of communicating with and directing the Air Force for precision strikes. The one on his right, Molly, held a device that could call upon surface units and submarines for missile launches, a true instrument of destruction. Due to Maria Hill's anxiety over the situation, she believed that the all-controlling director must be in a state of readiness to counterattack at any moment. Thus, this scene unfolded. However, the director did not wish for a monotonous life of violence, and killing were not his desire. Thus, among the items carried by the ladies behind were his floral shirt, sunglasses, and a set of golf clubs. Do not ask why. The director naturally has his special reasons for his actions. If you could understand, you would be the director. Ever heard of the Wallfacer project? Add to that a touch of mental influence and he could keep you all fooled for 10,000 years. Ready for takeoff at any time, sir, said Ava, who was close by. Let's go. Bai Mu yawned. His female assistants boarded the plane with him. A Gulfstream G650, the latest private business jet, luxurious and convenient, the favorite toy of the ultra-wealthy, capable of crossing continents with ease. Of course, as a leader of a department of vital importance entrusted by the president with great expectations, traveling with just a business jet would be too frugal. What if there was a threat of attack? A G650 alone was insufficient. The Air Force Base defending Washington immediately scrambled 4 F-22 stealth fighters to provide full escort. Within the designated airspace, all other aircraft were prohibited from approaching, with warnings, and if necessary, shootdowns. In stark contrast to the intense vigilance outside, the cabin of the business jet was comfortable and pleasant. Bai Mu enjoyed the first-class seat, sipping coffee prepared by his female assistant, while the fighters shadowed them outside the window. He suddenly felt like taking a selfie. But Bai Mu thought better of it. As the director, he had to maintain composure. Yet watching the 4 fighters flanking the plane, he felt this was truly living. Bai Mu remarked with feeling, "Air combat units are crucial for our rapid reaction force. Draft a document for the Air Force Command later. I want a few of these same planes." Understood. The female assistant naturally noted it down, several F-22 fighters of the same model, with a note, repaint with the department's livery to distinguish functions. Any recent progress from Ms. Hill? Bai Mu feigned interest in official matters. Because he had been so serious and solemn earlier, the women all believed the director was meticulous in his work. Ava replied, "Ms. Hill has been active, dealing with personnel issues, visiting military and law enforcement agencies across the country to select the best candidates. She is an outstanding individual," Bai Mu said, resting his chin on his hand. "In special circumstances, we need more people like her. We also need to think outside the box, including everyone here, including you all. You must all pass the test." Test? They seemed puzzled. Bai Mu was actually just rambling, forgetting what he said, as soon as the words left his mouth. "Who asked you to chime in?" But having dug himself into a hole, he had to tough it out. "It means we need to blend into the crowd. Integration is the best concealment. Only appear at the most critical moments, understand?" "Understood," they answered in unison. "You don't understand," Bai Mu said, bored and looking for trouble. So the question arose, what exactly did it mean to understand? The director knew they were a bit unconvinced, so he continued. "For example, right now we're on a private jet. My surface identity is a wealthy businessman, and you are my secretaries. But look at you. You act like soldiers obeying orders instantly. Anyone would see you as government agents." Molly, trained as a spy, naturally grasped the point. "That's simple. I'll immediately disguise myself as a seductive, charming, and delightful sweetheart for the boss." "Oh!" Bai Mu had underestimated her. "Go on. First we change our style. Replace mineral water with champagne, loosen our clothes, switch to high heels, and move with allure." As Ava spoke, she demonstrated walking toward him with a catwalk stride, her voice soft. "Boss, New York is about to arrive. Do you have any further arrangements?" Bai Mu suddenly applauded. "I apologize for my earlier words. I underestimated you. No wonder you're the chosen elite. Brilliant. If you say so, we are all professionally trained. In action, we will never disappoint." Ava had her say too. Disguise. Who couldn't do that? The atmosphere on the plane had completely changed. The solemnity was gone, and by the time they were about to land it had turned into an airborne champagne party between the director and his female subordinates, accompanied by music and impromptu dancing. Bai Mu had successfully derailed the mood, but that was exactly in line with his unconventional and flamboyant style. Ultimately, the director, with a large entourage and an escort of Air Force fighters, arrived in New York in grand style, preparing to land at JFK Airport. JFK is a very busy international airport, but due to the arrival of the esteemed director, the southern runway was placed under airspace control for a period prohibiting any other aircraft from landing. Both the Aviation Authority and airport management had received documents from the department in question. These were not requests but mandatory orders backed by military privileges. High authority, unconditional compliance. The fighter escort confirmed this. The individuals aboard these business jets were of great importance. Any anomaly could invite illumination from fire control radars. As a result, the usually busy southern runway was unusually quiet for those few hours. One side of the runway was lined with special service vehicles, the ubiquitous Chevrolet SUVs from movies, accompanied by police cars. Under such a display of force, the plane carrying the VIP finally landed. The airport's tourists were also treated to a spectacle. What kind of important person would warrant an escort of stealth fighters? Sorry, that's classified. Ordinary people have no right to know. All they saw was that after the plane landed, the mysterious figure got into a car followed by blaring sirens and flashing red and blue lights as the convoy sped away. The convoy ignored all red lights, one-way streets, or pedestrians. The heavily protected VIP eventually arrived at the area south of Central Park in Manhattan. The assistant beside him introduced, "This is our administrative office. Floors above the 100th have been designated for administrative and meeting purposes, also incorporating living quarters and a helipad." "Not bad," Bai Mu said as he got out of the car, removing his sunglasses to look up at the towering skyscraper. "But the budget falls a bit short. We should have bought the entire building." Insufficient funding is one of the problems, but not the main issue. Money can always be squeezed out. Bai Mu learned from his assistant that the main obstacle was one of the buildings holders, the United Investment Group, which hindered the complete purchase. Bai Mu remembered the name of this group. Those who dare to throw stones in the path of powerful departments during their rapid development are usually enterprises without a hint of awareness or humanity, and their outcomes are often not favorable. The director was not suggesting any conspiratorial tactics. He was preparing to have his subordinates draft an action plan, later sending armed agents with tanks to educate the other side about civic duties and responsibilities. Putting aside this minor annoyance, the floors above 100 would serve the relevant departments. It occupies a significantly advantageous position with no tall buildings blocking the view. The airspace is clear, allowing helicopters to take off and land at any time. To the north is Central Park, and after living long in the steel jungle, one would certainly feel oppressed, so this superior view with a sight of greenery serves as a respite for both body and mind. The most critical part is the top floor, where 6-meter-high floor-to-ceiling windows surround 3 sides of the building, ensuring bright and unobstructed lighting, while the remaining side leads to an outdoor helipad, providing the pleasure of having a helicopter at one's doorstep. As the saying goes, to stand high and see far. When Bai Mu leaned against the railing to gaze at the entire city, he could fully appreciate the grandeur of this phrase. Stretching lazily, the fighting spirit that had never existed before did not ignite now either. The weather was delightful, making one long to lie on a deck chair basking in the sun and listening to a few songs. The official statement was that a competent department can still operate efficiently without a leader. The subordinates were instructed to drink from the motivational soup one after another, and as the boss he naturally felt at ease. Every day was spent drinking tea, reading newspapers, and flipping through magical books. If there were documents requiring his signature, he would simply scrawl his name. Yet it was this hands-off attitude that surprisingly accelerated the department's development. By the time Maria Hill returned from her official trip, the relevant departments were already partially operational. She also brought more personnel lists, and once the resources were ready, plans would advance to the next stage. The headquarters was already established, and the administrative functions had all been implemented, but what the relevant departments lacked most was military strength. What was the status of their rapid response unit, the relevant troops? Bai Mu took a helicopter ride when he had free time, flying to the east of Manhattan, connecting Manhattan Island to Queens to an island shaped like a warship, Roosevelt Island. The relevant departments had marked off a large piece of territory here as the base for the rapid response unit, designed according to the standards of a special forces military base, complete with aircraft, armored vehicles, and warships. Deploy sufficient land combat vehicles and vertical takeoff and landing aircraft on the island. The dock on the coastal side can accommodate warships with a displacement of 20,000 tons, while more aircraft are stationed at the Long Island Air Force Base. Hill was as efficient as ever, and during the helicopter ride by Mu gained a rough understanding of the base. One could say the only remaining issue was personnel. Once sufficiently supplemented, they could launch a small-scale war at any time. As the helicopter was looking for a place to land, by Mu pointed to the adjacent construction site. Why not buy that land too, directly using it as a parking point for the aircraft? Hill, who was not in charge of that area, replied after checking the computer, "That piece of land belongs to private property owned by the United Construction Company for commercial development. They did not make concessions during negotiations." Again with United. By Mu wondered, was he incompatible with the word United, or were they all in cahoots? In fact, names like United and International are not rare in New York, if not common, but perhaps it was intuition that Hill indeed found a connection between the two. They have a relationship of mutual shareholding, so they should be one group. By Mu understood, and Hill must have too, but she confirmed to avoid misunderstandings. "I will have the Special Operations Department take charge. Special situations allow for special treatment." This was the confidence the boss had. "If you wouldn't listen to reason, then I might just have to resort to force." Standing on the moral high ground of national security, Hill quite liked this approach, but from a democratic perspective she could not casually comment on such authoritarian measures. Thus they tacitly reached a consensus in a few words. Actually calling it Special Operations Department doesn't sound very appealing. By Mu shifted the topic. There were too many called that, and it didn't highlight their uniqueness. "What about Thunderbolt Action Group?" Hill suggested. The director shook his head repeatedly. That was too cliché, even worse than the Special Operations Department. He thought seriously for a few seconds, and after the plane landed he came up with a name. Since this was a department that loved to stir trouble and didn't want to take responsibility, there was a term that suited them perfectly. Place all these agents into the category of temporary workers. Temporary workers. The cultural difference left Hill puzzled by this expression. Temporary workers are a group that can exist or not exist, can bear responsibility or shirk it, akin to ghosts. You can never catch them in the act. By Mu brilliantly copied and adapted this idea, feeling like a virus that was infecting and corrupting the institutions of America. Hearing the boss' explanation and recalling that they could even be called relevant departments, a name seldom seen in a millennium, didn't temporary workers fit the theme perfectly? By Mu was getting excited. Moreover, temporary workers are also tiered. 5-star level, the higher the star rating, the stronger the exemption capability. As a 5-star temporary worker, even if you beat up a minister, the responsibility won't fall on you. Why? Hill was a bit confused. Because it was done by temporary workers. By Mu felt he had told a cold joke. The surrounding subordinates were in a daze, while Hill, with a cold expression, had her eyelids twitch as if signaling, "Laugh, you guys." By Mu was not on the same wavelength as them. However, the issue of temporary workers was resolved. This was an internal code, untraceable externally. In any case, if something goes wrong, it must have been done by temporary workers. As for who the temporary workers are, they've all been dismissed, so you can figure it out slowly, but do not slander the formal employees of my relevant department. Looking at his subordinates, who seemed to be pondering, By Mu couldn't help but smile, feeling like an undercover agent of Reedism, gradually leading the American empire to collapse. He had already thought about the excuses for potential future responsibilities. If he really led these American devils astray, he would just pack up and leave. After all, it was the temporary workers doing, not his concern, he. Though Hill was unclear how the boss came up with such a peculiar concept, at least the naming issue was resolved. As for the far-reaching effects, special matters require special handling. Returning to business, he toured the base. Accompanied by his subordinates, By Mu observed the bustling construction site. Hill reported that after the transfer order was enacted, ordered equipment had been continuously delivered, including 8-wheeled armored vehicles, infantry fighting vehicles, and vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. Nearby dormitory and training areas for the relevant troops had been established, with a large office building reserved beside them. Once funding was sufficient, research and development in weaponry and equipment would commence. High-voltage electric fences and concrete fortifications surrounded the base. Inside, phased array radars and surface-to-air missiles were deployed, capable of shooting down any intruding enemy aircraft in the shortest possible time. The dockyard was also slated for an upgrade to at least 10th ascending capacity, with literal combat ships on standby, destroyers able to dock, and amphibious vessels available for emergency use if resources permitted. In terms of air power, besides the base's helicopters and vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, the nearest Air Force base to New York would also serve as a deployment site for the relevant troops, with additional fighter jets stationed there. Having reviewed everything, By Mu found no fault with the military planning, as he was a layman. But there were details needing unification, such as image and prestige projects. Although called the relevant department, implying a low-profile phantom, his subordinates perhaps failed to fully grasp the director's intent. He desired both a low-key presence and high-profile actions. This subtle psychology led him to believe that the Rapid Reaction Force and agents must have their own unique appearance. From work uniforms to combat gear, everything should bear distinctive traits and be managed uniformly. Bai Mu aspired to emulate the classic film men in black, standardizing attire for temporary workers. Men would wear cool black suits and sunglasses. Women not too fierce would don elegant skirt suits. Beyond daily operations, combat scenarios called for battle suits with at least standard wheeled armored vehicles and infantry fighting vehicles, along with comprehensive air and sea fire support. The requirement was that upon the director issuing a battle order, the Rapid Reaction Force would assemble within 1 minute, arrive within 3, and seal off Manhattan within 10, executing joint air-ground operations without missing any target. If the future of this world remained intact, an alien invasion of New York was inevitable. As the site he had designated for magical research, how dare aliens run amok here? These supplementary orders were recorded by his assistant. Finally, Bai Mu could pat Hill's shoulder with satisfaction. "Do not disappoint my trust in you." Hill replied with unwavering enthusiasm, "Yes, sir." With the daily inspection complete, Bai Mu, still riding the wave of fleeting passion, had an idea upon getting into the car. "Let's go to the auto market. I need to pick some work vehicles." His subordinates naturally complied. A convoy of over a dozen cars set out, with the lead vehicle equipped with red and blue flashing lights on its grille, ready to activate with sirens blaring, ignoring all traffic rules. Seated in the back of a Chevrolet SUV, Bai Mu relished the scene. Compared to the East, fewer people in America could wield privilege, but those who could were far more formidable. He was now a prime example. As a mundane person, wasn't this the life he craved? High-profile, domineering, and free from restraint. Enjoying privilege in a country with fewer such individuals was even more exhilarating. Lost in thought, the convoy arrived in Queens. The director's first idea was to unify the convoy's fleet. Otherwise, with one Chevy, a Ford, and a mix of white, black, and blue cars, it looked ridiculous. They all had to be replaced. Funding was plentiful now. The convoy drove straight to the entrance of the American luxury brand Cadillac. An agent stepped out first, entered the store, and spoke with the manager, requesting that other customers be asked to leave. The boss was coming to browse. Initially, the manager thought he had misheard, but upon seeing the relevant department's credentials and a stack of cash in hand, he readily agreed. Once the others were ushered out, Bai Mu, refreshed, stepped out of the car and, surrounded by his entourage, began browsing. Cadillac was a brand of great pride for Americans. The SUV models he wanted to see epitomized the classic American brute style. Large in size, full-size. Wheels under 22 inches were unacceptable. An engine smaller than a V8 was unworthy of an American car. The model that met Bai Mu's criteria for dominance was the Escalade before him. At 5.6 meters long, this SUV dwarfed its competitors. It was large and tall, with ample capacity for transporting people to fights, and its trunk could even hold several anti-tank guns, making opponents tremble. "But the body is a bit thin," Bai Mu remarked. Everything else was fine, but the thin metal wasn't safe against bullets or explosions. However, his subordinates were clever. "We can have them modified to high-level bulletproof specifications, replacing the glass with bulletproof panels, adding steel plates, and reinforcing the front and rear." "That's great." Bai Mu's eyes lit up. Better safe than sorry. If during a mission a few bullets turned his car into a sieve, how could he hold his head high? So Bai Mu decided order 50 of them first. Have the factory perform standard modifications. If they pass inspection, there will be more business. Any issues? The manager was stunned. He had expected a deal for 1 or 2 vehicles, but this man was a true big spender, ordering 50. Was he going into wholesale? That wasn't enough. SUVs alone were too monotonous. Some sedans were needed for variety. Bai Mu was too lazy to visit other dealerships and pointed at a CTS model. "Give me 2 dozen of these." He spoke as casually as buying beer on a whim, indifferent to numbers. After all, it wasn't his money. If taxpayers wanted a stable life, the equipment of peacekeepers couldn't be lacking. Shock didn't dampen the manager's enthusiasm. He immediately summoned the entire staff to cater to this distinguished customer, handling orders and customization with remarkable efficiency. As the brand of the presidential limousine, Cadillac offered extensive customization. For instance, the Escalade he fancied. Do you know how the Presidential Secret Service operates on the streets? Besides escorting the presidential vehicle from all sides, these SUVs carried a heavier deterrent role. Their rear doors were left open, with agents seated inside holding long guns, ready to fire at trailing vehicles. Thus, Bai Mu also saw customization options for adding seats in the trunk and weapon mounts on the roof, specifically designed for government orders. Unsurprisingly, these pleased the director. Only with such a convoy could one appear truly domineering on the streets. When he grew bored, he might stroll down Fifth Avenue, blockading the street under the pretext of an anti-terrorism check just for himself. Mu, currently enjoying such privileged treatment, felt perfectly at ease. Wasn't there a saying, if transmigration isn't for fun, then it's all meaningless? The mysterious powers from relevant departments have gradually settled in New York, granted considerable authority by the president, including the power to investigate law enforcement agencies, the military, and even government institutions. Agents from relevant departments roam the streets, assessing the situation in New York. Temporary workers infiltrate various fields, gathering intelligence on local organizations and gangs. The police and military forces must cooperate unconditionally with the relevant departments, which are weaving an impenetrable web of intelligence to control New York firmly in their grasp. Observant individuals will notice that the number of surveillance cameras in the city has increased, and the police monitoring system has received updates and subsidies with plans to digitize and expand to every ground unit. Government Cadillacs frequently shuttle between the base as the government's mysterious powers gradually envelop New York, the most disaster-prone place in this Marvel universe. Any stir in New York will be firmly grasped by the relevant departments. The ultimate beneficiary, Director Mu, can spend his day with a cup of tea and a book, enjoying a leisurely life, chatting and laughing with the charming individuals around him. The top floor has become the director's office and temporary residence, considering the most convenient transportation, allowing helicopters to take off and land immediately. The view is broad, nearly overlooking half of New York. When the day's work ended, he sat alone in the small rooftop garden, undisturbed by the noise of traffic, opening a book titled The Complete Works of Magic. Mu's enthusiasm for magic has not waned. New York is a place rich in energy and favorable in environment, and when no one disturbs him, it becomes his daily time for silent cultivation. As previously mentioned, the Marvel Universe is fraught with crises, and at any moment things could explode. While he finds life stimulating to some extent, the prerequisite is that it should not happen to him. The president is the first line of defense, but it is not without worries. Party struggles and congressional oversight may limit the president's power, indirectly causing him obstacles. In other places, the president could be invincible, but in Marvel, Earth is a minuscule existence compared to the three great empires of the universe, with countless powers emerging from the 9 realms. There are also various schemers, alien invaders, and those like Thanos preparing to blow up Earth. In this context, the importance of self-strength becomes even more pronounced. Magic is his greatest reliance. The book contains countless varieties that he cannot exhaust. Mu understands that it is about precision rather than quantity, and he must find what suits him best to remedy his current flaws. Although magic can be used indiscriminately, his mental strength and magical power are shortcomings. Powerful spells without magic power and adequate mental control yield unsatisfactory results. The existence of a unified framework of magic makes challenges possible. Spells can be viewed as formulas where the unknowns on both sides lack fixed values. This means that as long as the powerful magic is equal on both sides, he can achieve corresponding effects with minimal magic power. However, this path is not easy and requires constant experimentation. At this point, magic begins to resemble scientific work. The key lies in how to solve problems and simplify structures. Improper handling can have serious consequences. For instance, right now, an erroneous attempt has caused Mu to suddenly lose control over black magic, with dark energy uncontrollably spreading out like a flood breaching a dam. It is a range attack targeting the mind and soul. Mortals facing such mental assaults awaken in an instant from their dreams, drenched in cold sweat, having experienced the most unbearable nightmare of their lives. Some even collapse on the spot, recalling the most painful events deep within their hearts, and some mentally fragile individuals may even tend toward self-termination. Oh no! Mu hurriedly cut off the disturbance to the magical medium, never expecting this method to be so sinister. A careless mistake could have led to a major incident. Black magic is truly no trifling matter. In a densely populated place like Manhattan, any incident would have catastrophic consequences. If unnecessary, he does not wish to harm innocent, ordinary people. One cannot say that having superhuman abilities leads to arrogance, looking down on everything as if destined to be above all others. Such a mentality often leads to excessive inflation, harming others and benefiting oneself, ultimately degenerating into a scoundrel. Mu's enjoyment still lies within the bounds of rules. He does not, or rather disdains, to compete with ordinary people, preferring to engage with equals, as that is where the true fun lies. However, the influence inevitably spread, and not far from him, a guardian mage of the Temple of New York suddenly awoke from a dream, feeling the lingering fear from the recent surge of evil. Several mages from the temple scrambled up, confirming their earlier sensations, concluding, "A profoundly evil dark aura has appeared in New York, ancient and powerful. Something may be amiss. But the other party is very vigilant. We have lost track of them. Do we need to inform the Supreme Mage?" "Not yet, but we will maintain surveillance over the next few days, and immediately notify the Supreme Mage if there are any changes. I can sense that New York is likely to become unstable." Fellow practitioner, Bai Mu also sensed the spiritual probe that swept by earlier, but he concealed himself well. As the inheritor of the mage god, the probe from the other party is full of holes in front of him. To be honest, the magical research system on Marvel Earth is not mainstream with a relatively short history, while many spells in Bai Mu's book can be traced back thousands of years with spells from the 3 hell demons existing since the creation of heaven and earth. If it comes to a unknown duel, he believes he should have few rivals. With the countless unprecedented secret techniques in the book, most of which are integrated into a unified theory, who could compare? It's useless to just boast. If he really ends up fighting a fellow practitioner, and after boasting he gets beaten into a state of disgrace, that would be awkward. He needs to experiment with magic and become familiar with the operations disdainful of targeting ordinary innocent people, but let's not forget that this is New York, the place where trouble is most easily stirred up with crimes unfolding almost every moment. This reminds Bai Mu that he has countless free volunteers without psychological guilt, and the society would even cheer for the testing environment. Under the nightfall, New York takes on an entirely different appearance, breeding evil and rampant darkness, as Bai Mu transforms into a masked nightwalker embarking on his mission to punish the wicked. Addressing the shortcomings identified in Washington, dark corruption cannot simultaneously target multiple objectives, thwarting his desire to control Congress in one breath. As a magic researcher, how could he tolerate such a defect? The magic book also states that magic should not be confined to its form. As long as the values are balanced, any results are possible. Thus, individual corruption turning into collective corruption is feasible. The most important thing is how to find that balance point. Nightmares are about to come for those dark forces in New York. Using magic to manipulate their will, commanding their fears, making them live in indescribable terror, restless and unable to find peace. Many individuals here have gone mad due to inadequate control, or others have fallen into a state of brain death due to excessive interference. A small number of people can be collectively controlled, but only for a short duration. Once Bai Mu's magical output succeeds, they will fall into a frenzied state, unable to distinguish friend from foe, and turn on each other. If he were on a battlefield surrounded by enemies, this tactic would be straightforwardly effective, but it still does not meet Bai Mu's standards. He desires to control magic, not be controlled by it, and he must continue. With the increasing number of experiments, Bai Mu's control became increasingly exquisite, and finally one day, under the influence of corruption, 5 targets were able to walk normally in front of him. Bai Mu, dressed in a black coat and hooded, looked at the 5 corrupted puppets before him, recording his experimental data. "Tell me what you know." The corrupted puppets, facing the ancient deity that ruled over their consciousness, with boundless darkness and power, revealed all their secrets. "I work for James Wesley, responsible for handling black businesses. It is said that there is a being above him whose name cannot be spoken, and we have never seen him." As the puppets spoke, Bai Mu analyzed in his mind that the corruption of the puppets was evidently gradual. Direct control without understanding often led to short-term madness. To achieve long-term control while maintaining normal intelligence, it required advanced magic, necessitating a deeper understanding of the target and more patience. Summarizing the successful experience in his mind, Bai Mu waved to the puppet. "Continue to lurk, communicate with me in your dreams about everything you know." "Understood." The puppet retreated. Bai Mu took out his notebook and checked off an item, finally having a perfect example. Flipping through the densely packed data, this successful experiment provided him with invaluable experience. As long as there is one success, he could implement magic next time according to the successful framework and continuously optimize it based on that. One day controlling thousands will not be a dream. Tonight's work ended successfully. He changed into sportswear, preparing to run a lap around Central Park. This body still lacked a bit in physique. He knew that mages did not rely on physicality, but it was just in comparison to other professions. To ordinary people, mages were still strong and robust. Bai Mu was well aware of his shortcoming in magical power. If he exhausted his magic in battle, would he just wait to die? He chose to rely on his fists. Gandalf the Idol. The director put on earplugs, listening to music while running. The agents responsible for security were slightly low-key, with 3 cars, the lead car 100 meters ahead, the middle following, and 100 meters behind was the rear. 2 big men accompanied him, encouraging him as they neared completion of a lap. "Come on, boss. You need to be 3 minutes faster than last time." "It's easy for you to say." Bai Mu gasped, internally complaining that he was a mage. Couldn't he just give himself a few buffs for strength and speed? What was he running for? But another thought echoed, without magic, what buffs could he add? He had to run honestly, and afterward there was still half an hour of unrestricted combat training. There was fun to be had. Bai Mu was exhausted from training for his physique, while he indiscriminately used gang members for black magic experiments, which also disturbed the dark underworld of New York. The fate of the victims was quite chilling. Either they went mad or hanged themselves, muttering crazy phrases like, "The ancient deity will enslave us," and the best destination is death. Their companions who witnessed it were terrified by such a grim scene. Amid extremely limited clues, the nickname Night Demon began to represent that chilling existence. Rumors began to spread in the underground world of New York with all sorts of claims. The more serious ones noted that a vigilante had appeared in New York, violently eliminating the underworld, and those caught by him had almost no good ending. He was described as a Satan returned from hell, rampaging through the world specifically to consume those fallen souls, dragging them back to hell to be whipped for 10,000 years. These rumors, whether true or false, caused a serious shock to the underground world, leaving people in panic, as there was always someone worried about being targeted, and no one dared to conduct normal business. At best, they would postpone to the daytime. However, there were too few things that could be done during the day. The underworld could only exist in the shadows, and openly provoking the government was a foolish act of seeking death. Thus, during this period, the big shots in the underground world suffered huge losses. The smuggling business at the docks had come to a halt because the thugs were all afraid of being claimed by the devil. The once bustling scene of everyone rushing to the boss call had vanished, and now each person had an excuse not to show up. The business of selling powder had also nearly ceased, as Bai Mu discovered that powder was an additive for black magic that could corrode a person's soul more quickly. Those who sold the powder naturally became experimental subjects. This finally attracted the attention of the black organization ruling New York from behind the scenes, and that nameless figure Wilson Fisk, also known as Kingpin, was the head of the largest black force in New York and even the East. This emperor of the black world, towering at 2 meters, and with a physique resembling a rectangle, was known for his ruthless reputation. Upon hearing a series of reports from his subordinates, his perfectly fine mood was completely spoiled. As he practiced combat, Kingpin lost his patience for sparring and sent his opponent flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily against the wall and collapsing to the ground, left gasping for breath. Kingpin took a cigar and asked his silent subordinates, "Is there no one who can deal with this disruptor?" Kingpin was puzzled. An unknown disruptor had emerged out of nowhere, employing particularly ruthless methods, and his subordinates had either gone mad or turned into superstitious believers. What was going on here? He did not believe those ghostly tales. At most, it was some coward who dared not show himself, spreading rumors and creating panic, revealing that this person lacked the strength to confront Hedon. The main issue was that the chain of black business was completely severed. Facing astronomical losses every day, Kingpin, who had never been provoked like this, was furious. "Whether it is a bounty or intelligence, find that disruptor. Send out our best hands. If he refuses to back down, then erase him and anyone related to him from this world." The power of money and connections is immense. Regarding the identity of the mysterious person who repeatedly disrupted black business, a clue had emerged that it was indeed Bai Mu, who had previously taught a lesson to those several black men. So the trope in movies where someone can simply cover their face and remain unrecognizable is the biggest joke. The image recognition technology in this world is sufficient to extract the truth from the smallest of clues. With the accusations from those several black men, Kingpin learned that this audacious individual was actually living freely right under his nose. "What is his more specific background?" One subordinate replied, "He should just be a wealthy Asian kid who hired some bodyguards, but our friends in the underworld do not recognize him, nor does our government contact. It seems that this unusual person possesses abilities that impact the mind, which is quite sinister. We should best win by numbers. Do not be careless. Send more capable hands. Let others with ideas know that some rules are established through countless bloodshed and are unbreakable. The consequence of breaking them is a dead end." One late night, Bai Mu, returning from his evening revelry, encountered an unforeseen upheaval. Initially, the accompanying agents noticed their phone signals were gone. Their sharp professional instincts told them something was amiss, and they immediately formed a protective formation around their leader. Without a word, they bundled him into the car, living up to their professional acumen. As mentioned, the director usually had 3 cars for his nightly runs. Now he was in the middle one, with the front and rear vehicles swiftly closing in. Agents retrieved weapons from the trunk. Not just sidearms, but M4SASCARs and even at 4 rocket launchers. "They've blocked the road." The agents shouted, communication now reliant on raw voices. "Damn it! They're firing! Return fire! Return fire!" Instantly, the agents were galvanized. Using the armored vehicles as cover, they launched a fierce counterattack. The blazing blast from the AT-4 startled the enemies as well. Even in New York, with its strict gun control, let alone the entire U.S., the AT-4 was a strictly controlled military-grade item. The sheer audacity of using it in a firefight made many attackers feel they might have stirred up a hornet's nest. "Get the boss out of here now." After the rocket launcher blew up a blocking car, they didn't linger. The agent's primary mission was to safely evacuate the VIP from the danger zone. Bai Mu, still disoriented from being shoved into the car, only reacted when he heard gunfire. At that moment he activated his magic. The consciousness of the thousand-eyed demon enveloped the area, sharpening his vague perception of the outside world into clarity. If this is all you've got, it's truly disappointing, Bai Mu said, utterly unflustered, even stopping his men from using their weapons. Stop fighting. Hold. Bai Mu pushed aside the burly man, ready to take a bullet for him, and stepped out of the car. His men looked at their leader in bewilderment, about to speak, but then the hidden assassins emerged one after another. Their footsteps betrayed their bloodthirsty experience. Though a ceasefire was in effect, the agent's fingers never left the triggers, ready at any moment to fight a bloody path through. But what followed defied the agent's imagination. The approaching figures walked with hands hanging naturally, eyes vacant, their mental resistance easily crushed as they were turned into puppets along the way. A bunch of incompetents. In a building 100 meters away, a man with a grim face curled his lips in a sneer. He knew those cannon fodder were unreliable. O'Head have to handle it himself. He was Bullseye Kingpin's chief assassin, a born marksman and master of cold weapons, skilled in killing with throwing knives, playing cards, even toothpicks. An anti-material sniper rifle was already aimed at the fool's head. Soon he would end up like all the arrogant idiots before him, lying miserably in a pool of blood. The sniper rifle fired in an instant. Almost simultaneously, the puppet closest to Bai Mu lunged forward, blocking the bullet. The anti-material round still pierced through the man, but what happened next made Bullseye's eyes widen. The bullet stopped half a meter in front of Bai Mu, blocked by a shimmering membrane of light. This? Bullseye, always infallible, was stunned. He had never missed under such perfect conditions. What further rattled his professional psyche was the target turning around, looking in his direction, and mimicking a firing gesture. The top assassin's instincts sent a chill down his spine. Without a second thought, he dove aside. The next moment, an ice arrow struck his former position, embedding itself halfway through the concrete layer. If that had hit him, it would have cleaved him in two, wouldn't it? A shiver of cold ran down Bullseye's spine. He had been careless, but his professional discipline quickly snapped him back to reality. The assassination was fully exposed. He chose to retreat immediately. A tidal wave of mental force followed, invading his mind, trying to control his consciousness. Get out! Bullseye rolled on the ground, bit his tongue hard, regained some clarity, and fled for his life. Bai Mu was slightly surprised. This was the strongest mental resistance he had encountered. An interesting subject, Bai Mu decided to pursue. His men instinctively moved to protect their leader, but Bai Mu stopped them. Call in the troops, reinforce the brothers. I'll handle the rest. They understood and realized that their boss, once thought of as an outsider, more of a brain, actually possessed these unpredictable abilities. Protecting the boss was their mission, even though he was already far away. But the agents quickly shifted to securing the situation, calling for reinforcements and aiding their comrades. This sudden crisis was a true test. Armed agents raised their muzzles, aimed at the unconscious targets, and shot them one by one. In such a situation, they had to ensure the targets had no ability to fight back. Killing them was the safest option. Just as their agency's mission dictated, handling the most special and urgent tasks, temporarily bypassing the law, achieving their goals by any means necessary. An agent had already called the base. His terse words pierced the tranquility of the Roosevelt Island base. Highest level alert, the boss was under attack. The base's piercing alarms seemed to tear through the night. The sudden emergency sent soldiers and agents jumping from their beds, donning gear at breakneck speed, and rushing to their units. Various troop carriers and armored vehicles roared to life. Helicopters and vertical takeoff aircraft buzzed with activity as module leaders shouted orders to maintain order. But the suddenness and lack of coordinated training led to chaos and unclear responsibilities, until someone ran over shouting, "Commander Hill's on the line." "Commander!" An operations officer answered the phone, nodding repeatedly. Less than half a minute later, he grabbed the walkie-talkie and bellowed, "This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Ground units seal off Manhattan at maximum speed. See air and land routes. Get the helicopters in the air now. Where are the fighters from the airbase? Get them airborne immediately. Warships blockade the sea. Sink anyone who tries to break through. Contact the military immediately. This is the highest alert. Request troop support. Prepare the surface-to-air missiles. Any unit that approaches or departs without authorization, give 3 warnings, and then you are authorized to shoot them down. I don't want anything, not even a fly, to escape our military blockade zone." Bai Mu's psychic energy expanded, enveloping the area. Bullseye's escape was dazzlingly erratic. An ordinary person would have lost him long ago, but he was up against magic. The Eldritch God's psychic energy locked onto him like a radar. Faint whispers at the edge of hearing interfered with Bullseye's escape speed, slowing him down, clouding his mind. Bai Mu drew closer and closer until they finally clashed in an eastern alley. Bullseye's expression beneath his mask turned vicious. Since he couldn't shake off this eerie stalker he'd have to fight up close. Many thought of him as an assassin who lurked in the shadows, but they overlooked his equally formidable close-quarters combat skills. If he could get within arm's reach, he was confident he could kill his opponent instantly. But before he could take a few steps, an even more intense mental assault bombarded his mind, shaking his very spirit. Bullseye couldn't help but fall to his knees, his soul seemingly trembling. Although Bullseye possessed extraordinary resilience, and even managed to break free once, it did not change the fact that he was not a psychic superhuman. Faced with the corrupting power from the void, the struggles of a mortal were nothing short of laughable. If the intensity increased any further, he would lose his sanity, descend into madness, and become a puppet who followed orders but had lost most of his capacity for independent thought. Mastering this threshold was critical. This time Bai Mu approached Bullseye, intending to check his condition, when the latter suddenly flung his hand, sending a flying knife hurtling through the air. But it was all too slow, allowing Bai Mu to dodge with ease. Surprise mingled with a hint of delight. "It seems your potential is higher than I imagined. Let's see if you can." "Ah! Damn it!" Bullseye wailed, clutching his head, as he endured unprecedented agony. His resistance was like a small boat in a violent storm on the verge of capsizing at any moment. Bai Mu kicked him hard, yet he gritted his teeth and rose again. "Is that all you've got?" Bullseye taunted despite being in excruciating pain. As a professional assassin, he would not let slip any chance to break free. Bullseye's words had indeed struck Bai Mu's weakness. Though his physique was stronger than an ordinary person's, it was still inferior to these masters who had honed their bodies to the peak. His punches and kicks landed with limited effect. Bullseye seized on this. "Keep going. I'm actually enjoying this. If this is all you've got." Bai Mu, with his fiery temper, was now thoroughly provoked. Forgetting his status as a distinguished mage and bureau chief, he rolled up his sleeves and lunged at Bullseye, raining down punches and kicks. But the man was truly tough. Bai Mu's fists flew relentlessly until he himself was panting, his clothes soaked with sweat, yet Bullseye continued his taunts. This was the downside of not having subordinates. The esteemed mage had to do the brawling himself. If he had a few burly superhuman bodyguards, they would have torn that insolent mouth apart. Bai Mu paused to catch his breath. "If you're determined to court death, then so be it." He opened his grimoire, searching for buffs to increase his strength and damage. The book's content was vast, most of it he had only read but never practiced, and he dared not experiment from memory. Magic was no fireworks display. A single error in an area or parameter could lead to unpredictable consequences. Even the most skilled lawyer had to frequently consult legal texts. Magic was no different. Seeing Bai Mu flipping through the book, Bullseye seized the opportunity. He hurled 3 playing cards in rapid succession, then turned and fled. He could feel the psychic influence weakening. Watching Bullseye flee, Bai Mu did not give chase. He merely sneered, "Foolish." Bullseye had barely run a dozen meters when he collapsed to his knees, his chest constricted, as if he would vomit blood. This was the most helpless battle he had ever experienced. All the skills honed through training were utterly useless against this foe. Yet Bai Mu made no further move. He could have used magic to instantly kill Bullseye, but tonight he was driven by pride, determined to subdue him with his bare hands. He had found the buff he needed. Bullseye saw the mysterious figure suddenly close his book, raise his head to look in another direction, and mutter to himself. Timing couldn't be worse. His peers had arrived. The commotion had been massive. While searching for Bullseye, Bai Mu's corrupting power had not been carefully controlled, enveloping the entire city. Combined with the sustained magical fluctuations, it was no wonder the mages of the New York Sanctum had traced him. The first to arrive was a black man, followed closely by several mages. He was Daniel Drum, one of the Sanctum's mages, leading his colleagues on an exorcism mission. Though invisible, Bai Mu could sense a versatile spatial power that would be difficult to contend with, especially since he had already expended considerable magical energy. As he deliberated, Bullseye seized the chance to scramble away. The relentless whispers still echoed in his ears, Bai Mu's mocking laughter. "Run as fast as you can. But know that you can never escape this nightmare for the rest of your life." Bullseye would be scarred for life. The corrupting force had taken root in his soul, and from now on Bai Mu would be the haunting nightmare. He could never shake off the shadow. He could never escape. Bai Mu had no time to pursue. That powerful consciousness was approaching. Unprepared for a magical war in New York, he immediately concealed himself in the shadows, beginning to weave a spell. Daniel Drum traced the clues to the final area. Bai Mu, hidden in a corner, unleashed his long-prepared ultimate move as soon as his opponent appeared. Mana burn. This was the most insidious technique from the Lord of Destruction, draining all of the target's mana, sapping their blue bar dry, turning a formidable mage into a soft, powerless soldier. Drum had absolutely been careless. His understanding of dark magic was so limited that his overconfidence led him straight into the trap, and his mana was instantly incinerated. The shock to his psyche was unprecedented, as if his very being had been hollowed out. Drum, who had been scaling walls, lost his magical support and fell awkwardly from the air. Heh. A laugh echoed from the darkness. Drum, who had landed face first, wanted to give chase, but now he was dizzy and weak with no response from his magic. It felt like the aftermath of overexertion. "I'm over here," he shouted into the air. The pursuing mages found him and were startled to see the Sanctum Mage in such a sorry state. "This foe is extremely bizarre. Don't pursue him." Drum had no knowledge of this kind of magic, and with himself temporarily powerless, blind pursuit would be foolish. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Mu opened a short-range portal and escaped. The night's battle had drained much of his energy. If he had encountered a peer at the outset, he might have been interested in a duel, but now he was not in optimal condition. Moreover, more troubles awaited him. The bureau chief had been attacked and his condition was unknown, sending the base's alarms to the highest level. Rapid response forces were deployed in full. They covered the air, ground, and sea. Helicopters with searchlights transported fully armed special forces units. Radar scanned the airspace without blind spots, and literal combat ships were being positioned. Ground forces blocked the bridges leading to Manhattan from multiple directions. Black armored personnel carriers, military infantry, fighting vehicles, and tracked armored vehicles rumbled across the bridges, sealing off the exits. Fighter jets patrolled overhead with air defense radar sinking all targets. All airports near New York were ordered to ground flights. All passenger planes not yet airborne were immediately grounded. Those preparing to land were ordered to divert or risk being shot down. Citizens still awake or out on the streets watched in horror. Manhattan was now sealed off with soldiers armed to the teeth declaring a lockdown. Armored vehicles rumbled through the streets with continuous announcements. "All residents stay in your homes. Those on the streets take immediate shelter. Civilian vehicles pull over. All persons on the street cooperate with inspection. We are federal authorities, conducting an anti-terrorism operation. Citizens are required to comply with the control measures. From this moment on, any act of non-cooperation will be considered provocation, and we reserve the right to respond." Residents of Manhattan were jolted from their slumber, their ears filled with the relentless blare of loudspeakers, the low roar of helicopter gunships skimming overhead, and the thunderous rumble of armored vehicles racing through the streets. The wealthy denizens of the Upper East Side, roused by the commotion outside, stood by their windows staring in disbelief at the scene below. The streets had been seized by armed forces. Had a curfew even been imposed? What in the world is going on? Are we at war? My God, they're opening fire. I'll make some calls. Some began leveraging their connections. The crackdown was underway at lightning speed. All vehicles on the road were ordered to pull over. Armed personnel conducted spot checks without hesitation. Anyone who failed to comply or raised a fuss was immediately forced to the ground, a gun aimed at their head in a final warning. Those who put up a brave front were terrified out of their wits. These were no joking matter, nor were they the polite NYPD. They were a brutal apparatus. Any disobedience or provocation would be met with coercive force. The petty thugs prowling Manhattan were the unluckiest of all. Rapid response units armed with lists dragged them out of bars and hideouts, forcing them to face the wall with hands clasped behind their heads. Behind them stood a squad of grim soldiers with rifles, while helicopter searchlights swept over them. At a single command, a line of executions would be nothing out of the ordinary. "Stand still and shut your mouth," the officer barked, brandishing a baton. With a single strike, he felled a bulky, unruly man, then stomped on him with his combat boot. "I ask the questions. You answer. If you know something and keep it from me, I've got 10,000 ways to make you regret it for the rest of your life." These thugs, who usually terrorized ordinary folks and fancied themselves untouchable gangsters, were now trembling uncontrollably. Someone who had refused to cooperate had already been hauled away, followed by the sound of gunfire. There was no doubt these men meant business. But why was this happening? No one knew the reason nor who had stirred up such a colossal mess, but everyone was caught in the fallout. One of the squad leaders picked up a tablet displaying images of those involved in the attack. "Tell me, does anyone here know these people? Those who come clean will be given a chance. No consequences for tonight's events. But anyone who clearly knows and deliberately conceals will be treated as an accomplice to terrorism." For terrorists, there is no trial, no lawyer, no human rights. Only the blissful sunless days of a permanent prison cell. It'll give you 1 minute to decide. Such interrogations and searches were taking place everywhere. Armed soldiers sealed off the main roads and bridges. Helicopter searchlights bathed the night in a ghastly white glow. The chaotic zones were encircled by armored vehicles, and all individuals with criminal ties were detained and questioned. Areas like Hell's Kitchen and the upper city descended into utter pandemonium. Those with guilty consciences tried to flee only to be educated by the spray of assault rifle bullets. Others attempted to resist brandishing weapons in a standoff, but the helicopter gunships opened fire. After a single salvo, both men and vehicles were reduced to nothing but debris. These underworld figures faced their most harrowing moment yet. They suddenly realized that the police, who usually had to consider social repercussions and abide by the law, were nowhere to be seen. In their place were violent brutes who would knock you out at the slightest provocation, or worse, blow your head off without a second thought. The protective layers of regulation had vanished. The only way to survive was to confess and cooperate. The command center's intelligence had been updated to pinpoint every individual connected to Wilson Fisk. Surrender meant survival, resistance meant summary execution. Informants would be rewarded, while those who concealed information would face the same fate as resistors. Once this order was relayed to every unit's terminal, the interrogations grew even more ruthless. At this efficiency, no criminal enterprise could stand against the state's coercive apparatus. And Kingpin, now caught in the eye of the storm, never imagined things would escalate to this point. He had kicked a hornet's nest of colossal proportions, one that could sting everyone to death. It all traced back to the attack he had orchestrated, but wasn't his target just some peculiar metahuman? How had Manhattan suddenly become a military lockdown? Kingpin's mind raced, struggling to connect the dots. He had never encountered an adversary this bizarre. It was like slamming his foot into a steel plate. He had planned to escape the chaos by helicopter, but his subordinate reported, "The airspace is sealed. Any unauthorized takeoff will be warned and shot down." What about the water route? Kingpin's face darkened further. His subordinate looked on the verge of tears. They spotted literal combat ships on the sea. No vessel can leave. Literal combat ships had been deployed. Were destroyers and nuclear submarines next? A ludicrous thought crossed Kingpin's mind. Had he somehow provoked the president? The land routes were even more hopeless. Armored vehicles had just rumbled past his building, repeating curfew warnings. Several of his men tried to bluff their way through, only to be cut down by heavy machine gun fire. 3 dead, 2 crippled. He was now completely trapped on this island. Perhaps there was still a way out, through his legitimate connections. After all, when you've built an empire of this scale, you're bound to have the support of a few senators and officials, aren't you? His reasoning was sound. The sudden upheaval had also roused the mayor of New York, the police commissioner, and various council members. Awakened in the dead of night to the news that Manhattan was in turmoil, they bombarded everyone with calls. The relevant departments' offices experienced their first wave of frantic activity. Faced with the government officials' hostile inquiries, the response was remarkably uniform. The relevant department is executing a counterterrorism operation. We have the authority to temporarily assume control of Manhattan's security until it is restored to normal. Confronted with the displeasure of these power brokers, the department showed no sign of backing down their tone, even more unyielding. Furthermore, we have the right to request reinforcement and cooperation from the police and the National Guard. From this moment on, please fulfill your obligations and cooperate with the counterterrorism mission. With the heavy banner of counterterrorism raised, this uniquely empowered department left the officials with no room to intervene. Unlike SHIELD, which would at least go through the motions of finding an excuse before taking over, the domestic agencies of America didn't waste words. They simply emphasized the citizens' compulsory obligations. This was also the core tenet of the presidential decree that had established it. A special law enforcement body authorized to take decisive action in extreme circumstances, even without prior approval, to safeguard the majority. Now it was fulfilling its duty. Though its initial operation was marred by coordination issues and a delay in deployment, it still flexed the iron muscle it was meant to have in a crisis. The entire city was on edge, with both the law-abiding and the lawless behaving with utmost docility. The violent spectacle of military governance had instilled in them a deep-seated fear and caution. When Director Bai Mu arrived on the scene, he sat in the helicopter gazing down at the feverish activity below. His expression shifted several times, as if he was about to speak but held back. His original intention had been to call for some backup, just a few brothers to support him while he handled the rest. But their interpretation had apparently multiplied the situation by 100, leading to a full-scale mobilization that had locked down all of Manhattan. Was this a bloodbath triggered by a single phone call? As the director Mu would not admit that it was his own ambiguous orders that led to the lockdown fiasco. After mulling over the matter, he reframed it as a sudden combat readiness drill. After circling in the helicopter, Mu indeed identified several shortcomings. The mobilization speed is too slow, coordination is still clumsy, and so far only the air and sea routes have been sealed off. The focus of the operation is misplaced. Our forces are outnumbered, and trying to control a population of 2 million in Manhattan is too scattered. We haven't even coordinated with local law enforcement. Sitting across from him, Maria Hill acknowledged the series of errors. Our command was too chaotic, and we lack cooperative experience. The collaboration of elites from various fields hasn't doubled efficiency. There's still a gap in mutual understanding. It's always good to identify problems early. Although Mu wouldn't take the blame, he felt it unfair to let his subordinates shoulder it all. Now that we know the weaknesses, we can train to address them later. Hill nodded and brought the conversation back to the matter at hand. Sir, ground forces have obtained more intel on the attackers. They belong to the local most powerful criminal syndicate, the Kingpin's organization. I know him. Mu was not surprised. The Kingpin was reputed to be the largest criminal syndicate in New York, and even the entire East Coast, with extensive connections in the legitimate world. What surprised him was Hill's next statement. The joint investment group and the joint construction company that caused us some trouble earlier are also under the Kingpin's conglomerate. So it was him. Mu had not made that connection. He had wondered who would dare to obstruct the authorities so blatantly. Now he understood. Tonight's counterterrorism operation had gained new value, seizing this opportunity to uproot him entirely or at least cripple him severely. After all, he bore a grudge. As for protests from the legitimate world, the president would bear the brunt. If the president couldn't handle it, then he would step in. But given the political correctness surrounding high-level assassination attempts and counterterrorism, there wouldn't be much resistance. As long as they executed it flawlessly and shifted the focus to the core issue. Terrorists plotting to assassinate political figures. The majority of the public would support this military lockdown. Just as he was scheming, Hill pressed her earpiece and received the latest update. The interrogation results are in. Someone has revealed the Kingpin's hideout. Organize an immediate assault. Priority on capturing him alive. If not dead, will do. Mu decided to make this a landmark case and establish the authority of the department. Yes. Hill contacted the ground forces. The encirclement of the Kingpin swiftly unfolded. Helicopters and attack helicopters took to the air, while armored vehicles and infantry fighting vehicles converged from all directions. Rapid response troops rappelled from helicopters onto the rooftop. Ground forces sealed off 2 surrounding blocks. Attack helicopters circled the building, and thermal imagers and millimeter-wave scanners left no secrets within. A convoy is breaking through. Pursue. Immediate pursuit. They have heavy firepower, requesting air support. The radio crackled with the busy chatter of the rapid response unit, followed by the rattling of weapons fire. The convoy breaking through consisted of 5 vehicles, armored, reinforced, and heavily armed. The troop carriers withdrew, letting the infantry fighting vehicles take the lead. Their 12, 7mm smart machine guns opened fire, relentlessly chasing and engaging, sparing no one. An Apache swooped down, showcasing its terrain-hugging flight capability. Hellfire anti-tank missiles locked onto the leading vehicle, launched and traced an arc to the target before exploding. Then the attack helicopter's 30mm single-barrel chain gun roared to life, providing suppressive fire and finishing off survivors. Against 30mm rounds, the armored vehicles were as fragile as tofu, instantly shredded into pieces. Air strike complete. The Apache accelerated forward, preparing to turn around. Ground forces declared control, surrounding the wreckage of the convoy as soldiers moved in for inspection. Aboard the command helicopter, Mu waited for a response. Finally came the report, facial recognition complete, but the target does not match intelligence. It's a decoy. Mu knew the real target had slipped away. Minutes later, the team searching the building reported finding a secret passage leading to the sewers with signs of activity from 10 minutes ago. The Kingpin had escaped using a decoy, but this was almost as good as killing him. The emperor of the criminal underworld reduced to fleeing through a stinking sewer. This would undoubtedly become an enduring joke in the underworld, an indelible stain on his reputation. Mu couldn't help but chuckle at the image of the Kingpin's massive frame squeezing through the sewer. We're contacting the municipal department for sewer maps. No need. Mu dismissed Hill's idea. They had already caused enough commotion tonight. If they continued the sewer chase, when would it end? There was another consideration he didn't voice. Do you know why pirates persist year after year despite annual anti-piracy campaigns? Because without pirates, what purpose would escort fleets serve? By the same logic, without threats and darkness in the city, what need would there be for the department? And why allocate so much funding and spend exorbitant amounts on new equipment? Hill didn't immediately grasp this point. She hesitated but ultimately refrained from challenging her superior. Tonight's operation had been too hasty, the command too chaotic. Continuing the search might not yield results. She understood the immense pressure the department would face for locking down Manhattan, a hub for the wealthy and powerful. With that in mind, she knew it was wise to quit while ahead. And once again, Bai Mu's role as director became evident. Implement Plan B. Since the kingpin has fled, his illicit assets must be seized and managed. Your meaning? Our rapid response forces didn't perform optimally, partly due to funding constraints. Funding limits our manpower, equipment, and imagination. Do you remember what I emphasized when the president authorized the establishment of this department? Special times call for special measures. Hill replied, I know what to do. Good. Why let the kingpin's assets go to waste? Better to confiscate them into the department's accounts. Confiscation, after all, we are the government. The federal IRS is on good terms with us. Laundering it won't be a problem at all. The expenses tonight were simply too high. Do you realize that a supersonic fighter jet circling in the sky for a short while, considering fuel, maintenance, engine, and part wear, costs at least $60,000 to $70,000. Tonight, there were no fewer than a dozen fighters in the sky, along with countless helicopters, armored vehicles, and expenditures on air defense, radar, and missiles. Such awe-inspiring spectacles came at a cost of flowing cash. The president's budget was limited, and with the department's funds not exactly abundant, they had to engage in some self-made business to offset the losses. Although the kingpin had escaped, his assets remained. After the department's agents met with several high-ranking figures, they confessed everything, tearfully begging to surrender their property to the state. Breaching teams stand by. A series of explosions combined with the ramming of heavy armored vehicles marked the agents' assault on the kingpin's secret vault. Once inside, the mountains of cash, gold, and jewels found their new owner. By the time the last transport vehicle carrying spoils of war departed under armored escort, the sky was already growing pale with dawn. A spokesperson from the relevant authorities officially announced the lifting of the Manhattan lockdown. Only when the formidable figures were completely out of sight did the gangsters who had been on edge all night finally allow themselves a genuine sigh of relief, no longer living in fear of being seized and beaten by those soldiers. Being beaten was considered fortunate. They had heard that many who resisted were beaten to death, their bodies bagged and loaded onto trucks taken to an unknown place for disposal. This incident led many underworld figures to reassess their own capabilities, contemplating whether they would have any chance of survival in such a situation, ultimately causing quite a few to contemplate retirement. Ordinary citizens also endured this sleepless night. Though not subjected to searches and harassment like the gangsters, they still spent it in a state of anxiety. It was not until the morning news confirmed the lifting of the restrictions that everyone finally felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, the incident exploded across various sectors, from news media to government departments, then to state authorities, and even the federal level, with people launching relentless inquiries into the event. Certain lawmakers even threatened to hold the operational units accountable, citing excessive use of force, abuse of power, and violations of human rights. The armed lockdown of Manhattan was no trivial matter. Dissatisfaction from the local government and provocations from rival political parties could become focal points of conflict, issues that the president and his staff had to address. However, the media remained remarkably restrained, as the state's protection of information for special departments was robust. Much like the long-hidden SHIELD, with related reports being suppressed. Only government spokespersons or a few authoritative media outlets could explain the incident. The public knew only that a relevant department had imposed the lockdown, but which department exactly? That perhaps could not be explained in detail. The news focus was not on that aspect, but rather on how the relevant department had thwarted a premeditated assassination plot against government officials. Subsequently, a large cache of illegal explosives was uncovered, along with enough illegal weapons to fill a basketball court, displayed in news footage, and plans for attacks on key locations. Upon seeing these images, public sentiment immediately shifted to outrage against terrorism. The tide of opinion turned instantly. Fewer people questioned the relevant department's stringent law enforcement. After witnessing such an arsenal enough to level Wall Street, could one still complain about last night's disturbances? Had the terrorist plan succeeded, explosions would have occurred everywhere, replicating countless 911 incidents. In comparison, last night's actions seemed timely, and many citizens understood the necessity of the curfew. Numerous netizens also left comments expressing understanding. Without their swift action, we would be sitting on a ticking time bomb. Thank you, unknown heroes. Well done. You prevented a terrorist act whose consequences I dare not imagine. Thumbs up to the law enforcement. In the office on the 125th floor of the skyscraper, staff from the relevant department were busily typing away, sending out these comments one by one, then using technical means to boost them, leading the public's bandwagon effect and manipulating social sentiment. The social tide was successfully reversed. In less than a day, the public's fear and indignation over violent law enforcement transformed into praise for the department's swift and decisive resolution of a major crisis. As for those clamoring lawmakers, they had no real intention of taking the matter to Washington. They merely sought exposure to let the public know that their elected representatives had spoken up and shown responsibility, hoping for votes in the next election. The financial department's inventory was complete. The director reported to the chief, "We have seized secret assets estimated at $2 billion. This portion awaits processing." Since it was secret, Mu decided to pocket it, take a portion, and distribute it as action bonuses to all personnel involved in tonight's operation. Give extra attention to the injured. The financial director nodded and produced another document. "We have coordinated with the police to seal off assets under the Kingpin Group. Some sectors can be placed under our control." Oh, Mu took the document and scanned it. First, the skyscraper he was in, originally owned by United Construction Company, was now seized and naturally confiscated. Also, the building occupying land on Roosevelt Island was shut down today. The base's director had drafted a new plan covering half the island. The base was to be upgraded to accommodate 5000 personnel, with further divisions of responsibilities and domains. Ground forces would undoubtedly account for the largest share, as the Manhattan lockdown showed that over a dozen bridges required substantial manpower. Ground combat was indispensable. The seized funds would be used for expansion, purchasing more and better equipment. Bulletproof vehicles would be standard and armored vehicles would be allocated down to the squad level. Next were air units. Local helicopter deployment was sufficient, but fighter jets could not operate on the island, relying solely on nearby Air Force bases. However, coordination between the two was lacking and required funding for upgrades. Naval forces faced similar issues. Their reach could not yet cover the entire nation, but at least it should be enhanced to effectively influence the eastern region, potentially in coordination with the Navy. After reviewing these contents, Mu raised his hand and Eva placed a pen into it. He signed several documents within as the chief. The financial director withdrew, and Eva went out to summon the waiting Hill. "Have a seat." Mu was writing something at his desk. After a moment, he looked up and handed her the document. "Through this period of testing, your work has been responsible and outstanding. I formally appoint you as deputy chief." Upon hearing this, Hill stood up. "I accept, sir." "I know," Mu said with a smile. "Sit down. Coffee or tea?" "Eva." "Coffee, thank you," Hill said to Eva. Mu continued, "This sudden incident is the beginning of our trials. The challenges are far from over. We still have many shortcomings: insufficient personnel, a chaotic command system, and equipment that is not cutting edge. So I've just signed several authorizations for finance to use the funds obtained to address our weaknesses. I need you to resolve this part properly, okay?" "No problem," she said. To offer appropriate encouragement, Mu shifted to lighter topics. "In terms of cutting-edge equipment, we lack research and specificity. Take individual combat, for instance. Exoskeletons represent a system upgrade. Hill was aware. I've heard Stark Industries has promising research in this area. I could represent our department in talks with them about cooperation." Mu guided her. "You need to think bigger. The lack of funds is only temporary. As long as threats exist, we will inevitably grow rapidly. Given the unique nature of agents, why not establish our own proprietary research system? We cannot neglect investment in this area. If the operational environment changes in the future, we must make corresponding adjustments. The military cannot achieve rapid transformation and flexibility, but we cannot afford to lack it. We may face enemies beyond conventional logic, so our methods must not be rigid, constrained by traditional thinking. How would that make us any different from SHIELD? Hill gradually grasped the rogue mindset. "In terms of technological resources, we have sufficient authority to mobilize numerous developers and researchers through policy directives. The lockdown incident threw Manhattan into chaos, and its effects would be hard to erase in the near future. A small number of people still sought to hold law enforcement accountable for excessive force, but Washington had already thrown its full support behind them. As for those with ill intentions, Mu set the intelligence agencies in motion, leveraging the intel from colleagues at the FBI and NSA. He was confident that no one could claim absolute innocence. Returning to the present after experiencing these events, Mu harbored a grand plan in his mind. Clearly, magic was a form of energy, and this world was saturated with magical elements as a medium. Every time Mu used magic, He essentially caused the magical medium to oscillate, producing the desired effect at specific frequencies. To enhance the power of magic, the essence lay in strengthening control over the oscillating medium. A mage's mental strength served this purpose, but Bai Mu sought a shortcut. As the saying goes, laziness drives technological progress. Too lazy to walk, so cars were invented. Too lazy to work by hand, so machines were created. Too lazy to rely on shouting for communication, so telephones came about. Bai Mu, with his knack for seeing things from another angle, found a solution. When magic falls short, let technology fill the gap. Since various forms of energy can be converted under certain conditions, magic too could be amplified. What if the waves of magical oscillation were enhanced through a specific instrument to propagate more effectively in the medium? By installing such an amplifier in New York, Bai Mu could cover the entire state. If distributed across different cities and regions, his mental corruption could theoretically radiate across the world. Thus, he needed scientific research in this area. Through a combination of forceful reassignments and superior treatment, he lured a group of experts. He also compiled relevant knowledge for this new field. Is magic really real? Asked Maria Hill, a core member who was among the first allowed access to this knowledge. Bai Mu couldn't hide it from everyone, nor did he deliberately conceal it. Haven't you, through your own clearance, learned about the signs of mutants existing in the world? Hill was concerned. You mean? You're one of them. She was of course aware of such matters. Mutants had once thwarted an assassination attempt on the president by their own kind, earning recognition from a part of society. Yet many voices still argued that mutants and inhumans were aberrations threatening human survival. Mutants were dangerous and should be controlled. No, no, no. Bai Mu shook his head repeatedly in denial. I'm different from them. Mutations and variations are determined by genes like fruit obtained without labor. Magic, on the other hand, requires systematic study, a specific discipline. It is a profound knowledge that one must continuously research and experiment with to master as one's own skill. Hill breathed a sigh of relief. If the director were a mutant, he would be thrust into the storm of public opinion. But a mage? It sounded incredible, but at least it was an esoteric field that could be learned. Bai Mu continued smoothly. No more doubts about that night, right? On a broader scale, I intend to combine it with science to delve deeper, understand, and even popularize this field. You mean we can all learn it? Hill caught the key point. It depends on talent, Bai Mu said, uncertain about ordinary people's abilities. Those who could learn magic were always a minority. Someone who could master it as effortlessly as he did with a unified model. Only one. He had once tried showing the complete magic compendium to ordinary people, but they saw only garbled text and celestial script, utterly unable to comprehend it. Even a simple fireball spell might take 3 to 5 years of practice to conjure a small flame. So such talk was more like comforting words, conveniently highlighting the director's extraordinary talent. Hill was fed another dose of comfort. I understand now why you want to increase investment in the lab. I'll give it my full support. The research department was swiftly established. After the director personally demonstrated supernatural phenomena like ice, fire, and lightning, the researchers found a new world and devoted themselves to harnessing this novel form of energy. True to their nature as scientists, they cut to the chase. Magic was nothing but a form of energy. The so-called incantations or casting processes were merely methods to interfere with the medium and utilize energy. Thus, one scientist concluded, since it's energy in theory, by enhancing the frequency and amplitude, we can achieve a higher power level. In simpler terms, this was the essence of magical equipment. Without quite understanding, Bai Mu found himself wearing a helmet covered in sensors, while experts tinkered with devices nearby. Hill remained puzzled and uncertain, but inwardly admired the director's boldness. Experiments always carried risks. If something went wrong, they'd all be doomed. Even if the president didn't tear them apart, they'd be saddled with charges of dereliction of duty, or even plotting against a superior, and they'd likely say goodbye to freedom forever. Sir. They looked over. Ready. Bai Mu showed no sign of nervousness like a lab rat. We're attempting to boost the interference intensity at the terminal to increase the energy level produced. You can now release magic of equivalent strength. Bai Mu cooperated by unleashing an ice wall. The temperature in the room plummeted sharply, and everyone felt goosebumps rise as a biting chill swept through. But it didn't stop there. The freezing spread rapidly, soon covering the floor and climbing up the walls. Even those outside the lab could feel their skin prickle with goosebumps. The experimenter quickly recorded, the target's interference frequency remains unchanged, but after we artificially increased the power, its effect jumped 2 levels. Bai Mu had already removed the helmet, astonished by the snowy expanse around him. In previous tests with the same mental output, the effect had been far from this. Is this a helmet that adds 100 ice damage? Compared to the researcher's technical jargon, Bai Mu's description was far more down-to-earth. Strictly speaking, in plain language, faced with their boss' demand, the experts nodded reluctantly. Yes, that's correct. Bai Mu was satisfied. Make this helmet look more stylish later. Next time some fool wants to mess with me, I'll show them the terror of magic. The researcher hesitated, but Hill urged him, don't hold back. Yes, the researcher said, but the helmet requires energy support. Wearing it alone won't provide any boost at present. What about a portable energy source? Bai Mu immediately thought of Iron Man's reactor. The scientist replied, once we can decipher the conversion and output process well, have a better understanding of its generation method, and achieve a portable energy supply. But this process might involve a new quantum science, as we still can't comprehend how magic is produced. It operates in a realm that classical physics cannot explain. Bai Mu wasn't picky. Handle it this way for now. Build an energy output device and later scale it up, and install it on the roof of the administrative building. With sufficient energy and strong power output, such a signal tower would allow his mental magic to influence the entire state of New York. Compared to slowly training to improve mental strength, this was a quantum leap. What more could he ask for? Magical science had already pried open a small crack in the door. In this world where black technologies are more likely to explode, he believes that the path of magical science will eventually lead to success. Bai Mu inspired everyone, urging them to increase their efficiency, promising that promotions and raises to marry beautiful and wealthy women would come in due time. Deputy Director Sierra was still engaged in integrating this series of events, considering himself diligent and fond of his work, while sipping tea and listening to music at home, also pondering over the issues discovered during the last operation. He still remembered the scene of beating the target just a buff away from making him kneel and call him daddy. The physique of a mage was truly not their strong suit. Despite his recent efforts in training and combat, vowing to be as fierce as Gandalf, the identity of a noble mage and director didn't quite allow him to roll up his sleeves and fight. The image and influence were always negative. Shouldn't the normal scene be the director pointing his finger, while his subordinates flattened everything, looking up at the secretary outside, secretly applying lipstick under the pretense of working? He found it hard to believe that those who always seemed to adore beautiful women could be fierce in a fight. I need to find a few tough guys. Bai Mu put on his coat. Otherwise, if he encountered a similar situation again, he would have to roll up his sleeves, which would be quite embarrassing. He preferred to recruit superhumans. Ordinary people were simply too limited, with limited strength and prone to death. Among superhumans, he favored mutants. If he could find a mutant capable of becoming indestructible, or one like Deadpool who couldn't die no matter the hit, that would be the perfect tank. Officer. The girls outside the office began to show their colors. Inconsistent behavior, deduct their salaries. Bai Mu stated, having already noticed their laziness. The group suddenly deflated, and then he laughed. Get lost, go on your dates after work. Having dismissed those troublesome women and rejecting a suggestion for a duel, he thought rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. Otherwise, it would be awkward later. The outside world is filled with beauty. He called a few big agents, and 8 powerful Kyrade vehicles lined up as they exited. On the car, Bai Mu checked the data on his computer. Relevant departments could use other units' intelligence systems. According to relevant records, Brooklyn had underground boxing rings where many dangerous characters lurked. In other words, they were quite resilient, and extraordinary humans occasionally appeared, with mutants being frequent visitors. As for why they hadn't been shut down, refer to the principle of pirates never being completely eradicated. The SHIELD was also unwilling to make enemies with those whose abilities did not affect the ordinary world. Usually they would register and monitor them, preventing any sudden whims from people who might think that the bank doors could not withstand their iron fists. With nothing to do after work, Bai Mu wanted to check out the black market. If it was interesting, he might place some bets, and if he could find suitable muscle, that would be even better. The Kyrade convoy, unable to be discreet, drove into Brooklyn. For the sudden appearance of these strangers in luxury cars, all dressed in black suits with unfriendly expressions, those on lookout became nervous, with some even reaching for their weapons. Relax guys, I'm just here to watch a show and have some fun. Bai Mu got out of the back seat, casting a casual glance at the nervously fidgeting group. His bodyguard warned, if we wanted trouble, you wouldn't even see what we look like, believe me. Now get the hell out of our way. The tone was very unfriendly, or in other situations other people might have been dragged out for a beating, but now they had to weigh their options. 8 cars filled with black-clad bodyguards looked formidable, all armed. This way, please. In the end, someone understood and made way. The group walked into a private residence which had been transformed into a hidden paradise. The stairs led to the basement, and after passing through 2 doors the view opened up to a boxing ring surrounded by iron mesh with spectators roaring and cheering all around. As he entered, the match had just ended and the staff carried down a large man who was gasping for breath. The host lively announced, "The ultimate victor has been decided, let us congratulate him." Congratulations to the victor. But clearly tonight was not enough. What we sought was excitement, what we craved was a thrill. Tonight, challenging our reigning champion with 42 victories is a rookie tank. Is he seeking death or just impatient with life? Or could he create a miracle for us? Spectators, prepare your cash and screams. The thrill-seeking gamblers were waving stacks of cash to place bets, while the alluring bunny girl waitresses dressed provocatively bustled through the crowd, selling various drinks and drugs. At the entrance to the backstage passage, a super-muscular man, known as the Tyrant, was shouting, "I'll crush his head in my first round and eat his brains." The odds for Tyrant winning were incredibly low, yet countless people rushed to place bets, not only betting on his victory, but also on how many rounds it would take for him to knock out his opponent. In contrast, the other challenger, though not much smaller in size, was clearly less known, dubbed the Tank. Standing over 2 meters tall, he casually chewed on a cigar, exuding a calm demeanor. Most bets on him were about how many rounds he could last. No one believed he could win despite the odds already reaching an exceedingly high 5-1. But Tyrant's physique was simply otherworldly. With 42 victories, anyone who faced him met their doom. Interesting, Bai Mu snapped his fingers, prompting a bodyguard to open a case filled with large denominations of cash, attracting the attention of many. However, these unfriendly-looking men in black extinguished the enthusiasm of those wanting to stir trouble. Bai Mu pointed at the Tank and said, "1 million on him to win." 1 million? My God. A gentleman here has immense confidence in the Tank, betting $1 million on his victory. This was indeed a bombshell. The Tank suddenly gained fans. Those who heard the announcement turned around, and even the Tank cast a curious glance. Bai Mu ignored these people and sat down, arms crossed, calmly, watching the show surrounded by a group of black-clad men. The man beside the Tank, a Latino with a mustache, muttered, "Damn, I'm late. How did this guy manage to get in? It's causing my odds to drop." An agent asked the boss, "Do you think he can win?" "I don't know, I'm just looking at how high the odds are. What if he wins?" This was Bai Mu's answer. Winning or losing was entirely a matter of luck. But he indeed had a feeling that this Tank was no ordinary fighter. Perhaps it was due to his extensive training in mental magic. His intuition was usually quite accurate. Tyrant clearly possessed mutant abilities with a physique as strong as an ox, but the Tank had the guts to confront mutants, which meant he must have some skills. The probability of him foolishly seeking death was very low. Regardless of any losses, it didn't matter. He could just consider it as watching a show. And if he won, not only would he gain money, but wouldn't the result be exactly what he wanted? To find the strongest fighter. As the betting chips piled up, the atmosphere grew increasingly heated. Most of the crowd had come to witness Bawang's grand finale. As the underground boxing champion, people reveled in the thrilling spectacle of him smashing his opponents' heads. In stark contrast, Tank's corner was desolate. Unknown challengers, much like countless before them who sought fame or a quick fortune, often paid a steep price for their arrogance, ending up dead on the ring. "It's about to start. If you want to make a big score, at least drag it out to the 3rd round," the Latino man warned. Tank spat on the ground. "Don't underestimate me. Stay calm. I've seen too many big guys like you die in the ring." The Latino led him out. The venue was buzzing as someone shouted at him, "Just last 1 round. Don't die too ugly. I bet 10 grand on you. Just survive 1 round." On the ring, Bawang strutted menacingly, roaring, "I'll tear you apart. I'll chew your guts too, you little worm." This sent the crowd into a frenzy. They leaped to their feet, pumped as if injected with adrenaline, chanting Bawang's name. On the other side, Tank stepped onto the ring. He prepared calmly, without any rabid display. The audience jeered, claiming he was about to wet his pants. "Interesting," Bai Mu observed with a smile. At the very least, Tank was remarkably composed, not like a mad dog ready to bite. As the announcer declared the match began, the first round commenced. Bawang swung his massive fist, displaying agility that belied his size. Countless opponents had been caught off guard and shattered by his swift, ferocious punches. The audience could almost envision the challenger standing still, being crushed to pieces. But the next second, gasps erupted from the stands. Bawang's thunderous punch landed squarely on Tank, yet the man stood unmoved. Bai Mu, watching intently, sensed the elemental energy surging through his body. Magic! He caught on with keen perception. Bawang roared and threw a second, then a 3rd punch. From a combat perspective, Bawang never underestimated any opponent due to his own strength. This was a full combination. Yet under this assault Tank remained steadfast. He leisurely circled the ring, allowing Bawang to strike him, as if toying with his prey. When Bawang began to gasp for air, Bai Mu knew the game should end. As expected, Tank twisted his neck, lowered his head, and charged. The entire audience gaped in silence. Bawang's heavy body was sent crashing into the ring ropes, the crisp sound of breaking bones echoing through the venue. Tank, with a red glow, rushed forward, grabbed Bawang, hurled him into the air, then rammed his head upward. Another crack. His spine had snapped. Bawang hit the ground and fell silent. Incredulous shouts erupted from the crowd. The first round wasn't even over yet. Bawang was down with every sign that he might be dead. Tank raised his fists in victory, facing the audience. After a moment of silence, even wilder cheers exploded. Countless voices chanted, "Tank! Tank! This guy's got an iron head." Bai Mu was intrigued and wanted to chat with the giant. He'd seen such abilities in movies, but those were mutants. This one clearly used magic. Though his technique was crude and lacked finesse, his key trait was incredible durability and a hard head. The perfect tank tailored for him. Forgetting the fivefold winnings, Bai Mu headed to the backstage after the match. The Latino man was ecstatic. "My God. Buddy, I never thought you'd be this good. I didn't waste the fortune Caliban and I spent to find you." "Who's Caliban?" A voice interrupted the Latino celebration. Tank eyed the newcomer warily. A group of men in black gathered at the door. The leading Asian man clapped a few times. "Nice fight just now. That magically enhanced physique. Who taught you? Who are you?" The Latino's hand moved toward his back. "Enough talk." But Tank shoved his comrade aside, flexing his muscles. "Fight me first. Use a gun if you want. If you can take me down, ask whatever you like." "Oh!" Bai Mu was intrigued, signaling his men. "Take him down." The director's men were elite soldiers, top-notch in combat and shooting. At the command, they swarmed in, aiming to subdue the man quickly and earn their leader's respect. But unexpectedly, Tank, though seemingly dull-witted, had an incredibly hard head. He didn't use lethal force, but each time he grabbed an agent, he simply headbutt them. Thud, one down. Grab another, headbutt again, another down. 20 or 30 men were laid out in a row by this ironhead guy, and once he started running, no one could stop him. As he neared the boss, a few agents drew their .45 caliber USPs and opened fire. But Tank, charging ahead, didn't even pause. In no time, he cleared the area. Confident in his iron head, Tank lunged at Bai Mu, not paying much attention, intending to repeat the same move. But this was the one target he should never have chosen. Bai Mu struck with a spell, burning away the magic that fueled his strength. Then he grabbed a nearby fire extinguisher and held it up. Tank confidently headbutted it. Thud. He collapsed. Bai Mu tossed aside the extinguisher with a smile, looking down at Tank, who was seeing stars. "Now will you listen properly? Where did my power go?" Tank asked, bewildered. "Your use of magic is child's play before me," Bai Mu said, offering his hand. "I have dozens of ways to take you down, even drive you mad." "All right, you've done it." Tank grabbed his hand and pulled himself up. "Where did you get your power? You don't seem like a mage." Bai Mu was certain Tank used magic, but only followed a preset framework. "I don't know. Is this magic?" Tank was also clueless. "I was traveling abroad and accidentally touched a red ruby on an altar. After that, my body grew bigger and I had endless strength. But now it's gone. Did you take it?" "No, your spiritual energy is temporarily depleted. It will slowly recover." "Oh." He scratched his head. "You can suppress my magic. Are you a real mage?" Bai Mu nodded. He roughly understood Tank's origin. This was probably a form of magic bestowed upon him, more like a buff to enhance attributes. And a powerful one at that. "What do you want?" "I'm just trying to make a living." As an anomaly marginalized by normal society, Tank's life is far from satisfactory. One of his subordinates pulled up a chair and Bai Mu sat down. The subordinate said, "He is the one who sealed off Manhattan." The Manhattan blockade incident was widely rumored, directly causing all the gangs on the island to flee, either back to Queens or retreating to Brooklyn, afraid to venture over there. Now, are these people the mysterious relevant departments? Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. I just want to know a few things, including whether you want to live better, have a positive identity, and the origin of that Caliban from earlier. Tank did not respond immediately, but the Latin man, who had heard of the ferocity of the relevant departments, quickly explained. "Caliban is an information dealer. He knows a lot about both big and small matters in New York and is aware of the locations of mutants. I mean, he's like a radar. He knows where mutants are and knows a lot about non-mutants as well." "Oh," the Latin man continued. "I just spent a sum of money to contact Caliban and teamed up with this big guy to earn some living expenses through underground boxing. If I offend you, I will definitely cooperate." Bai Mu said, "Tell me Caliban's location, then get lost. Forget about this and don't let me know if you can't keep your mouth shut. My subordinates would be more than happy to teach you how to sew your mouth shut." Yes, yes, yes. The Latin man seemed to feel as if he had been pardoned. Tank finally spoke. "You want me to team up with you?" Bai Mu replied, "Do you want to continue living like a rat afraid of being discriminated against, afraid of provoking the government? Or do you want to work as a government special agent living a legitimate life with a proper job?" Tank considered for a few seconds before speaking. I won't doubt your abilities, but I want to use my own capabilities to make some money and live better than others. I'll team up with you." Team up. This is a legitimate national department with proper credentials. You should start as a regular employee and after passing the assessment transition to a temporary worker. Tank's real name was Kane Marco, and his strange red magical power would crazily enhance his strength. Once he charged, he was almost unstoppable, comparable to a demolition team leader. Bai Mu embellished his nickname as Red Tank based on his characteristics, which the guy shrugged off without objection. Then there was Caliban, known for his mutant radar, which caught his attention. Caliban held the information on mutant locations and made quite a profit selling intelligence. After recruiting Red Tank, the Cadillac convoy headed to the next stop with Red Tank identifying outside. "This is the place. You all stay outside, just 3 of you come with me." Bai Mu got out of the car with Red Tank beside him, accompanied by 2 agents carrying cases. Red Tank spoke as he walked. "He is very cautious, aware of everyone's movements, and must have seen us coming. Caliban also has a very capable partner." "A capable partner is exactly what I am looking for." Bai Mu took out a stack of cash and tapped it. "I'm here to do business, and a businessman's dictionary should not include no. But a smart person must understand who to do business with." A bald man in the basement counting money glanced up at the newcomers. "Sorry, gentlemen, we're closed." "Caliban," Red Tank greeted as he stood aside. Bai Mu approached the curtain, and from behind it walked out a black-haired woman with a ponytail. She wore a wool coat and held a katana, her cold gaze sweeping over them. "I don't like being rejected," Bai Mu said with a smile. "Then some things should teach you how to refuse," Caliban said, reaching for a gun from under the table. "Your intelligence skills have disappointed me." Bai Mu pushed aside Red Tank, who was ready to shield him from bullets. But he didn't need that now, as he stepped closer to Caliban, who could not pull the trigger, instead pointing the gun at his own head. Caliban's confidence turned into panic. He could not control his hands, and could only watch as the gun aimed at his own head, the trigger ready to be pulled at any moment. "Wake up!" The woman beside shouted, a surge of energy impacting Bai Mu's corrupting influence over Caliban. He did not have deep control, and this sudden impact broke through it. Along with the woman, her katana emerged, and her other hand conjured a sword, but she hesitated to attack, emphasizing, "We have no intention of opposing the government." Do you know what I think from their minds?" Bai Mu belittled the woman. He seemed to have a vague memory. It was all his fault for not recognizing her. Wearing clothes made it hard to recognize. "Isn't this Ling Dai?" Speaking of which, after watching the movie years ago, he had long forgotten the plot, but Ling Dai's fiery figure remained unforgettable. Caliban's gaze flickered. He was well aware of his partner Ling Dai's prowess. She was the radar responsible for telepathy, and their intelligence business was doing quite well, but now she was very wary of this person. Caliban knew how to be flexible. "We are just small fries struggling to survive, and we have to be careful about everything. If I offended you earlier..." "Shut up." Bai Mu shifted his interest from Caliban to Ling Dai. "Do you know what I want now?" In Red Tank's mind his voice echoed, "Take her down." Almost instantly Ling Dai's blade slashed toward Red Tank's throat, but only sparks flew as Red Tank had already entered a magical state. Red Tank charged forward and Ling Dai deftly rolled away, her conjured blade stabbing toward his abdomen, but it was still blocked by his impenetrable muscles. Facing such a resilient opponent put Ling Dai in a passive position. Red Tank pursued her while Ling Dai utilized her talents, being incredibly agile and elusive, continuously dodging. After she slashed 6 or 7 times, she quickly shifted her combat strategy, invading his mind with her psychic abilities, targeting his weaknesses to attack. "Ah!" Red Tank yelled in pain as the close-range mental disturbance caused his magic to temporarily fail. Ling Dai closed the distance to use her telekinetic claws, while Red Tank's fist came crashing forward. She blocked it, and the blade broke. But her kicked foot also hit Red Tank in the groin. Both sides suffered. Ling Dai nimbly flipped up, preparing to strike again. "Enough! Stop!" Bai Mu's voice halted them. Ling Dai looked over, and by now she had realized that this was the most terrifying person on the scene. She could not see how he had made his move. His mental assault was like a virus, penetrating everywhere. She had never encountered such a spine-tingling technique. You are exactly the person I am looking for. Bai Mu was pleased to have found the right candidate. One was incredibly resilient and the other skilled in combat. A noble magician should lead such a team. Bai Mu, seeing someone he liked, set the conditions. You will have a better environment, a better platform to control your powers. You should be shining brightly, yet you hide in this dark place to survive. Why bother? Ling Dai looked towards Caliban and Bai Mu noticed this small gesture. I suggest you let your partner take a better path. I don't like being refused. Either join or I'll have someone fill this place in. Caliban had already understood through Ling Dai's telepathic communication who this person was. The leader who sealed off Manhattan, forcing the kingpin to flee through the sewers while facing relentless pursuit. Such a ruthless person with a strong government background capable of calling upon the military was certainly not someone they could provoke. Caliban's inner voice told her, I said mutants must learn to hide and protect themselves, but life should also be looked up to. Spirit Butterfly ultimately heeded Caliban's counsel. If you require my combat prowess, I am capable. Yet beyond that, even I am uncertain. Bai Mu stated bluntly, I judge by ability, not by the past. We shall provide every member with the finest environment for self-development. Welcome aboard. Mike. He called his bodyguard's name. The man brought in a case and opened it. Caliban's gaze was drawn to stacks of $100 bills. The bodyguard counted out 500,000. Bai Mu tossed it to him. I found the help I need and race compensation for your damages. I believe it'll have further use for you. After all, cold hard cash was the best way to resolve conflicts. Caliban accepted with a broad smile, his tone turning earnest and warm. I am delighted to continue serving you. Realizing he had latched onto a formidable patron, Caliban's thoughts leaned toward ingratiation. As a covert collaborator, he now faced the government with far greater confidence. He quickly flattered, Caliban has another piece of information. Someone recently offered a hefty sum to recruit mutant enforcers suspected to be targeting you. Targeting me? Welcome. Life needs a bit of spice. Bai Mu's smile resembled that of a troublemaker eager for destruction. Spirit Butterfly raised an eyebrow. If the boss thrived on chaos, the days ahead would certainly not be dull. Caliban escorted them out with Bai Mu walking ahead. Caliban said, When I first discovered Betsy, she was utterly lost about her past. I invited her to stay here until she found answers. As a friend, I hope she can hold on to this small request. Bai Mu glanced back at the aloof Spirit Butterfly following behind and nodded. She's joining a family. She'll receive plenty of care. Take care. Caliban saw them off at the door. The Cadillac's door was opened by an agent and they headed back. After acquiring the equity of the entire skyscraper, the ample space was no longer limited to offices. It encompassed living, dining, and daily needs. The apartment facing Central Park was a prime choice in the metropolis. Bai Mu had the secretary take the two to choose their quarters. Later they all gathered at the top floor. The space had been transformed into a salon for gatherings. A vintage gramophone played as the fireplace logs brought a unique warmth, and the Persian rug underfoot was exceptionally comfortable. Bai Mu lounged on the sofa, a cup of tea before him and a magic book in hand, utterly at ease. As the two approached, he didn't look up. Make yourselves at home. Tea. Yes. Spirit Butterfly sat down. I imagine you're brimming with questions. Bai Mu closed the book and looked at them both. Spirit Butterfly was the first to ask, as a government official, aren't you afraid of being too closely tied to mutants? Bai Mu chuckled. In my eyes, mutants, deviants, or whatever. It's all the same. The key isn't what they are, but what they can do for me. If they're useful, they're good in my book. Beyond that, no person or thing can stand above me. My attitude toward you is so ordinary that I can't even be bothered to entertain prejudice. I'm a busy man. As mutants gradually came to light, society responded with more apprehension than acceptance. As a minority, mutants were often subjected to disdain, especially certain politicians who emphasized controlling mutants and placing them under centralized management. Amidst such voices, mutants felt a profound lack of security, constantly hiding. But this immensely powerful official did not reveal any such bias. From his casual tone, it seemed he had never even entertained such thoughts. This profoundly moved the two. The simple-minded juggernaut laughed heartily, greatly relieved. You are the most generous and kind person I've ever met. Drop the kind and ill accept the rest, Bai Mu corrected. Juggernaut scratched his head. Boss, him off to the gym. I ate too much. I need to move. Free time. Bai Mu waved dismissively with a smile. Spirit Butterfly remained. I have a name. It's Betsy. Betsy. If you prefer to be called that, you may. You can also choose any name for yourself on your documents. She nodded and continued. I have psychic abilities. I can sense you bear no prejudice against mutants, and you're not blindly virtuous. I mean, you're not rigid in your principles. And, Bai Mu wanted to know, the environment here is impeccable. She nodded. Until I find the answers I seek, I will prove my worth here. Welcome aboard once again. Bai Mu smiled. As a man with a slacker's soul, his patience ended there. With 2 subordinates who could fight and take hits and thousands of brothers on speed dial, what more could one ask for? Juggernaut and Spirit Butterfly subsequently focused on training at the Roosevelt Island base. As seasoned fighters, they possessed extraordinary abilities, but as agents they fell far short. Without systematic training, they were merely street brawlers or night assassins. True enhancement lay in sharpening their minds, their awareness, and adopting more scientific training methods. At the base, everything was handled systematically. The science that enhanced magical effects also found patterns in the energy released by superpowers. For instance, to address Juggernaut's weakness in psychic defense, the lab designed a helmet that could resist psychic abilities, while also amplifying the effects of magical buffs. Once Spirit Butterfly let down her guard, the researchers conducted blood analysis and ability tests, using scientific methods to unravel the mystery of her powers, making her understanding and application of them more efficient. So this is my squad. Bai Mu leaned against the wall observing. Apart from the black-suited temps and the special forces developing exoskeleton technology, the most distinctive were undoubtedly his personal guards. Juggernaut, wearing his psychic helmet, had no other armor given his brutal fighting style, but with magical enhancements his charge could easily level a building. Spirit Butterfly's transformation was dramatic. For reasons unknown, she had donned a purple leather uniform and dyed a few streaks in her hair, making her look identical to her cinematic counterpart. If not for the sword on her back and her forbidding expression, her outfit would have turned heads on the street. Bai Mu couldn't help but feel he had wandered into a scene from Spirit Butterfly vs. Magneto. But as long as she was happy. In the Marvel world, eccentrics in skin-tight suits flying and fighting were nothing new. They existed before, were emerging now, and would become as common as stray dogs. Even the phenomenon of a shield being thrown to strike someone and bouncing back had occurred, so Bai Mu dared not find Spirit Butterfly's overly alluring combat attire strange. Overall, what still needed improvement within the military was the Special Forces Brigade. Bai Mu's demand for them was to possess qualities beyond those of ordinary humans, enabling more efficient and faster extreme operations. This world had not devolved into the unrealistic nature of comic books where a single potion could instantly dominate everything. Even mutants, for the most part, could not openly confront armed institutions. For now, the best and most reliable means of enhancement suitable for the majority remained technology. Exoskeletons were something Bai Mu had long envisioned equipping his troops with. They were lightweight, easy to use, could greatly enhance strength and speed, and made heavy bulletproof vests no longer a burden. If he could lead such a squad for a stroll or a brawl, the scene would surely possess an aura that forced bystanders to retreat 300 meters. The mere thought of it was thrilling. Regarding this project, Hill brought an update. After the bidding for the exoskeleton combat plan, the main design and production were awarded to Stark Industries. Their owner has also personally participated in the design. Tony Stark, a flamboyant figure clad in an iron battle suit, flying through the sky, surfaced in Bai Mu's mind. Hill nodded. Objectively speaking, he is a genius. The superior industrial technology of Stark Industries can accelerate the re-equipment of the special forces, though the price is higher than other companies. No problem with the high price. Let's go with Stark, Bai Mu decided. From intelligence, he knew Tony was still a pleasure-seeking tycoon and had not yet become Iron Man. But clearly his talent in exoskeleton and armor technology was already evident, laying the groundwork for him to later forge the first Iron Man suit himself. Bai Mu had long heard of Tony's arrogant personality, but he could rest assured about his genius mind's aptitude for exoskeleton technology. Thinking of equipping tens of thousands of exoskeleton special forces in the future, such a mechanically violent force would be a true spectacle. When the next alien invasion came, he was determined to join that brawl. No one could stop him, and he would fight again the next day. Meanwhile, at the base research lab, the key signal tower of the Red Alert project had been manufactured in segments. The base's Chinook transport helicopter would deliver the components to Manhattan one by one. The entire building now belonged to government offices. The top 2 floors served as the living quarters for the director and the team's activity area. Now a signal tower was to be installed on the rooftop. Its appearance resembled a communication tower over 10 meters tall, its surface wrapped in nanomaterials, forming a conical structure with a futuristic sci-fi aesthetic. It could currently identify and match multiple frequencies. For instance, Bai Mu's spiritual detection, originally relying on his own psychic power and mana output, had a coverage radius of about 500 meters. After being amplified by the tower, its coverage expanded to a radius of 300 kilometers, encompassing New York and several surrounding cities. It could potentially monitor, surveil, and corrupt every individual within its range. Thus, Bai Mu most admired the black technology of this world. Without the numerous obstacles of his past life, where this was wrong and that was not allowed, breakthroughs were easily achieved here. However, there was still a flaw: it could not decode magic that produced substantive attacks such as ice or lightning. Its enhancement was limited to the domains of mental influence and control. But for Bai Mu, who had no intention of reaching the heavens in a single step, it was more than sufficient. Once installation was complete, he eagerly began testing. First was the skill of the thousand-eyed demon from the Warcraft Sithun. It allowed him to see all life within the spiritual coverage unblocked even by buildings as if observed from a higher dimension. The gaze from the void enveloped New York. Bai Mu first saw his own building. The office ladies were flaunting their charms and gossiping again, claiming it was to blend in as normal people. Ignoring them, in one of the building's restaurants, Juggernaut was playing the glutton, eating with immense effort. No wonder he was so massive. Good teeth and not picky. But bringing this over-twoma turtle brood out was a real show of status. In another gym, Psylocke was sweating profusely as she pounded a punching bag. She was usually very quiet, and the men dared not approach her. Ever since she had effortlessly taken down 15 burly men barehanded, she had become the office's romantic void. Could she be into women? Bai Mu speculated maliciously about his subordinate. What a waste of her explosive figure. Look at her now, practicing squats in front of the mirror, clearly confident in her backside. She slapped her own butt twice and grew even more confident. Bai Mu laughed and looked away. Never judge someone solely by their appearance. He extended his consciousness, further bypassing the New York sanctum, and enveloped the areas around New York. Darkness and violence still unfolded, but that was the police's responsibility, none of his business. Unless someone planned to blow up the building. Wait. Combining the thousand-eyed ability with the nightmare's power, he could now both see and hear. As his consciousness swept over Brooklyn using his thoughts as keywords, he actually received feedback. Under the lure of corrupting power, the thought of blowing up the building lurking in mortal minds was unearthed. He then focused on a very clear and concentrated group, beginning to corrupt them. In the past, Bai Mu had to get close to his targets. From dozens of kilometers away, everything would have been too blurry. But now it was clear and precise, with no obstacles. With intent, he slowly unearthed the truth. Then, spreading out through the target's social circles, he searched a group of people and compiled the intelligence Kingpin. Last time he had fled like a beaten dog, but Kingpin was not convinced. His criminal network was still rooted in New York. The relevant authorities were too lazy to eradicate it, and the police were utterly incompetent, so it had risen from the ashes. Kingpin had vowed to make these people pay. Knowing that Bai Mu's eerie psychic power was hard to counter, he had recruited and hired mutant enforcers through Caliban's connections. His former scattered underlings were regrouping as well. They harbored a natural reverence for Kingpin and eagerly anticipated the impending revenge operation. After withdrawing his gaze, Bai Mu pondered. Should he let them blow it up? But having such a powerful agency taken down by a bunch of thugs would be too embarrassing. It would be more acceptable if it were aliens. As he was thinking, the office door was knocked, and Hill walked in. Director, our agents recently obtained intelligence indicating signs of Kingpin's resurgence. There is also substantial evidence that he has recruited a large number of thugs, terrorists, and mutated individuals, and is plotting attacks, possibly targeting our department and key personnel. Well done. Bai Mu was satisfied with the department's intelligence-gathering capabilities. He had only just uncovered the plot himself, yet the intelligence system had already been closely monitoring it. This at least proved that the relevant agency was operating earnestly. The schemes of any random riffraff were already under surveillance. So another game was about to begin. Is my troop ready? Last time Director Bai intentionally went easy and apart from the blunder. He also wanted to leave an opportunity for the Rapid Reaction Force to test their real strength. Now the base has developed in multiple areas, with the Rapid Reaction Force exceeding 4,000 personnel, and the Special Forces are about to be equipped with exoskeleton combat systems. The timing is evidently right. Sierra addressed the director's concerns in terms of equipment, personnel, and the level of training synergy. I am confident they are adequately prepared for this combat assessment. The pig farming is over, Bai Mu joked. There is no longer a need to keep Jean Bing and his gang around. He was doomed from the start when he chose to play with terror against the rules. I won't play with idiots. Sierra understood. We can strike against Jean Bing's criminal organization from multiple aspects: funding, trade, and connections. The intelligence department has enough leverage to undermine his white world relations. As for the armed offensive, I volunteer to take command and eliminate them from New York in the quickest and least impactful manner. Let's go with what you said. Jean Bing's influence remains formidable. He is involved in both legitimate and illegitimate businesses, and numerous politicians back him. This is also why the police find it challenging to eradicate him. His reach has extended into law enforcement. But if there's blame, it lies with him for confronting the relevant departments, a mysterious agency shielded directly by the president, which has led Jean Bing into a corner. Now, in a fit of madness, he wants to oppose the government, sealing his fate. Bai Mu aimed to strip him of the qualifications for a mutual destruction scenario. Multifaceted operations quietly began with Bai Mu focusing on the intriguing part, cutting off Jean Bing's funding sources. In the bustling metropolis of New York, money laundering and underground casinos are commonplace. Where there is demand, a market naturally exists. After part of Manhattan was forcibly confiscated by the relevant authorities, Jean Bing increasingly relied on this area of Queens. Originally, Sierra intended the troops would directly assault and occupy the area, but the director couldn't sit still. He wanted to roleplay as 007, driving a sports car with a woman to outsmart the villains. Director Bai passionately portrayed a wealthy second generation from Manhattan of Chinese descent with a hint of gambling instinct in his blood, receiving a warm welcome at the underground casino. If the passenger seat's Ling Dai could be a bit more enchanting, and not always wear a frosty expression, he believed the cinematic effect would be elevated further, although in everyone's eyes the director seemed merely to cause trouble. Originally, Sierra intended the troops would directly assault and occupy the area, but the director couldn't sit still. He wanted to roleplay as 007, driving a sports car with a woman to outsmart the villains. Unfortunately, everyone had to accompany him in this play. Fortunately, he agreed to be shadowed by the agents, or else the high-ranking officials from the relevant departments would surely spend today on edge. Ling Dai's serious demeanor stemmed from this. She needed to focus her energy on the surroundings, keeping in mind the upper management's emphasis that her superior's safety is always paramount. Only Bai Mu reveled in the self-scripted drama, speeding in the Ferrari, even running a red light with police cars trailing behind. However, the relevant authorities quickly silenced this officer. Finally stopping in front of the building, Bai Mu removed his sunglasses and scanned the area. If it weren't for the invitation, one could hardly tell. It first appeared to be a restaurant, followed by a processing plant, and only then was it a casino. What a clever setup! The only way to enter the casino is through the restaurant and processing plant, meaning, if the police wish to conduct a search, they would need to apply for 3 different search warrants. In America, a country with strong private property awareness, this setup is sufficient to deter 99 of the police. By the time the last one arrives, the party will have already dispersed. Bai Mu raised his arm. In her luxurious fur, Ling Dai naturally wrapped her arm around his, stepping in heels of 7 to 8 centimeters, entering together. A few burly bodyguards followed Bai Mu. During the inspection, they surrendered all their concealed weapons, shotguns, and grenades, filling an entire basket. The young man responsible for the inspection was dumbfounded. Had it not been for these people being cooperative and polite, he would surely have thought they were here for a shootout. Meanwhile, Bai Mu was already immersed in the lively atmosphere of the casino, watching the flashing lights, spinning roulette, and numerous dazzling gaming tables. The air was filled with exhilarating factors, as the oxygen concentration inside was higher than outside, leading the gamblers to feel excited and tireless. Making money by the day is not an exaggeration here, especially considering the purposes of money laundering and black market businesses. New York is the world's most glamorous, yet also the darkest place. Bai Mu found himself enjoying this lifestyle. Pure justice or pure evil? The world isn't that simple. Is it merely black and white? Who isn't a mix of both, coexisting in a murky gray? Bai Mu located a poker table in the private VIP room, noticing the high-value chips stacked on the table. 10,000 to 100,000. Everyone was ready to unleash their prowess. Welcome, Mr. Bai. The dealer smiled warmly. Chinese gamblers are quite extravagant. It's not uncommon for them to wager millions in a single night. Bai Mu sat down at ease, with Ling Dai playing the role of a refined lady, gracefully serving champagne, while her mind relayed the information gathered from the surroundings. The director's personal involvement had its merits. At least prior to the information operations inside, nothing was known. But now, after making a few rounds and using her psychic abilities, she had a rough understanding. Tonight there's a big fish, Ling Dai whispered in his ear, her alluring lips drawing his attention. Who? Bai Mu, being a normal man, couldn't help but be intrigued. James Wesley, Jean Bing's top aide. Vanessa Mariana, Jean Bing's right hand. Ling Dai spoke in his ear, appearing more like a tease to onlookers. Right hand. Bai Mu pondered for a moment. Do you have any objections? Ling Dai communicated telepathically. Proceed as planned. More people isn't an issue. I can manage here. Have fun, darling, Ling Dai sweetly said, returning to the audience seats, elegantly crossing her legs, charming everyone around her. Deal the cards. Wipe them all out tonight. Bai Mu eagerly knocked on the table, urging the others. He had already decided that whatever he won tonight would be his. As the department expanded, he could no longer rely on public funds to cover personal expenses without tarnishing his grand image. However, since the director couldn't earn millions in salary, what could he do? He could only rely on his own abilities. In fact, this image had nearly vanished when he started zooming around in his Ferrari. He was immersed in it without realizing, but as the director wanted to have fun, everyone else dared not object, and could only accompany him in this chaotic revelry. Bai Mu felt as if he had transformed into James Bond, splurging $5 million in an unlimited Texas Hold'em showdown with champagne and beauties by his side, locked in a fierce struggle against the criminal underworld. If there was one difference from the movies, it was that the director was overly confident in his poker skills, ready to make a grand move only to lose 3 consecutive rounds with weak hands, squandering $1 million. Finally, in the 4th round, he got a pair of kings and was planning a cunning raise to turn the tables, but after all the cards were dealt, his opponent revealed a trio of 5s, crushing him. Bai Mu cursed inwardly, his confidence soaring, only to plummet off a cliff, losing 70,000. The $5 million he brought couldn't keep up with such losses, and his opponents were all cunning foxes. That wasn't how it went in the movies. Protagonists always drew good hands or started weak, only to finish with a royal flush that wiped everyone out. Why did it feel so wrong for him? Even Psyche, watching from behind, was astounded by the director's luck. She masked her awkwardness by sipping champagne and communicated mentally with command. Let's act soon, the director can't keep this up for long. That stung a bit, but there was no help for it. The director would end up losing his pants, and his subordinates would be even more embarrassed. Discuss the operation with him. He'd be in a foul mood after losing. Talk about poker with him. Even worse. Better to get down to business and raid this place. Psyche glanced at the table. Another loss in a moment of distraction. She could sense the director suppressing some emotion, and when he got a pair of low cards in the next round, she saw the veins throbbing at his temples. The director's about to explode, hurry up. Psyche warned kindly. It was for everyone's good. The director's temper was unpredictable, or who knew what would happen next. Move it. Surround the target building. No one in or out. Special forces launch an immediate assault. Teams 1, 2, 3, 4. Breach from 4 directions. Hill's orders were precise for every unit. Instantly, the black casino was encircled by countless SUVs, armed Humvees, and 8-wheeled armored vehicles. Armed soldiers poured out of the armored vehicles, surrounding the target from multiple sides. The lookout didn't even get to pick up his phone before he was pinned to the ground with a gun to his head. Get on the ground and he'll blow your head off if you move. The agency displayed its signature style, swift, brutal, no wasted words. Cooperate or be subdued. There was no third option. After days of training, the assault force moved with unprecedented efficiency, instantly taking control of the processing plant, neutralizing armed personnel, and storming the casino to surround it completely. Inside the casino, a crowd jumped up in panic. Juggernaut and his bodyguards sprang into action, knocking down a few panicked fools, took weapons from the troops, and roared, "Everyone sit the hell down. I said sit down." Juggernaut threw a punch, and the unlucky soul sent flying added supreme authority to his words. Report target secured. The search team reported back. Kingpin's top assistant James Wesley had been captured along with a woman, Kingpin's mistress, also under control. Psyche finally stood and walked behind the director. Everyone at the poker table turned pale with fear. One man tremblingly reached into his pocket. "I was just gambling. I have the right to call my lawyer." Psyche raised her hand, conjuring a long sword that precisely shattered the middle-aged man's phone. The glowing purple tip, searing with heat, pressed against his throat. "Do I need to repeat myself?" "No, no, no." The man was terrified. At first he thought this was just a police raid, expecting preferential treatment thanks to his connections with a city councilman. But when the assault team emphasized they were from the agency, his heart sank. Now, feeling the brink of death, he truly wet himself. "Put it away." Bai Mu's voice was low, but Psyche sheathed her weapon, her gaze lingering for 2 seconds on the remaining chips before him. 20,000. Continue. After the roller coaster of losing 5 million to 20,000, Bai Mu was in a state hard to describe, but he knew he had to keep playing today. Everyone was still stunned, unsure what to do. "Deal the damn cards. Didn't you hear me?" Bai Mu barked at the dealer, then glanced at the empty seats. "Fill all the seats and bring Wesley." His men brought James Wesley over, shoved him into a seat, and smashed open the casino safe, placing a pile of chips in front of Wesley. Bai Mu surveyed the 12 players and the assault troops aiming behind them, then nodded. "Perfect time. 20,000 to sweep the table. Now let's begin. Deal. The dealer's hands trembled uncontrollably. Psyche couldn't stand it, shed her coat and stepped forward to take the deck. Ill deal. Psyche was professional. No limit blinds at 2,000 and 4,000 blinds double. Every 10 hands clockwise order. Final interpretation belongs to the dealer. The cards flew swiftly from her hands. Mu got a low pair of threes, but he grinned all in. Everyone called. After Psyche dealt the 5 community cards, players revealed their hands. Mu had a pair of threes, but others had triplets or a pair of kings, all bigger than his. The director wore a strange smile which the players under gunpoint saw and broke into cold sweat, thinking, if I'd known he had only a pair of threes, I would have folded. Winning against him, that's suicide. They could feel the gun barrels inches from their heads, some still warm from recent fire. One shot and Psyche saved them just in time, Mr. Bay's pair of threes beats the pair of kings and the triplets. Congratulations, Mr. Bay wins. She pushed all the chips to Mu. Since when did a pair of threes beat a pair of kings? Or triplets of jacks? Normally you'd get crushed for playing like that, but now everyone wanted to applaud. You'd want to clap too, shouting that a pair of threes is naturally greater than a pair of aces. Even a royal flush couldn't beat this pair of threes now. They felt the guns behind their heads shift away, the safeties clicked off. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the one who had wet himself finally held it in. Mu counted his chips with glee. Good luck, chicken dinner tonight. Next round. A faint, almost imperceptible twitch crossed Psyche's lips. The surrounding Special Forces soldiers stared at the ground, struggling to keep their shoulders from shaking too much. Tonight, I'm turning the tables. Mu rubbed his hands together. This round he drew a low 2 and 4. His opponents had 2 pairs, triplets or full houses, but he still swept the table. Psyche announced the result like coaxing a child. The 2 and 4 form a winning hand. The winner is Mr. Bay. Congratulations. The men under gunfire immediately put on an act. Congratulations. Mr. Bay's poker skills are divine. Mr. Bay is unbeatable tonight. But the commotion they had stirred up could no longer be concealed. According to the original plan, a single fierce assault would have sufficed to finish the matter. However, the director's luck had just taken a turn for the better, and returning home at this moment was out of the question. Kingpin, operating in the shadows of New York, saw his underling stumble over in panic. The authorities have raided our casino. Wesley has been apprehended and the funds haven't been transferred yet. The moment Kingpin heard that name, he seized the underling by the collar. Vanessa. How is she? We had people watching her closely. She hasn't left until now. The underling trembled as he spoke. Vanessa was Kingpin's mistress, more important to him than anyone else. Kingpin's fury surged forth instantly. He realized that the opponent had first severed his financial lifeline, then cut off his network of connections, driving him toward utter destitution. Now they had even seized the woman he cherished. Were they forcing him into a desperate mutual destruction? The once illustrious Kingpin had never suffered such humiliation, being hounded like a cornered rat. Never in his life had he been so relentlessly pursued and suppressed at every turn. His rationality had been shattered by hatred. All he wanted was to risk everything in a desperate fight to rescue his wife. His rage was uncontrollable as he turned to his men. Gather everyone. In this struggle, only one victor is allowed. It may not be me, but he will certainly not have an easy time. You never told us the target was an official. Kingpin, operating in the shadows of New York, saw his underling stumble over in panic. The authorities have raided our casino. Wesley has been apprehended and the funds haven't been transferred yet. Clearly he was no ordinary man. A mutant hired specifically for dirty work. Kingpin retorted sharply. So you so-called mercenaries who claim to care only about money are actually a bunch of cowards. Don't try to provoke me with such petty tricks, the tall man replied with a calm smile. What I mean is, dealing with officials comes at a higher price. The job determines the fee. No money, no deal. Money is no issue as long as you take care of him, Kingpin emphasized. Then what are we waiting for? The tall man's fingernails elongated, instantly gleaming like the claws of the 9-in white bone claw. With a swift swipe, he caught one of the henchmen off guard, tearing off a blood-soaked arm. The underlings instinctively drew their weapons, aiming at the tall man. Kingpin raised a hand to stop them. Reason. This one is a spy, the tall man said calmly, unafraid of their hostility. He's still breathing. You can check if you don't believe me. The enraged Kingpin, like a frenzied beast, prepared to lead his men into action. Gang enforcers hired assassins, mutant mercenaries. Amid the blaze of fury, the last shred of rationality told him that confronting the government heathen offered little hope. No matter how fierce you are, you can't withstand aircraft and artillery. A sneak attack was his only chance. The opponent was arrogant enough to remain in the casino playing cards. This was divine providence. Kingpin believed this was his sole opportunity for victory. Kingpin's movements could not be hidden from the outside world. As he was grandly recruiting forces, he attracted the attention of the mysterious organization S.H.I.E.L.D. Ordinary gang conflicts and crime prevention were of little concern to S.H.I.E.L.D. Their primary focus was handling anomalous events and thorny threats to human existence. But this time it fell within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mission. Intelligence indicated that Kingpin had hired a group of mutant mercenaries with unknown abilities and unknown objectives. In the past, even a single mutant could cause S.H.I.E.L.D. to mobilize heavily. Now a band of dangerous individuals was akin to walking bombs. These were not the docile types recorded on the lists or warned by S.H.I.E.L.D. When dealing with moderates, S.H.I.E.L.D. could employ a mix of carrots and sticks and they would obey like lambs. But this group, having gained power, clearly held no regard for the law. They were reckless fanatics who believed their fists could conquer the world. At any moment they might decide to unleash a massacre. To deal with these dangerous elements, S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately planted spies and closely monitored the situation. However, news arrived today that the spy embedded in Kingpin's camp had lost contact, likely exposed. In the office of Director Nick Fury, Agent Coulson, overseeing the matter, reported, "The microcamera on the spy has stopped functioning. We suspect he has been exposed or met with misfortune. Whether he leaked our intelligence is unknown, but Kingpin will likely blame the authorities, igniting a full-scale conflict between him and the government." The spy's final transmission showed that Kingpin hired numerous mutants through the black market. The other party involved is a U.S. government agency. If a battle erupts, it could spiral into uncontrollable chaos, exposing the existence of superhumans and triggering public panic. Fury asked, "Does that government agency have the capability to handle this? Or do they have experience dealing with cases involving superhuman activity?" Coulson replied, "It's unclear. Their security clearance is extremely high. Most of their files are classified and accessible only to a select few, such as the President, Vice President, and Chief Justice. From what we've seen, their methods are rather rough." Fury understood. That meant these people would surely explode when faced with Kingpin's provocation. Both sides were hot-tempered. A major incident was inevitable. Coulson continued, "I believe we must intervene. We cannot allow mutants to run amok. If we act in time, we can perfectly control the situation." Allowing mutants and superhumans to battle right under humanity's noses was something Nick Fury could not tolerate. Moreover, it involved the safety of his own agents, so he naturally gave the order to intervene. Handle it swiftly. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Action Division immediately mobilized. Led by Coulson, they summoned agents and tactical units from several East Coast branches, making a grand show of force to support New York. Although the government agency had unofficially declared New York as their turf, S.H.I.E.L.D., having safeguarded world peace for years, harbored a certain pride. They believed they had the authority to manage any incident involving superhumans. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was originally established at the behest of the United States. Now all major powers contributed to it, with branches worldwide and its own air, land, and sea forces. Their very existence was to confront crises like the impending clash between mutants and humans in New York. Coulson emphasized to the operatives, "No delays. Because this also involves a U.S. government department, we must achieve a swift resolution. Secure all mutants immediately. Use non-lethal measures whenever possible." S.H.I.E.L.D. was no charity. They too conducted secret research. Whether useful or not, they would seize whatever they could first. Another reason was that S.H.I.E.L.D., as a long-established and powerful organization, was inherently suited to handle such cases. Naturally, they had to set an example and show other agencies what true professionalism looked like. At the same moment, inside the casino, with guns trained on them, the high rollers and gang bosses all voluntarily joined Director Bai for a game of poker, allowing him to savor the delights of Nalamit Texas Hold'em. Psylocke, playing the role of a seductive dealer, expertly dealt the cards, checked the hands, and reminded the players the pot has exceeded 100 million. "Mr. Wesley." Wesley's forehead was drenched in sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. He had suffered a broken rib during the arrest and was forced to sit through the pain under the threat of a gun. I am all in. All in. All in. The others followed suit in relief as Bai Mu did not stop them, signaling that this inscrutable demon had finally had his fill of amusement. Look at the chips they pushed forward, no longer limited to plastic tokens. Real estate, investment stocks, and bonds were all willingly brought into the game. Estimating that there was nothing more to squeeze out, he pretended to push all his chips forward, all in. Finally, everyone revealed their cards. Bai Mu's whole cards were a pair of kings, and the community card was a king forming 3 kings. No one else's hand could match his. A true victory by the rules. What a wonderful night. Bai Mu happily collected all the chips totaling 400 million. As agreed, it all belonged to him. How satisfying. As he cheerfully counted the winnings, sounds akin to firecrackers erupted outside. His men immediately contacted the outside, and soon a captain rushed in. Were under attack. Sir? The captain gasped as he ran up to Bai Mu. There was only one exit, and if it was blocked, they would be in a dire position, especially with the boss inside. They're about to break in, the captain urged. Then fight back. Bai Mu replied, somewhat puzzled and disappointed. Everyone exchanged glances. Bai Mu's patience wore thin. Have I ever told you that everything will go as expected? Will the enemy attack according to your plans? No, sir. The captain answered. Bai Mu asked, even more bewildered, since you know that, do I need to spell out what to do next? The captain immediately directed his men, set up defenses immediately. Hold until reinforcements arrive. We have guests. Juggernaut shed his cumbersome suit, donned the psychic-proof helmet his boss had given him, and eagerly anticipated the fight. Bai Mu remained fixated on counting his money. Less than half a minute after Juggernaut charged out, he flew back with a thunderous crash, rolling twice on the ground before stopping. Psylocke looked down at him in confusion. He grinned and leaped up. There's a big guy outside. Interesting. He'll use a third of my strength. He'll use a third of my strength. The big guy Juggernaut mentioned burst in. Bald in a white suit, leaning on a cane, over 2 meters tall, with a nearly rectangular build. His bulging muscles seemed ready to explode, and his eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his gaze on Bai Mu. This will be my revenge. Need my help? Psylocke asked, kicking off her heels and flexing her wrists. Juggernaut firmly refused. No. I want him unknown. I'd rather enjoy killing you, little lady, said the wiry man with a spiky head and claw-like nails beside Kingpin, a cruel smile on his face as his eyes roamed over her voluptuous figure. I'll gouge your eyes out first, Psylocke said coldly, conjuring a whip and lashing it at the wiry man. But he leaped up, clinging to the ceiling like a gecko. Bai Mu finally shifted his attention from the money. Juggernaut was locked in combat with Kingpin, letting him land blows freely while taunting, if this is all the strength you have, you'll deeply regret choosing me as your opponent. Kingpin immediately used the weapon hidden in his cane, but still couldn't harm Juggernaut. Juggernaut struck back. Kingpin was hailed as the peak of humanity, but that was only in the realm of ordinary men. Facing the indestructible Juggernaut, he suffered a crushing defeat. Psylocke, however, faced an agile and unpredictable mutant opponent. He could crawl and leap on any solid surface, making his movements hard to track. But not for a telepath. Behind you. Psylocke's blade stabbed backward, hitting the mutant who had leaped onto her back. He cried out, rolling away to dodge her follow-up slash. Conjuring a long sword in her other hand, a mocking smile played on her lips. Keep going. Let's see how long you can hop around. Amid the chaotic exchange of blows, Kingpin's head collided with Juggernaut's. The harder head won. Kingpin was sent flying, crashing through a wall. Realizing his inferiority, he shouted, all of you attack. Kill him. More mutant mercenaries surrounded them. In their eyes, Bai Mu, sitting and counting his money, was just a lamb at the wolf's mercy, ready to be torn apart. Didn't anyone tell you? Bai Mu stood up and casually pointed an ice arrow, piercing the mutant on the left, pinning him to the ground. Raising his right hand slightly, a hooked fire arrow blasted another mutant, half of it piercing through the wall. Flames seared his wounds, and his agonized screams were unending. That I'm the toughest one here? Bai Mu's gaze fell on the mutant before him, whose hands had turned into blades. But after witnessing the instant demise of his comrades, his legs were trembling. What horrified him even more was that the 2 mutants pinned to the ground and wall had their skin rapidly split and rot. White bones squeezed out from within, and as they hit the floor, a spine-chilling scene unfolded. The skeletons rose again, accompanied by the crisp sound of bones snapping into place. These comrades, still warm moments ago, had become warriors with ghostly flames burning in their eye sockets. Oh my God! The blade-handed mutant was terrified. He had seen many dead but never warm skeletons coming to hunt him. What was worse, they were swift and agile, leaping 3 meters in a single bound, climbing walls and running upside down on the ceiling. The bone spurs growing from their bodies were exceptionally sharp. Ah, save me! The blade-handed mutant didn't get far before the skeleton warriors caught him. Claws and bone spurs tore into him, and amid the hair-raising screams, he was shredded into gory pieces. The remaining skeleton then broke free from his decaying body, raised a hand, and forcefully twisted its misaligned jawbone. Crack! It snapped back into place. Now there were 3 skeleton warriors. This sight sent a bone-deep chill through everyone present and icy dread from the depths of their hearts. The dead had turned into puppets of battle. Unimaginable. Even Baimu's own men felt a shiver run down their spines, while Kingpin's side was utterly terrified as the skeletons charged after them. Within the influence of the necromantic spell, the flesh of any enemy killed by the skeletons rapidly decayed. Their souls were enslaved in the eye sockets, burning endlessly to fuel the skeletons' combat energy. 4, 5, 6. As more enemies fell, the number of skeletons grew. They carved a bloody path replacing the frontline troops, and before everyone's horrified expressions, the skeleton army was born. When S.H.I.E.L.D. intent on controlling the situation and preventing either side from turning New York into their battlefield arrived, it was already too late and beyond their expectations. There was no prolonged stalemate or aerial units, saw only gang members fleeing in all directions, some screaming in terror. Run. They're coming, they're here. S.H.I.E.L.D. Tactical agents forming the outermost perimeter to contain the scene and disperse civilians aimed their weapons at the approaching crowd and commanded, stop immediately and put your hands on your heads. But these people kept running, recklessly ignoring the threat of their guns. As the crowd drew closer, the captain grew anxious. What do we do? Coulson, directing operations, saw this on the monitor and shook his head. Let them pass as long as they pose no threat. Yes, sir. The tactical unit held fire and the crowd, without engaging, fled in panic. This left the command center even more bewildered. But the answer came quickly. The lead helicopter's camera captured the scene, accompanied by the pilot's incredulous, stammering voice. Skeletons. We see a horde of skeletons. What's going on? Coulson pushed to the screen, and like everyone else, his jaw dropped, his gaze went blank, and he was stunned. The footage showed a vast tide of white skeletons surging from the ground below. The ghostly flames in their eye sockets flickered in the night. When the view zoomed out, those flickers were everywhere. More terrifying was that these skeletons were hunting down Kingpin's men. Those too slow to escape were tackled and torn apart like piranhas feasting on succulent canned meat. Within seconds, they were reduced to bare bones. And it didn't end there. Even more horrifying, ghostly flames ignited in the empty eye sockets of the bones. Empowered by the soul fire, the skeletons rose again, and after a few seconds to adapt, they rejoined the fray. Coulson stared blankly at the scene, his mind momentarily a void. As a seasoned agent, he had encountered many strange mutated events or individuals. But never before had he experienced something so incomprehensible, so chilling. The dead were still fighting as skeletons, and their numbers were growing. Now they were closing in on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s outer perimeter. The soldiers on the front lines facing this directly felt immense psychological pressure. The sight of that sea of white bone made it impossible not to be on edge. Open fire. Finally, they couldn't take it anymore. Their weapons erupted with bullets. The leading skeleton soldiers were shattered and knocked down by the barrage, but they still struggled and crawled forward. The soldiers' nerves were stretched to their breaking point. When the skeletons were less than 30 meters away, about to reach them and trigger a collapse, the skeleton skull was shattered and it finally stopped moving. Aim for their heads. Coulson identified the weakness. Recalling the fate of those killed by the skeletons, he was determined not to let the situation deteriorate. Authorize heavy weaponry. Then Coulson urgently contacted higher command, request immediate reinforcement. We must contain this situation. The efficiency of necromancy exceeded Baimu's expectations. However, the magical energy consumption was intense, and the sight of white skeletons bursting forth from corpses was too gruesome. In any other context, one might think the gates of hell had opened and a calamity had befallen the world. Even his own men were initially terrified and kept their distance. But after the skeleton army helped share the firepower and took bullets for them, that fear quickly dissipated. To the soldiers who were safely evacuated thanks to this support, these allies, despite their terrifying appearance, had saved their lives at a critical moment. Now all special forces were gathered in the rear with the director, while the skeleton army led the charge on the front lines. On the outer perimeter, Hill was already mobilizing base troops to take control. The fight inside the casino was also nearing its end. The massive Kingpin had every bone in his body crushed by Juggernaut. With his last breath, he never even earned a glance from Baimu. Realizing his own insignificance, he died in resentment. Psylocke's battle with the mutant assassin was also over. Using her psychic abilities to probe and disrupt her opponent, she severed both his arms. Her long sword pierced through his eye and out the back of his head. When his skeleton crawled from his rotting flesh, that man ceased to exist in this world. Well done. Bai Mu was satisfied. The operation was perfect. Wait, the sorcerers are coming. New York's location was problematic. The Sanctum sorcerers were constantly monitoring. He had been using dark magic freely without much concealment, and now the sorcerers were alerted again. Bai Mu thought he needed a solution. It was getting tiresome, alarming the sorcerers repeatedly, unlike those irresponsible media outlets always screaming shocking or devastating at the slightest thing. The key point was that the sorcerers had arrived via portal and in significant numbers. They were psychically scanning in Bai Mu's direction and had already begun dispatching the skeleton warriors on the outermost perimeter. But Director Bai still didn't want to fight the sorcerers tonight. Using the clever ruse of escaping by leaving a decoy, he conjured a mirror image of himself. It opened a portal elsewhere to draw their attention while he completely shielded his presence. The sorcerers left again. The ground battle ultimately favored S.H.I.E.L.D. They had greater numbers and concentrated heavy firepower, whereas the low-level skeleton army was easily damaged. After the initial panic, S.H.I.E.L.D. pushed their containment perimeter to the casino's vicinity. When Bai Mu led his people out, only the last group of skeletons was holding their ground. Use rockets to destroy them, S.H.I.E.L.D. shouted, pointing at the cluster of skeletons by the entrance. The rocket launcher fired. The skeletons immediately leaped aside, but the rocket's trajectory was fixed. With a deafening roar, it obliterated a red sports car parked at the casino entrance. Bai Mu's lips twitched. That was his Ferrari. S.H.I.E.L.D. had just blown his brand new Ferrari F12 to pieces. Damn it! Psylocke, standing beside him, clearly heard this low but impatient curse and silently began to mourn for them. Juggernaut also witnessed this. His boss' newly purchased beloved toy, not even driven 100 miles, was sent flying by a rocket. And the scattered skeleton fragments everywhere were all S.H.I.E.L.D.'s doing. You've messed up big time. Juggernaut knew someone was about to face the consequences. The commander also knew immediately, using the Humvee's loudspeaker, "Cease fire. We are a government agency. I order you to lay down your arms and surrender immediately. Otherwise we will resort to the most extreme countermeasures." S.H.I.E.L.D. Troops heard the warning but did not back down. Accustomed to acting unilaterally, they didn't take other units seriously. Wasn't it standard protocol that this area fell under S.H.I.E.L.D. jurisdiction and everyone else stood aside? S.H.I.E.L.D. did not lower their weapons. Instead, they countered armed personnel ahead. "Drop your weapons immediately. Submit to our authority. Otherwise we will use force." A standoff ensued. Bai Mu laughed at this. Psylocke picked up the communicator command. "What is the ETA for reinforcements?" "Arriving shortly. Relay the director's order." Psylocke commanded on his behalf. "Immediately surround the operational zone from air and ground. No person, no living creature is to be allowed to leave. Anyone who resists is authorized to be shot on sight." From the moment the Rapid Response Base received Commander Hill's operational signal to the sounding of the alarm, the relevant forces mobilized on 3 fronts. All within 5 minutes. The ground forces marched in full force across the bridge, advancing toward Queens. The lead vehicle, with its sirens wailing and redan blue lights flashing, cleared the way, turning all traffic signals green. The aerial forces launched slightly later, but their speed advantage brought them to the scene first. The naval forces primarily served to blockade, ensuring no escape via waterways. As the ground forces approached, all units received updated orders: seal off the incident area, prevent civilians from approaching, and control all aerial units. Any violators would be shot on sight. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicopters were circling above the target location, and in the eyes of the Rapid Response Forces they were naturally deemed threats. Apache attack helicopters charged in with murderous intent, their fire control radars locking on immediately. Infrared missiles armed. The 8 S.H.I.E.L.D. helicopters' warning radars screamed in frantic alarm, signaling that they had been locked by fire control radars. A command came through the radio from the Rapid Response Forces: "Your aircraft must land immediately, or we will take measures to shoot you down." Inside one of the helicopters, Coulson's heart sank. The relevant authorities were unyielding, and he genuinely doubted that if he stubbornly defied, they would open fire. The same scene unfolded on the ground. Armed Humvees, armored personnel carriers, infantry fighting vehicles. All these steel machines converged. The first to arrive were the most mobile armed Humvees equipped with heavy machine guns and anti-tank missiles. They fired a barrage of flares into the sky, turning the night brilliantly bright. S-H-I-E-L-D was under the aim of countless gun muzzles and cannon barrels, every move tightly locked. They were vastly outmatched in both numbers and firepower. S-H-I-E-L-D was primarily geared for urban counterterrorism operations, while the Rapid Response Forces were built for standardized warfare. They could even be deployed to Mexico for a conventional conflict. It was like an amateur boxing enthusiast facing a professional champion. There was no condition for a standoff. The situation deteriorated rapidly, and the airborne command post was at risk of being shot down at any moment. Faced with this, Coulson was powerless and could only concede cooperate with them. To put it nicely, it was cooperation, bluntly it was surrender. Under the aim of armed helicopters and fighter jets, S-H-I-E-L-D helicopters obediently landed. Immediately they were taken into custody by relevant personnel, each handcuffed with arms behind their backs, and forced to the ground, ordered not to move. S-H-I-E-L-D's ground forces also laid down their weapons and raised their hands. The relevant forces confiscated their weapons and equipment one by one, herding all prisoners against the wall, standing in rows with their backs turned. When a disheveled Coulson was escorted, in the sight of everyone lined up against the wall struck him as reminiscent of a defeated side awaiting execution. "We are S-H-I-E-L-D agents. You have no authority to detain us." Coulson asserted his rights. "We answer only to the World Security Council." The Security Council. The relevant authorities fall under the U.S. government. Any operation on American soil is under our jurisdiction. Any violator, we have the right to act first and report later. The Rapid Response Commander emphasized this point. Bai Mu arrived at the scene, glancing over the hundreds of people with hands raised in surrender. His mood had not improved. When a subordinate asked how to handle them, he simply said, "Take them all back and lock them up. Confiscate all equipment." "Yes, sir." Director Bai had no interest in speaking further with S-H-I-E-L-D. He got into a Cadillac Escalade in front of him and left without a word, leaving the S-H-I-E-L-D personnel realizing they were truly in trouble. S-H-I-E-L-D, a militarized action organization and intelligence agency that rapidly rose after World War II with support from multiple nations, had bases and employees worldwide, equipped with numerous advanced weapons, its strength surpassing that of some medium-sized countries. Yet such a powerful and influential organization, which had always acted with impunity and faced little resistance, stumbled today. A heavy fall. They had encountered the U.S. relevant authorities. Directly under the President of the United States, with the highest authority, they could coordinate the military, police, and intelligence agencies. They were endowed with the power to act first and report later, along with numerous judicial immunities. There were not many countries in the world that could ignore S-H-I-E-L-D's influence, but the United States was certainly one of them. The world's hegemon, the beacon of freedom, the maker of double standards, the inventor of chemical laundry weapons. The key point was that S-H-I-E-L-D was an outsider, while the relevant authorities were the favored son. During holidays, even the president would bow to them. S-H-I-E-L-D was merely a significant investment in America's global hegemony. Thus, the relevant authorities showed no courtesy whatsoever, detaining all 200 to 300 S-H-I-E-L-D agents and operatives along with their weapons and equipment. It took 20 to 30 trucks just to transport the prisoners. Each had their hands bound behind their backs with plastic zip ties and thrown into the trucks, treated no differently whether they were ordinary operatives or senior agents, carted away like livestock. S-H-I-E-L-D personnel were left disgraced. To make matters worse, after being transported to Roosevelt Island base, the relevant authorities threw them into a detention center. Surrounded by barbed wire connected to high voltage, with patrolling soldiers and specially trained dogs on duty 247, and searchlights sweeping from high towers, they were treated like hardened criminals. Coulson was roughly shoved into a room by a soldier and reiterated his rights. "I demand to contact S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters. I have the right to see a lawyer. You cannot treat me like a prisoner." The soldier replied, "Sorry. We are only detaining you, not imprisoning you. Detainees are not entitled to a lawyer before being charged." Coulson couldn't help but curse. The soldier added, I advise you to behave. When our commander is in a better mood, things might change. Otherwise, you might be sent to Guantanamo. Coulson swallowed his curses. A simple misunderstanding, and they would send him to Guantanamo. What grudge did they hold? Did they have to send people to hell? Similar curses echoed through the temporary prison cells. Most base soldiers were handling such a situation for the first time, and were somewhat inexperienced, so they unanimously decided on strict management. When the prisoners, no detainees, protested too much, the soldiers immediately pulled out electric batons, charged them, and sparked them against the iron door. Shut the hell up, or we'll drag you out and beat you. From this end of the hall to the other, every brother will join in. Instantly silence fell because the hall was long, and because these soldiers hit hard. If all of them were to join in, it was better to keep quiet. When this series of news finally reached the ears of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s leader Nick Fury, he was sipping coffee, and couldn't help but spray it all over the subordinate in front of him. What did you say? Nick Fury meticulously sorted through the intelligence his subordinate had just relayed. S.H.I.E.L.D. had dispatched a large contingent to New York to thwart mutant criminal activity, only to run headlong into the relevant department. In the usual narrative, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have taken charge. The relevant department would have deferred, acknowledging that the professionals should handle global security, while they merely cleaned up the aftermath and voiced support. But the outcome was drastically different. They barely saw any mutants before they were instantly encircled by the relevant department guns trained on them, handcuffs slapped on, and all of them thrown into detention. Heavy guards were posted around the clock, lawyers were barred, and all outside contact was forbidden. Having navigated treacherous waters for decades, Nick Fury had never encountered such a situation. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operations typically secured understanding from host nations given their Security Council ties. At worst, they wouldn't face a complete reversal of allegiance and be subdued. Yet, in the very nation that most supported it, they met with unimaginable obstruction. All their personnel were arrested, and the once vaunted S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were now reduced to miserable prisoners. Fury promptly contacted the U.S. Department of Justice, explaining the misunderstanding and requesting the immediate release of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. But the Department of Justice expressed its helplessness. The relevant department is under the direct jurisdiction of the President. We have no authority over them. They answer only to the President. Any other entity wishing to intervene must go through congressional procedures. The government's answer was that they were powerless. He could only appeal to the President. But the President was far too busy to be seen on a whim. An appointment was mandatory, contingent on the attitude of the Executive Office, the Chief of Staff, or other aides. Congress was perpetually embroiled in squabbles over one bill or another. Why would they side with S.H.I.E.L.D. against the interests of a domestic government agency? Wouldn't they be branded traitors by their constituents? Besides, Congress might not even have the power to control the relevant department. Consider the CIA. Nominally under congressional oversight, it brazenly infiltrated Congress, deleting incriminating evidence from a senator's computer. When caught, it shamelessly claimed a spilled water glass ruined the device, provoking congressional fury and threats of war. And what came of it? The CIA continued to thrive. A true story, the CIA's surveillance of the Senate, 2014. Ultimately, the President's office proved more reliable. Half an hour later, the Executive Office replied, based on Mr. Fury's description, the relevant department has not violated its authority or the law. Everything was conducted within regulations. Please await their processing patiently. What kind of answer was that? Fury was exasperated. Wasn't it blatantly obvious that even the President saw no fault in the relevant department's actions? The Executive Office did add that if he objected, he could file a formal complaint with the Department of Justice, prompting an investigation by relevant parties. But wouldn't the Department of Justice still follow the President's lead? Would a prosecutor dare defy their ultimate superior? The ball was kicked far away again. Fury was no novice. As a seasoned operator, he knew how to deal with the government. This is a Security Council authorized operation. If it gets too complicated, the Security Council will directly engage the U.S. government. From another perspective, it's just a misunderstanding. Why not lighten the President's workload? Fury had to invoke the International Security Council. Once they intervened, the U.S. President couldn't ignore it, triggering discussions on various charter articles, rights, and obligations. Though America might not heed them, much as it had always disregarded the United Nations. But the President was busy. The executive office head would be seen as incompetent for adding to the president's burden. The other party understood. In truth, the president rarely interferes with the director's work. The director holds decision-making authority over most matters, Mr. Fury. I understand. Thank you. Fury finally gleaned something useful. He hadn't realized the director of the relevant department was considered beyond the president's need for interference. That was an alarmingly high status. On the surface, the director might rank below the Secretary of Defense or Attorney General, but under the current administration their standing was no less and their authority was far less constrained. Fury knew in his heart that this was a true defeat. He had indeed underestimated the relevant department, assuming that such a small new agency would pose no obstacle to SHIELD's vast network. But reality now told him that only the president and Congress could intervene. The president wouldn't, and the Congressional Oversight Group knew nothing. So the matter came full circle. Only the director of the relevant department could decide the agent's fate. Damn it! Nick Fury rubbed his temples, bewildered by the whole affair. He ordered his subordinate, "Get me all the intelligence on that director or anything related, then arrange a meeting." For Bai Mu the situation was entirely different. His poker luck tonight was explosive. What a joy! It was all those gamblers' fault. Broke, they still mortgaged their properties and stocks to keep playing, hoping for a comeback. Thankfully he was magnanimous and didn't let them lose too much. His subordinates. That wasn't the point. The detained SHIELD personnel were. Maria Hill came using the excuse of being a neighbor in the same building to pay a visit. Bai Mu knew her intentions. Wasn't she trying to appeal to old ties? He signaled for tea and said, "Of course I won't keep them. So many people need food, water, and electricity. The relevant department isn't a welfare home." Hill's heart eased a little. It was all a misunderstanding. There was no need to detain so many. Some even threatened to send the troublemakers to Guantanamo Bay. Was that a place for humans? But the director added, "Of course they can't just say it's just a wrecked Ferrari. I'll buy you a new one. Do I look like someone who's missing a Ferrari or two?" Hill looked at him earnestly. The director was sincere without pretense. She suddenly understood. "You're clearly the one who's missing a base and an aircraft carrier." Bai Mu felt like opening Hill's head to see if she had drunk too much of his chicken soup and been infected to the point of mimicking his personality. Exposed, but since it was all among his own people, there was nothing to hide. Bai Mu admitted, "I am the one who needs an aircraft carrier. Didn't SHIELD screw me over last time?" Hill thought harder. She seemed to recall that the director had told the president that SHIELD was wasteful and shouldn't be given so much funding. He suggested reallocating the budget to him along with a carrier or two. The matter was still pending, but SHIELD obviously wouldn't give in easily. After endless negotiations, the relevant department only secured a planned carrier, which required its own investment to complete. That was when the director felt SHIELD had screwed him over. He had to pour another $3 billion into it just to keep the helicarrier operational. The helicarrier became a white elephant, neither useful nor something to discard, directly dragging down the base's development and consuming the department's budget. Now Bai Mu was clearly shifting the blame onto SHIELD. He knew from the movies that when the SHIELD carrier base took a few hits, several carriers went down together. Such waste. Hill didn't know the future, but she knew what to do. On this matter, I'm quite familiar with SHIELD's protocols. I can secure more advantages for our department. Before Nick Fury could approach the director of the relevant department, his agents, as per protocol, first presented the intelligence on the target. As he had anticipated, most of it was classified as top secret, accessible only to a select few, including the president. However, SHIELD was not an organization bound by convention. Its supranational nature meant it could bypass certain rules, adopting a mean-stoned approach when necessary. Fury flipped open the file. James White, aged 35, though suspected to be only 25. In any case, his past life was unremarkable. Grew up in New York, studied, developed like an ordinary person. Then he joined the CIA and all records went blank. The most recent entry was his presidential appointment as director of the relevant department. Next came the SHIELD agent's assessment. This man leads a life of extravagant indulgence, frequently patronizing high-end Manhattan entertainment venues since taking office. He is overbearing, using his immunity privileges to dismiss numerous traffic and public offenses. He acts with impunity, disregarding mainstream rules. Fury frowned as he scanned further. From the intelligence provided by the agents, the director of the relevant department had not an iota of official decorum. He was a complete and utter lawless tyrant, doing exactly as he pleased, never bound by rules, fiercely protective of his face and obsessed with ostentation. A textbook example of someone who became insufferably arrogant upon gaining power. S.H.I.E.L.D. had encountered far too many of these arrogant superhumans. Their eventual fates were rarely good, because the government would not tolerate such individuals disrupting the balance of normal society. They were either dealt with in secret or taught obedience by S.H.I.E.L.D. However, this man possessed sufficient leverage for his audacity. He was a favorite of the president, an invisible member of the cabinet. To move against him was to cross the president. To investigate him, the Department of Justice wouldn't dare. The congressional oversight committees were all but useless. It would require navigating a cumbersome and tedious process, which by the time it was navigated would likely be years later. Arrogant, yet with the power to back it up. This was the type Fury least wanted to see and found most troublesome to deal with, no matter how powerful S.H.I.E.L.D. was. It couldn't easily touch high-ranking officials on American soil. Officially, S.H.I.E.L.D. belonged to no nation, but without American support it would be practically crippled. Fury understood clearly that within the United States the relevant department was not just an agency, it was a representative of the government, an embodiment of hegemony and authority difficult to shake. Unless America declined. But waiting for its decline was less practical than considering how to bargain with the director of the relevant department right now. Based on the available data, Fury knew S.H.I.E.L.D. was bound to suffer this time. The director was not to be trifled with. He would have to pay a significant price to ransom the people who had been taken away. But Fury's nature wouldn't let S.H.I.E.L.D. take a loss lying down. At least the intelligence revealed several angles to approach the director, such as his lavish lifestyle and vanity. These could be exploited. Just then the secretary arrived. Deputy Director Maria Hill of the relevant department wishes to schedule a meeting with you. Hill. Fury had a strong impression of her. She had originally been an agent at S.H.I.E.L.D. Performed well, showed great leadership potential, but was poached midway. Then she transformed into the deputy director of the relevant department. Her decisive and swift actions had once made Fury feel he had lost an exceptional officer. In some ways, the relevant department wasn't entirely as arrogant as it appeared on the surface. Arrogance might just be a facade. Fury was intrigued by the upcoming meeting. I have time tomorrow. I welcome Ms. Hill's visit. The next day they met in New York. Hill was in a business suit, as efficient as ever. Fury was the one-eyed bald man in black. They greeted each other like old friends, shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries. Hill smiled. On behalf of the director of the relevant department, I bring you his sincere regards. Director Fury, I hope you can set aside your heavy workload and remember to take care of your health. Fury replied with a smile. I also thank Director White for his concern, but am hale and hearty. I've recently rekindled the passion of my agent days and can still fight on for a good while. The sparring had begun subtly from the pleasantries. Fury had his men serve tea. Hill sat down. In fact, you know full well why I'm here. As soon as I learned of the incident, I paid immediate attention and handled it, rushing to meet with you. Fury acknowledged this. If not for Ms. Hill's regard for old ties and your help in between, I doubt our communication would have been so smooth. Forgive my frankness, Ms. Hill, but I believe you have a feasible plan in mind. Hill stated plainly, you must have gathered from your intelligence that the director's nature is such that he will achieve what he sets out to do. He is not particularly pleased with this misunderstanding. Fury, having conducted a thorough investigation, agreed inwardly but asked outwardly, so how does the director wish to handle this? Hill stated, considering the overlap in certain jurisdictions between the relevant department and S.H.I.E.L.D. within the United States, he intends to submit a proposal to Congress to reallocate some resources to our department, thereby lightening S.H.I.E.L.D.'s burden. Mentioning Congress, Fury knew he was at a disadvantage here. The relevant department was the government's favored son representing American interests, who Congress would naturally be more partial. But he didn't back down. In fact, America has always been committed to supporting and expanding its influence within the World Security Council. This is crucial for the current international situation and Euro-American development. SHIELD is still willing to serve as the link, the point of influence. Hill knew Fury couldn't be unprepared. She shook her head. You know you can invoke the council, but political landscapes are not static. The person closest to the president and the cabinet knows better how to wield control. The council is merely a secondary influence in our eyes. Fury dared not guess the president's political leanings, but the director of the relevant department, being his confidant, surely knew more than he did. He conceded, "How do you want to resolve this misunderstanding?" Hill said, "The director's intention is to require cooperation and usage rights for SHIELD bases within the United States, the helicarrier project, and scientific research collaboration programs." Fury nearly cursed, "Why don't you just go rob a bank?" But he held his tongue. After 3 seconds of thought, he quickly realized this was a sky-high opening bid open to negotiation. "Then I might as well leave those agents with you, let them work hard and pay off their debt." Fury said, knowing a direct confrontation wouldn't work, so he played the spoiler. "Are you sure you want to go down this path, Director?" Hill asked with a smile. Fury sensed something was amiss. She wasn't playing by the rules. What was she up to? Fury suddenly couldn't fathom her intentions. The anomaly meant something was wrong. Did she want to keep those people? To use them as leverage? Or to exploit the situation? Fury felt negotiating from a position of weakness was difficult. Her smile made him uncertain. He spoke again. "Tell me honestly, what do you really want?" Hill leaned forward slightly, with the President and the Chief Justice on good terms and Congress having no major objections to us. Is SHIELD truly prepared to confront the U.S. government? Fury's face darkened. Well, he felt more like a loser, while the victor condescended to say, "Out of our past association, I can only reveal this much." Fury was well aware that he had little leverage in these negotiations. Bargaining with a privileged department of the United States on its own soil, especially with his subordinates detained, was a losing proposition. The United States held no fear of the World Security Council, a department backed by the president. What was the council in comparison? Once the label of government opposition was slapped on, Fury knew even the council would find itself in a tight spot. Challenging American authority, the council would be courting disaster. Confronted with the terms Maria Hill had relayed to him, Fury finally realized that it was an old acquaintance who would stab you deepest. It had been less than 6 months since she left SHIELD, yet she was already serving the department heart and soul, as if she belonged to it in life and death. Fury spitefully wondered if she had been poisoned by some Eastern charm. He had brushed against a sliver of truth. In fact, those under the influence of ancient gods were more susceptible to corruption. It was a subtle, insidious shift in habit. Hill, for her part, had secured the most favorable outcome for the department. "Mr. Fury, your wisdom has averted an unnecessary crisis. On behalf of the department, I extend our respects." Fury was done talking to her. Damn it, traps were everywhere. What happened to the good old days and being friends? Hill understood that Fury's composure was on the verge of shattering, but she had to steel herself. The department was in its infancy and lacked everything. As deputy director, this was her burden to bear. The negotiation results were in hand. A West Coast base nearly complete would be handed over to the department to finish the remaining work. As for the promised helicarrier, the department would return that costly white elephant in exchange for one that was 90 finished, refusing to be cheated. SHIELD had indeed pulled a fast one on the department with the helicarrier issue. Now Hill had evened the score. No more defective goods. Return them and demand a new one. Forced to bow to circumstance, Fury signed the humiliating treaty securing the department's agreement to drop the investigation into SHIELD's disruption of the siege and to waive prosecution of the involved personnel. Finally, Fury shook hands with the department, a false smile plastered on his face. But everyone knew the grudge was set. Fury's heart was not a broad one. He held a long memory for slights. Of course, personal animosity wasn't the primary reason. Fury's curiosity about the department's director had reached a fever pitch. He wanted to know this man's history, experiences, and weaknesses. A spy's instinct told him this man exuded a dangerous aura. Beneath a veneer of frivolity lay something deeply unsettling. Fury trusted his gut. So a red-haired female agent appeared in his office. Fury handed her the dossier. "I need top-tier infiltration and intelligence-gathering skills. But remember, this operation is off the books, a matter of utmost secrecy. You may receive limited support. The target represents the pinnacle of power on this planet. Be cautious in all things. The department director, a truly incendiary mission. I accept. A smirk curled on the red-haired agent's lips. She was clearly intrigued by the challenge. Roosevelt Island Department Base. While Hill was still negotiating with Fury, the department director was on an inspection tour. The inspection was merely a pretext. He was here to settle accounts. The poker game's participants were still being entertained with tea. Unlike S.H.I.E.L.D.'s communal barracks, debtors received better treatment, private rooms, and external communication privileges. Only after settling their debts would they be chauffeured away. The department's finance officer was tallying the funds, but spotted a problem. Sir, one gentleman's collateral is Stark Industries stock valued at $50 million in the agreement. But today Stark Industries stock plummeted 12. A loss of $6 million. What? Stark stock dropped. Mu hadn't been paying attention to the markets. His assistant Ava chimed in. News broke last night. Tony Stark was attacked during a trip to the Middle East. His status is unknown. The stock took a nosedive at market open this morning. This has nothing to do with me. The gambler invited for tea wailed. If I'd known Stark would drop, I'd have cashed out earlier. Let him out, Mu ordered. The guards dragged out the hefty man who was still sniveling and begging for mercy. This is everything I have. I can't give you any more. Still thinking of running with the underworld? Mu asked him. No, I won't, the man stammered, truly terrified. He was an associate of Kingpin involved in money laundering and gambling and had finally met his match. Go home and live a straight life. Mu waved him off. The man hesitated until Mu kicked his backside. Get lost. The man scrambled away in a panic. Ava chuckled at the sight. He probably still has a little stashed away. I'm a man of my word. Mu glanced at the incoming funds. Speaking of which, Stark's disappearance won't affect our projects, will it? The Special Forces had ordered 5,000 exoskeleton combat systems, with Stark contributing to the design, focusing on the tricky aspects of motion feedback and AI. He wondered about the progress. The procurement chief reported, we just contacted Stark Industries. They said the design is incomplete, with the remaining portion handled by Mr. Stark. Damn it. Of all the rotten luck. He knew Tony Stark would likely survive, but what if he didn't? Even if he lived, Stark was busy hammering metal in a cave, but his own timeline would be delayed. If Stark spent 2 or 3 months in the Middle East, he'd be in a real bind. And if Stark returned with a whim to stop selling weapons, it would be a disaster. Would his exoskeleton army be stillborn? Other arms dealers had the capability, like Hammer Industries, which Stark had always dismissed. But in the movies, it was a third-rate joke lacking the edge. Oscorp. It focused on biotechnology, a nonentity in intelligent industry compared to Stark. The department's own lab. Its research focus was magical technology. Branching into exoskeleton would be a waste of resources. After much deliberation, Stark's plan was still the best. If it could be mass-produced, it wouldn't need an upgrade for a decade. Forget the Mark armors. Those were updated constantly but prohibitively expensive for widespread deployment. Should I go find him? The thought crossed Mu's mind. Others searching for Stark would be grasping at straws in the vast Middle Eastern desert. But his thousand-eyed demon mystic art was the perfect tool for finding targets. By extending through a high-power signal tower, he could cover a radius of several hundred kilometers, easily identifying his quarry. Sitting idly and waiting was not Mu's style. Lacking patience, he always approached matters with a straightforward philosophy, act on impulse, without superfluous words. Unless something more intriguing came along midway, but that was not the case now. The Kingpin Syndicate had already been eradicated by them. In the eyes of the underworld, the relevant department was nothing short of a grim reaper. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. had suffered losses at their hands, so no one dared to make a reckless move in the near future. Mu had no idea when an alien invasion might occur, but before his own turf was thrown into chaos, he needed to amass enough leverage. Relying solely on the president as a card was far from sufficient. Hill had already been dispatched by him to the West Coast, California, focusing on the construction and expansion of the second base. Accompanying her was the Red Hulk, who served as the head of security tasked with keeping order there. Now winter had descended upon New York, and the situation was eerily calm. Outside the window, snow fell in thick flurries. The weather had become exceedingly erratic lately. Stepping out required bundling up in 3 layers just to stay warm. Mu no longer wished to linger. He needed volunteers, so he cast out the bait. Who wants to join a luxury trip to Dubai? A vacation with round-the-clock sunshine and a 7-star hotel. As a result, the women in the office, who were usually the most eager at the mention of drinking or clubbing, all fell silent. Someone even muttered, "I'm not going just to eat sand." Who said anything about eating sand? Step forward. The moment Bai Mu spoke, the entire office fell into dead silence. He knew someone had leaked the secret. Did he have to issue a mandatory order just to get people to accompany the director on an official trip? Ilgo Psylocke spoke up. Bai Mu looked over in surprise. Nominally, it was a luxury trip to Dubai, but the entire office knew the truth. They were heading to some godforsaken corner to find Stark, where you wouldn't see a drop of water, let alone the sea. "I've got nothing better to do anyway," Psylocke explained briefly. "Then prepare to depart tomorrow." Bai Mu knew that Psylocke had always been in a state of drifting aimlessly, lacking a sense of purpose. She must have something on her mind. As her superior, he should take the opportunity to show some concern. Bai Mu was exceedingly generous to his own people, especially those who pleased him, and helped ease his burdens. Psylocke had done well, and her performance as the croupier that time had been exceptional. By noon the next day, a private business jet, accompanied by 3 Air Force transport planes, carried the required signal tower parts and engineers setting off for the Middle East. On the plane, Psylocke was browsing through the CIA's intelligence database, attempting to filter out factions that might attack Stark and identify key areas of focus. Bai Mu brought over 2 cups of coffee and sat down across from her. "This is just a search and rescue job. There's no need to be so serious. It's mostly the engineer's concern." "Thanks." Psylocke took a sip of coffee and then said, "I did find something quite interesting. I never realized the CIA's records on mutants and superpowered individuals in this world were so extensive." Bai Mu guessed what she was getting at. "So there are superheroes in the Middle East too?" "Yes, all over the world." Psylocke nodded. "Mutants aren't alone in the world. Though we're a minority, the frequency of our appearances has been increasing year by year." "Hey, if there are any." Bai Mu's imagination ran wild. "Knowing the media's nature, I'd bet Bomberman is the most likely candidate." Psylocke said with appreciation, "This is why we're willing to follow you. You've never harbored any bias between mutants and normal humans." "Enough of that. I'll discuss with the president later about ways to make society more accepting of you. Tell me about the Middle East. According to your analysis, if there are mutants there, there must be superheroes too." "Perhaps," Psylocke said hesitantly. "The CIA has only recorded a few positive ones, and they're just code names. No specific details, not even their gender." "Hey, if there are any." Bai Mu's imagination ran wild. "Knowing the media's nature, I'd bet Bomberman is the most likely candidate." All his subordinates on the plane were stunned. "What?" Bai Mu actually found this deduction amusing. "Based on local specialties and Western perspectives, am I not spot on? What's going on in that head of yours?" Psylocke couldn't help but laugh. Though she knew it was politically incorrect to laugh at this, Director Bay's analogy was utterly unrestrained. Bai Mu shrugged, indicating he was merely inferring based on the majority of facts. "Think about it seriously. With the nature of America and the West, could a superhero's alias survive without incorporating a bit of local flavor?" The journey passed quickly amid conversation. The fleet landed at Ali Al Salem Air Base, a major U.S. military installation in the Middle East, once used as a base for operations against Saddam. The Gulfstream G650 touched down on one of the runways. As a privileged agency, the relevant department commanded considerable influence. The U.S. military had specifically arranged for a reception team complete with a convoy and escort meeting all the required protocols. As the cabin door lowered to the ground, Bai Mu glanced at the assembled troops outside and nodded in satisfaction. "Not a bad reception. Let's show them the style of our department. Follow me." Psylocke, as his assistant, carried a laptop case behind him. The moment Bai Mu's foot touched the ground, a general stepped forward, saluted, and said, "Welcome, Director White." "Hello, General." Bai Mu shook hands with him. "We are on a special mission and will be taking up some of your time here. I hope all units can understand." The general replied briskly, "We will comply with orders from higher command. Director White, the White House Chief of Staff, has instructed that you have the highest authority here." "Excellent, thank you for the military's cooperation. You've done well." Bai Mu offered a few words of praise on the spot. After all, these men had been waiting for him under the scorching sun, drenched in sweat. "It is our duty." The general seemed pleased. In the subsequent conversation, he even hinted at inviting Bai Mu to review the troops lest they fall into idleness in the absence of war. America's bellicosity was on full display at that moment. But Bai Mu considered that he might indeed have use for them, such as for the base construction on the West Coast. The relevant bases recruited elites from various fields. Agents were mostly transferred from intelligence and special operations departments, administrative staff likewise, while combat personnel favored the cream of the crop from the military. Only these war-hardened elites possessed the sufficient strength and composure to handle more complex combat environments. From flying fighter jets to driving tanks to special operations, there were currently numerous vacancies. Well then, shall I conduct the review? Bai Mu also felt like shouting a few rousing words. No problem, the general replied, aware of the nature of the other's work, and the fact that he was a favorite of the president whom everyone wanted to curry favor with. A few fighter jets in the air won't be a problem, will it? Bai Mu pressed his advantage. That's standard procedure. And firing a few shots is normal too. How about launching a cruise missile to take down a drone? Bai Mu's thoughts wandered far. But it was actually feasible. The U.S. military, after all, was flush with cash. After the war, equipment was simply abandoned locally. Bring it back for reuse. Sorry, that wasn't their style. Besides, without consumption, how would the arms dealers make their money? On the afternoon of the third day, the sun blazed high. The Bay Area had no concept of winter. The novelty of arriving at the Air Force Base had long faded. Surrounded by a world of desert and scorching heat, it was easy to feel restless. The construction of the signal towers was in full swing, but covering the suspicious areas in the Middle East would require at least 6 towers. The general had already temporarily reinforced the base personnel, and it was estimated to take another 3 days. With nothing to do, Bai Mu tossed an olive ball around, and the base's military dogs became his playmates. The obedient dogs were great companions, especially when it came to retrieving the ball with remarkable efficiency. How did I end up with this unpaid gig? Bai Mu was somewhat baffled. He wasn't in a hurry to finish everything. There were many ways to handle it. Delegate to others or simply wait. But he lacked the patience to wait. There was always a restless impulse stirring inside him. The most dangerous thing for a person was to have no goal. Doing nothing would render one useless. Perhaps that was the reason for his choices. Doing nothing renders one useless. Ling Dai looked over. Bai Mu, who was rubbing a dog's head, looked up. Did you break through? Ling Dai had made progress with her psychic ability. The first layer surfaced thoughts. But deeper layers are like an iron fortress. No matter how hard I try, I can't get through. This was their training regimen. The base lab had once indicated that Ling Dai had great potential for improvement both in psychic and telekinetic weaponry. As a practitioner of mental magic, Bai Mu was a master in this field. Ling Dai could hone her psychic abilities by attempting to breach his defenses and engaging in mental combat. In their training, there were no set times or places for Ling Dai to attempt telepathic readings. She improved rapidly, succeeding in reading surface thoughts about half the time. This was considered the first layer. The deeper layers involved Bai Mu's past memories, and even deeper were things he wished to keep hidden. These were firmly protected, and any intrusion would trigger a counterattack. This was also beneficial training for him. Bai Mu tested her further. Hold on to that feeling you just had. Tell me, what am I thinking right now? Ling Dai, still in her practice state, closed her eyes and focused. You're thinking, when will we get out of this godforsaken place? Not a single attractive woman around. The women in the military are built like gorillas. Those shoulders, those arms. I should have gone to the beach. Ling Dai is improving fast, truly worthy of being my student. Just too cold. If she were more passionate, she'd be irresistible. Can she read all this? Fine training over. Ling Dai opened her eyes again. Though Bai Mu's true thoughts had been exposed, he showed no embarrassment. So what do you think of my suggestions? I'll try. She was willing to change, but confusion lingered. I still can't figure out who I was in the past. I feel like this isn't the real me. But I haven't found anything more in your mind. Bai Mu had tried too. All he sensed was a chaotic mess, not forming complete memory fragments. Even you can't do it. That's frustrating. Ling Dai sighed. It'll get better. Trust that you are the key to unlocking the secret. Bai Mu comforted her. And this is just the beginning. Ling Dai nodded. Thank you. You make me feel like coming here wasn't a waste, even if it meant eating sand. But they missed out on a different kind of scenery. Those bitches. Bai Mu shook his head at the thought. They used to claim to be my biggest fans, following me everywhere. I should transfer them to the Nevada Naval Division. Let them stare at sand every day too. Ling Dai couldn't help but laugh. I think we shouldn't just sit around. We have 3 more days. We should change the scenery and make those who didn't come green with envy. You mean? Bai Mu saw the suggestion in her mind. That evening, Dubai. The sea breeze had blown away the daytime heat. In this bustling city, the nightlife was just beginning. On Sheikh Zayed Road, a convertible Bugatti sped along. Hoo-hoo, this is the rhythm I want. Bai Mu shouted with joy, letting the wind mess up his hair as the speedometer hit 200. In the passenger seat, Ling Dai raised her hands high, joining him in embracing the thrill of speed. With 1001 horsepower unleashing their madness, every other luxury car, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, had to give way. On the straightaway it was unmatched. Just watch my taillights. Bai Mu honked as he overtook car after car, speeding along the coastal road and onto the bridge leading to the Burj Al Arab. Only the finest and most luxurious suited Bai Mu's style. Going out was all about having fun, leaving all work and worries behind. He extended the selfie stick and took photos with everything along the way. Ling Dai's gaze through her sunglasses took in the photogenic shape of the hotel. A 7-star environment with private services covering everything from shopping and butlers to entertainment. The gloomy mood from days of staring at sand lifted. No matter how magnificent the rolling dunes, they couldn't compare to a paradise of luxury and comfort. It was human instinct to seek a better living environment. Cheers! On the private beach, champagne glasses clinked crisply. They downed the drink against the most beautiful sea view, the exquisite taste adding color to the moment. A bonfire blazed before them as a chef grilled meat and delicious dishes and seafood were served. Bai Mu was thoroughly satisfied with the setting, and Ling Dai's face radiated contentment. Give someone the ultimate luxury and even the most taciturn person would light up. This was a perfect example. She was already posting bikini selfies on Instagram with the Burj Al Arab as the backdrop. The little bitches back at the office would be crying now. Ha ha ha. Bai Mu, sharing the same mental wavelength, couldn't help but laugh. This was exactly how to get revenge. Keep posting late-night food porn and make them regret their choices. Money to Bai Mu was just a number at this point. If it could buy happiness, it was a good thing. Tonight was well worth it. He didn't care how many zeros were on the bill. Life is short, seize the day. Bai Mu mused. If every day were like this, no one would mind how short it is. Ling Dai was genuinely happy, and her words came naturally. That's easy. Let's do it again tomorrow. Bai Mu suggested, and she cheered. After a hearty meal and drinks, they headed back. In the elevator, they chatted about plans for the next day. Just before the doors closed, a bearded man in a suit stepped in. He had an Arab appearance with a sharp aquiline nose and piercing eyes, exuding an aura that kept people at a distance. Especially when he saw Ling Dai laughing and talking with Bai Mu in the elevator, his pupils contracted instantly, and his muscles tensed involuntarily. This subtle reaction was hidden, but it didn't escape the notice of the two, who were constantly testing each other's mental and psychic powers. This bearded man was no ordinary person. Bai Mu lacked such acute premonition, but Ling Dai, seasoned in the underworld, could detect the coldness and resolve emanating from the man's very bones. A perilous aura of a kindred spirit. As the bearded man entered the elevator, his muscles tensed, reflexively coiled to strike at any moment. His gaze never left them, or more precisely her. He seems. Bai Mu was probing the man's mind and made an unexpected discovery. He knows you. No sooner had the telepathic message been sent than the bearded man lunged. A silver flash, a ceramic dagger, plunged toward her. Ling Dai, already poised, blocked his wrist with her arm and drove a fist toward his throat. The bearded man retreated to the elevator door, guarding against her, while keeping Bai Mu's potential assault in check. But Bai Mu couldn't intervene. He needed to delve deeper into the man's mind, leaving the fight entirely to Ling Dai. Her agile movements were showcased brilliantly within the confined elevator space. Close-quarters combat in her hands became a form of kinetic art. Each punch and kick, every dodge was executed with a grace that seemed almost inhuman as she unlocked impossible stances within the elevator. The bearded man was less agile but well prepared. His heavy fists dented the elevator walls with each blow. Flames seemed to burn in his eyes, and his muscles looked ready to burst. Something was wrong. Sensing the danger, Bai Mu grabbed Ling Dai's hand without a word. A fireball blasted open the elevator doors, and they dove to the ground, Bai Mu shielding her with his body as he raised a magical barrier. The bearded man inside the elevator exploded instantly. The blast of fire and shockwave shook the entire floor, a dragon of flame surging from the elevator. Scorching heat and the shockwave obliterated everything in their path, except for the area protected by the barrier, which carved out a stark line of safety, holding the fiery energy at bay. The explosion triggered the hallway's fire alarms into a frenzy. Water sprayed everywhere, smoke and mist shrouding the surroundings. Only when visibility returned did Bai Mu clamber to his feet, still shaken. He didn't fear a direct confrontation, but he dreaded these boom types, who resorted to explosions at the slightest provocation, especially in the cramped confines of an elevator. If it had blown, it would have been agonizing. Ling Dai also rose, still dazed from the shockwave. Are you all right? That man. Was that a mutant's power? I'm not sure, but he's gone. Bai Mu returned to the elevator entrance. Everything was charred with no trace of the man left behind. Clearly it wasn't a bomb but an eruption caused by some kind of ability. Was the attack aimed at you? Ling Dai's speculation excluded herself. She was a nobody. No one would go to such lengths for revenge against her. The director, however, was a different story. Doesn't seem like it. Bai Mu shook his head. It felt more like your presence made him feel unsafe, so he struck first. He knows me. Ling Dai recalled the earlier thought. Do you know him? Bai Mu countered. No recollection. Ling Dai shook her head. Part of me thinks my past couldn't possibly intersect with people like him, but another part feels that life is just like this. Perplexing. With too few clues, Bai Mu couldn't make sense of it. The alarms had been triggered and hotel management along with local police arrived on the scene. Due to the special status of the relevant department, the police cooperated fully, providing evidence including surveillance footage. The investigation revealed that the man was a long-term resident, but the identity documents he used for registration were forged according to police records. The whereabouts of this temporarily nameless Esper remained unknown. The current theory was that the two parties had a chance encounter leading to a misunderstanding that sparked a brief skirmish. But what grievances or conflicts lay beneath? Bai Mu was uncertain. Ling Dai compiled the limited information and uploaded it to the relevant department's intelligence database, creating a file under the name Bomberman. Seeing this result, Bai Mu felt his words were prophetic. A nice vacation, and we really did run into a Bomberman. Ling Dai didn't know what expression to make, only saying, sometimes real-life encounters are more dramatic and absurd than in the movies. But real-world technology isn't so easy to shake off. Bai Mu picked up his phone. The man couldn't have vanished without a trace, especially in Dubai, a city with one of the world's best public safety records, blanketed in surveillance cameras and equipped with top-tier facial recognition technology. He contacted the CIA and the consulate. In his capacity as the relevant director, he requested their intervention and asked the UAE to cooperate with the U.S. government. The benefits of being the world's superpower were evident. The pro-American UAE took the matter seriously, deploying elite investigative forces, specially permitting CIA involvement, and temporarily placing the nation's airland and sea routes under military protection with rigorous checks. Under such airtight scrutiny, the man wouldn't escape easily. The U.S. military then rushed equipment to the scene, setting it up at the airport. By 5 o'clock the next morning, assembly was complete. Engineers, exhausted from the night's work, slept on the floor, but they had bought Bai Mu precious time for his psychic scan. Bai Mu donned the special helmet. Let's see where you can run now. The evil god's psychic power enveloped Dubai. The thousand-eyed demon gazed upon this land. No creature, no soul could evade its surveillance. Any target that had left a trace in his psychic memory would shine like a beacon in this black world. Gradually, Bai Mu located the target. In an old district, a private residence. Ling Dai immediately pulled out a map to confirm the location. Bai Mu removed the helmet. No need to inform the others to avoid alerting him. Bai Mu planned to act alone with Ling Dai. More people would only be a hindrance, especially with a Bomberman whose explosions would only grow more intense with more targets around. Having pinpointed the target's exact location, Bai Mu prepared to open a portal. Portal magic was the most efficient spell for a mage's travel needs, offering many advantages. Swift, convenient, no need for plane tickets. But it had its flaws. The location had to be precise, and long-distance teleportation was prone to errors. And if it goes wrong? Ling Dai asked. If it goes wrong, best case scenario, you end up in front of a wall and bump your head. Worst case, your upper body arrives but your lower half stays behind. At this distance, could it? Ling Dai had never experienced it and was worried. At this range, it's impossible to get it wrong. A master had his pride. He couldn't admit failure in front of a woman. He took her hand and stepped decisively through the portal. There was no particular sensation. The next moment they were outside the target house. Bai Mu's psychic magic enveloped everything, every move of the man under his control. Ling Dai approached the door. Bai Mu nodded. Ling Dai raised her foot and kicked the door open with force. Bai Mu mentally bellowed, Bomberman, you have a delivery. It took less than half a minute to subdue the bomb man. No matter how intense his explosive rampage seemed against a prepared mage, he was nothing but trash. Mental influence clouded his mind, rendering him incapable of swift decision-making. Various curses of blindness, slowness, and agony were cast upon him. Even standing up under such torment marked one as a true stalwart. The bomb man gritted his teeth and struggled to rise, but Psylocke kicked him down again, her boot pressing against his chest as the conjured sword tip touched his throat. She commanded, move again and he'll cut off your head and wear it as a trinket. Struggling in vain, the bomb man conceded. How much did Matsuo pay you to be his loyal dog? Who is Matsuo? Psylocke did not know. The bomb man sneered. What's the point of playing these games? I've made all my arrangements. You can kill me, but you cannot humiliate me. I'll ask again, who is Matsuo? Psylocke aimed the sword tip at his hand. Otherwise I'll start by cutting off one of your arms, then your leg, then your eyes. You really don't know. The bomb man was astonished. Psylocke decided to use her psychic ability. The bomb man's mind held fragments of information related to Matsuo, but they were incomplete as he had taken precautions. Let me do it, said Baimo. Precaution was relative. With sufficient force, the barriers would eventually break, though the price would be turning him into a mindless fool. Ill talk. The bomb man clearly knew the consequences of such a forced extraction. Matsuo Retsuhachi. You are an assassin trained under him. I once worked for him as well, but we parted ways due to ideological differences. I thought he sent you to silence me. Is Matsuo from the Hand? Baimo had already gleaned that. Yes. The bomb man confessed, then looked at Psylocke. This woman is a top assassin of the Hand. When I saw her in the elevator, I thought she was here to kill me. I never expected you to remember nothing. I only recall vague images, Psylocke said with frustration. But it doesn't make sense. In my memory, I was a pilot flying private planes for people. The bomb man sneered. Humph. The Hand excels at these sinister arts. They resurrect the dead, brainwashing them into assassins. They swap bodies to forge the most formidable killers. You are clearly their masterpiece, a mutant assassin. I've encountered you several times. You were a highly efficient killing machine. Cold, bloodless, with nothing but execution in you, never a hint of emotion. Who would have thought this day would come? Matsuo's most efficient killer has managed to break free from that circle. How amusing. This? Psylocke turned to Baimo in confusion. Is he telling the truth? He is not lying. Baimo could sense it. This should be part of your past. The rest is probably a jumble of your former memories. Damn it. Psylocke grabbed his collar with both hands. I don't know what happened in the past, nor who I truly am, but I will make the instigator pay dearly and suffer. Tell me, where is Matsuo Retsuhachi? I'm going to kill him. I don't know. The bomb man answered bluntly. I want to know where he is too. The Hand has been taking root in various countries, but that cunning man could be hiding anywhere and no one can guess. Baimo sensed and nodded. He's not lying. That guy moves mysteriously, but that's only for useless cops. No one can be arrogant in front of my department. The bomb man was straightforward. Then go kill him. I fully support you. Well, keep our distance. You be your avenger, I'll be my bomber, and well, call it even. Humph. Psylocke released him and threw him to the ground. The bomb man got up. Just as Baimo was about to leave, he suddenly asked, Do you know Tony Stark? No. You do. Baimo paused mid-step. He's been missing recently and it's cost me a lot. If you know where he is, speak up and I might consider letting you live. I really don't know where he is. The bomb man knew the other possessed psychic abilities far stronger than any resistance he had trained for. Resistance was futile. But I might know which group is responsible and their general area of operation. Speak. It was a coincidence for Baimo. If I tell you, will you let me go? If you don't, I'll dig it out of your mind myself. The result will be you becoming a mindless fool. Think about your family and your unborn child. Whether you talk or not, I lose nothing but for you. Baimo patted the bomb man's face, snapping him awake. Ill talk. The bomb man confessed honestly, and Baimo kept his word and let him go. Though he was a killer, there was no conflict of interest. The man had retired and had a family. He promised to voluntarily register with the CIA, so Baimo spared him. The bomb man was so familiar with the Middle East. Perhaps he might be useful one day. After the day's activities, the clues about Tony Stark were narrowed down to a specific range. Another day of assembly and it would be done. Psylocke also obtained leads about her past. She was an assassin trained by the Hand and her consciousness had been transferred. The current body with some Asian ancestry was not her original one. Truth can sometimes be disheartening. That evening she sat by the sea staring blankly at the waves. Baimo came and sat beside her, handing her a burger. Well, set off later. You brought 3. Psylocke noticed. Maybe someone will want one, Baimo said with a mysterious smile. Sorry that yesterday was fine dining, but now you have to settle for a burger and cola. I never mind. She took a big bite. Not bad. Thank you. Still thinking about your past? Baimo asked. It's a bit different from who I always thought I was. Having a body that isn't mine and jumbled memories is too bizarre. 2 sets of memories intertwine into a blurry past. Don't overthink it. Once we find the target, it'll help you sort everything out. Baimo looked at her. Maybe you'll even have a chance to become your original self again. Can I? Psylocke looked at her own hands. I have a feeling that might not be good. To be honest, I think you're fine just the way you are now. You've become the image I have of the woman named Betsy. I'm glad to be pleasing. A hint of relief appeared in her smile. To be honest, Baimo didn't know much about Psylocke. Her current appearance matched the one in the movies. Fierce, a violent enforcer. If she were to change into something completely different, it would feel out of place. I think so too, Psylocke read his thoughts. I'm used to this now. Changing back would feel like it's not me anymore. At least now I'm not unlikable. You'd better not read my mind outside of training time, Baimo said with an awkward smile. He had been thinking about movie plots just now. Fortunately, she could only see the surface layer. From the bomber's intel and the signal tower already installed after taking his position that night, Baimo took less than 5 minutes to locate the cave where Stark was trapped. He was not seriously injured, with all limbs intact, and had already been secretly plotting to forge an armor, planning to use his ingenuity to build a suit and fight his way out. Baimo was about to cut short the birth of Iron Man, but he believed the iron armor already held significant weight in Tony's heart. It was by no means a whim. Target located, prepare for action. Baimo credited the military with the merit to repay the general's hospitality over the past days. Thus, the Kuwait-based forces swiftly mobilized, with fighter jets and helicopters launching low-altitude raids. Baimo was aboard one of the helicopters. The specific location and enemy intel had been handed over to the military, but how to breach the defenses remained a challenge. Since both the terrorists and Stark were hiding in the cave, it was impossible to simply drop bunker-buster bombs and wipe them all out. Turning the target into barbecue would ruin everything. But Baimo also rejected the military's plan for a special forces infiltration. It was too time-consuming. It'll clear the path. He conjured several spells as the stealth Black Hawk hovered over the target area, releasing magic upon the earth. An invisible energy swept across the ground below, sowing fear, blindness, and paralysis in every heart. The terrorists in the cave suddenly lost their sight, overwhelmed by panic and terror, their legs giving way under the unknown dread. A paralytic shock. Done. Baimo ordered the military rescue team to move in. Though uncertain of what had transpired below, the general trusted the man sent by higher-ups, and immediately deployed special forces via fast rope. The well-trained troops stormed the cave, neutralizing the lookout at the entrance before charging inside. Tony Stark was still under the negative effects, believing his life was over, with countless unfinished matters he could never complete. Only fear and unease, a haunting nightmare. Vaguely, Tony heard gunfire, then someone shouting, "We've found the target. Evacuating the target now." Dazed, Tony was carried away. He tried to struggle, but was utterly weak until he was set down, followed by the sound of helicopter rotors growing distant from the ground. "He's not awake yet, sir," a woman's voice asked. "Get a bucket of ice water and pour it on him. If he still won't wake, give him a beating." A man's voice replied. Splash! The icy water jolted Tony's nerves. He forced his eyes open and struggled to sit up, facing a man and a woman. The man grinned. "See, he's awake." "Who are you?" Tony asked warily. "Someone who traveled all the way from New York to save your sorry hide." "You owe me one," the Asian man said. "U.S. military general stepped forward. "Mr. Stark, you're safe." "Phew." Seeing the uniform, Stark finally let go of his fear. He was an American arms dealer. The military was naturally his solid backing. "What about the man who was with me?" Tony pressed. "He's fine too." Baimo knew Tony, though arrogant, was loyal. His first concern upon waking was for his companion. A decent character. "Are you hungry?" Baimo asked. Tony nodded, and a cheeseburger was handed to him. He took a bite reflexively, then asked, "Who are you?" The general said, "He's Director Guan, who came specifically to rescue you. Without his equipment, finding you in the Middle East would have been nearly impossible." "Oh, what equipment?" Tony suddenly grew curious. "Something you wouldn't understand." Baimo's remark irked him. Tony, who considered himself a genius inside and out, bristled at the notion of technology beyond his grasp. "More details on the plane. Your company and stock price are waiting for you to handle." Baimo kept it brief, thanked the general for his help, and boarded the aircraft. On the plane, Tony learned the full story. As Director Guan said, he had come specifically to save his life. But Tony believed that even without them, the iron armor he was building would have helped him escape. Baimo saw through Tony's thoughts. "I saved you because I didn't want to waste your genius. Your idea of escaping with the armor was sound, and your company's exoskeleton order was clearly wise." Tony frowned and spoke his mind. To be honest, after this crisis, I don't want to continue developing and manufacturing weapons. Don't act like a child. You owe me. Bai Mu knew this was coming. I don't care what you do later, but this order was signed before. I want to ask for compensation, but you owe me. And you'll pay up. Tony laughed. I find you quite annoying. You'd have to queue from Los Angeles to New York. Bai Mu was that confident. Nearby Psylocke sensed that the director and Stark had the potential to be friends. Though they were somewhat at odds, Stark didn't need sycophantic friends, and the director had seen plenty of people trying to flatter him. To a large extent, only equals can truly be friends. Amid this banter, they finally returned to New York. News that the missing Tony Stark had been rescued by the military sent the media into a frenzy, and the previously plummeting stock price finally stabilized. The airport was swarming with impatient reporters, making it difficult to leave by car. Tony had no choice but to hitch a ride in the department's official vehicle again. Having a police light on the roof sure is handy. With the siren blaring, no one dares block the way. Tony, now relaxed, couldn't resist making sarcastic remarks about the government official's lavish lifestyle. Say that again and he'll kick you out to run home. Bai Mu was unfazed. So what if I'm corrupt? Am I proud of it? Go report me to the president if you dare. Tony was stumped again. The man was like an indestructible fortress. There was no getting the upper hand. He racked his brains for a comeback, but they had already arrived at their destination. Go see your sweetheart. The one most worried about you loves you the most. Bai Mu offered Tony a golden piece of advice. Tony muttered a curse and retorted, I'll keep my promise. I don't want to owe you a favor because you seem like the kind of petty, hard-to-please, foul-tempered villain. Thanks. Tony nearly tripped as he got out of the car. Damn thick skin conquers all. But there was no time to dwell on it. His pepper was already rushing over to express her longing. Have a pleasant journey. Bai Mu rolled up the window. The exoskeleton order was back on track, not derailed by Tony's disappearance. Unfortunately, my coveted vacation was cut short, because we found Stark earlier than expected. I should have left him hanging for a week or two to teach him some gratitude and not to joke about officials. On the way back to the headquarters, Bai Mu grumbled about the sudden interruption of his holiday. His newly purchased Bugatti sports car was still in Dubai as the transport plane was full and could only bring it on the next trip. Psylocke paid no heed to his complaints. She was usually taciturn, perhaps due to her nature as a psychic. She thought more and spoke less. She understood that the director had rushed back because of the hand issue. However, the face-saving director would never admit that his decisions were driven by rules, always believing he was in control while being manipulated by circumstances. So Psylocke tactfully said, once the California base is completed, it will be in the most pleasant summer. Life there will certainly be quite different. Bai Mu yearned for it. New York has nothing appealing except its hustle and bustle. It's the sun and the sea that attract me, and of course those bikini-clad girls I don't mind. That feels more like life. Absolutely agree. Psylocke nodded. Back at headquarters, Bai Mu addressed the office staff. A new task has been assigned to your PDAs. We are to investigate a black organization called The Hand and compile all relevant clues. Isn't that the intelligence department's job? Someone said. The intelligence department is on the West Coast, so the office staff will take over. Bai Mu saw through their reluctance. Of course, if anyone is unwilling, they can apply to go to the West Coast. A few hands went up at the mention of the West Coast, and he added the West Coast is the special military zone deep in the Nevada desert, with jobs as surveillance and record keepers in the underground base. Ava and a few ladies are eager to go. You can prepare for the flight this afternoon. Ava let out a sound of dismay, almost in tears. I'd rather stay here and sort out the documents. I always mean what I say, Bai Mu said sternly. Anyone else wants to go? Silence fell. You see, I'm thinking of you all. Bai Mu was blatantly abusing his power for personal vendetta. Psylocke seemed to read his inner thoughts. Let you all pick the easy jobs. Now, you'll all be sent to play in the sand in Nevada. She shook her head with a smile, and after the director left, she said to the ladies, when he goes to California next time, make sure you perform well. Remember, it's the director's correctness, not logical correctness. You're so thoughtful, love you. Psylocke received their flattery. The director hadn't given them a dead end. He was just teaching them not to take it for granted that ladies could always pick the comfortable jobs. The director wasn't one to be particularly gentle with the ladies. After all, they weren't his lovers, so why would he hold them in the palm of his hand? Gender equality doesn't mean advocating feminism on one hand while being picky on the other. The hand was a rather significant issue. Ever since the department had eliminated kingpin criminal activities, in New York experienced a lull. However, where there is demand, there is a market. Light is always accompanied by darkness, and bold individuals would always inherit the illicit businesses. The department wasn't a professional anti-crime unit. That was the police's job. Seeing no interference from the department, the audacious gangs frantically carved up the pie left by Kingpin. In the competition of strength and capability, the strongest emerged. The Hand seized the opportunity and became the fastest-growing syndicate, seemingly replacing Kingpin's former status as the most powerful gang in New York. According to the intelligence database, the Hand had long coveted New York, and its influence spanned across Asia and North America, boasting formidable resources. But this information was not what Bai Mu sought. No matter how strong your foundation, could it withstand a few fuel-air explosives? No matter how fierce your courage, could it stand against my armored tanks? The department should be dealing with extraterrestrial threats. He had little interest in crushing these petty criminals. What he wanted was intelligence regarding Matsuo Ryoichi, but there was little. More evidence suggested he was a broker offering high-priced services in the black market, including assassinations and corporate espionage. This information is a bit outdated. Bai Mu rubbed his temples, failing to find the crucial piece, his fleeting enthusiasm nearly extinguished. He knew his own nature all too well, impatient but clever enough to find shortcuts. Give me the profiles of the current heads of the Hand in New York. Master their information, target their weaknesses, and arrange meetings in my name. The head of the operations department asked, "What if they don't respond or refuse to cooperate?" "Refuse." Psylocke, sitting on the sofa, laughed. Bai Mu stated bluntly, "Then I won't mind erasing them one by one from this world. Don't try to lecture me about the law. I am the law. And don't challenge me with fists. I am the Iron Fist." "Yes, sir." The head knew this was the department's consistent style. "Psylocke will assist you." Bai Mu added, as Psylocke had communicated telepathically that she wanted to stretch her limbs. The once feared department in New York's underworld now issued a summons ordering the leaders of the Hand to meet with the director. Considering some leaders might be uninformed, they would personally deliver the invitations. George Landon, a third-rate temporary agent, led a group of men in black to pay a visit. His list showed the name Madame Gao. "And I, how Madame Gao." George Landon even used Chinese to greet her. "We are from the department, and we are here to deliver an invitation from the director." "Your director is summoning me?" Madame Gao asked in Chinese with an interpreter present. "Yes, the director needs the leaders of the Hand to answer some questions." George Landon was quite straightforward with a commanding tone. Madame Gao probed, "What if some of us don't show up on time?" Landon still smiled. "I wouldn't advise being late for the department's summons. This is still a meeting based on the rules of the game. The outcome depends on our director's attitude. But if the meeting doesn't happen at all, I'm certain the director won't be pleased. The consequences of opposing a powerful government agency need no elaboration." "Your director sounds as important as a president," Madame Gao laughed. "You can think of it that way," Landon said with great confidence. "I accept the invitation and will inform the director that I will be punctual." Madame Gao was a formidable figure herself. With an open invitation, how could she act like a coward? Moreover, she was well aware of the department's temperament. Kingpin had been driven to a corner wanting to take them down with him, but he wasn't even given the chance. If the department wanted to eliminate them, they would have launched an attack when the Hand was quietly taking over the New York market. Instead, they paid no heed, or rather they deemed it beneath them. This intrigued her to meet this extraordinary figure. The same meeting invitation was delivered to the leaders of the Hand by agents. Perplexed by this unusual move from the relevant authorities, several leaders operating in New York held a secret gathering to discuss the other party's intentions. Could he be planning to wipe us all out? This conjecture proposed by Bakudo was the first to be dismissed. The relevant authorities had no need for schemes. Their strength could easily flatten everything. Madame Gao analyzed shrewdly. The Manhattan blockade incident has proven they wield immense power and are bound by few rules. I deduce that an entity like this wouldn't stoop to something as lowly as cracking down on the underworld. Then we possess something he desires. Murakami, one of the leaders, inferred. Madame Gao agreed. The director is of Chinese descent. You must think from an Eastern perspective. First the courtesy, then the force, the concept of the Yama King and his minions. What is that supposed to mean? The Western devils did not grasp Madame Gao's philosophy, but past experience and instinct told them this old woman's insights were unique. In other words, he is the Yama King, the boss too lofty to bother with small fries like us. Therefore he wants to cut straight to the chase and settle matters over a meal, wasting no time. Madame Gao's analysis struck a chord with everyone. This man was arrogant, and her deduction of his psychology made the meeting align perfectly with his modus operandi. The relevant authorities chose a restaurant in Manhattan for the meeting. Black Cadillac Escalades circled the block outside. Even more domineering was the temporary closure of the street, with NYPD cruisers blocking the intersection's officers directing vehicles and pedestrians to detour. 3 leaders of the hand arrived, punctually Madame Gao, Bakuto, and Murakami. Witnessing the street closure, they understood more clearly that attending was the right decision. Blocking a street just for a meal. Faced with someone who so casually manipulated the rules, the black market's power seemed utterly contemptible to him. No matter how strong you are, you're no match for a state apparatus. You must bow when the time comes. The 3 leaders' vehicles were permitted through and parked curbside. Men in black stepped forward to open their doors. A gesture of courtesy, or rather an inspection. The leaders' subordinates, all armed, were left outside. Only the 3 of them, led by a man in black, entered the venue. The restaurant was clean and bright, yet felt desolate. At the center, a single round table seated a man in a black suit, his hair slicked back, exuding an air of pride and unyielding confidence. "Welcome." Bai Mu did not rise to greet them. A waiter pulled out chairs for the guests. The 3 seasoned in such scenes took their seats without a change in expression. Madame Gao praised in Chinese. "I have long admired Director Bai from afar. Seeing you today, you are truly a young prodigy, unparalleled among your peers. You flatter me. My duties require me to play the stern role. Please understand if I fall short in courtesy." Bai Mu replied in Chinese, his gaze sweeping across their faces. "Waiter." A waiter in white gloves holding a bottle of red wine stepped forward and presented it to the group. A 1996 Chateau Latour, widely regarded as an exceptional vintage, a top choice for tasting in-house. After the introduction, the waiter poured a small amount for Bai Mu. He lifted the glass, swirled, sniffed, took a sip, and nodded. "Not bad. Open this bottle." Only then did the waiter pour wine for everyone. Bai Mu's gesture saved face for all. They were all civilized people, no need for crude violence. "Before we begin today's discussion, allow me to introduce a lady." As Bai Mu spoke, he looked to the side. Only then did they notice another person had yet to arrive. Psylocke emerged from the back clad in a light blue strapless dress, her hair tied back for a more dignified look, a ruby necklace accentuating her elegance. All eyes were on the alluring Psylocke. Bai Mu seized the moment. "The reason for inviting you is largely due to this lady and your arcane techniques." "Why is that?" Madame Gao inquired. "You might ask this Japanese gentleman instead. He may know more." Bai Mu's gaze fixed on Murakami. Seizing the opportunity of Psylocke's sudden appearance, he read a wealth of information. Everyone's attention turned to Murakami, who said, "I'm not sure what you wish to know." Bai Mu gave a dry laugh. "Gentlemen, I don't have the time or patience for beating around the bush, if you know how I usually operate." Murakami's 2 companions looked stern. Murakami raised his hands in surrender. All right. This lady is Kwanon. At least that's the name of this body. She was a top-tier assassin from the Japanese branch specializing in consciousness transfer. Our most outstanding employee. Later, due to an accident, she left the organization. Now, I assume her memories are scrambled. Anything more?" Psylocke pressed. "That's all I know," Murakami said. "But I know who was in charge of the operation, who served as your handler and assigned your missions." "Matsuo Tsurubi," Psylocke exclaimed. "That's him," Murakami nodded. "He trained many assassins like you, but none were as exceptional." "Who was I before?" Psylocke asked. "I don't know." "Where is Matsuo?" "His last known location was in the United States, but no one knows his exact whereabouts," Murakami said. As a leader of the hand, these answers are hardly satisfactory to Psylocke. Bai Mu could sense the disappointment welling within her. Murakami spread his hands. "I am just one leader. As you know, the hand's network is vast. I only represent one faction and I don't handle intelligence. Some questions are best pondered carefully in your mind before you answer me." Bai Mu was not one to fall for the buck-passing trick. "Let's start over. Where is Matsuo?" Murakami fell silent. Madame Gao and Bakuto watched Bai Mu's expression. Whether by instinct or something else, they felt a mental pressure that could crush them at any moment. This man before them was far more than they had assumed. The longer they were in his presence, the more dangerous he felt. A bone-chilling sensation of being targeted by a deadly viper. No strength of will could resist that. Corrosion. Madame Gao quickly tried to ease the tension. "We can contact the Grand Leader. She commands more hand divisions. She can get a more precise location on Matsuo." "Do it now." Bai Mu tossed out his phone. Bakuto picked it up and dialed a number. "Speakerphone," Bai Mu ordered. He explained the situation. Bai Mu added, "For this unnamed lady, whether tonight's meeting ends pleasantly depends on your attitude." "I understand, Director White. You may call me Alexandra. The hand has no intention of opposing you. I will fulfill all your requests. The woman on the phone was remarkably forthright in providing the whereabouts of Matsuo. Although they were all members of the hand, it did not necessarily mean that the leaders or factions were harmonious and united. Was there not discord and rivalry even among political parties? Even within a single family there would inevitably be scheming and infighting. According to the intelligence, the hand originated in Japan, but as it expanded globally, many independent factions had long since established themselves. The intelligence that Bai Mu had obtained gave the other party a single opportunity to earn trust. If they dared to play tricks or secretly tip off the enemy, then the hand would have no foothold left in the United States. These leaders understood that this was a test of survival or annihilation. Power rested in this man's hands. As for his demand, the woman on the phone took only 5 minutes to call back. Matsuo was last seen 2 days ago in Tokyo. He recently clashed with the sanctified order in Japan, and his whereabouts have been erratic since. But my people can continue to keep an eye on him. A smile finally spread across Bai Mu's face. You see, this is how a meeting should be. Sincere, accurate, and earning everyone's respect through my virtuous character, convincing by virtue. The 3 leaders of the hand all wore expressions of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Bai Mu also offered a gift in return. As for your development in New York, legality is the police's concern, not ours. But do not attempt to overturn the overall balance of New York. Where there is light in the world, there will be darkness. It is a natural rule. And if it tries to violate that rule and step into the light, that would be the most foolish decision. Bai Mu's gaze swept across their faces one by one. I hope all of you are wise enough not to commit such foolish acts. How wonderful it is to be alive. None of us would want to end up missing an arm or a leg at our next meeting, would we? The hand had a reputation for being unruly, always trying to stir up trouble, but they had been stopped by superheroes. Bai Mu's warning was meant to rein them in and keep them from crossing the line. The 3 leaders understood. Madame Gao said, Director Bai's golden words will be etched in our hearts. I also agree that everything has its rules, which is how order is established. Madame Gao is a woman of reason. Bai Mu knew his words would keep them calm for a while. For longer, no one could say for sure. After the guests were escorted out, Bai Mu turned his focus to Psylocke. Matsuo is in Japan. If we hurry, we can set off tomorrow. Psylocke hesitated. Bai Mu urged her to speak her mind, and she confessed. I used the CIA's intelligence system. Kwanan, this body, is a wanted fugitive in Japan. And then, Psylocke did not want to involve others. If we appear together, it will inevitably have a negative impact on you and the department. This operation is a personal vendetta. I should go undercover alone, so even if I fail, no one else will be implicated. Bai Mu did not believe she could handle it alone. The hand was no pushover. He interrupted. This is my plan, and risk assessment is my responsibility. That's why I said we leave tomorrow. Psylocke knew his true intentions. He was tough on the surface but gentle at heart. If she acted alone without intelligence or support, she would be unable to take a single step after landing. Bai Mu detested sentimentality. Either you're so moved you warm my bed, or shut up, pack up, get some rest, and we hit the road at dawn. I want to fly a military plane loaded with ammunition into Japan. That's the kind of scene I'm after. Psylocke's worries dissipated. Thank you, sir. But your first request is denied. A lack of human touch won't win any lattice favor. Get lost. I help you to the end and you still badmouth me. He might as well spend his time finding a few girls to experiment with his latest buff. Flipping through his phone book, he never lacked for dates. Romantic partners. The mission to Japan had to be low-key. Unlike the recent trip to the Middle East, which was a normal search and rescue operation with mutual communication and support between nations, what excuse was there for Japan? A high-ranking U.S. official leading a fugitive to kill and commit arson on their soil. Japan would have to be brainless to agree to that. Thus, the operation had to sever all ties with the relevant authorities, be conducted under secret identities, and ideally leave no trace connecting it to the United States. For ordinary people this would be extremely difficult, but for intelligence agencies it was just routine. The relevant department quickly forged 2 new passports for them, transforming them into law-abiding citizens. Bai Mu briefed Psylocke on the plan. Before landing at the military base were normal identities. After that, forget everything. We never existed. No problem. Psylocke was ready. They boarded a C-5 Galaxy transport plane bound for Japan. Besides relevant agents, it carried equipment they might need: energy-boosting helmets, a small psychic signal tower, and various spy gadgets and poisons. After more than 10 hours of flight, the military plane landed at the famous Yokota base, the headquarters of U.S. Forces Japan. The secret arrival of the relevant department was given a green light all the way. Bai Mu and Psylocke required no entry procedures. That was the privilege of the stationed forces. Strutting onto Japanese territory with weapons and equipment, yet Japan couldn't even control the entry paperwork. After meeting with the high-ranking officials of the U.S. Forces Japan, he requested to carry out classified work on behalf of the government. A section of the base was cordoned off with soldiers guarding it, prohibiting any contact. This was of course a smokescreen to divert attention. They had already changed into casual clothes and disguised themselves. Bai Mu wore a wig, black-rimmed glasses, and carried a camera looking every bit a photographer. Psylocke wore simple work attire, acting as his assistant. The CIA's computer can help us avoid the main surveillance areas and enhance signal interference for cameras. Psylocke pulled out some advanced tech. Carry this with you. Nice stuff. Bai Mu accepted it, preferring to stay hidden whenever possible. Yokota base was within the Tokyo metropolitan area. After walking a stretch from the military base, Psylocke used a decoder to hack a car parked on the street. Without any hesitation, they got in and push-started it. Automotive technology was advancing rapidly. Autonomous driving allowed computers to control everything, but that also meant it was a computer, and thus more vulnerable to external intrusion. Bai Mu drove while Psylocke pulled out a computer. The target is 40 kilometers away, a traditional residence. Reconnaissance 5 minutes ago showed 6 people active there. We might get something. Why overthink it? Just go straight and grab them and interrogate. Freed from the constraints of his identity, Bai Mu wanted to follow no rules, relying only on his iron fists to crush everything. Bai Mu covered 40 kilometers in just over 10 minutes, honking and overtaking all the way. A true madman in the dense metropolis of Tokyo, despite being chased by the police 3 times. But the fragile mental defenses of mortals were utterly helpless against the corruption of the void. A single sentence drained their zen, sending them cowering aside, trapped in fear and automatically forgetting what had just occurred. They arrived smoothly at their destination. An unremarkable 2-story Japanese house, modest in appearance, and not in a bustling area which only facilitated their operation. After getting out of the car, Bai Mu assessed the situation. Inside, 5 people are rummaging through things, as if searching for something. Then, Ling Dai stood before the front door, ready to kick it down with brute force. Bai Mu knew he was stating the obvious. With their familiar routine, Ling Dai kicked the door open with force. Bai Mu cast a collective spell in sync, and the 5 inside were frozen and blinded, swiftly taken down by the agile Ling Dai. Where is Matsuo Retsuhachi? Ling Dai pressed her psychic blade against one man's throat. He refused to speak, and with a flash of cold light his throat was slashed. Where is he? Ling Dai moved to the next. He too gritted his teeth and stayed silent. Ling Dai used her psychic powers to forcefully extract the information. You're not from the hand. Are you here to take revenge on Matsuo? After the violent reading, the target's mind collapsed. Ling Dai sheathed her weapon. They're ninjas from the Sanctified Society with the same goal as us, hunting down Matsuo. What did he do to incur such wrath, getting hunted by both sides? Bai Mu wanted to know. Matsuo stole something from them. A sword. A sword. A notoriously cursed blade in Japanese history, the Muramasa. It's said to harbor a sinister power, bringing misfortune and inevitable death to its wielder. Isn't that just a legend? I thought so too, but Matsuo and the Sanctified Society take it so seriously, even sparking a manhunt. Clearly it's more than it seems. I forgot this is Marvel, Bai Mu muttered to himself. In Marvel anything is possible. Zeus can go toe-to-toe with Odin, so a demonic sword is nothing special. Clearly we've stumbled into a multi-sided feud. Ling Dai glanced at the others. For a covert mission, no survivors were allowed. Bai Mu had no objections, harboring a natural aversion to the Japanese. He wouldn't take to the streets to slaughter innocents as brutal as the Japanese army once was. But those who crossed his path, he had no qualms about sending off. Afterward, Ling Dai searched the house but found nothing. The trail ends here. Bai Mu said, let's wait and see what the Hand's informant has found. To avoid being wiped out, the New York Hand agreed to provide intel on Matsuo. At least the residence was correct, though it had just been ransacked by other enemies. The contact showed no updates yet. They left the place and drove around. It was Bai Mu's first time in Japan, and sightseeing felt refreshing. You can speak Japanese too. He also noticed Ling Dai could read and understand it. Comes instinctively, she nodded. Since arriving here, many scenes in my mind have become clearer. It seems I've carried out many operations in this country. We're getting closer to the truth. Bai Mu patiently watched the streetscape. After a while, his phone rang. An encrypted email from the Hand with Matsuo's latest location. Where is Fuji? Bai Mu asked Ling Dai. I know, she said, slamming the brakes at the intersection ahead, running a red light to turn around. It's not far from Tokyo at the foot of the famous Mount Fuji. Oh, Bai Mu understood upon hearing this. The informant says Matsuo and some of his men are there waiting for a plane to leave the country. Bai Mu picked up another phone. General Johnson, I need the base's air defense radar to focus on the Fuji area. There's a presidentially authorized covert operation that may require fire support. In name, the president doesn't interfere with the military, but in reality. Article 2 Section 2 of the Constitution states the president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff reports to the president, so it all depends on how assertive the president is. Bai Mu made calls on 2 phones alternately. Upon hearing that the target intended to flee, he immediately contacted the U.S. Air Force Base in Japan. Let any plane try to escape. Let it face the Patriot missiles. Ling Dai was in awe of such power. Who would want to be his enemy, having to withstand the crushing force of the state machinery? Was this the true pinnacle of living? But we should still avoid any ties with the military or official authorities, Bai Mu said. He didn't want to use power that could expose his identity except in critical moments. Ling Dai agreed wholeheartedly. To avoid trouble, she even considered acting alone. It took half an hour to reach Fuji. A high-altitude reconnaissance drone from the relevant authorities monitored ahead. The target was in a traditional residence at the foot of Mount Fuji, with over 30 heat sources detected. They were armed and guarding the perimeter. This surely meant a big catch. All the clues from the past days converged. Ling Dai's emotions surged. The one who knew everything, Matsuo Retsuhachi, was within reach, holding the key to her past, her history, and her true self. Take it easy, Bai Mu knew her heart was racing. He'll handle the others. You just focus on Matsuo and get the truth you need to know. Ling Dai tightened her grip on her sword and looked at him. Regardless, I have to thank you. Without you, I doubt I'd have made it this far. What's there to thank? We help each other. In the future, you can. Bai Mu nearly slipped up about warming the bed. Ling Dai crossed her arms and shook her head with a laugh. You have so many women lining up for you, I don't stand a chance. Obviously, both those who like me and those who hate me are already queued up to Los Angeles. Bai Mu was proud, but the atmosphere lightened. They parked 500 meters from the target building. Bai Mu released his psychic scan while Ling Dai examined the high-definition images from the drone, memorizing every guard's position. 32 people. A real fight, Bai Mu remarked. He hadn't brought Juggernaut this time. If that guy were here, they could just barge in without worry. But now he needed some brains. Magical power ignited crimson flames on the ground, turning the soil into a swirling vortex of molten lava. From it emerged 2 glowing red claws gripping the earth to pull itself out. A figure blazing like white-hot steel forged into a glowing upper body with sharp claws of searing magma, a fiery raging fire elemental. 1, 2, 3. Bai Mu had summoned 6 fire elementals. Their violent minds were filled only with the urge to slaughter, burn, and purify. Too bad it's winter. They came out shorter. In summer they'd be at least 2 or 3 meters tall. The fire elementals Bai Mu summoned were not up to standard yet. He needed more practice. Even knowing he was a sorcerer, Ling Dai couldn't look away from these ever-changing displays. Gotta keep some tricks up my sleeve to impress the ladies. Bai Mu joked, then turned serious. Hey, race the plan, it'll cloud their minds and send the fire elementals in. Then we attack from the back door. Any objections? None. Ling Dai was ready for a bloodbath. The portal brought the fire elements into the courtyard. The 6 hot-tempered fire elements, upon spotting a passing ninja on patrol, immediately lunged at him with claws swinging, knocking him down and beating him in a chaotic brawl. The fire elements pummeled the poor ninja into a charred husk. The screams attracted more comrades who rushed out of the house only to be horrified by the scene before them. The 6 blazing fire element babies stood in a row, glowing red-hot as if flashing mocking grins. Fireballs began to rain down wildly, and the arsonist revelry commenced. While the 6 arsonists in the courtyard were fiercely engaging the hand ninjas, Bai Mu and Ling Dai, who had broken in through the back door, smoothly circumvented them and charged into the building. Bai Mu sensed the location. He's in the west wing. Go. He'll hold them off here. Ling Dai turned back to him. Be careful. What kind of defeatist talk is that? Bai Mu snapped, summoning a chain of lightning that blasted 3 ninjas charging out. What are you looking at? Do I look weak? Where was I a burden? Ling Dai, ashamed, ran off. Her worry clouded her judgment. She dashed toward the west wing, but suddenly a black shadow flashed before her. Unable to dodge, she took a kick to the chest. Ling Dai immediately backflipped, but a gash was still carved across her stomach, blood streaming down. The shadow revealed itself. A black-clad woman with tied-back hair and long claws, the cause of Ling Dai's injury. Elizabeth Braddock. The black-clad woman recognized her and even smiled. Look at you, nervous and seething with rage. What are you here for? Who are you? Yukio? Ling Dai's memories of her were awakened. Damn it. I don't want to kill you today. Just hand over Matsuo quietly. Or else. Yukio scratched her chin with her sharp claws. I'm suddenly looking forward to tearing this little beauty of yours to shreds. Yukio struck like lightning, but Ling Dai had already read it. She parried with her katana and slashed with her psychic blade. The latter agilely rolled away. You still love to cheat. I don't have time for you. Ling Dai was anxious to find Matsuo. First get through me. Yukio blocked her path, brandishing her katana. Defeat me and Matsuo is your prey. But think carefully. Once I draw my blade, it will claim your life. The cursed blade Muramasa. Ling Dai's gaze fixed on the sword in Yukio's hand. She had never seen the real thing, but she could feel the malevolent and bloodthirsty aura it exuded even before being fully drawn. Yukio had only partially unsheathed her cursed blade. She remained unflustered by the commotion outside her, breathing steady throughout her steps, firm and powerful. Facing this scene, Ling Dai couldn't help but tense every nerve, her grip on the sword tightening. Her opponent was a top-tier expert, calm and composed, unshaken by danger. The weapon in Yukio's hand gave Ling Dai an intense sense of peril. Once drawn, it would inevitably taste blood to quell its eerie curse. The silent duel drained both their spirits. Ling Dai had faced many extreme situations, and this was one of them. Countless strategies flashed through her mind, but none offered absolute certainty. In a duel of masters, the first to strike reveals a flaw. Yukio was fully focused on this destined fierce battle. Only one of them could survive. Just at that critical moment, Bai Mu burst in with a flurry. Seeing the two women locked in a standoff, he casually conjured an ice arrow and Yukio fell. Ling Dai stared dumbfounded at her opponent. Yukio's eyes widened as the ice arrow pierced her abdomen, the cold spreading through her limbs. She didn't even have time to scream before she died, filled with extreme resentment. Ling Dai looked at Bai Mu in disbelief. Bai Mu was even more puzzled by her gaze. What about me? Did you really expect us to fight for hundreds of rounds? Ling Dai fully understood Yukio's unwillingness to die. If there was a hell, she'd be roaring for 10,000 years, asking why. Where was the expected script? Where was the epic battle of 300 rounds? Yukio hadn't even drawn her blade, and he just sneak-killed her with a single ice arrow. Damn it. Nice find. Bai Mu ran to pick up the Muramasa from Yukio's hand. Ling Dai was about to warn him, but Bai Mu froze his eyes, losing focus. She thought, damn, you can't just touch a cursed object like that. Panic set in. What to do now? It was all her fault for not warning him. How could you be so stupid? About 2 seconds later, just as Ling Dai was about to risk taking the cursed blade, Bai Mu's hand, holding the sword, flickered with magical light. A petty demon trying to challenge me. Stay put. Ling Dai's emotions were on a roller coaster, almost too much to bear. Bai Mu was even more baffled by her daze. What are you staring at? Matsuo is behind this door. Get him. Oh! She charged in with her head down, too embarrassed to face anyone. Kicking open the sliding door, she saw a man sitting with his back to them, unfazed by the chaos outside. Matsuo Retsu Hakyu. Ling Dai gritted her teeth. The truth was right before her. She pressed her blade to his neck. I've come to reclaim my truth. Matsuo turned around. An elderly Japanese man. Seeing Ling Dai, he smiled. I knew this day would come. You haven't let my training go to waste. You are outstanding. Spare me the talk. Tell me what you know. Ling Dai couldn't be bothered to listen and directly invaded his mind, reading the memories within. The Quannon gene-enhanced warriors were carefully selected as ideal assassins, but they collapsed under the strain of the enhancement. Matsuo then thought of using the hand's secret art, consciousness transfer. He had intelligence on some mutants and chose a British woman, Elizabeth Braddock. He transferred her consciousness into the Quannon body, codenamed Psylocke. The transfer experiment was a success. The fusion made Psylocke the ideal mutant assassin. Cold-blooded, efficient, and swift, eliminating countless targets and rivals for Matsuo. But this forced union was unstable, with 2 sets of memories tormenting Psylocke. Eventually she snapped, massacred her colleagues in a frenzy, and fled to North America. So, this is my past. Learning the truth, Ling Dai struggled to process it. The fragments from before fell into place, and the door to the truth swung open. Though many pieces and undiscovered pasts remained, at least she now knew who she once was and who she was now. You destroyed my original body, buried it in the dirt like trash, and turned me into a cold-blooded animal. Matsuo smiled. The cold blood was always in your veins. You just awakened your beastly side. I didn't make you a beast. Fine. A flash of the blade and Matsuo's head flew off. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground, blood spurting. Ling Dai's cold words lingered. But you still deserve to die. Spirit Butterfly ultimately severed Matsuo's head, avenging herself upon her nemesis. Yet this was far from the end of Matsuo's fall, merely unveiled a more chaotic prelude, as the hand was utterly determined to obtain the demonic blade. On the other hand, the Sacred Assembly, a righteous organization safeguarding Japan, strove with all its might to prevent the hand from acquiring the demonic blade, vowing to seal it deep beneath the earth, forever beyond mortal reach. As for the reason why, after Bai Mu made contact with Muramasa, he understood. It possesses a power that corrodes the soul, not only influencing the wielder's spirit, but also capable of eroding an opponent's mind, driving them to madness. Spirit Butterfly gazed at the blade in Bai Mu's hand, a legendary weapon of peerless sharpness, said to cleave iron as if it were mud. Despite its eerie nature, it remained the ultimate treasure pursued by martial artists. Were it in her own hands, it would surely be an invincible divine tool. Damn. Spirit Butterfly was abruptly jolted awake. What's wrong? Bai Mu noticed her troubled expression. It whispered sweet nothings to me, trying to make me claim it. Spirit Butterfly grew more vigilant. It wants to break free from you. Oh! Bai Mu drew the blade, a chilling aura emanating from it. Once I use soul magic to extract its sword spirit and entertain it with void flames, it won't dare to play tricks. Through her psychic abilities, Spirit Butterfly sensed that the malevolent aura had weakened considerably, as if in fear. If one were to speak of the most uncanny, the sorcerer before her was likely far beyond it. A master of black magic, inheritor of ancient gods, dominator of necromantic forces. Any one of these could suppress it. Muramasa's sinister nature was but a novice's display before such might. On the spot, he held the blade in his right hand while summoning soul flames in his left, flames that targeted the very spirit. Under the roasting of this evil scorching fire, the blade itself seemed to tremble, emitting a low humming buzz. The surging malevolence subsided as the ghostly flames threatened to reduce it to ashes. In the depths of consciousness, Bai Mu sensed its pleas and howls, willing to submit as master and slave just to spare its life. Bai Mu immediately ceased, turned the blade, and handed it to Spirit Butterfly. I have no fondness for Japanese swords. Yet this blade is exceptionally sharp, and its corrosive power can aid you in launching psychic assaults against your enemies. Can I manage it? Spirit Butterfly remained wary. Bai Mu nodded. You possess psychic abilities, naturally capable of resisting its influence. It has been thoroughly cowed. The condition for its survival is to accept a master, so you can wield it with peace of mind. This is far too precious. Having once served as an assassin in Japan, Spirit Butterfly's habit of wielding a katana revealed her affinity for such weapons. Accept it, and it lives. Refuse, and I will destroy it. Bai Mu was neither a samurai nor fond of katanas. In his hands, it was nothing more than a white elephant. I accept it. Thank you. Spirit Butterfly ceased her hesitation. Deep down, she was loath to see a blade that had birthed a soul spirit be extinguished so readily. Slay a few more ninjas to hone its edge, Bai Mu suggested. The demonic blade thirsted for blood. Whose blood? Naturally, Japanese blood was most fitting. Due to this delay, Bai Mu sensed that outsiders had arrived, many of them. It was unclear whether they belonged to the Hand or the Sacred Assembly, but both factions were sworn to seize the demonic blade. Yet once a treasure was in hand, Bai Mu had no intention of relinquishing it. Thus only one outcome remained. Spirit Butterfly understood. Either we terrorize them into submission or we annihilate them all. Congratulations on grasping my modus operandi. Bai Mu smiled with satisfaction. Faced with trouble that had sought him out, particularly from the Japanese, he bore no moral qualms. This also presented a perfect opportunity to practice his summoning abilities. Summoning fire elementals required constant practice. The more refined the summoning and control, the more powerful and numerous the summoned beings. With this hidden identity absolving him of responsibility, and so many ninjas willingly offering themselves, the fiery legions of fire elementals were growing impatient. As he pondered, ninjas poured in through windows and rooftops, encircling them. Hand over Muramasa. This malevolent object must not exist in the world. A white-clad masked ninja warned them, presumably belonging to the Sacred Assembly. Spirit Butterfly retorted defiantly, If you dare take it from me, then regret is all we can offer. As the white-clad ninja's words fell, the surrounding ninjas launched their assault. Yet Spirit Butterfly, a top-tier assassin with superhuman physique and mutant abilities, now wielded the demonic blade, doubling her combat prowess. Severed limbs and splattered blood filled the scene, along with the demonic blade's psychic corrosion and shock inflicted upon each target. These were the consequences of challenging her. Bai Mu, focused on summoning more formidable fire elementals, watched with keen interest. Spirit Butterfly's martial skills were truly exquisite, and with prolonged observation, one could sense a fluid artistic quality. The white-clad leader, a skilled warrior, grew restless as his comrades fell. When he personally intervened, Spirit Butterfly dodged and struck back. He chose to parry Hedon, but with a sharp crack his katana was severed. The demonic blade's sharpness exceeded all imagination. Its corrosive power was unleashed, and Spirit Butterfly also employed her psychic abilities to breach the white ninja's mind. In a moment of distraction, the blade cleaved him from left shoulder to right abdomen, splitting him in two. The white-clad ninja's strength surpassed even the earlier Yukiko, yet he too fell in a single strike. Spirit Butterfly and the blade had found their harmony. Baimu knew his decision to gift it to her was correct. Once the blade's spirit chose to submit, its combat became unstoppable. In that brief instant, a swarm of ninjas lay slaughtered by her hand. Yet chaos only intensified. Soon after the white ninja's appearance, the enraged hand also arrived. A helicopter pursued them from the air, its mounted machine gun strafing the ground below. Baimu silently chanted, bestowing several buffs upon Spirit Butterfly to enhance her speed, strength, and agility, then charged out. "Leave the outside to me." Rushing outside, the helicopter's gunner sprayed bullets, turning the ground fire elementals into easy targets. Unable to take flight, they were mercilessly shattered into fragments. Baimu cursed and raised his hand to summon a chain of lightning. The unfortunate gunner had his hair electrified, the helicopter's circuits malfunctioned, and it wobbled, threatening to plummet from the sky. With the enemy outnumbering them, Baimu wasted no words and immediately summoned fire elementals. He grasped the essence of summoning, for a potent surge of flame energy flowed beneath the earth. The strength of summoned beings depended not only on mental fortitude but also on the location. Though it was winter, they were at the foot of Mount Fuji, where a fierce torrent of flame energy churned underground. When he struck the node of energy fluctuation, his efforts bore twice the fruit with half the effort. "Set the earth ablaze with my legions. Emerge!" Baimu hit the critical node, channeling all his power to sustain the fiery vortex as fire elemental minions crawled forth from within. 5, 10, 15, 20. Larger and stronger fire elementals multiplied explosively. In their fury, they toppled walls, ignited buildings, and unleashed their seething rage. The deeper Baimu's spirit delved, the more he sensed an even more surging and terrifying flame force deep within the earth, desperately yearning to burst forth. Baimu was overjoyed by this discovery. The effortless control was a rare opportunity for a mage, akin to a martial epiphany that must be seized or it might never come again. Thus he cast a shield over himself and maintained the correct posture. The Spirit Butterfly, having dealt with the ninjas in the house, arrived in the courtyard knowing he was in a critical state and was ready to strike down anyone who approached. A massive shadow descended, a samurai sword, slashing down toward Baimu's head. Spirit Butterfly blocked it with both hands on her blade, the force driving her to one knee. Looking up, she saw her opponent was a puppet warrior over 3 meters tall, animated by secret arts. A creation of the hand. She quickly rolled aside to dodge slashing at its leg, then a reverse cut to the head. The colossal inhuman monster crashed to the ground. But there were more. The 3 maternal puppet warriors, immensely strong, felt no pain or fear. The white ninjas besieging them could not withstand a single blow being sent flying or cleaved into, their bodies strewn everywhere. The enraged fire elemental seized a fireball from the ground and hurled it at the puppet warrior, setting it ablaze. But this drew their attention. They rampaged and slashed, sending the fire babies barely half their height flying. Damn it! Spirit Butterfly knew her foes were resilient and immune to mental attacks, so she had to rely on cunning. Launching a surprise attack from behind, her blade gleamed with an eerie red light. The recent bloodshed had awakened it. The puppet warrior sensed the anomaly behind it and turned, but Spirit Butterfly was faster. She bent low, charged past, and dashed several steps. The puppet warrior froze mid-motion, then split into 2 halves. Spirit Butterfly was the only one on the field who could single-handedly fell a puppet warrior. The demonic blade greatly aided her, otherwise facing such mindless arcane monsters would have been exceedingly difficult. But their opponents were not only the puppets but also the ninjas and assassins of the hand. Some had brought automatic weapons, spraying bullets into the crowd, turning the 3-way battle into chaos. Baimu, seeing the fire elementals he had summoned with great effort being felled by the puppets and mowed down by gunfire, was extremely displeased. Spirit Butterfly's fight was no easier. The demonic blade in her hand was the target of everyone, all eager to seize it. Get lost! Spirit Butterfly repelled a group of ninjas, but she was panting heavily. Someone behind tried to throw lime powder to blind Baimu, who summoned lightning to blast the attacker. Baimu was furious as well. Was it not just taking their sword? How shameless to gang up on a woman and resort to such dirty tricks as throwing lime powder. Spirit Butterfly retreated behind him, gasping. There are more and more of them. Heaven knows how the Hand and the Sanctum had gathered so many. Of his summoned fire elementals, only the 5 strongest remained to resist. Opening a portal to escape would also take time. Moreover, given by Mu's temperament, fleeing with his tail between his legs, especially before the Japanese, was too disgraceful. As the heir of the Archmage, he could bleed but not lose his dignity. Very well. You asked for this. Bai Mu looked up at the snow-capped Mount Fuji, the sacred peak in the hearts of the Japanese, a symbol of the nation. Yet it was an active volcano that had erupted centuries ago with awe-inspiring energy flowing beneath its surface. During the summoning, he could sense the terrifying energy deep underground. If he could harness it to open a larger planar gate and pull out a more powerful fire elemental, these ninjas would surely taste the bitter consequences of provoking his wrath. Hold on for a few more minutes. No problem. Spirit Butterfly gripped her sword tightly, ready for the most extreme battle of her life. Come on, you cowards. Bai Mu channeled his strongest mental energy, delving deeper and deeper beneath Mount Fuji, seeking a more powerful entity. One filled with rage and destruction, the hellfire that could terrify all. But his greed drove him too deep. He seized the surging energy source deep within Fuji, using it to open a planar gate that even he sensed was perilous. When he realized this, it was too late to stop. Forcibly withdrawing now would deplete his mental energy, leaving him as vulnerable as a foot soldier, easy prey. He could only grit his teeth and continue opening the gate for this furious energy source. The consciousness from the depths awakened its roar, causing the entire ground to tremble. Spirit Butterfly glanced back amid her battle with the ninjas. Bai Mu was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth. He could not let that power consume him and had to maintain his role as the vanguard. But this commotion caused the nearby summit of Mount Fuji to show signs of collapse. The Japanese tourists were thrown into panic. This was an active volcano, and an eruption would be catastrophic. Bai Mu could feel the molten lava churning and flowing beneath his feet. The frantic power did not fully obey his command. It eagerly climbed upward, driving terrifying energy to burst through the earth. At the critical moment, Bai Mu severed his mental connection, avoiding severe backlash. Then came a rumbling explosion from underground. The mountain shook, the earth split, and magma erupted hundreds of meters high from the fissures. Everyone on the scene stopped fighting. At the foot of Mount Fuji, the cracked earth was swallowed by magma. A pair of blazing oranger demon horns emerged from the lava pool. These demon horns alone stood over 10 meters tall, and more of its body was roaring as it climbed out. The surrounding land collapsed wildly, and some ninjas too slow to flee were devoured by the magma. Ooh-ho! Bai Mu stared blankly. Spirit Butterfly saw him like this for the first time. What exactly did you summon? Bai Mu looked at his own hands in disbelief. I meant to summon a stronger fire baby, but now it seems I've pulled up the mightiest fire lord. What? Spirit Butterfly mirrored his expression. I didn't expect to go this far either. I was just a bit short of mastery. In the final moment, I got scared and ended the process hurriedly. Then what will happen? Spirit Butterfly asked. If it takes a liking to me, we'll be friends. If not. A thunderous roar drowned out his voice. The enraged Flame Demon King bellowed as it tore through the mountain ridge, its immense power causing tremors, waves, and lava to erupt thousands of meters into the sky before raining down as fire. A giant blazing with fire broke free from the planar shackles amid the baptism of flames. You foolish insects summoned me, disturbing my peace. Wrath and flames shall purify your miserable world. Taste the flames of Sulfuron. The Lord of the Fire Elemental Plane, Ragnaros the Fire Lord, had been summoned from the elemental realm. His fury split the earth, and the raging fire and magma beneath Mount Fuji were wildly drawn forth. The scorching magma engulfed everything on the surface. People and vehicles too slow to escape were instantly consumed. Roads and buildings were not spared either, all turning into blazing orangered lava. Acrid black smoke filled the sky, and burning stones fell like rain, igniting more crops and forests. Fire was everywhere, everything ablaze. The hellfire brought by the Flame Demon King spread across the mountains and plains. Scenes like the apocalypse stunned countless onlookers. From the moment the Flame Demon King tore the earth apart, Bai Mu knew things had spiraled completely out of control. Humans were nothing but insects in its eyes, and Sulfuras the hammer could shatter their world into pieces. Even thinking about it now was futile. The ground beneath them kept collapsing, searing magma erupted everywhere, and the Flame Demon King ignored all conventions, summoning dozens of flame suns to chase and slaughter indiscriminately. To say there was no connection between it and its summoner would be wrong. The flame suns targeted the ninjas, driven by a will to plunge those annoying pests' heads into the magma. This was exactly Bai Mu's purpose in summoning the Flame Demon King. It followed through the flame suns, rushing past him to pursue a screaming, burning ninja, ignoring the two of them. What do we do? Ling Dai studied the ground beneath them. A patch of land, roughly 6 or 7 square meters, surrounded by boiling lava. Let me catch my breath. Bai Mu said, his voice weak from mental exhaustion. Then we open a portal and get out of here. Ling Dai nodded in full agreement. You might scorn them but face a flaming giant that could tear a mountain ridge in two. Look up at what it's doing and you'd make the same choice. The Flame Demon King was at the foot of Mount Fuji, digging relentlessly, not only worsening the volcano's eruption risk, but also destabilizing the tectonic plates. A full eruption of Mount Fuji would be apocalyptic. It sits on a long volcanic belt. A massive eruption would bury surrounding cities in lava, Tokyo included. Volcanic ash would darken the skies, plunging the nation into blackouts and ecological devastation. Even neighboring China would feel the impact. The energy release could trigger crustal movements, earthquakes, or massive tsunamis, severely affecting nearby countries. For Japan, at the epicenter, it would be the end of the world. But what could Bai Mu do now, drained of all magic? Opening a portal back to the base was his limit. The rest was up to fate. Both of them slumped to the ground, leaning against the wall, panting heavily. Ling Dai let out a bitter laugh. We've really stirred up a catastrophe. Bai Mu shrugged helplessly. If those ninjas hadn't hounded me, pushing me to the edge, would I have used this? I'm desperate too. The base seems to be sounding an alarm. Ling Dai noted, hearing the noise outside. Let's see what the news says. Bai Mu grabbed a computer and opened major news channels. The story was everywhere. A flaming monster at the foot of Mount Fuji had become a global headline. This was impossible to hide. The fiery creature's appearance had reduced Fuji City to ashes, everything burning, the sky blazing red with occasional fire rain falling. Survivors who escaped witnessed what they believed was the apocalypse, trembling in fear. Footage uploaded online by onlookers drove countless doomsday cultists to their knees, while madmen spread predictions of the end, fueling societal panic. Japan's government mobilized fully. Helicopters and fighter jets flew over Fuji, capturing the horrifying scene. A city turned into a fiery hell with apocalyptic devastation everywhere. What shattered their worldview completely was the ever-growing flame giant, wreaking havoc and most terrifyingly tampering with Mount Fuji itself. If it triggered a volcanic eruption, Japan would be finished. The Japanese government was frantic, deploying fighter jets fully armed, even alerting the U.S. forces stationed in Japan. The Japanese military acted swiftly, locking onto the Flame Demon King and launching missiles. But the demon, absorbed in its digging, barely acknowledged them. The missiles only sparked on impact, making it scratch its back briefly before resuming its work. Missiles are useless against it. The command center officers exchanged grim looks. If humanity's finest weapons couldn't harm it, what could? Switch to armor-piercing rounds. Someone suggested. If that fails, well, request the U.S. to launch a nuke. Another proposed bolder. Normally this would require extensive protocols, but today everything was expedited. The monster could trigger Fuji's eruption at any moment. Between doom and madness, they chose the latter. After watching for a while, Bai Mu concluded, the volcano probably won't fully erupt, or at least not anymore. Why? Ling Dai asked, puzzled. It's absorbing the volcano's energy to empower itself, using the rest to summon flame suns. If I'm right, Fuji's eruption threshold has stabilized. They had dodged one apocalypse, but that didn't mean they were safe. The Flame Demon King finally pulled out its prize. A red-hot hammer, the artifact of the Sulphur's Flame Lord. Perhaps the missile barrage had some effect. With its hammer in hand, the demon's first move was to summon a volley of magma arrows in retaliation. The sky filled with fiery arrows. In the real world, the Flame Demon King's attacks were relentless. Fighter jets kept their distance, firing missiles from safe zones. Enraged by the tiny human's persistence, it roared, "Why do you disturb me? You're doomed. Let the flames purify everything." An even more terrifying eruption of flames followed, the sky blanketed with fire arrows, shrouding the ruined city. Even the airborne jets couldn't escape. Lava arrows pierced their hulls, forcing pilots to eject. But the fire rain ignited their parachutes, turning them into screaming fireballs, crashing to the ground. Provoked further, the Flame Demon King turned toward Tokyo and began marching, followed by thousands of fire elementals. From high-altitude reconnaissance cameras, it looked like hell's demons had descended upon the world. Nothing could stop them. Everything in their path faced only destruction. The flames of Sulfuron will turn this world into a sea of fire. I will ignite the spine of this world, paving the way for the old gods. Bai Mu could hear its roar through the lingering bond between summoner and contract. The demon ranted, rallying its fiery army as it marched toward Tokyo. This Chunibyu is hopeless. Bai Mu slapped his forehead. From the earlier missile barrage, which had indeed caused minor damage, he realized humanity had a chance to defeat it. Missiles had limited payloads. What if they used tons of bombs instead? Dropped thousands of bombs from bombers? Or even a nuke? Attacking Tokyo would put the Flame Demon King in a multi-front assault without any support. It would only spell its doom. Wait, what did it just say? Old gods. I suppose I'm one of them. Bai-Mu slowly recalled that in the tales of the magical beasts, the elemental lords were subordinates of the ancient gods, serving as vanguards in the campaign to corrupt the universe. If he were to harness the power of the ancient gods, they ought to obey him. With this realization, Bai-Mu felt relieved. Why rush? He decided to take a shower first, then have a meal, catch up on the news, and listen to some music. Once his mental energy had somewhat recovered, he would step in as the mastermind behind the scenes to clean up the mess. Without the burden, he was in no hurry. He was no Ultraman with no obligation to sacrifice himself to save an island nation. In a way, he was even curious to see how much chaos the Flame King could stir up. The monster had arrived, but where was Ultraman? The beleaguered Japanese government saw no hope. The fiery army, after annihilating Mount Fuji, tearing it asunder, and draining its flames, continued its march along the volcanic mountain range. The military had taken defensive measures, but they proved utterly futile against this supernatural force. Missiles and shells had extremely limited effect. As the Flame Demon crossed a mountain and advanced toward the next city, they deployed armored units. Thousands of armor-piercing and high-explosive shells were fired at it, with nearly all the tanks from nearby military bases mobilized. Yet before the Flame King, this was nothing more than a pitiful struggle of ants. It slammed its hammer into the ground. Sulphurous smash. The shockwave rippled in all directions, flipping countless tanks, and the ensuing wave of molten lava engulfed the heaps of steel. Then the fiery army surged forward and humanity was utterly obliterated. Conventional weapons can't stop it. It's 35 kilometers from Tokyo. Estimated contact in an hour and a half. The War Command Center was in chaos, with countless indicators suggesting the fiery army would inevitably sweep through the capital. The Prime Minister was under immense pressure. His aides kept reporting the situation. The fiery army was moving east, growing in numbers, another city on the verge of destruction. Unable to bear it, the Prime Minister said, "Get me the U.S. President." After a round of discussions via the international hotline, it was decided that in accordance with the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty, the U.S. military would provide strategic support to Japan with more lethal weapons, including nuclear missiles. Bai-Mu, stationed at the U.S. military base, had already learned of the plan. The mission would be carried out by B-52 bombers armed with nuclear cruise missiles, launching an attack before the flame giant could approach Tokyo. The U.S. military prepared with remarkable speed. Fighter jets took off first for escort, followed by the B-52s. 2 nuclear missiles hung under the wings. The pilots assigned to the mission wore grim expressions. They represented humanity's ultimate power. I wonder if this thing can withstand a nuke. Bai-Mu mused as he watched the screen. He had a foreboding feeling. This was, after all, the most powerful weapon on the planet. He wanted to warn the Flame King, but his mental energy was insufficient. Any normal attempt to contact it would only be ignored. As Bai-Mu braced himself for the worst, permission was granted to launch the nuke. A cruise missile detached from its launcher, ignited, and sped toward its target. An AWACS provided precise guidance. Given U.S. missile technology, if they aimed for your window, they wouldn't hit the balcony next door. The subsonic missile quickly reached the Flame King. This insignificant object failed to catch its attention. But in the next moment, every surveillance screen turned a blinding white. Under the light filter mode, the nuclear bomb could be seen striking the Flame King and detonating. Lethal heat shockwaves and radiation instantly replaced everything. The extreme brightness turned the surrounding sky into what seemed like pitch-black night. Afterward, the visible shockwave swept across the land, followed by the ear-splitting roar of the explosion. Against this overwhelming force, every living creature and structure along the way was sent flying. In the epicenter of the blast, as the blinding light faded, everyone stared intently at the screens, their breaths and heartbeats unconsciously quickening. But when the outcome was about to be revealed, countless eyes widened in shock. This? How is this possible? Incredulous words were uttered in different languages. Images from reconnaissance planes showed that after the core energy of the explosion dissipated, the burning flames had not been extinguished. The flame giant had fallen to its knees but quickly rose again. The nuclear blast's heat had no effect on the fire elemental lord. Nuclear radiation was also meaningless to an elemental being. Only the shockwave had dealt a heavy blow. The Flame King's armor had cracked, its red-hot skin split in many places with hellish magma spewing from the wounds. Deadly flames ignited the earth. It roared, brandished its hammer, and burned with fury. Now it's your turn. Damned insects! The Flame King, enraged, once more slammed sulfurs into the ground. Flames surged onto its body, triggering a nova-like eruption. The earth split, volcanoes erupted, and fire and lava engulfed the cities. The volcanic energy deep underground, stirred by the Flame King's power, unleashed a terrifying wave of energy. Besides the violent eruption, it also brought the hardest to prevent catastrophe. A massive earthquake. In that moment, the earth shook violently. The subterranean energy spread along the mountain range, surging eastward toward Asia's most bustling metropolis. Highways cracked, buildings swayed, tilted, and collapsed one after another. Countless people screamed and fled. Then the B-52 launched its second nuclear missile, which detonated on the Flame King once more. After the blinding radiance faded, the Flame King stood unyielding, but everything around it had been turned into a hellish sea of fire. In the news footage, some among the crowd shouted about the end of the world, scrambling to escape. Others abandoned even their families and friends, and extremists resorted to mass suicide. This scene, live-streamed by frantic cameras, was witnessed by the entire world. The viewers were also stunned. What was happening today completely surpassed the limits of human imagination. A flame giant that had suddenly crawled out from the earth, a fiery apocalypse that destroyed cities, a creature unfazed by nuclear strikes, and a demon that triggered a massive earthquake. Everything that occurred in Japan that day shattered people's established worldview. Fortunately, this was the Marvel world, where humans had thicker skin. Though shocked, most were not completely paralyzed with fear. Not to mention ordinary people. Even the summoner by Mu found it hard to believe. It can withstand a nuclear strike. That's impressive. But it seems to have been hurt, Psylocke noted sharply. The Flame King's armor was already ruined, leaving it naked. His cracked skin was still leaking magma. If it took no damage at all, that would truly be the end of the world. Bai Mu said, feeling it was still within tolerable limits. He never imagined a boss easily defeated in the late game could be so terrifying when brought into reality. But that made sense. Game balance was inevitable. Early bosses had to be manageable for players. Without later game power scaling, it might not even match a minor boss from the later stages. In reality, however, there were no game rules to restrain it. This was its powerful state after breaking through the elemental plane and descending into the Marvel world. A terrifying force capable of tearing the earth, shattering mountains, and withstanding nuclear strikes. But it might also be its final song. The US military, though stunned, issued another strike order: continue nuclear strikes. Prevent it from approaching the city. At this point, Bai Mu, ignoring his severely depleted mental energy, quickly activated the ancient god mode. The powerful evil god's energy, amplified by a signal booster, was transmitted to the Flame King. If you want to save your life, hide immediately. In the throes of excruciating pain and blazing fury, the Fire Demon King, who had sworn to annihilate heaven and earth, suddenly heard the ancient god's warning. Once disdainful of humanity, the searing agony now taught him that this time he must flee. Those heroes who charged Hedon usually met a cannon fodder's end. His mind might be scorched, but he was no fool. Having expended so much effort to escape the tedious elemental plane, did he truly wish to be sent back before even savoring his conquest? In the blink of an eye, as the American fighter locked onto him and launched the third nuclear missile, the Fire Demon King shamelessly dropped his hammer and plunged headlong into a pool of magma. The nuclear bomb chased him and detonated at his back. Through their spiritual link, Bai Mu could sense the Fire Demon King's frustration. His rear end blown to smithereens, the Fire Demon King's fury surged. These wretched insects dabbling in dark arts. I must hide myself away. Knowing when to yield, the Fire Demon King burrowed deep underground, aided by the volcanic magma flowing like fluid into the depths, and concealing himself within the scorching molten rock. The sons of flame and fire elemental warriors on the surface were nearly finished as well. The shockwaves from humanity's nuclear bombs were devastating. Even the Fire Demon King, who had endured 3 strikes, was grievously wounded, let alone his underlings. Bai Mu informed him again, stay hidden in this spot. Humans dare not launch an offensive, for it would spell the destruction of their own nation as well. The U.S. military certainly dared not unleash another nuclear bomb. Such a detonation would inevitably trigger a volcanic eruption. Though the eruption's power would be greatly diminished, it would still be enough to annihilate Tokyo. The Japanese side was even less willing to take that risk, yet they felt utterly helpless against the monster lurking beneath the earth. It was not the enemy's brute force that daunted them, but its cunning. Thus, the Fire Demon King's cataclysmic rampage reached an intermission. The cost was that multiple cities, including Fuji, had been reduced to battlefield rubble. Though the magma had cooled, the cities were already destroyed. The aftermath had only just begun. A volcanic ash drifted through the sky, and Tokyo was shrouded in a strange snowfall. Not snow, but ash-induced precipitation. Many surrounding cities fell into blackouts due to the volcanic ash. As night descended, societal panic intensified. The terror of the daytime fire giant was still vivid in everyone's memory. In the most perilous city, Tokyo, a massive exodus of residents was underway. All roads leading out of the city were gridlocked. Aerial footage captured the longest traffic jam stretching for 70 to 80 kilometers. Many people abandoned their vehicles and fled on foot. Those still trapped in the city were frantic, unable to escape by land, sea, or air. Flights had long been cancelled due to volcanic activity. Only military aircraft dared to take off and land. When Bai Mu went to the mess hall for dinner that evening, the remaining U.S. soldiers were fervently discussing the monster and their next course of action. Psylocke set her tray down across from him, caught up in the war's atmosphere. "What do we do next?" she asked. "I don't know," Bai Mu admitted, at a loss. "I only learned how to summon it, not how to send it back. Besides, it doesn't want to leave." Summoning the Fire Demon King had consumed an immense amount of energy. Bai Mu had only succeeded by harnessing the power of Mount Fuji's volcano, and he was still mentally drained. Sending it back would require just as much effort. With no other option, he turned to his books, searching meticulously for a more suitable solution. Nations and circles worldwide were focused on this sensational event, including the sorcerers who guarded the world. The sorcerers of the Hong Kong Sanctum being closest witnessed and assessed the scene. Even the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, arrived due to the magnitude of the incident. A sorcerer from the Sanctum said, "The fire giant is not recorded in our texts. It was undoubtedly summoned by black magic. A demon filled with rage and frenzy constantly threatening our world. The guardian sorcerers should take action to prevent further devastation," another sorcerer suggested. The Ancient One, after contemplation, decided this is a force of evil that has already had a tremendous impact on human society. "We must intervene." All nodded in agreement. The day's events had been a profound shock to humanity. The sorcerers could not fathom the destruction such a terrifying creature would wreak upon human society. The Ancient One said, "We need sufficient manpower and preparation. It is now hiding underground. We must set a trap, lure it out, and eliminate it with utmost speed." The sorcerers had arrived. Though Bai Mu had never clashed directly with this world's sorcerers, he knew they were formidable. The Ancient One, as Sorcerer Supreme, had studied magic for centuries, possessing unparalleled insight and power. If they united with the world's guardian sorcerers, even Bai Mu would be wary. Now they opened a portal to Tokyo. 10 sorcerers appeared together, ready to join forces against the underground demon. The Ancient One had deduced that the Fire Demon King's power source was the dense flame energy beneath the earth. She determined it had suffered considerable damage from the nuclear strikes and was now healing. Strike while the iron is hot. The sorcerers adhered to no chivalric code. The 10 worked in unison, channeling their power through the Ancient One deep into the earth, using an alternate dimension to cut off the volcanic energy flow. The healing Fire Demon King suddenly sensed the depletion of energy and awoke with a start. "I sense it," a detection sorcerer exclaimed. "Prepare to attack. Lure it to the surface and trap it in the mirror dimension." The sorcerers readied themselves, and one initiated a spatial constriction. The volatile Fire Demon King was consumed with rage. Having fled in disgrace and suffered grievous wounds, he already felt humiliated. Now these tiny insects dared to provoke him. A suicidal folly. Thus he disregarded Bai Mu's advice to lie low. He erupted, and the pitch-black night was once again illuminated by magma and flames shooting skyward. The Fire Demon King rose with a roar. "Your foolish provocation has crossed Ragnarok's line. Now you shall witness the destruction this decision brings. Taste the flames of Sulfuron." The Fire Demon King launched a massive area attack in a frenzy. Having just drained the Earth's energy, the blaze he unleashed forced even the sorcerers to retreat. The Ancient One erected a shield, resisting with all her might. "Tack, don't let it break through. I will kill you." The Fire Demon King roared, slaying a sorcerer. "I want your blood." The Fire Demon King swung sulfuras wildly, sending another sorcerer flying with a mouthful of blood. The mirror dimension shattered instantly. The remaining 8 sorcerers launched a combined attack, but the Fire Demon King was no fool. He knew that being surrounded meant falling into the enemy's trap. He quickly fled through the breach, soaring into the night sky. He shot through the sky like a meteor. Human fighter jets took off again, and he greatly feared those weapons. But he racked his brain and chose his landing point, the most prosperous metropolis below. Though he was on the decline in his final moments, he chose to crash into the heart of humanity's most bustling city, vowing to make them taste the despair of the primordial hellfire. "I am the flame. I am death." The earth trembled, the sky blazed crimson, and the temperature in the air soared sharply. The bitter cold of winter had given way to the unbearable swelter of a midsummer day, jolting countless souls from their slumber. Among them was Bai Mu, who had been blissfully dreaming of rendezvousing with the Duke of Zhou's daughter under a warm quilt. He awoke drenched in sweat as the base's air raid sirens wailed across the sky, and outside the clamor of voices swelled into an incessant uproar. As he sensed the position of the Flame Demon King, the remnants of his drowsiness were swept away, and he snapped to full alertness. Damn it. Those mages really know how to mess things up. He leaped out of bed in a flash just as Ling Dai hurriedly pushed the door open. Bai Mu was still pulling on his pants, shouting, "What's going on out there? The Flame Demon King has crashed down from the sky. All of Tokyo has been engulfed in flames. Even the street right outside our base is on fire, and we can't put it out no matter what." Bai Mu realized they were in deep trouble. The mage's assault had pushed the Flame Demon King to its limit, and it had unleashed its most lethal attack. The primordial inferno had descended upon the mortal world. This flame rivaled the legendary Samadhi, true fire, an unquenchable, ever-burning blaze, but the price was the very life of its bearer. Clearly the Flame Demon King had been driven to its final stand. What do we do? Ling Dai could read the gravity of the situation from his anxiety. Bai Mu was about to tell her to pack up and flee, but then he reconsidered. If you can go distract those mages, I'll handle the sneak attack. All right? Ling Dai didn't hesitate for a moment. Backing down wasn't in her nature, and she would have been displeased if Bai Mu had simply told her to escape. Bai Mu slipped on his shoes and dashed out the door. I need to grab a helmet. There are 10 mages here. This won't be easy. Oh, and cover our faces so they don't recognize us. I know. Ling Dai ran even faster, pulling out their gear, a magic-boosting helmet, an energy vest, and of course masks that left only their eyes visible. Ling Dai disguised herself as well, and Bai Mu cast several buffs on her. Then he opened a portal to the side of the mages, where the remaining 8 were combining their powers to intercept the Flame Demon King, which was rampaging like a maddened bull. Ever since the Great Tokyo earthquake and the subsequent inferno, the Japanese side, having lost their capital, had urged the U.S. military to destroy it at any cost. 2 nuclear bombs had already detonated on the Flame Demon King, leaving it gravely wounded and fighting like a cornered beast. Bai Mu could no longer communicate with the Flame Demon King. It had entered a berserk state, its consciousness consumed by nothing but destruction and rage, and it would annihilate everything in its sight. He gazed across Tokyo, which had been reduced to a sea of flames by its fury. Burning and death had become the only themes. Even hell itself could hardly be more terrifying than this scene. Even the Ancient One dared not face the enraged Flame Demon King Hedon. The mages, relying on the flexibility of spatial magic, took turns ambushing it. It's almost done for. Keep at it. Ling Dai revealed herself, knowing full well that confronting so many mages was suicidal, but if she could buy even a brief moment, it would give her comrade a chance. She hadn't had time to wonder why they didn't just let the mages destroy the Flame Demon once and for all. Bai Mu hadn't had a chance to explain either. Last night he had stumbled upon a method to tame the Flame Demon properly. Such a cool minion. He didn't want to waste it, so he was determined to face the mages and see if he could save the demon's sorry hide before it burned itself out. Ling Dai had already drawn her demon blade and cleverly shouted in Japanese, "Invaders! You bastards! Stop your wicked sorcery immediately!" Several mages turned at the sound, only to see a masked, black-clad female ninja provocatively challenging them. They were about to ignore her, but then she hoisted a rocket launcher. Rockets? One mage yelled. Stop her! Hiding in the shadows, Bai Mu was charging up his ultimate move. He dared not be careless this time, nor could he just throw a few punches and call it a day. He had to stall these mages. Going head-to-head with 8 mages was practically suicide. After witnessing how they had trapped the Flame Demon King, Bai Mu's once unshakable confidence quickly cooled into a grounded reality. His own mental state was still far from ideal. Even taking on the most formidable among them, the Ancient One, was a stretch in his current condition. So, mirror image. With only one life to live, who would willingly pick a fight to die? Bale's skill Evil Mirror conjured an exact replica of himself, brimming with energy. The main drawback was that his own insufficient spiritual power meant the mirror image couldn't deliver double the attack, and its duration was limited. Once the summoning was complete, Bai Mu felt he would be drained for a while. Time was precious for the mirror image, so he immediately set off racing to save the demon's life before the humans could finish it off. The mirror image stayed behind to hold the line. First it stacked itself with every possible buff, then teleported Ling Dai out of the battlefield. Just as the mages lost their target, another carefully prepared ultimate struck with overwhelming force. Its target was none other than the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One, who had been the greatest threat among them. A sudden, inexplicable chill ran down the Ancient One's spine. Her sixth sense screamed of imminent danger. Then a nightmare her disciple had once endured replayed itself, mana burn. It felt as if her body had been violently drained, her magical power gushing out like water through a broken dam. In an instant she lost control of her magic, and the other 7 mages, their spiritual energy severed by her collapse, had their power cut off as well. But the Ancient One was formidable. Relying on her immense spiritual foundation, she managed to shake off the frenzied mana burn, when only a third of her power remained. Daniel Drum, a Sanctum mage among the group, recognized the attacker. Careful. He's the enemy we encountered in New York. As Drum shouted his warning, the mirror image stomped its right foot hard against the ground, unleashing a wave of green energy that exploded in all directions. Poison Nova. The mages who failed to dodge felt a frigid, sinister substance invade their bodies. Their skin discolored from the poison, and an unprecedented weakness and agony overwhelmed them. Unfamiliar with such sorcery, one inexperienced mage was terrified into screaming, "I'm turning green." But the mirror image gave them no respite. It swung its hands, sending forth deadly frost blades. One mage tried to shield himself, only to discover that his once proud power was being frozen by the frost. His magic shield turned white and shattered with a brittle crack. "My hand! My magic! I can't use it!" Someone cried out in panic, clutching a frostbitten arm. Even those who managed to evade through skill found no safety. The ground beneath them split open, and rotting tentacles crawled out, coiling around them and lifting them into the air. The barbs on the suckers pierced their skin, and the venom numbed them as it absorbed their blood. "Help! Help me!" The trapped one struggled. "You have no chance," the mirror image declared, pointing at the sky. Several blazing meteors appeared in the night, hurtling down with immense force, poised to crush them. Shields. The Ancient One students, whose understanding of magic was mostly limited to either raising shields or swinging blades, were terrified by the sight and instinctively raised their shields. But the Ancient One knew the power of those meteors, imbued with intense flames. No one but her could withstand them. She shouted, "Use portals! Run!" Yet the ground, now covered in thorns, had become a trap-laden maze for those trying to escape. Among the thorns, corpses were rising again, their bodies burning with ghostly flames. One of them grabbed a mage's ankle. "Ah!" Another scream pierced the air. Spells were hurled out like freebies from the mirror image. Soul attacks, lethal poisons, and physical devastation. The dead rose to fight anew, lightning occasionally illuminating the night sky, followed by bursts of fire novas. This was truly a stage for the arcane masters. In terms of magical diversity, the mages of Earth were far behind. Though some had cultivated formidable magical power, they focused solely on strengthening their shields and blades. In battle, they charged forward like berserkers, roaring with fury. The spells used by the mirror image opened their eyes wide. So this was how a mage could fight. A dazzling array of techniques, each one unique yet fraught with peril. A single misstep could spell doom. Even the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, had never witnessed such a wealth of magic. Compared to him, she felt like a novice who had trained her inner energy to its peak, but knew no techniques, flailing wildly in combat like a child. Blame it on Earth's impoverished magical environment. A niche tradition with poor inheritance. The Ancient One had groped through the darkness like a blind man crossing a river, painstakingly establishing a system. She was already a genius. Her disciples were even worse. Half-baked, betraying their masters, harboring twisted hearts. Some squandered their efforts on schemes and conspiracies, neglecting the grand pursuit of magic, yet arrogantly believing themselves transcendent. Tonight's panic and wailing had squandered all the transcendent dignity the Ancient One had maintained for years. She felt unprecedented anxiety over her legacy of knowledge. Today, Bai Mu taught them a vivid lesson. Some succumbed to corruption's assault, trapped in nightmares beyond escape, or others, poisoned, were forced to withdraw from battle, unable to help themselves. Others struggled against legions of the dead, but the deadlier danger lurked in the corpses of ordinary people. Corpse explosions felled another. Their forte was honing magic and mental power to the extreme, then engaging in close combat with enchanted weapons. Past foes had been intimidated by spell effects, kneeling to chant praises of mage supremacy. But tonight it ended. Unheard-of spells and tactics left them clueless about defense, uncertain how to avoid the next strike. They were utterly dazed. After a relentless barrage, only the Ancient One remained standing. As the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One was truly extraordinary. The mirror image sensed her vast spiritual energy and iron-willed mental strength. If his own magic was a well, hers was a boundless lake. But alas, the spells she commanded were too few and too simplistic. In every battle she closed in for melee, turning herself into a battle mage, wasting her remarkable foundation. The mirror image cast a cold gaze upon her, snorted, and raised his hands as if summoning some dread arcane art. The Ancient One braced for the worst. The next second he unleashed a blinding flash and vanished. The cost of those dazzling spells was a sharp drain on his magic, now nearly depleted. Earlier he had misjudged by Mu's tendency to show off after a few strikes. It wasn't his choice, his magic was limited, and he didn't know how to brew mana potions relying solely on mental recovery. Now, having felled 7 mages and drained half of the Ancient One's power, he was at his limit. Continuing felt unsettling. The mirror image's mission was to delay, not to fight to the death. The resolve for a desperate battle had dissipated with his dwindling magic. He admitted he couldn't handle a gang. Unknown was manageable, lethal spells in sequence. But one against many. Look at his pitiful mana, no potions to drink. What next? Fighting with teeth? Even the Ancient One, prepared for a grand battle, was bewildered. In that moment of shock, the mirror image fled, but he had misjudged one thing: this world's mages were masters of spatial magic. The fleeing mirror image found himself before the Ancient One. Her face was unusually grave. You are the most versatile and sinister black mage I have ever seen, but you wield evil power. Enough talk, let's brawl. The mirror image wasted no words, conjured iron skin, launched bone spears, charged low, but was sent flying back even faster. He had nearly forgotten. These were all battle mages. Fiercer than berserkers, they fought with shields and blades, a touch of holy light enough to battle till dawn. As a proper mage, once his mana ran dry, he was as good as dead. Without tanks to draw aggro, could his frail body endure? Seeing the Ancient One charge, the mirror image mustered his last strength for a mana burn, finally draining her magic. But her melee prowess was blinding. He was beaten until he spat blood. He tried to retaliate, but his body was hollow. Damn it. It's over. Mu knew the mirror image was done. Out of mana, at wit's end, facing the Ancient One who needed little magic to fight, and with the Time Stone as her ace, she was unbeatable for now. Mu had no mind to tangle with mages. He hurried after the Flame King, a mad bull that had burned from east to west Tokyo, leaving ruins in its wake. The city was utterly destroyed. Under relentless human assault, it was now pitiful. The 100-meter flame giant was gone, leaving only a tiny fire elemental barely burning in a crater. Mu wasted no thought. He grabbed it, used his last strength to open a portal, and fled. The next moment he was back at the U.S. military base. The base was on full alert, wary of any strange creature approaching. For the fleeing Mu, it was a relatively safe haven. He set down the Flame King, now barely a meter tall. After all that effort, he had returned to the summoner's starting point. You have successfully summoned a fire elemental baby. And it lay there half dead, the only sign of life a faint flame flickering on its head. What was this nonsense? Mu stared blankly, unable to accept the result. The mages outside were still hunting for revenge, and the Flame King, meant to wreak havoc, was now crippled. 5 minutes later, Psylocke returned. He asked with concern, "Are you all right?" No one noticed. Psylocke, once a top assassin, had mastered the art of evasion and concealment. Not a primary target of the mages, she emerged unscathed. The chibi Flame King lying on the ground caught her attention. "Is this the Flame King?" "Yes. It's suddenly so cute." Psylocke, after all, was a woman. When the Flame King shrank into a baby, it followed biological laws. Young creatures are round and adorable, even a Flame King. Orange lava skin, a skull mask, stubby limbs, its fearsome horns now dulled. It lay there in defeat, and she even tickled its belly. The drowsy baby Flame King swatted at its stomach impatiently. "Haha, how fun." Psylocke laughed joyfully, continuing to tease it. Mu's sweat dropped beside her. "You're a king, stop acting cute." "So hungry. I'm so hungry." The baby Flame King's eyes lit up, its legs kicking wildly. Upon hearing the Flame Imp cry out in hunger, Lingdai instinctively reached for the unfinished burger on the table and brought it before him. The creature sniffed at it, then swatted it away with a hand and resumed its wailing. "I'm starving. Starving." Mu stopped Lingdai's attempt to fetch food. "It's not human, sis. Elemental beings clearly need high-energy sustenance. See if there's any coal briquettes for it." Lingdai scurried off to search. Mu, unsure of how much he recalled, quickly consulted a book. Lingdai returned shortly. "There's no coal here. I only found a bottle of gasoline." The Flame Imp sniffed the air. Seeing this, Mu waved. "Bring it over. I want it. I want it." The Flame Imp began to throw a tantrum. "Quiet." Mu's sharp rebuke instantly subdued it. It pursed its lips and crossed its arms. Then Mu cursed himself for an idiot, having to coax it into opening its mouth again. The scent of food quelled its petulance in under half a minute. It obediently opened its mouth and Bai Mu poured a few gulps down its throat. The creature grabbed the bottle with its own hands and chugged greedily. It drained the 4-liter bottle of gasoline, in a few swigs its eyes growing even brighter. It continued to cry out, "More! More!" Bai Mu hurried to fetch more gasoline and diesel. He watched as the little one tilted its head back and downed bottle after bottle. 1, 2, 3. Until empty containers lay strewn across the floor. Finally it let out a fiery, satisfying burp. It found the strength to get up stretched and surveyed its surroundings. Its gaze finally settled on him. "So you are the ancient god, my lord?" "Yes," Bai Mu nodded. "Ragnaros shall level all obstacles in the mortal realm for you, burning and purifying the wretched world of these insects." The little one clenched its fist, making threats, but in its current state it was more comical than menacing. Bai Mu stopped it. "In your current state you'd be lucky not to get carried off by a wolf. I'm very curious. How did this happen?" At that the little one grew indignant. "Humans are despicable. Their shameless ambush drained my power, forcing me back into a juvenile state. But it won't be long before the flames of Sulfuron blaze once more." "So you still remember the past?" "I do." The flame imp yawned. "But I'm a baby now. My main duties are eating, drinking, and sleeping. Once I've accumulated enough energy, the world will tremble at my name again." Bai Mu concluded that the Flame King had been reduced to childhood. Though its memories remained, its speech and actions were more akin to a juvenile. It had lost its lethality but maxed out its adorability. Ling Dai couldn't take her eyes off it. The flame imp said haughtily, "Serving me is a human's greatest honor. Female, I might consider making you my slave, Rar." "Ow!" Bai Mu tapped it on the head. "How dare you speak like that? This lady exhausted herself to save your sorry hide. Say thank you right now." The flame imp rubbed its head and said pitifully, "Thank you. You saved me. When the world is purified you shall be granted a meager place to eke out an existence." "Just the first part," Bai Mu emphasized. "Thank you." Fearing another blow it wisely complied. Ling Dai couldn't stop laughing. She crouched down to communicate with it. "This is the first time I've seen such a peculiar species. What should I call you?" "Lord of the Fire Element, Sovereign of Flames, Conqueror of the Fire Plane." Just as Bai Mu's palm was about to descend it quickly changed its tune. "Ragnaros. Such a long name. Let's just call you Little Screw," Bai Mu said. It protested with its eyes but to no avail. "When you grow up you'll be Big Screw." Little Screw didn't sound imposing, hence its protest. But the boss had veto power. "Little Screw. Little Screw. Nice." Ling Dai found it catchy. Little Screw side walked to the sofa but its legs were too short to climb up. It had to crawl. And then sat down. "So boss and the boss slave and the boss underling, what do we do now?" Bai Mu looked outside. The fiery red sky had faded and the infernal flames had died out. But the entire city was damaged to varying degrees, and there were still mages outside. Clearly they couldn't stay. "Pack your bags. We're leaving." Tokyo was no longer a place to stay. As the military plane took off, the sky was just beginning to lighten. The landscape below bore no resemblance to the bustling metropolis he remembered. It had been ravaged beyond recognition by the infernal flames. Earthquakes had caused buildings to collapse everywhere, the ground had cracked grotesquely, and lava had cooled. Just a day ago this was a nation's thriving capital. Now only ruins remained. Tens of millions were displaced and the disaster was harrowing. And this wasn't the full picture. On a larger scale, footage from reconnaissance planes was hair-raising. Starting from Mount Fuji, which had been torn apart by the Flame King, all surrounding cities and peaks were covered in solidified lava. The once vibrant land was now lifeless. Blackened air and acrid smells permeated the sky. Rescue teams needed gas masks just to approach, but it was futile. At the epicenter of the eruption, no living creature could have survived, including the earliest batch of ninjas at the foot of Mount Fuji. None escaped the baptism of flames except for Bai Mu and Lingdi, who had fled through a portal. This catastrophe was one of the most devastating destructions since the dawn of human civilization. Even the U.S. military's nuclear bombing of 2 island cities paled in comparison. No one could imagine that the flame imp, now standing on a seat pressing its face against the window to gaze at the clouds, was the culprit behind it all. It suddenly exclaimed, "There's another big bustling city. Next target. Next your sister." Bai Mu scolded. "I already regret harboring this anti-human criminal. This has to be the worst decision of my life." "They started it." Little Screw talked back defiantly. "Sigh." Bai Mu tugged at his hair in frustration. "Don't go around shouting about purifying the world anymore. This world is pretty good. money to spend, girls to woo, and magic to play with. Your boss is enjoying himself. Oh, it was unimpressed. Also, while you want face a military tribunal, you must atone for the catastrophe you caused. When Earth is in danger, you'll step up and be a reformed hero. Ha! Little Screw was stunned. Me. I'm a villain. In short, don't think about setting fire to the Earth I plan to live on. Bai Mu wasn't particularly rigid about saving the world. He couldn't be bothered to think about it. His recent actions leaned more toward villainy, but politically he had to be correct. Little Screw sat down, propping its chin on one hand, its spirit broken. How boring would life be then? I only meant the human world, not others. Bai Mu added. In the Marvel Universe, aliens were everywhere. Since it loved destruction so much, he could just toss it onto another planet for the aliens to deal with. 10,000 meters high, the wind howled. Yet it could not drown out Bai Mu's furious, heart-wrenching roar. Ragnaros. I swear, if I survive this, I will kill you with my own hands. Little Screw's mouth was filled with the wind. Ling Dai's face turned ashen. It's over. The three were plummeting through the high altitude, their bodies in free fall. Behind them, the plane had become a fireball with burning debris scattered everywhere. The pilot's parachute was deploying, but they had none. Everything seemed utterly hopeless and dire. Hours earlier, the transport plane was scheduled to transfer at another military base. During the layover, Bai Mu and Ling Dai ventured out. Following the memories she had extracted from Matsuo, they located a cemetery, the burial site of Elizabeth Braddock. Ling Dai had finally unraveled her past and discovered her true identity. Now standing before her own tombstone, a flood of emotions washed over her. Gazing at her remains buried beneath the yellow earth, she felt as if an entire lifetime had passed. Bai Mu accompanied her, laying down flowers. Ling Dai felt a sense of release. What matters is the new life. I know who I am now, and I found a career I'm passionate about. That's good enough. I'm glad for your choice. Bai Mu knew she had decided to continue working as a temp for the relevant department. Initially, she hadn't been committed to staying long-term. Ling Dai smiled at him. You should be glad. Without me, I'm afraid you'd mess everything up. I have to be named Employee of the Year. No problem. Bai Mu didn't object. Shall we go now? Let's go. They returned to the military base. The C-5 transport plane built for long hauls was ready. Though not as comfortable as a passenger jet, it was safe and durable, inspiring confidence. After takeoff, Ling Dai opened the box holding Little Screw. The little creature scrambled out and began to complain bitterly. The noble Fire Lord cannot tolerate being treated like cargo. Objection overruled. Bai Mu ignored its whining. Ling Dai, however, offered it a treat, some still warm C4. Want some? Yes. Its eyes curved in delight. Bai Mu watched with a strange expression. Still warm C4. Was everyone planning to blow themselves up? Thank you, beautiful lady. Tempted by the delicacy, Little Screw's manners improved. It took the C4, sat down, and began chewing it with relish. As a fire demon, its diet consisted of high-energy items like gasoline and explosives. It said gasoline was like juice to it and explosives like steak. Dipping steak in juice was the high society way. Bai Mu promptly delegated the childcare duties to Ling Dai and focused on his laptop. The internet was flooded with reports about the Japanese crisis in every language and headline. Public attention on the disaster was far from over. On video sites, the footage of the nuclear strike on the Flame King had not been suppressed. Within a single day, it had garnered over 100 million views. An entity capable of withstanding 5 nuclear attacks, consuming thousands of shells, and annihilating hundreds of fighter jets and tanks in a fit of rage, had shattered many people's understanding of the world. Bai Mu browsed online opinions, then focused on the scene itself. Intelligence reports indicated that although the flame giant had vanished, its colossal hammer remained. The military immediately imposed a lockdown barring outside contact and reporting. Then as HIELD, with its ubiquitous presence, announced they would take over. They erected high walls around the site, deployed heavy security, and scientists began to pour in. What about your hammer? Bai Mu asked Little Screw. Such a massive object couldn't be loaded onto a plane. It would have to be shipped by sea. But HIELD had beaten them to it, and this was on foreign soil. Given his relationship with Nick Fury, Bai Mu would be lucky if Fury didn't laugh in his face and declare that his revenge was complete. Little Screw, having finished its C4, looked up. It's called sulfurous. So you just left it there? Bai Mu rolled his eyes. Simple. I just snap my fingers and it returns to me instantly. With that, Little Screw snapped its fingers. Wait, Bai Mu felt something was missing. Tokyo ruins. SHIELD. Agents were diligently studying the enormous hammer. It radiated a potent aura of flame and was indestructible. The energy it had unleashed during the battle had shocked humanity. But now it had completely cooled. As the scientists scratched their heads, all instrument readings maxed out. The hammer hummed loudly, and before anyone could react, it shot into the sky with a whoosh. As it ascended, it rapidly shrank, accelerating until it caught up with the C-5 transport plane, now far from the island nation. Inside the plane, Bai Mu finally realized the problem. Then boom! The hammer, flying at multiple times the speed of sound, pierced through the plane's tail. Anyone who had studied physics knew that kinetic energy depended on speed and mass. At such velocity, the energy contained in that hammer was enough to shatter the aircraft in midair. Holy crap! Bai Mu couldn't help but curse. The hammer had torn a massive hole in the plane. The pressure differential caused a violent suction, pulling everyone and everything inside out. 10,000 meters high, I swear. As long as I have a breath left in me, I will not kill you, you little brat. The howling wind could not drown out Bai Mu's roar. Ah! Little Screw's mouth was filled by the wind, puffing out its cheeks, unable to speak. It's over, it's over. Ling Dai didn't know what to say. Life was like that. One moment you're basking in the joy of playing with a cute kid, the next your heart is ripped out of your throat. Below them was the vast Pacific Ocean, no land in sight. Above were a bunch of panicked people. Furious but unwilling to let everyone die, Bai Mu adjusted his posture, flew toward the nearest person, Ling Dai, and grabbed her. A portal opened on the sea surface. With a splash, they hit the water. Even though it was the ocean, their descent speed still made them wince in pain. Struggling to the surface, they looked up. The pilot had a parachute, but they didn't, and Little Screw was still falling, screaming, "Ah! What do we do?" Ling Dai was frantic. "I can't catch it," Bai Mu admitted, unable to open a dynamic portal. "Ah!" Little Screw cried for help. In that critical moment, it finally remembered something it had forgotten: sulfurous. "Save my sorry hide." The hammer that had pierced the plane turned in midair and flew back. Little Screw grabbed it perfectly, and its fall transformed into a level flight. Both it and the two below heaved a huge sigh of relief. But after flying a short distance, it glanced down to see the two were safe, then looked up at the plane. It actually flew toward it. Ling Dai wondered, what is it doing? It? Oh, for crying out loud. Veins bulged on Bai Mu's forehead. The little creature had flown up to the plane, grabbed onto the auxiliary fuel tank, and was chugging it down greedily. A roar echoed from below. "Your boss is soaking in the water, and there are sharks here. You little bastard, you go and feast first." In an unknown sea atop the wreckage of a floating aircraft, the two sat listlessly upon it, drifting with the waves, unaware of when it would end. Little Screw lay on the metal plate, idly stirring the seawater with its hand, spinning the wreckage in place, utterly amused. Bai Mu grew annoyed. "Do that again and he'll slap you into the sky." Little Screw dared not misbehave and obediently sat back, but its mouth could not be restrained. "If it weren't for the oil I drank earlier, we wouldn't have even found this ship." "Shut up. This is not a ship." Bai Mu refused to argue with it. "I said from today onward your food supply is reduced to 1 honeycomb briquette per day. This is abuse. I'm a minor and deserve legal protection." Where Little Screw had learned such things was unknown. It even knew some Chinese claiming it had learned from him. Aliens are not within the scope of protection. Bai Mu cruelly stripped it of its rights. Little Screw pursed its lips, turned its back, and sat down, continuing to let its mind wander. Speaking of the screw hammer, also known as Saphras, it possessed the ability to fly, but only if the user had sufficient energy. Little Screw had initially flown them both for a short distance, but before they could rejoice, it ran out. It explained that flying from Japan had consumed too much, and now it needed rest, and more gasoline or an equivalent amount of explosives to replenish volcanic magma would also do. But now, in every direction, there was nothing but water. Bai Mu wished to open a teleportation portal, but had no recent coordinates. To open a long-distance portal, he required immense mental strength, and he was currently in a state of lethargy. So they could only waiting in utter boredom. Ling Dai, who had been silent all along, suddenly struck with lightning speed, piercing a fish swimming beneath the sea with her sharp Muramasa blade and hauling it up. She found solace in misery. "We have sashimi to eat. I want it cooked." Bai Mu took a large piece of meat and nudged Little Screw, who was sitting with its back to them, lost in thought. "Could you set your head on fire for a moment?" As the fire master, it could control flames at will. Though it now glowed like red-hot iron, it was actually warm to the touch, a temperature it deliberately maintained. Little Screw propped its chin on one hand and rubbed its head with the other. In a flash, flames erupted. Bai Mu had finally found some use for this creature. Eating unseasoned grilled fish, they awaited a rescue team, or for his mental strength to recover enough to open a teleportation portal spanning tens of thousands of kilometers. Time crawled by excruciatingly slowly. They could only pass the time with idle chatter. I swear the next city we hit first I'm finding a soft bed and sleeping for a dozen hours, then it's beer barbecue and partying on a loop until I'm sick of it. Ling Dai analyzed. The nearest to us might be Hawaii. Bai Mu's eyes lit up. Hawaii sounds great. Warm weather, countless bikini-clad beauties, and music parties. You know my greatest dream. Ling Dai guessed, to party with pretty girls until you die. That's why I find you agreeable. Bai Mu leaned on her shoulder grinning. I have a dream to swap out women every day, non-stop variety. I have another dream to die of kidney failure on a woman's belly, and you'll see this grin on my face. As he spoke, Bai Mu tugged at his own face, mimicking what he thought was his proudest smile, causing even little Screw to turn and look. It couldn't help but interject. I still think setting the whole earth ablaze with a different method each day is the most satisfying. Go away, what do you know, you little brat? Bai Mu didn't want to talk to non-humans. Ling Dai laughed. But you usually have the chance to live that life, yet you don't. Bai Mu sighed. That's why it's a dream. It requires time and conditions. When I'm tired of living, I'll definitely choose this death. Dying blissfully, I'd be a ghost king even in hell. Ling Dai was somewhat envious. It's good to have dreams. I don't even know what I want. Impossible. Bai Mu looked up at her. As long as you live, there are desires. Whether it's eating an extra piece of cake today or lazing in bed, those count. Then Ling Dai thought. After all this traveling, I also want a good sleep, then find a man to expend my energy on and finally erase his memories. See, there you go. Bai Mu chuckled. For a moment I thought you were going to drain him dry and then kill him. I'm not a black widow. I want freedom unbound by men. She shook her head with a smile. But dying recklessly for a dream is the most enviable. Some people can't be so open-minded. That's why I'm destined to be an extraordinary flashy bastard. Bai Mu crowned himself, and I'm the avatar of destruction and purification, the totem of death for human vermin. The little brat was being edgy again. I am. Ling Dai hesitated. Hey, we've all shared. Don't hold back, it's unfair. Bai Mu and little Screw protested. I am the queen who defends her choices and does as she pleases, she declared loudly. Bai Mu summarized. So today, we have 3 edgy dying fools gasping out their unrealistic dreams. A bleak old age. Utter boredom led to unrestrained topics. Time trickled by, and as evening approached, the weary trio prepared to take turns keeping watch, sustaining themselves. The plane carrying the director had crashed at sea, immediately alarming Washington. The president ordered the forces in Hawaii and the Pacific to mobilize along with global satellites, launching a massive search and rescue operation. The relentless search yielded results quickly. Less than a day after the crash, an anti-submarine aircraft located the 3 who were bored to the point of mold. At the time they were debating, did nuclear fuel rods taste like sandwich cookies or tuna? Little Screw listened to their descriptions, drooling, and begged incessantly to taste a fuel rod. But finally they were saved. A U.S. Navy destroyer swiftly arrived. Wrapped in blankets, the 2 drank hot coffee aboard the ship, and even little Screw, previously condemned to only eat honeycomb briquettes, was specially allowed to dismantle 2 missiles for a good meal. Though that night lacked a soft bed and a fiery girl to dance for him, Bai Mu slept soundly without worry for the first time. When he awoke the next day, the warship had docked at a NATO observation station. A short-haul plane was prepared. After packing little Screw into a suitcase, they boarded. With a full tank, it was just enough to reach Hawaii. Bai Mu had no desire to continue the journey, who knew what misfortune awaited at the next stop. Before diving into more trouble, they wanted to enjoy themselves. They booked a villa-style resort hotel, rolled around on the big bed several times, and then picked up the bedside phone to call the butler. I need a convertible too and clothes for the party. Bai Mu listed his demands, not forgetting his companion. Also prepare some for the lady with me, but don't disturb her rest now. Since he was staying at the most luxurious hotel with top-tier service, the butler would do his utmost. We will fulfill these requests immediately. Long live freedom. After hanging up, he collapsed onto the bed, thinking this was the vacation he had longed for. A planned day was certainly not as good as a spontaneous one. On the coastal highway of Honolulu, a convertible Lamborghini sped along. The sudden acceleration sent the 2 girls in the passenger seat into a frenzy of screams. The wind tousled their hair and clothes, yet they heedlessly waved their hands in the air, venting their boundless exhilaration. Bai Mu observed it all, a grin spreading beneath his sunglasses. Even a 2-seater couldn't deter his resolve to bring along both girls. Indulgence was the true essence of fun. As for how Head picked up these 2 whose names he barely knew, it was a textbook-defying pickup at the bar. He leaned against the counter and tossed out, "Want a ride in my fighter jet? Hard to replicate, easy to succeed." Now on the way back from the military airfield, the two girls, hugging each other in cheers, had agreed to party at the club until they dropped. The Black Bull came to a halt outside the club. Scissor doors swung upward as the two girls climbed out of the passenger side, laughing and chatting with the Asian man as they entered, drawing sidelong glances from passers-by. This scene earned him envious stares from countless men. A true man lives like this, they thought. Grand ideals and lofty goals sometimes pale before the vulgar thrill of the moment. After all, life isn't just about harsh realities and aspirations. It's also about the decadent pleasures of a dazzling world. Why would Bai Mu envy Westerners' pastimes? They let loose and reveled to the fullest. In this fleeting life, without a few wild memories, the journey would be far too lacking. Late at night, Bai Mu staggered home, dropped off by a driver, a girl on each arm. They wobbled, discussing how to proceed with a threesome, drawing a chuckle from Ling Dai, who was sipping wine and admiring the moon on the second-floor balcony. "You have no shame at all," she called down, watching them fumble for the door. "It's a sliding door. Good heavens, it's right in front of you." "Where?" Bai Mu mumbled, disoriented. Ling Dai sighed in exasperation. "And you still think about a threesome?" "It's the journey, not the destination." Bai Mu chuckled foolishly, then flopped onto the grass in a starfish pose, too exhausted from the night's revelry. Unable to let him sleep outside, Ling Dai went down to help. She dragged him up, steadied him into the house, and they stumbled to the sofa, collapsing together. "Phew, you overdid it," Ling Dai gasped. "Thanks." Bai Mu leaned in, sniffing her. "You smell nice, beautiful." Ling Dai laughed, pushing his head away. "Thanks, but wrong target." "No, it's you." Bai Mu grinned. "Then who am I?" she challenged. "Becky, that woman who seems cold but is fiery to the core." "Well said." Alcohol emboldens the tongue. Truly drunk people don't move much, but Bai Mu now spoke his mind freely. "And?" Ling Dai grew curious, probing her superior. "If you weren't my subordinate, I'd have asked you out long ago." He leaned on her shoulder, gazing at her profile, playing with her hand. "Why?" she asked. "Because when the novelty fades and we part ways, it'd be too awkward. How could we work together then?" Bai Mu revealed the truth. "They'll tell you straight, the shelf life of passion between a man and a woman is only a few years or less. Eventually boredom and indifference set in. That's when breakups peak. The novelty between partners always fades. 99% of people end up cold toward each other. Human emotions, in essence, are suppressed primal urges. But suppression and rules gave birth to civilized order. From a philosophical perspective, philosophy is the bane of my existence." Ling Dai was unimpressed. "Stick to your quirky worldview. Your serious side genuinely scares me. No, don't try to pry into my secrets." Bai Mu pushed her away with a saintly air. "I admit you're captivating, but I'm done. I'm going to ride those two little vixens." "Where's the door?" "You're already inside." Ling Dai covered her face, unable to watch. "And you'd rather chase those two drunk messes than stay with me for a moment." Bai Mu turned back. "What's in it for me?" "Benefits." Ling Dai, realizing she was still single, felt a flutter inside. "Maybe if I'm happy, I could discuss biology with you." "What are you doing?" Bai Mu pounced, hoisting her legs over his shoulders. The implication was simple: discussion is boring. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. The next morning, flags of victory waved. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Their naked bodies still clung together. The chaotic scene bore witness to multiple rounds of truth testing the night before. Bai Mu was awake but feigned sleep. Ling Dai, also awake, felt it best to stay still. As Head said, being colleagues made this awkward. If both were interested, fine, but neither seemed so. It was the classic morning after one-night stand syndrome. Being too direct hurts, pride being too vague suggests unwanted entanglement. How to handle it perfectly? Good question. Bai Mu slapped his forehead. Hell, it wasn't his first time. He shook her awake and suggested they discuss how to proceed. Voting was the best way to find balance. Ling Dai's embarrassment dissolved into uncontrollable laughter. "You're the most speechless person I've ever met who still manages to weave grand theories." Bai Mu shot back, "And you're the one who stole my threesome opportunity," and gloated while pretending to be reluctant. "Then we're even." Ling Dai pulled the blanket over her curvaceous figure. "So, philosopher, what's the next move?" "I want a vacation," he said. "I want release," she said. "Together," they said in unison. Bai Mu added, "Forget it after the vacation." Ling Dai added, "Don't mention it to anyone." Bai Mu suddenly worried. Little Screw is still a kid. It'd be cruel to silence it, wouldn't it? "You, ha ha ha." Ling Dai knew Little Screw was an innocent victim. Then it hit her. It was still locked in the box. "Oh no. Let it out quickly," Bai Mu agreed. Ling Dai, forgetting modesty, threw off the blanket and jumped out of bed. As she scrambled for clothes, Bai Mu enjoyed the view. She threw on a dress and ran downstairs to open the box. Then Bai Mu covered his ears, hearing a faint shriek. You locked me in here all day for your own pleasure. I don't care. I want to eat a nuclear fuel rod. Fuel rod. Fuel rod. Fuel rod. Little Screw was rolling on the floor, determined to make a scene unless it got what it wanted. Bai Mu buried his head under the blanket, thinking to himself, we're really in for it now. But where could one find nuclear fuel rods in Hawaii? Bai Mu could only let it be. When he finally grew tired of the noise, he raised his palm and asked, "What did you just say?" Hearing this, it wisely backed down. The boss palm was indeed quite intimidating, yet it had been unjustly confined for an entire day. It had been obedient and well-behaved, refusing to come out unless the boss said so, even though it could have smashed the box with a single punch. Speak. Spirit Butterfly knew the little one had something to say. Having gained her support, it climbed onto the table and declared, to compensate for the harm caused by this grave mistake, I demand that the cessation of the honeycomb briquette agreement be included as one of the truce terms. Fine. Bai Mu had never intended to force it to eat honeycomb briquettes anyway, because without better food its recovery would slow, and that would only hurt his own interests. One more thing, Little Screw said. I want to drink gasoline from outside. Bai Mu didn't fully grasp the implication, assuming Spirit Butterfly had bought him a canister of gasoline, and nodded. The creature jumped off the table cheering hooray, and ran out without looking back. It fetched a hose from somewhere, ran to Bai Mu's sports car, punched through the gas cap, inserted the tube, and took a hearty sip. Pure bliss. By the time Bai Mu heard the car alarm and came outside, the tank was nearly empty. Seeing his annoyed expression, it knew trouble was brewing and quickly gulped down the last few mouthfuls. Stop right now. Bai Mu rushed over, grabbed the little creature by the scruff of its neck, lifted it up, and looked around, bewildered as to how such a small body could hold so much. Where did it all go? It's all been converted into energy, Little Screw said proudly. Once I recover to a certain stage, I'll have enough energy to temporarily transform. 100-meter giant is nothing. In the fire elemental plane, I stood 10,000 meters tall, unmatched. Bai Mu set it down. I'll let it slide this time. If you steal gas again, I'll hang you on a fan, set it to max speed, and spank you while you spin. Spirit Butterfly, who had come out to watch, laughed and mediated. Don't scare it. If it behaves, your boss won't skimp on a barrel or two of gas. Yesterday you said I'd be eating honeycomb briquettes every meal. It crossed its arms and turned away, its trust in him still at rock bottom. But it's this so-called heinous boss who first let you eat a multimillion-dollar missile without consequence, didn't hold you accountable for wrecking my sports car here, and even considered taking you out to play. Was it to play the game of burning down little human houses? Its eyes lit up with fervent excitement. No, Bai Mu shook his head. The point is, I don't want to take you out anymore. Boss. Knowing when to bend, Little Screw clung to his leg. From now on, whatever you say goes. I'll obey without question, never talk back. That's not the point. Bai Mu shook his head. I want burn down human houses without permission, unless they provoke me or am in a really bad mood. It had even conceded on this principle. The point is, my car has no gas left and you ruin the tank, Bai Mu said with a shrug. Little Screw froze. It had finally trapped itself. I want to go sunbathe at the beach, Spirit Butterfly said, already changed into a bikini. If you came to Hawaii without rolling around on the sand, could you even claim to have been here? I have an idea. After all, a beautiful lattice request was easier to grant. In a place blessed with such wonderful weather and air, Bai Mu didn't want to drive a closed-top car. The convertible was out of gas, but there was a motorcycle offering an even more open view. A vintage model from the legendary British brand Triumph, with a powerful engine that roared on the road, exuding style. Especially with a bikini-clad girl holding your waist from the back seat. That was the pinnacle of life's pleasures. Even Little Screw, who insisted on riding in the front, wasn't too bothersome. Bai Mu used an illusion spell to disguise it as a 5-year-old blonde child, and the problem was solved. In the eyes of certain powerful mages it remained the chibi fire demon, but to most humans it was just an adorable little kid. But this brat was going too far. After overtaking a small convertible, it stood up furiously and flipped them off wildly. Cut them off. Cut them off, boss. You're blocking my view. Sit down. Bai Mu pressed it down with one hand. Did this little brat have road rage? The young guys in that convertible had overtaken them once, and now it wanted to use the motorcycle to cut them off. I'll let you off this time. Classic road rage. Next time I'll just throw a fireball. Don't you dare throw a fireball in public. Bai Mu scolded. Then I'll memorize his license plate and throw it at night. Even a baby's wisdom could be boundless. God, I can't take it anymore. Bai Mu was about to cry. Who will adopt this little monster? How many problems do I have to face in a single day? Ha ha ha. Spirit Butterfly, holding his waist, laughed uncontrollably. I think you two are a perfect match. You need patience. In a way, it's your child. What sin did I commit in my past life? Bai Mu thought to himself. The contract was already sealed, and in some ways a summon had a bond even deeper than blood. Little Screw didn't care about any of that. It crossed its arms and whistled. It was still in its childhood phase, so hyperactivity was inevitable, even if it sometimes earned a slap from the short-tempered Bai Mu. But it had to emphasize that its loyalty was more enduring and unbreakable than diamond. If the boss ordered it to torch any country's presidential palace, it would do it without a second thought. Shut up. You clearly just want to do it. They drove around the island in that extremely flashy style, found the most scenic beach, and lay down like the other tourists to sunbathe like salted fish all day. Little Screw finally settled down, running off to splash in the sea. Several big sisters, deceived by its cute appearance, were now calling it baby, hugging and kissing it, even promising to buy it gasoline. Bai Mu pushed down his sunglasses to watch the scene and quipped, "Finally, am not the one suffering. But you're still keeping an eye on it, aren't you?" Spirit Butterfly, lying beside him, saw through the truth. "I'm afraid it'll cause trouble, and he'll have to clean up the mess," Bai Mu pouted. Spirit Butterfly got up, sat on his lap, and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Sometimes you don't need to overthink. Everything has its own way of unfolding." "I suppose so." Bai Mu's interest shifted back to her. European body types were truly something. She had impressive curves like a landscape of rolling hills, incredibly captivating. "Should we find a quieter spot?" Spirit Butterfly seemed to catch his interest and dangled a very tempting idea. Bai Mu was eager. "Boss! Boss!" Little Screw came rushing over, skidded to a halt before them, paused, then covered its eyes with both hands, leaving a large gap. "Are you two gonna do it?" "What?" Sensing an impending beating, it quickly got to the point. "Those human slaves I just recruited told me they're going to see a volcano tomorrow, beat me up and kick me out of the house. I want to take a lava bath." As a fire elemental, the Little Screw possessed an indescribable passion for volcanic magma. It was by harnessing the energy of Mount Fuji that Bai Mu had successfully opened a dimensional gate to summon it. Now learning from humans that Hawaii harbored two massive active volcanoes, one of which remained perpetually active with a colossal lava lake, a local marvel drawing countless tourists each year, the Little Screw's excitement knew no bounds. Upon hearing this, the Little Screw could no longer contain itself. To grow swiftly, it craved energy. Gasoline and explosives were mere appetizers. The terrifying energy within volcanoes was the sumptuous feast it yearned for. Although Bai Mu and Ling Dai's flirtation was interrupted, he bore no anger. His attitude towards serious matters remained earnest. "You plan to drink all the magma there? How could I possibly finish it all?" The Little Screw conceded defeat for the first time in matters of consumption. "But it would sustain me for a long while. With that energy, I reckon I could maintain a giant form for a period, doubling my combat prowess." "Then let's go." Bai Mu clapped his hands in decision. "This is my lucky day." The Little Screw leaped with excitement, then realizing something, dashed off. "Carry on, I saw nothing. Have a blast." "This little one," Ling Dai chuckled, covering her mouth. Bai Mu was unconcerned. Opportunities for open-air romance were plentiful, but active volcanoes for the Little Screw were rare. That evening they returned home, changed clothes, and headed to the military base. Hawaii's runway served both civilian and military purposes. In his capacity as a relevant bureau chief, Bai Mu requisitioned a military Black Hawk helicopter. Ling Dai, proficient in operating various aircraft, took the pilot's seat. After brief preparations, the helicopter took off, heading for the big island hundreds of kilometers away, where both active volcanoes lay. Throughout the journey, the Little Screw chattered with barely contained excitement, demanding to choose the largest and most powerful volcano. "Even you have your impatient moments," Bai Mu teased. "Humans cannot fathom the joys of us fire elementals." The Little Screw stood up, gazing into the distance. The outline of the big island had emerged. It sniffed deeply, the scent of home. "That toxic sulfur smell," Bai Mu remarked, speaking for all humanity. "Over there. Look. Wow." The Little Screw's mouth gaped wide. So much more magnificent than that island nation's. A vast lava lake. So heaven was this close to me. The two humans burst into laughter. Ling Dai circled the helicopter around Kilauea, selecting an ideal spot for a dive. "See you tomorrow." The Little Screw leaped, plunging straight into the volcanic crater below. With a splash, a spray of magma and flames erupted, then it vanished. Bai Mu waited a moment before spotting it resurface, leisurely swimming on its back. It backstroked from one end to the other, then dove deep, returned with a freestyle stroke, plunged into the lava lake, and blew a few bubbles. Utterly like a fish in water, its joy beyond description. All mine, ha ha ha. The little screw laughed. It took a gulp, then spat it out, displaying its extravagance. Fortunately, it was night. Oh, had daytime tourists seen this, they would have thought they'd witnessed a ghost. I'm truly happy for it, Ling Dai said, watching it play. Our ears will enjoy a long respite. Bai Mu echoed, equally pleased. The little screw had found its paradise, and they were free to indulge in their own pleasures. Boss! Boss! Bai Mu, in deep slumber, was roused. Ling Dai, unwilling to wake, pulled the covers over her head. Bai Mu opened his eyes to a start. The little screw had jumped onto the bed, staring at him from less than a centimeter away. Staring that close, you trying to kill me? Bai Mu pushed its head away. The little screw beamed. Last night's magma bath was amazing. And guess what? I successfully summoned 2 flame children. Ha! Bai Mu was still groggy. The little screw snapped its fingers and 2 massive crimson figures squeezed into the room, staring intently at them. Even Bai Mu, with his audacious nature, couldn't abide being watched while in bed. Can you grant me some privacy? Bai Mu was too drained to scold. I'm still sleeping. Oh, the little screw scratched its head. Then I'll head off for another magma bath today. Don't wait for me tonight or during the day. Catch you when I'm back. Scram, Bai Mu dismissed with a single word. Ling Dai, still under the covers, shook with suppressed laughter. She poked her head out. You should be happy for it. It came to share with you first. But there's a time and place. Bai Mu rolled his eyes. Reminds me of a story, visiting relatives and bumping into someone you know in the restroom, and they cheerfully greet you, uncle, heading to dinner. Oh my, Ling Dai burst into laughter. How did this man find so many analogies, each perfectly capturing his current mood? The laughter dispelled Bai Mu's drowsiness, yet he remained too lazy to rise. Lately had sunk into a mindset where playing with his girl was far more enjoyable than any outing. If the little screw loves volcanoes so much, I'll be heartbroken when we leave. Ling Dai said, her feminine sensibility surfacing. Our next stop should be California. There's a branch to establish, Bai Mu said. Clearly it's a place full of sunshine and unexpected surprises. Plenty of volcanoes there, Ling Dai realized. Though not as prone to eruptions as Hawaii's numerous volcanoes dotted Northern California. Problem solved, Bai Mu shrugged. As long as volcanoes existed, magma energy flowed beneath. For the little screw, with a nose keener than a bloodhound's for fire energy, this was hardly a challenge. They stayed in Hawaii for half a month. Life was simply too idyllic, or ambition and duty were cast aside. Had a subordinate not reported that Tony Stark had clashed with someone in California, and even had his Iron Man suit stolen, Bai Mu would have remained indolent. Tony's troubles mirrored the movie. The villain seized the suit to cause havoc, but Tony ultimately reclaimed it through wit, resolving all issues with the exoskeleton system's production. Now mass production was underway, meaning the equipment of relevant forces was imminent. This was precisely what Bai Mu had hoped for, believing an alien invasion was inevitable. When that day came, he would gather the most formidable strength and wage a decisive battle. A fair and square confrontation to determine the victor. Meanwhile, the little screw, active in the volcano, had summoned a band of minions to play, draining the once vigorous Kilauea until it became a subdued, aging volcano. The result? The little screw had amassed enough energy to transform into a 10-meter-tall flame giant, maintaining combat effectiveness like Ultraman until it vanquished its foes, then reverting. All in all, this unexpected journey had been worth every bit of the price for everyone. The Hawaiian journey concluded, and after packing their luggage, they departed via a private jet. Without any notification to the military, fighter jets were automatically dispatched to provide a full escort. After all, no one wished for the director to encounter any mishap within their jurisdiction. The cause of the previous crash incident remained unclear, greatly infuriating the president. The director, however, refrained from addressing this embarrassing blunder. Consequently, the security protocols surrounding the director remained at an exceptionally high level. Escorted by fighter jets, he arrived majestically in California. Vandenberg Air Force Base welcomed the director's presence. Little Screw had developed a conditioned reflex to military bases. Upon seeing one, it pressed its face against the window, searching for snacks. Don't you already have a main course? Bai Mu asked curiously. Little Screw replied without turning its head. Do you only eat a main course for every meal? Life needs constant variety, boss. That row of aviation fuel tanks smells delicious. Shut up and stop that. Bai Mu warned it. You're currently on probation, working to redeem yourself. Remember clearly what you should and shouldn't do. Yes. It responded lackadaisically. After all, it was now a temporary employee, destined, according to the director, to one day save the world. The plane came to a halt. The relevant department's Cadillac fleet was as luxurious as ever. The director donned his flashiest sunglasses. Returning after a month away, these subordinates still felt familiar, yet there were many new faces. "Director, welcome back." High-ranking officials offered their greetings, presenting smiles they deemed appropriate, while maintaining a composed, workmanlike demeanor. How does one ingratiate oneself to a superior? Hundreds of books could be written on that subject. Bai Mu stifled a yawn. The men automatically took his luggage and walked beside him. During your absence on official business, the California base has been fully operationalized. Personnel are in place, and we possess the basic capability to respond to incidents. Bai Mu listened with half an ear. Suddenly his gaze fixed upon a woman standing beside his official car. Who is she? The high-ranking official beside him smiled. Considering your secretaries are still engaged in monitoring and surveying work in Nevada, and you lack a capable assistant for basic tasks, this is Ms. Rothman. She is an outstanding elite we recruited. Of average height with wavy red hair, dressed in a professional skirt suit that nonetheless exuded a unique charm, and as the official named Bowman introduced, she was a high achiever proficient in management law and multiple languages. Psylocke's telepathic voice echoed. Clearly she's also someone who could land you in a sexual harassment lawsuit. Bai Mu chuckled without refuting. This? Ms. Rothman. Right? What's your name? Natalie, sir. She replied earnestly without flaunting her sensuality, yet the effect of her professional demeanor was even more potent. I've been assigned to manage your assistant duties here in California. That's a heavy responsibility. Bai Mu appraised her. So I've organized all the items, managing them more scientifically to streamline your review time. Ms. Rothman demonstrated her talent. I sensed the scent of jealousy on someone. Bai Mu communicated telepathically. Psylocke indeed felt a twinge, believing the other woman surpassed her in cultural refinement. I am merely your colleague and I belong to the Combat Division. This is my colleague from the Combat Division, codename Psylocke. Bai Mu introduced. As for the little brat beside me, he's irrelevant. Little Screw objected loudly. I am also part of the Combat Division. I am the strongest. Do you believe I could burn down that tower over there? Everyone laughed, mostly assuming it was the child of a friend or colleague of the director. Bai Mu remained composed. So you must understand the department's modus operandi. Due to the unique nature of our duties, we do not operate conventionally. This was said to everyone. Rothman responded, I am prepared to face all challenges. Okay, good. Bai Mu, smiling one moment, turned to his subordinate the next. The less conspicuous, the more important. To recommend a talented lady like this, Mr. Bowman, you should be assigned to the Nevada Desert Monitoring Center. You possess an eye for discovery and I sorely need it. Bowman was somewhat startled. Going to the Nevada desert sounded like a punishment, yet hearing the director's praise made it seem not like a reprimand. What was this? Any issues? Bai Mu's gaze fixed on him. No, sir. Bowman, newly appointed to this high position, accepted unconditionally. Psylocke, however, understood. Why punish him? Because of her. Bai Mu's gaze lingered on Rothman. If he remembered correctly, she should be called, or primarily known as, Natasha Romanoff, the infamous Black Widow. As a high-ranking official in the relevant department recommending an enemy spy to be the director's secretary. Your diligent work ethic is truly commendable. Thus he was dispatched by the director to Nevada to play in the sand. Psylocke realized the truth. Should I kill her? No, we are all guardians of world peace. Bai Mu was precisely seeking some spice in life. Of course I won't let that old fox Nick Fury think his clever scheme went undetected. As you wish. Psylocke had made it clear after their return their relationship was purely professional. Whatever had happened was never to be mentioned. She continued telepathically, but we clearly lack sufficient counterintelligence capabilities. This woman was seen through. Can we guarantee there aren't a second or a third? Psylocke's point made Bai Mu take notice. Initially his creation of the department and everything he did was purely for amusement. But after gradually building it up, he had regained some enthusiasm. In the past, he wouldn't have cared who infiltrated the department. His foundation was with the president, who was his subordinate. Anyone attempting to spy would face obvious consequences. But now, how to put it, had he grown fond of it? He had many loyal subordinates like the career-driven Maria Hill, the temporary employee, zealous for justice, and the mutants who had found their self-worth. He couldn't allow others to recklessly destroy it. The fate of S.H.I.E.L.D. was a lesson. On the way back, Bai Mu felt it necessary to strengthen the vetting of high-level personnel. to break free from conventional methods using magic or psychic abilities. His own mental magic was of the dark variety, too violent and prone to causing harm. But Psylocke's psychic abilities were suitable. Furthermore, it had been proven that magic could be enhanced through scientific means. The abilities of mutants, as Professor X demonstrated in the films, could also be amplified. Thus, the Science Division had a new task through researching mutant psychic abilities to achieve a broader and more efficient application of it via scientific methods. The West Coast base was situated in Central California, outwardly registered under the name of an industrial corporation. The facility sprawled across vast lands featuring above-ground and underground fortresses, and even a 4E-class runway capable of accommodating most aircraft. Originally intended for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own use, Nick Fury, who never suffered losses lightly, was ultimately forced to concede after the incident involving the detention of 300 agents, making the director of the relevant department the ultimate victor. Of course, Nick Fury was one to seek revenge. Black Widow was planted as the spy closest to the director of the relevant department, though it was uncertain if she was the only one or if S.H.I.E.L.D. was the sole organization doing so. Screening all high-ranking personnel with psychic abilities was classified as a top-secret operation. The Science Division in New York dispatched a contingent of elites to the new base, while further talent was recruited in California to be integrated into the system. The director's return brought more activity to the base. Psylocke was currently on a mission tasked with leading the little screw to find suitable feeding grounds, flying out daily for reconnaissance. Agents of the relevant department continued to take root in the vicinity, establishing a robust intelligence network. The agency now employed over 10,000 personnel with offices and safe houses in every major city. The director was now pondering how best to utilize Black Widow. The woman had been deliberately leveraging her allure and professional competence to win his greater trust. Bai Mu admitted she was captivating, but he wasn't interested. Don't assume that someone who spent his days carousing with women would be defenseless against her charms. Quite the opposite. Having seen and experienced much with women, his resistance to temptation was as unyielding as steel. As the saying goes, all women are the same once the lights are out. To think that a mere commonplace appearance could lead director Bai astray. Impossible. He sought a soul of true intrigue. Now, chin resting on his hand, he observed Black Widow working outside. The woman had a chair but chose to stand and bend over instead. So eager to flaunt your physical talents. Then he'll have to find you a job that puts them to good use. A bold idea suddenly struck him, one that would make Nick Fury spit blood. But it required a well-crafted scheme blending truth and falsehood. 9 parts truth to 1 part lie. That was the advanced form of deception. The plan was quickly outlined step by step. Finally, he tapped on his keyboard. Only he knew the game had begun. Black Widow approached. "Sir, there's an encrypted message for you." "Read it to me." Bai Mu idly flipped through a Playboy magazine, which besides women mostly offered advice on style and lifestyle. "It's a red level clearance, accessible only by you," Black Widow reminded. "Red. All right." Bai Mu yawned, extending a single finger. The unlock method was neither high-end DNA nor basic fingerprint, but a simple passcode. 8 zeros. This kind of unlock? You've got to be kidding me. Yet it worked. Black Widow scanned it expressionlessly. Temporary Agent George Landon reports, "Boss, there's intel on mutants in San Francisco. Involves the interests of many mutants. You'll be interested. Mutant issues. Finally something to do." Bai Mu put down the magazine. "Reply to him. Set a time to meet." "Yes, sir." The intel was genuine and George Landon's words weren't false. The foundation of a lie is truth. Black Widow obtained the meeting details tomorrow at 6 in the evening at the park on Grove Street in San Francisco. "Okay." Bai Mu looked at her with interest. "Speaking of which, every desk jockey dreams of field duty. What about you?" "I'm no exception," Black Widow admitted. "Can I trust you?" Bai Mu asked seriously. "I think you've already given me your answer." Black Widow was confident. From the moment she was allowed to read red-level files, she felt her infiltration was a resounding success. The director of the relevant department, no different from her previous targets. With her stellar performance, winning his trust would be effortless. San Francisco evening. Bai Mu still drove his flashy sports car, yet insisted on playing the role of a secret agent on a covert mission. Black Widow couldn't fathom how this was supposed to be low-key, but according to S.H.I.E.L.D. intel, this was indeed the director's style. The temporary agent hadn't arrived yet. Bai Mu and Black Widow found a bench to sit on. He wanted a hot dog first because he was hungry. As his subordinate, Black Widow naturally went to buy it. The small park was bustling with people. A hot dog truck was parked by the roadside. A few children were chattering noisily. One chubby kid, his mouth greasy, declared, "When I grow up I want to sell hot dogs." Awesome. His friends cheered in admiration. Bai Mu was also impressed. He continued listening. A skinny, bespectacled boy said, "Listen, listen. When I grow up I'm going to be a villain. He'll pull down everyone's pants." A little blonde girl wasn't to be outdone. "Hey, when I grow up I'm going to be a stripper." The children's parents were horrified. Bai Mu burst out laughing on the spot. These American brats were just too brilliant. Even Black Widow, returning with the hot dogs, couldn't keep her poker face. "Thanks." Bai Mu took the hot dog inspired by the children and shared his thoughts. "Kids, work hard, and your dreams will come true. For example, I've already realized my dream of opening a strip club. Keep it up." The little girl's parents were mortified beyond measure, dragging her away as they fled. Black Widow found his morally questionable remark strange. Really? Bai Mu improvised, "But you misunderstand." Agent Landon, who were about to meet, found leads on mutant activity through the nightlife scene. Never underestimate any seemingly insignificant or disreputable channels. They often carry the most up-to-date information. Thus, the top-tier agent was lectured by the director, and Black Widow couldn't even find it wrong. Finally, a man in sportswear approached, blending in like any other jogger in the neighborhood. His disguise was adequate. "Hey boss." Bai Mu looked up as Landon arrived and gestured for him to sit. "Want a hot dog?" He mentally transmitted, "Only the most important matters. Improvise on everything else." Agent Landon glanced at Black Widow. Bai Mu spoke up, "Ms. Rossman is one of us." "All right," Landon said, displaying his professionalism. "Our girls have heard that a group called the Mutant Brotherhood has been very active around San Francisco lately. They're supposedly looking for a special individual. Then, through various connections, I found out the person they're looking for has a major impact on mutantkind, potentially threatening their existence and sparking a war between mutants and humans." "Any further details?" Bai Mu asked. "Not yet." Landon shook his head. "But our old nemesis S.H.I.E.L.D. must have more intel. Should we try the usual method?" Black Widow raised an eyebrow. The relevant department's intelligence acquisition method was theft. Would he go that far to keep Hydra's secrets? Bai Mu frowned. Black Widow was startled at the familiar name. Hydra, the infamous villainous organization from the past. Did this mean Hydra had a hold over S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence? Landon improvised on the spot. "Secret threats are one method. If we offer more benefits, hell surely waver and hand over S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intel." From a fundamental standpoint, Bai Mu had no intention of eliminating S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, the moment he laid eyes on Black Widow, he would have had his men strip her bare, a hem, slit her throat as a deterrent. Yet if S.H.I.E.L.D. were gone, who would safeguard world peace? Who would assemble the Avengers? You expect the relevant authorities. Bai Mu nearly burst out laughing. Can we stop being so naive? But that didn't mean Bai Mu could tolerate Nick Fury's arrogance, believing he was the only clever one while everyone else was a fool. The death penalty was spared, but punishment was inevitable. The consequence of provoking a bored man. Black Widow's heart raced at the name Hydra, her ears straining to catch every word, desperate to confirm if this was the archenemy of your. Bai Mu saw her stoic face but knew her inner thoughts. He rambled on while telepathically conversing as Agent Landon, sensing the director's game, swiftly perfected this elaborate trap. S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't resist the lure of Hydra, especially since it was true. Hydra had long infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. at every level. With this premise, they were destined to be led by the nose. One had to admire Landon's improvisational trap setting. "We can lure the traitor out, continue to blackmail him while offering both carrot and stick. Give him some benefits." Bai Mu said, "He's on guard against us now ahead, take a detour if he saw us." Landon replied, "Target his weakness. Isn't this guy hooked on watching stripping? Use the gimmick new girl at the old spot. He won't be able to resist coming for a peek." Bai Mu suppressed a laugh. "That could work, but we must also watch out for S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Those bastards have eyes everywhere. We can't expose his identity. Secure the perimeter and ban all electronic devices inside." Landon dug deeper. "Boss can rest assured. He keeps a low profile in S.H.I.E.L.D. Rumor has it that aside from Nick Fury and a few founding members, no one knows his face. He's just a nobody." Bai Mu snapped his fingers. "Even better. At S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion headquarters. Even better." The voice of Bai Mu froze on the player, but the one-eyed man in black couldn't muster joy. Hydra had infiltrated S-H-I-E-L-D, and it was so mysterious that only he knew of it. A host of faces flashed through his mind. Not many but not easily dismissed, as some level 7 and level 8 secret agents were known only to him. Identifying the traitor was tough, and rash action would alert the enemy. But the name Hydra resurfacing made Nick Fury anything but calm. This foe, once thought vanquished, had risen from the ashes. No one understood Hydra's destructive power better than him. If they had infiltrated S-H-I-E-L-D, the danger was dire. As for whether this intelligence was true, after the last clash with the relevant authorities, he couldn't easily doubt it. Those authorities had their merits, especially in theft and blackmail. Nick Fury's impression of the relevant authorities had always been poor, but he leaned toward the truth of the matter. As a legendary agent, he could sense something off about some S-H-I-E-L-D personnel. To uncover the Hydra mole, he would have to act personally. As the director of S-H-I-E-L-D and a formidable agent, he had never appeared in public. Even the relevant authorities had no file on him. He believed he still had what it took. Mu also wanted Black Widow to prove she still had it. As a dancer, Black Widow received this directive now in the director's office, summoned secretly for a covert mission to strip. Mu first offered sincere trust. "You're the most trustworthy woman by my side now. You're not an agent, you lack that aura, and your abilities and potential are strong. With a little training you can achieve great things." Then he appealed to reason, but we're at a critical stage. We need a fresh face to lure the traitor out. You know, he's an agent sharp to peers, so we need an outsider like you to play the part. Black Widow showed hesitation. "But I lack agent skills." "No need. Just unleash your greatest asset." Mu reassured her. "You have beauty and outstanding performance. You exude a lethal allure he can't resist." "I don't know if I can." She played coy. Mu chuckled inwardly. Even he almost bought her feigned innocence. "You can do it. I know this is a dignity-compromising task, but it's crucial. You'll be a hero, serve the nation, and earn a chance to join the temp ranks." "All right. I'll give it a try." She deemed it the right moment to agree. The director's boredom-fueled chain of traps continued. Black Widow learned to strip, feigning inexperience but mastering the moves quickly due to her talent. Soon the nightclub's newest and hottest dancer was recommended, making Black Widow the star attraction and earning the venue a tidy sum. Then the VIP manager pitched her to every guest, including the non-existent Hydra mole. Mu then had his men secretly install Ultra HD cameras around the stage, ensuring every angle and facial detail was captured crystal clear. Of course, the nightclub declared no cameras, absolute privacy, and thorough security checks. Amid this elaborate web of fake authenticity, the show began. Black Widow relayed intelligence the mysterious figure would arrive on Wednesday night. Nick Fury also secured a ticket to the private performance, intent on identifying the traitor with his own eyes. The show was on. That night the crowd was sparse. A VIP private event for a select few. Nick Fury wore a disguise, removing his eye patch and donning sunglasses, seated below the stage. The stage was illuminated, and the night's highlight made a slow musical entrance. The new star, Black Widow, clad in a three-piece set, sashayed on stage with seductive steps, opening with a back-against-a-pole squat that exuded explosive temptation. Nick Fury, a normal man, found the scene too stimulating and masked his discomfort with liquor. In America, an unwritten rule dictated no alcohol meant topless. With alcohol, full nudity. Predictably, when Black Widow performed right before Fury, his priceless expression and her brazen display were meticulously recorded by the cameras. Backstage, the crew roared with laughter. Mu's mind uncontrollably conjured a new scandal. American Scandal. American Scandal. S-H-I-E-L-D. Boss Fury on the run. Scoundrel director Fury embezzling $5 billion for booze, gambling, and whores, flying a private jet to a nightclub to watch his subordinate Black Widow's vulgar show. The footage, originally priced at $280, now costs just $5. $5. Fury would surely explode upon learning the truth, but he'd ultimately have to play along as director by claimed sincerity. He indeed had Hydra intelligence to trade. Of course, the price was a little joke. "You sent an agent to spy on me. Couldn't I retaliate with a director's gate scandal or something?" What director found most brilliant was that Nick Fury and Black Widow had to endure this awkwardness, maintaining their professional agent composure, still living in the hope that they could grasp the clues of the undercover operation. Then the music stopped abruptly and the lights in the entire venue blazed on. Mu, who was also living within the script, walked out clapping with a beaming smile. As Furious' expression shifted in rapid succession, everyone around stood up silently, delivering a roar that he could hear within his heart. Surprise. MTFK. Nick Furious' expression froze. Black Widow's movements came to a halt. In that instant, they understood it all. Everything they thought was a scheme that included the director of the relevant department was in fact part of an even larger trap. Yet Bai Mu poured fuel on the fire. Director Fury, such refined taste. I never expected you, like a commoner like me, would specifically pick such thrilling shows to watch. Fury gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, but he couldn't explode. Director White, we are all adults. Using such matters to make a point seems quite childish, don't you think? Oh! Bai Mu sat down and laughed without warning. But it makes me happy. The Juggernaut couldn't help but let out a tractor-like laugh. He deeply understood the consequences of provoking a boring person. You end up extremely embarrassed and mortified, wanting to hit him, but he has more brothers than you do. The Juggernaut admired his boss to the utmost degree. When he decided to stir up trouble, the opponent's experience was probably more agonizing than facing a heinous villain. What was even funnier was that they were on the side of justice. The Juggernaut had never doubted that he had chosen the right boss. This was exactly the life he wanted to live. On the stage, Black Widow was also filled with rage. She had changed her clothes and returned, her face dark and terrifying. When did you discover all this? From the moment you thought you were clever enough to breach the impenetrable defenses of my relevant department, Bai Mu said, unable to hide his smug superiority. Following the industry scandal of S 300 agents being arrested last time, this was the second time SHIELD had stumbled under the director of the relevant department's hand, and now it threatened to become a sex scandal. If this got out, Fury wouldn't be able to hold his head up for years. Even the professional, unflappable Black Widow couldn't contain her fury. You are an absolute bastard. After spending so much effort just to humiliate us, you can be happy now. Let's go. Fury stood up to leave. Hold on. Bai Mu called out. The game isn't over yet. A hint for you both, I didn't lie about the Hydra matter. What do you know? Fury was still reluctant to give up. He rapidly analyzed in his mind, searching for anything the other party might need, and any way he could salvage his dignity. Suddenly Fury thought of something and sat back down. You want intelligence on the mutants? At least you haven't made me lower my opinion of you any further, Bai Mu said, pleased that his opponent's IQ was still acceptable. We are old friends after all. I am not your friend, Fury retorted, still unable to get over his anger. Director, don't dwell on such trivial matters. Bai Mu said, his supply of poisonous chicken soup for the soul quite abundant. There will be plenty more things to make you angry in the future. Fury was truly on the verge of losing control. Bai Mu got down to business. We don't need any unnecessary pleasantries. I want intelligence on the mutants and the anomalous items you've collected over the years. A mere phantom Hydra mole isn't worth that much. Fury began to haggle. What if I add the footage of the director and his female subordinate's unspeakable act? You! Fury crushed his wine glass. Bai Mu was afraid he might actually infuriate the man to death. Whether it's worth it, hear me out first. This is a very high-level mole, and the extent of their infiltration is beyond your imagination. Your outwardly glorious SHIELD is already on the brink of collapse. And I can let you see the goods first, using facts to prove my intelligence is indeed valuable. After that, we can settle the final payment according to the agreement we are about to reach. Fury considered for a moment and added, hand over the footage and destroy all of it. No problem, Bai Mu agreed, readily communicating with his subordinate through his mind. You've backed it all up, right? Fury once again found himself facing the same old trouble. He had no equal bargaining chips, which meant he had to make greater concessions to secure the other party's cooperation. He hated this situation. SHIELD, an organization with influence spanning the globe, was always at a disadvantage against this slippery opponent. It was unbearable, but the intelligence on Hydra haunted him like a nightmare. Tell me that person's identity, Nick Fury said, essentially agreeing. After becoming director of the relevant department, Bai Mu had ordered his subordinates to gather intelligence on SHIELD and cross-reference it with information from film and television works. So today he could say with certainty John Garrett, one of SHIELD's founders, your old friend, and the agent he personally trained, Grant Ward. Follow this lead and you can dig up more surprises. As for how to dig, Fury, a legendary agent, naturally had his own methods. Still, he found the name Bai Mu had thrown out hard to believe. Bai Mu knew the other party still had doubts. If it's not true, you have nothing to lose. If it is, you've just averted a catastrophic crisis. I'll trust you one last time, Fury said, his single eye fixed on him. I know the threats about how I won't get off easy blah blah blah. Mu said, losing interest in that part of the exchange. I'd get bored without you interesting opponents, okay? But the facts proved it was true. Fury ordered a surprise interrogation of Grant Ward. At first, Ward protested, endlessly claiming ignorance and expressing profound disappointment at the organization's injustice. However, when the name John Garrett was brought up along with the clues collected by the relevant department, he eventually fell silent. For the subsequent questioning, he remained ashen-faced and unresponsive. Outside the interrogation room, Fury's expression was as calm as ever. He couldn't tell if he was happy or angry, logically rooting out a rot within S.H.I.E.L.D. Especially someone as high-ranking as Garrett, a founder-level figure, should have filled him with relief that he could still mend the fold before it was too late. But thinking about how he had been played for a fool by an even more sinister character, he couldn't be happy at all. He used to believe that invisible opponents were the hardest to deal with, but now reality had slapped him in the face. Fury now believed that provoking a boring but energetic opponent was the most lethal thing of all. Without a doubt, a certain director of the relevant department was the epitome of a boring person. He could toy with you until you were utterly drained, and yet you found him as prickly as a hedgehog with no way to strike back. Thinking that now that it had come true, he still had to hand over the intelligence and resources as promised, Fury felt a pang of anguish. You might think, why not just default on the debt and cut off all contact forever? Not unless you wanted to be finished in the U.S. Everyone knew how highly the director of the relevant department was regarded by the president. Fury let out a heavy sigh. He knew he would have to face Maria Hill's fake smile and her negotiation style full of hidden daggers once again. Damn it! Maria Hill was greatly astonished upon receiving the news. How could it be that S.H.I.E.L.D. had stumbled once more under the leadership of the director, and this time it was Nick Fury himself? Initially, she delved into the action report with immense shock. After reading it, she fully comprehended Fury's current frustration. Provoking a tedious individual inevitably leads to profound embarrassment and a desire for death. I understand your feelings, Hill said to Fury. Damn it, I don't need your sympathy. Are you deliberately reopening old wounds? Fury thought bitterly, but as the director he refrained from cursing. Save your concern. The documents are here. As Hill was about to speak, Fury interrupted impatiently. You want S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources. The list is inside. Whatever the council approves, we will release. Hill raised an eyebrow. Was this a desperate move? Invoking the World Security Council meant Fury had abandoned all pretense of dignity. Yet this preemptive strike could alleviate much of the awkwardness and salvage some losses. One must never underestimate a cunning old fox. Dignity means nothing before interests and psychological wounds will eventually heal. As she flipped through the documents, her expression grew increasingly grave. S.H.I.E.L.D. indeed possessed critical intelligence, including the anomalous activities of certain mutants. The monitored members of the Brotherhood of Mutants were frantically searching for a peculiar mutant whose rare ability could strip other mutants of their powers. Hill immediately realized the government would undoubtedly want to control him. The mutants, of course, anticipated this and launched a massive operation, risking exposure to find this mutant first. If the government clashed with extremist mutants, the result could be a full-scale war. The black-clad director revealed a confident smile. I believe your government should act swiftly. Hill had no time for banter. She departed and contacted Chief Bai en route, briefing him on the situation. Mu, playing golf in San Francisco, sank a shot in 2 strokes and said with satisfaction, "We have work to do." He recalled a film from years ago about a mutant who served as an antidote capable of nullifying mutant powers. Though there were hints this was not permanent, it could at least suppress abilities for a time. As someone who had acquired superhuman strength, Bai understood the mindset of invincibility. Mutants were the most typical. Overnight they awakened to immense power and no longer regarded ordinary people with respect. To prevent such power, nouveau riche, the government indeed needed precautions. Bai also didn't want to see a rogue mutant one day decide to blow up a building associated with him. That would be truly awkward. Just like possessing nuclear weapons without necessarily using them, deterrence was key. With deterrence came balance, allowing mutants and ordinary humans to coexist peacefully. Bai began to feel like a superhero. Then Juggernaut asked, "Boss, what do we do now?" Immersed in his superhero role, Director Bai declared, "Mobilize all intelligence departments, coordinate with local police, investigate and apprehend anyone with information on these mutants. Authorize coercive interrogation. If they don't talk, go after their families. Once found anyone who dares stand in the way of my department, be they mutants, vigilantes, or other law enforcement, will face only one outcome: surrender their findings. If not, superhero James Bye would show them the iron fist of capitalism. Though Juggernaut felt his intelligence was mostly concentrated in his muscles, he mentally noted that the boss behavior could hardly be called that of a superhero. What do you know? Bye slapped him on the head, but it was his own hand that stung. The guy had an iron skull, leaving Bay's palm red and sore. He stuffed his hand in his pocket. Back to base. Gear up and get ready to work. Could the director truly be using mutants as a stepping stone to play superhero? Though no one believed it, the nationwide intelligence network proved efficient, quickly tracking down the mutants' whereabouts. Their high-profile approach, solving everything with fists, left a trail of witnesses and victims, ultimately leading to a private biotech company. High-altitude reconnaissance captured the company's research base, still untouched by intrusion. But the drone operator soon updated the report: unidentified vehicles approaching. They're breaking through. Prepare for action. Bye knew it was time for action. Eager to experience the thrill of being a superhero, he retrieved his energy vest and helmet. Juggernaut polished his head and was about to board the plane when Bye stopped him. Running. We're taking the portal. The special forces were left behind. Bye wanted to witness the spectacle firsthand. His previous lack of practice with portals now motivated him to hone the skill. He opened a portal by the roadside. The research base's gate had already been rammed open, and the sound of gunfire echoed, indicating they had arrived just in time for the action. Without a word, Bye pursued the source of the noise. The scene was chaotic. Bodies on the ground, collapsed buildings. Ordinary humans were no match for mutants. The base's alarms had long been triggered, but they proved useless as the mutants had already bulldozed through. Bye extended his spiritual sense, enveloping the area, and pinpointed the direction. Left. Through the passage, then right. Go straight 50 meters and down to the second floor. Juggernaut was baffled by the directions. He opted for the simplest approach. Charge straight ahead. With a thunderous crash, he smashed through one wall, then another. Mathematics taught that the shortest distance between 2 points was a straight line. Bye stood stunned for 3 seconds. A hard head was indeed no flaw. Juggernaut broke through the final wall and intervened in the mutants' battle. The final scene showed them eliminating the last guard about to open the security door. But the rampaging giant interrupted everything. He crashed through a half-meter-thick concrete wall. The lead mutant, a burly man, reacted swiftly, swinging a massive iron pillar at him. Juggernaut couldn't dodge and was knocked back half a step. Astonishment flickered on both their faces. Juggernaut rarely encountered an opponent with such strength, while the mutant was shocked that his blow hadn't sent the giant flying. The mutant roared. He was Sabretooth, Wolverine's nemesis, possessing immense strength, speed, and regenerative abilities. He reveled in sending opponents flying. But he met Juggernaut, who was slow but had an incredibly hard head. Juggernaut responded to the roar with a sudden headbutt. Sabretooth failed to block and crashed through 2 walls before stopping. Juggernaut grinned, ready to advance, when a long tongue wrapped around his leg. He glared at the meddlesome mutant. Toad, I'll tear you apart. As Juggernaut prepared to erupt, he took 2 steps before the ground beneath him collapsed. He lost control and fell into a pit, the work of the third mutant avalanche. Bye arrived somewhat late, having discovered something intriguing along the way, and also because he believed that with the Juggernaut's strength few could stand in his way. Even against the Hulkhead, modestly call it a 50-50 fight. But as the saying goes, the real world isn't a digitized game. Power fluctuates and intelligence is a crucial factor. As he finally reached the scene, he overheard the following exchange. The Juggernaut, trapped in a pit, roared, "If you've got the guts, come down here." Avalanche, standing at the edge, laughed back. "If you've got the guts, come up here. You come down. You come up." It looked like this would repeat 100 times. Bye nearly stumbled upon hearing this. He made his way to the now-destroyed building where Sabretooth was tearing down the door inside which the mutant cure was held. Avalanche was frantically causing collapses, the debris and rubble, trapping the enraged Juggernaut in the pit. A toad hung upside down overhead, its tongue shooting out at Bye the moment it saw him. But it had chosen the wrong target. In a fight, one must use their head first, probing the opponent's weaknesses before striking. Now Bye casually unleashed the most effective torment, electrocution. The explosive lightning surged along the toad's tongue, instantly enveloping its entire body. The high-voltage current charred its tongue and triggered erratic arcs, also zapping 2 nearby allies. Sabretooth's spiky, upright mane was utterly ridiculous. He let out an angry roar and with little thought leaped forward, swiping his clawed hand. Bai Mu unleashed a frost blast, sending blades of ice sweeping from his hand. Sabretooth was struck and frozen, the force of the ice blades blasting him into a corner. Sabretooth broke the frost on his surface with brute strength, but the frost within his body and his muscles still affected his movement and blood, making him sluggish and weak. But Bai Mu had also been careless. Avalanche seized the moment, using waves to disturb the ground. The earth beneath him suddenly split open, and before he could steady himself he fell. The Juggernaut, charging wildly in the pit, barely dodged the falling Bai Mu, who landed dazed and disoriented. Damn, forgot to buff up. Bai Mu got up, clutching his back, the classic weakness of a mage. His stamina, despite his relentless training, was far above an ordinary person's, but still fell short compared to these monsters. "Boss?" the Juggernaut exclaimed in surprise. "Why didn't you catch me?" Bai Mu asked, embarrassed. "Huh?" The Juggernaut scratched his head. But Avalanche wasn't about to spare their dignity. He hauled in another load of boulders, pouring them directly into the pit to bury them alive. This time the Juggernaut knew how to play the loyal subordinate. He immediately pinned his boss down, shielding him with his body. Bai Mu, choking on dust, cursed, "You interrupted my spell." Too late. Over 10 tons of dirt and rubble crashed down. The Juggernaut turned crimson, protecting his boss fiercely, but it seemed he had messed up again. Bai Mu's heart felt weary. He used a teleportation spell to return to the surface, coughing uncontrollably from the dust. Cough, cough, cough. "Those bastards! Let me take them out!" The Juggernaut declared, determined to reclaim their honor. Before Bai Mu could stop him, the Juggernaut had already rammed into the building, unstoppable, smashing through the heavy blast-proof security door, saving the enemies the trouble of breaking it down. As the mutant burst into the room, a little boy sitting in the corner turned at the noise. Avalanche felt his powers waning, stepped back, and pressed his communicator. "Quicksilver. We've found the target, prepare to evacuate." Sabretooth, guarding the entrance, heard the sound, and turned only to be face slammed by the Juggernaut. The Juggernaut lunged, ready to shatter every bone in Sabretooth's body. But the next second, a silver-haired man in flight goggles appeared beside Sabretooth, grinned, grabbed the back of Sabretooth's head, and vanished. The Juggernaut crashed through a wall in vain. Furious, he turned and charged at Avalanche. Seeing the colossal beast barreling toward him, Avalanche felt a sense of impending doom, fully aware of the Juggernaut's ramming power. Avalanche quickly raised a stone wall to block, but it barely slowed the Juggernaut. This time the Juggernaut had learned his lesson. He zigzagged. Avalanche couldn't accurately dig a pit anymore. The Juggernaut, burning with rage, was about to send Avalanche flying, but Quicksilver reappeared, pressing a hand on the back of Avalanche's head, ready to repeat the trick. Just as Quicksilver was about to engage his overdrive, a sudden pang of dread surged through him. He felt a deeply uncomfortable state, as if he were sick or at the limit of exhaustion. His mind grew dull, his movements sluggish, and his strength faded by half. A curse of weakness. One must not forget the peculiar Mage still present. Time to fly. The Juggernaut finally collided with Avalanche, sending him flying 20 or 30 meters. He tumbled several times, upon landing spitting blood. Quicksilver flash-stepped away. "And you?" The Juggernaut snarled, targeting the last one. The Toad's voice trembled with fear. "Quicksilver, save me." Just as Quicksilver was about to engage his overdrive, a sudden pang of dread surged through him. He felt a deeply uncomfortable state, as if he were sick or at the limit of exhaustion. Quicksilver easily dodged the bone spear and even playfully touched it. But that very act infected his fingertip with necrotic energy. He shook his hand repeatedly but couldn't shake it off. The energy seeped into his pores, deep into his body, searing his flesh and corroding his bones, instantly dropping his speed back to normal. Bai Mu's energy bolt was already upon him. Quicksilver fought through the overwhelming discomfort, struggling to re-enter his high-speed state. For others it was an imperceptible moment, but not for Quicksilver. He decided to counterattack. Quicksilver made his second mistake. He threw a punch at his opponent, but Bai Mu's skin had turned as hard as diamond skin. Quicksilver's fist connected solidly, only to leave him wincing in pain. Having suffered 2 setbacks, Quicksilver finally realized he was outmatched. He swiftly returned to the Toad's side, but the Juggernaut had already beaten the Toad down and raised his fist, clearly about to smash the Toad's head in. Quicksilver appeared just in time, calmly pulling the Toad from under the Juggernaut's fist, ready to make a swift escape. But in the next instant, Bai Mu teleported beside him. Quicksilver paused for a split second, but his feet weren't slow. Or perhaps they were very slow. "Keep running." Bai Mu laid down several spells. A slow aura hampered him, a decay trap formed under his feet. Quicksilver, already halved in speed by the earlier curse, now faced serious trouble. Either take the Toad and risk a desperate breakout, which could easily lead to capture, or abandon the Toad and flee alone. He was confident he could escape, but upon seeing the Juggernaut's massive fists, Quicksilver chickened out. Rather than have both of them be taken down here, it was better to preserve the revolutionary flame. Quicksilver let go of the toad and went all out. What does a second mean to a man? To Quicksilver it meant before you even begin he's already finished. Ha! Mu stopped the Juggernaut's destruction. Interesting ability letting him get away. Juggernaut, bring that little boy over. We're leaving. The helicopter's here? The Juggernaut said, carrying the boy as he ran. The roar of helicopters grew closer and many black dots appeared in the sky. Mu initially thought they were allies, but as they neared he saw their markings were wrong. The first to arrive were helicopters armed with machine guns aiming at the ground. A loudspeaker blared a warning, "You down there. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately. We are the U.S. military. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately." Why did the military arrive at the scene faster than the relevant authorities? From a scientific perspective, it was obvious that the military must have been nearby. The relevant authorities were 200 kilometers away, and without the ability to open portals or achieve multiple times the speed of sound in one breath, their sluggishness was a matter of helplessness. This unit was rather special, led by Colonel William Stryker, a team dedicated to the military's secret weapon development focusing on the field of biological modification. Wolverine was their outstanding product. Unfortunately, Wolverine broke free, causing immense destruction, which further fueled Stryker's pre-existing hatred for mutants. His research on mutants never ceased. To Stryker, someone capable of nullifying mutant powers was nothing short of the apocalypse for mutants. When that private institution issued a distress call, he sensed the arrival of a long-dreamed-of opportunity. Countless voices within him urged him to seize that mutant study, it extract a cure, and send all those arrogant freaks who flaunted their power to hell. With his dream beckoning, Stryker couldn't contain his excitement and commanded, "Move now. Everyone listen up, capture the mutant cure alive, and kill all who resist. Hurry, hurry." Due to the endless controversies over the mutant threat, certain factions within the military had always supported Stryker. At his command, a considerable number of troops swiftly assumed combat positions and advanced at full speed. When they arrived at the scene with murderous intent, the chaotic state of affairs told Stryker that someone had tried to get there first. Unable to tolerate such provocation, he immediately issued the sternest warnings and fired warning shots. Indeed, it was the 12.7mm heavy machine guns on the helicopters that opened fire, along with the cannons, rockets, and anti-tank missiles of the armed helicopters, all bared and ready. "Boss, what do we do?" Juggernaut was at a loss, not out of fear, but because he couldn't fly. If he could, would those fragile beings still be clamoring in the sky? Mu pondered seriously for 3 seconds and decided to raise his hands. "Surrender." "Ha!" Juggernaut stared blankly and followed suit, raising his hands in surrender. But shouldn't they have opened a portal to escape? "My brothers are almost here," was the reason for Mu's audacity. Opening a portal and fleeing would be somewhat disgraceful. Wouldn't that allow the other side to boast endlessly in the military about how the director of the relevant authorities fled in panic before their guns? Moreover, he wanted to get to know who exactly was so arrogant. As the saying goes, a new broom sweeps clean. The relevant authorities were formidable in eastern New York, but still lacked some presence in the west. It was time to demonstrate true skill. Stryker, hovering above, was quite satisfied with the compliance of the personnel on site. Humans remained the rulers of this planet, and all must bow before their technology. The helicopters landed one after another. Stryker jumped out, accompanied by a cold-looking black-haired woman with a group of soldiers guarding their sides. "Who are you?" Mu showed no awareness of being a captive. "Me." Stryker snorted coldly. "Your nightmare, the Terminator of mutants." Mu rolled his eyes. "Your name?" "William Stryker." "So it's you." Mu didn't know the man but recognized the name. "Then you're about to be embarrassed." "Oh." Feeling in control, Stryker was in the mood to play games. It was a classic case of a villain dying from too much talk, but in this situation he couldn't resist showing off. Mu calmly stated what was about to happen. "Soon a force with greater firepower and more troops will arrive. They will take over all authority here, including you and your men. You can object, but your objection will be overruled by the military. You can resist, but the outcome of resistance will be being torn to shreds. Then you will be made an example of the fate of those who oppose powerful institutions." Stryker's face stiffened. "Who are you?" "Good question." It was Mu's turn to show off. "I am the one who..." The roar of fighter jets flying low drowned out his words. The howling wind forced people to lower their bodies as several black-painted fighter jets roared past at supersonic speed. Then came a stern warning to the helicopters. "You have entered the airspace controlled by the relevant authorities. Land immediately. Land immediately. Otherwise we will take measures to shoot you down. The pilots of the armed helicopters were stunned. What was happening now? But after the fighters turned back, they dared not defy. Any sane person knew that armed helicopters were merely stationary targets in front of supersonic jets. Before Stryker's mind could catch up, a multitude of black dots emerged from the horizon. Fully armed helicopters and troop transport helicopters densely filling the sky. A quick glance revealed top-tier models, even extremely rare stealth variants. Their firepower was enough to spark a small-scale war. With the fighters overhead, they could easily launch a surprise attack on a medium-sized country. Their overwhelming numbers and majestic presence made Stryker's previously vaunted force look like country bumpkins. The relevant authorities demonstrated what it meant to wield national power. After Stryker's helicopters landed, the armed helicopters of the relevant authorities locked onto ground targets, their cannons off safety, ready to shred any target into pieces with a single command. Who exactly are you? This time Stryker's voice carried a note of shock. The noise of the helicopters was too loud, and Bai Mu lost his mood for showing off. Surrender now and you'll get a single cell in prison. Otherwise they'll lock you in with a big black gay guy. The muscles in Stryker's face twitched. This man was incredibly arrogant, but deep down he still felt a sense of unwillingness. Victory had been within his grasp, only to slip away at this critical juncture. Or perhaps, Bai Mu saw the hesitation in his eyes. You want this she-wolf beside you to fight us? The black-haired woman's expression turned a few degrees colder. She seemed eager for a fight. Juggernaut cracked his knuckles, apparently quite interested in her. Bai Mu looked at the black-haired Deathstrike, whose eyes sparkled with provocation, then at Juggernaut, whose face bore a cruel grin. Could these two be taking a liking to each other? So he made another suggestion. Or how about you two fight? If the woman wins, you take Stryker away. If we win, you stay unconditionally. A good deal, right? At a military disadvantage, Stryker didn't plan to resist. He still had support from above, who would surely find a way to bail him out. He was willing to accept this gamble, take him down. Bai Mu was much more sincere with his subordinate. As the boss, this is all I can do for you. Juggernaut scratched his head and chuckled, but Deathstrike struck first. With a loud shout, she leaped forward, claws aimed at Juggernaut's belly. Then she bent down, swept his legs, and the huge frame crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom. Oh, God! Bai Mu covered his face with his palm. Was this guy here to make me lose face? Juggernaut, caught off guard, suffered a setback before he could cast his magic. Deathstrike's claws left 3 bloody gashes across his abdomen, but the wounds healed at an astonishing speed once his spell activated. Embarrassed, Juggernaut rose and explained to the group. I was just letting the lady go first. Pfft. Careful you don't get beaten into begging for mercy. Bai Mu, sitting nearby munching on popcorn and watching the spectacle, jeered. The fellow agents, recognizing the familiarity, laughed and teased him. Juggernaut had clearly picked up his boss style but lacked the core substance. Deathstrike, without a word, lunged at him again. Bai Mu's memories of his past life were fairly clear. In the movie she had overpowered Wolverine, her body also coated in adamantium but with greater speed and strength. He wondered how she would fare in reality. The live combat was fierce and formidable. Juggernaut's charge was unstoppable, but Deathstrike was agile. Using the environment, she nimbly climbed onto his neck and clawed wildly at his head. Juggernaut's head was tough, but his massive muscles hindered his attacks. Lacking agility, he couldn't hit her, so he fell backward to pin her down, then rolled over. Deathstrike was quick, wrapping her legs around his neck. The logic of the armbar was sound, but Juggernaut's position and her movements were rather suggestive. Bai Mu, having pulled up a stool to sit, was laughing so hard he fell to the ground. They tumbled and fought on the ground. Juggernaut felt no pain. Deathstrike healed rapidly, and both possessed immense strength. It was a scene of violent demolition. But it was clear Juggernaut had the upper hand. Bai Mu thought he might be holding back, perhaps afraid of hurting his future girlfriend. All right, let's wrap this up. Bai Mu saw many opportunities Juggernaut had passed up. The disparity in strength was obvious to everyone. He stood up, ending the spectacle. William Stryker, you are charged with contempt for this director. Come with us. What kind of charge is that? Stryker was enraged by such a frivolous reason for arrest. Bai Mu glanced at him. Do you want me to make up another one, so you can mock me again, and then I'll give you another reason? How about this? My men beat you down, tie you up, hang you from the back of a car, and drag you all the way back. Okay. Without further words, Stryker was handcuffed and taken away by the soldiers. Deathstrike was still defiant. Juggernaut tried to chop her neck, but it was useless, and she glared at him fiercely. In the end, Bai Mu used a weakness curse to bring her to her knees, and she was taken away in adamantium restraints. Stryker, who had aimed to be the mantis stalking the cicada, ended up being the mantis himself. At the base, personnel interrogated all the surrendered soldiers. Maria Hill brought the final report. Stryker's base is near San Francisco, secretly conducting extensive research on mutant weapons. Bai Mu browsed the documents. I'm quite interested in this project. If mutants are the future of humanity, based on the inevitability of human progress, we must master that future. Humans are fragile and insignificant beings. Being too ordinary makes one easily eliminated. If mutation is humanity's future, he wanted to experience it too. He didn't ask for much, just a physique like Gandalf's. Ever since the last wizard battle, he had been panicked by his lack of magical power, traumatized by the thought of being ganged up on by mages. Hill understood the director's intent: seize his research base. They have everything we need, saving us a lot of exploration time. Bai Mu wanted to take shortcuts. Starting from scratch was too troublesome. It was much easier to stand on the achievements of others. How do we explain this to the military? Hill asked. Bai Mu flipped through the script given to him by the department's press office. Colonel Stryker is suspected of illegal operations, plotting against senior officials, developing a private army, and intending to overthrow the unity of the Union. It's only natural for us to seize his base. As always, simple and crude. The director bore the responsibility. The director answered to the president, and the president listened to the director. No problem there. Hill mobilized more personnel to carry out the mission. Seize, confiscate, and nationalize. The department's forces surrounded Stryker's research base and announced, William Stryker has been detained for serious disciplinary violations. All base personnel are ordered to evacuate immediately, or they will be considered participants in a rebellion. The department perfectly demonstrated its deterrent power. Could they afford to be labeled rebels? The soldiers and scientists at the base were stunned. Upon learning it was a direct order from the department, they had no choice but to comply. Department soldiers swiftly took over the base, searching every corner. They hauled away anything useful for research, even confiscating a cubic meter of liquid adamantium. This was the alloy of Wolverine's claws. Its hardness and sharpness were enough to pierce Captain America's shield in the comics, making it a top-tier choice for weaponry. Good things, of course, had to be nationalized. The department was the state, so everything ended up in their base. Learning of this, Stryker raged. Get me the military. You can't restrict my basic human rights. What's all this noise from the detainee? A soldier shouted impatiently, poking the iron door with a stun baton. Falling into the department's hands, one couldn't claim to have been in their prison without losing some skin. But this time the department's brutality offended many. Colloquially speaking, their actions were unsightly. At the slightest disagreement, they would ransack a place, confiscate all assets, and either silence all opposition or handcuff them and haul them away on charges of detention. Stryker hadn't spent all those years in the military for nothing. He had his own faction and supporters. Upon learning of his harsh detention by the department, people immediately protested to the president. Calling it excessive law enforcement was mild. Accusing the department director of corruption was serious. Even some hardline anti-mutant politicians thought things had gone too far. Don't forget the department was under congressional oversight, though that oversight committee had never met, and its members didn't even know they were overseers, let alone anything about the department. But Congressman Robert Kelly was not one to stay quiet. In recent years, he had repeatedly expressed concerns about the danger of mutants in Congress, and had more than once sought to tighten control over them. He was a political hawk. Stryker's research on mutants was fundamentally about control and eradication. Senator Kelly was naturally on his side. Seizing on Stryker's recent misfortunes, Kelly launched an attack in Congress. He argued that the department must obey regulations and follow procedures, or it would be contempt for the Union's judicial system. He also insisted that the Congressional Oversight Committee must be activated immediately. But Congressman Robert Kelly was not one to stay quiet. In recent years, he had repeatedly expressed concerns about the danger of mutants in Congress, and had more than once sought to tighten control over them. He was a political hawk. Johnson called Bai Mu to explain the situation on his end. Some senators and the prosecutorial authorities will be investigating your actions. Of course, as long as you have any legitimate reason, there's nothing to worry about. Reasons. Bai Mu could find a bunch easily. First, he was indeed conducting research in a legal gray area. Second, he disrupted my agency's operations. I'm more interested in who's leading the charge. Senator Robert Kelly is very active on this issue. Senator Kelly. Bai Mu had been seeing that name in the news lately. He's made a lot of enemies among mutants, but don't worry, he won't be causing trouble for long. The mutants want to take him down more than I do. As long as the reasons are legitimate, the Oversight Committee's role is still limited to inquiries, Johnson said. Bai Mu knew there was still Congress to deal with. If things escalate, he'll personally handle those in Congress who want to harm me. As for the prosecutors, the Attorney General is still under you, right? Tell him to shut up. Bai Mu was not overly concerned about external criticism. The president was the first line of defense and the second would be Congress. Should matters deteriorate to the point of being brought before Congress, he would corrupt opposing lawmakers. Even if the president were replaced, there was no need to worry. He would simply continue corrupting the next one. Even if Congress were dissolved and its members completely replaced, the will of mortal eyes and flesh remained fragile before the corrupting power of the ancient gods. The only ones requiring caution were those mages. Speaking of mages inevitably gave him a headache. In an unknown fight, he feared no one, but the memory of the last group beating was still fresh. Once his mana was depleted, he was nothing more than a soft-footed infantryman. Bai Mu's greatest weakness was his severe lack of mana. Until the issue with magic potions was resolved, he felt, why should mages possess the physique of berserkers while he could not? This was the primary reason for establishing the mutant research base. The base had taken over Stryker's research and secured a group of mutants. The next step was to absorb and integrate them into new projects. Unlike Stryker's narrow-minded and short-sighted approach, Bai Mu aimed to fully master mutant genes, turning the unknown into known, then transforming it into technology beneficial to human progress and evolution. Stryker's method, driven by hatred, forcibly transforming mutants into weapons under his control, was too low-class. He looked down on it. Mastering the function of mutant genes was the true milestone in human history. Following the director's instructions, the base initiated the Mutant Gene Research Project. Spacious and well-lit laboratories were established, cutting-edge equipment in the industry was approved for purchase, and experts in the field of biological genetics were invited to participate in the project, with the government-relevant departments giving the green light. Bai Mu was touring the project. The detained mutants, several prisoners from the Brotherhood of Mutants, were held separately based on their abilities to prevent escape. Harmless ones like the young boy Jimmy, who could suppress mutant abilities, were allowed to move within the base as research volunteers, not prisoners. As for Lady Deathstrike, the Juggernaut kept trying to gather information every few days. With the loss of Stryker's serum control, Lady Deathstrike had regained her freedom but was still emotionally unstable. The condition to release her is simple obedience and compliance, Bai Mu told the Juggernaut bluntly. As a highly dangerous mutant, you must be able to control her before she can be released. The Juggernaut was well aware that Lady Deathstrike was, strictly speaking, a former subordinate of the rebel Stryker and extremely dangerous. If she refused to obey discipline, she would have to remain confined. "I'll talk to her," the Juggernaut said, weighing his iron fists, feeling that reasoning with her should still work. "Right? Go for it. A man needs to be tough." Bai Mu encouraged, eager to watch the drama unfold. Then he left the experimental base to return to his office and sign a few more orders to grant the lab more authority. Psylocke, whom he hadn't seen for days, happened to meet him and followed him back to the office, deliberately closing the door. Her expression remained impassive but clearly troubled. "I heard you're going to conduct research on mutants." As a mutant herself, Psylocke harbored some resistance to the idea of being studied, especially after the relevant department had taken over Stryker's project. The thought of his deeds filled her with distaste. "Because I want to have abilities like yours," Bai Mu said matter-of-factly, without a hint of hesitation. Psylocke, who had been displeased, felt the ice within her begin to melt. This was clearly a matter of emotional intelligence. The director had a bag full of tricks, and Psylocke's initial displeasure dissipated like smoke at his words, her dark clouds vanishing. "What are you smiling at?" Bai Mu teased her. "Do you think I'm like Stryker, wanting to turn mutants into weapons and force them to fight?" "No," she shook her head. "You do," Bai Mu insisted, looking at her face. "You've hurt my heart. Before it shatters completely, find a way to make amends." "What do you want, director?" Psylocke emphasized the word director, reminding him they were in the office with a superior-subordinate relationship, hoping he wouldn't have any improper thoughts. Bai Mu's expression turned serious. "You're overthinking. I just want you to help me." Something fell. "Would you mind picking it up for me, ma'am?" Psylocke looked under the office desk. She would have to bend over and crawl in to retrieve it. Facing the world's most scheming man, she knew she couldn't escape this fate. After Psylocke wiped her mouth clean and left the office with unsteady steps, a janitor sweeping the floor in the corridor watched her retreating figure. A flash of apricot yellow flickered in the janitor's eyes. He left the corridor, casually tossing his cleaning tools into a corner, and emerged later as a different staff member. Mystique had infiltrated the relevant base. The Brotherhood of Mutants could not tolerate this loss. Avalanche and Toad were both detained, but these few were not the main concern. The most critical was the mutant cure. Once the government mastered the elimination technology, it would be a devastating blow to mutants. So Mystique was tasked by Magneto with a mission: infiltrate the base, assess the situation, and assassinate the cure if possible. Over the past few days of exploration, Mystique had gathered much information, including the base's defensive security measures and the mental checks for new members and high-ranking personnel. Unfortunately, she was not a new member. She could transform into anyone, even their director. But now she lacked one thing: to access the high-security areas. It involved arcane methods. Having only the director's appearance was not enough. She also needed his key. This led Mystique to focus on matters related to the director, including his personal life. The departing Psylocke had become her target, the director's secret lover. As expected, no man could resist this. She devised a plan. In the mirror, Mystique had already taken Psylocke's form. Her long hair was tied up, and beneath her coat was a seductive, curvaceous figure. No wonder men couldn't resist. Who wouldn't want such a stunning secretary? She waited for an opportunity until one night. First, she transformed into Director White to send Psylocke away, using the excuse that he was waiting for her in his room, freshly bathed. Psylocke rolled her eyes at her. Bastard! Mystique mimicked the director's frivolous laugh and left. On the way, she transformed back into Psylocke and headed to the director's apartment, knocking on the door. Do you think I'm beautiful tonight? As soon as she entered, she eagerly stripped off her clothes, revealing a fiery lingerie set beneath. She pushed Bai Mu onto the bed, placed a thigh on the edge beside him, and swayed her alluring figure. This? Bai Mu stared at the scene before him, transfixed. In his mind, look at her, she knows how to leverage her strengths better than you. Learn from her. Mystique's infiltration was exceedingly covert. The identification technology employed by the base was incapable of detecting her ever-shifting form. Telepathic abilities could locate her, but they lacked the range and simultaneity to cover the entire area. Exploiting this vulnerability, Mystique penetrated the relevant departments. As she grew increasingly wary of this low-profile yet immensely powerful organization, she became more resolute in her determination to contribute to the rise of mutant kind. Her sole mistake was approaching Psylocke and making a frivolous proposition. Typically, their exchanges occurred through telepathic communication. When Psylocke's unspoken query received no response, she knew something was amiss. Even if it hadn't, Bai Mu would never believe Psylocke would so eagerly come to him, especially with such a wanton invitation to battle until dawn. Thus he had nearly deduced the visitor was Mystique, arguably the ideal companion for a man capable of offering a different bedmate every day for the remaining 30,000 days of his life if he so desired. Game over. Unfortunately, Psylocke kicked open the door, shattering the lively scene. Mystique turned in surprise to see Psylocke's furious visage, her voice seething with murderous intent. You thieving wretch! Stop plagiarizing my appearance before you seduce a man. A flicker of astonishment crossed Mystique's eyes. She dismounted from him, wrapping herself in a sheet, yet still clung to her disguise. Who are you? How dare you impersonate me? Shut your foul mouth. Psylocke twisted her wrist, a psionic whip materializing in her hand. I will beat you, and I swear it will hurt. Mystique could not replicate Psylocke's talents. She was fully exposed and reverted to her true form, but remained baffled. As a mutant, you wholeheartedly help him oppress our own kind. You are a disgrace. Psylocke remained vigilant of the woman's every move. The same disgrace to you. You are provoking someone who could drive mutants to extinction, yet you fancy yourself a savior. I truly pity your blindness. Why do you say that? Mystique saw no urgency to duel. If you weren't blind. Psylocke suddenly lashed out with her whip. Mystique Agile attempted to dodge, but the whip elongated unexpectedly, and her miscalculation resulted in her wrist being ensnared. You would see that I am not under his control. Psylocke finished her sentence. Nearby, Bai Mu hurriedly pulled on his pants, needing to maintain his image as director. Psylocke held her head. If I hadn't come, would you have truly played along with her all night? To refuse an easy gain would be sheer hypocrisy. Bai Mu dressed with righteous indignation. Who was it that kept insisting we were merely colleagues? I don't care who you play with. I just hate her stealing my image and flaunting it. Psylocke retracted her whip and drew a blade. Now someone is about to beg for mercy. In terms of combat prowess, though Mystique was not weak, she was outmatched by a combat-oriented mutant. Psylocke's psionic weapons and telepathy were forces she could not resist. In a few exchanges, the victor was decided. Mystique was pinned underfoot. Psylocke's conjured long sword at her throat. I told you this would hurt. Mystique, unable to move, accepted her defeat. But I will not yield. Oh, then I will relish tearing open your mind and forcibly extracting every piece of information I desire. Psylocke prepared to invade her mind with telepathy. This will hurt even more. You are Raven Magneto's operative. Bai Mu declared he saw through everything. You. Mystique began, then fell silent. Bai Mu continued unperturbed. Merely a useful tool for Magneto, nothing more. If you knew your future fate. In the films, to shield Magneto from an attack, Mystique tragically lost her mutation. As she lay helpless on the ground, all she received from him was the cold remark, "You are no longer one of us." How deeply wounding that was. However, this was the real world, and with his interference the outcome was uncertain. Yet given Magneto's nature as a decisive leader and strategist, he would surely discard any pawn useless to the greater scheme. Mystique was utterly bewildered by Mu's words. "What are you talking about?" "Nothing." Bai Mu crouched down, reaching out to touch her face. She flinched but allowed it. A truly remarkable shape-shifting ability. If one could also mimic the target's genes, the potential would be unimaginable. "You will never do that." Mystique resisted, already viewing him as another striker who dissected mutants. "Foolish." Bai Mu could not help but mock. "Everything I do is for progress. Even animals know the strong survive and only the fittest live on. You claim to be the future of humanity, yet you reject superior advancement stagnating in the present. How laughable. You possess the most extraordinary power of evolution, yet you contribute nothing and consider yourselves above ordinary humans. I wonder if a pack of beasts had your abilities, would they exhibit greater survival instincts and wield their power more effectively?" Mystique retorted defiantly. "Are you saying beasts would surpass us? Are they not?" Bai Mu countered. "Hey!" Psylocke reminded him that she too was a mutant. All right. Bai Mu surrendered, mindful of political correctness. "Once I possess mutant genes, I will debate this theory with you all day. And if anyone talks back, I'll kill them." Psylocke truly had no idea what to do with this man, yet she could not bring herself to be truly angry. While humanity generally feared mutants, he sought to absorb the finest genes among them to become one. But considering he was a mage who deliberately favored dark, malevolent curses, it was hardly surprising. The man simply never followed the rules. Just as now he abruptly changed tack, a true hero who would destroy beauty without hesitation. "So shall I break one of your legs and lock you up for interrogation? Or will you speak nicely with me?" Psylocke recalled their first encounter when the bastard had Juggernaut knock her down first. He was immune to beauty and wealth, when necessary could have controlled world leaders and dominated the globe, yet he couldn't be bothered. Incomprehensible, yet that very quality held a unique allure. Bai Mu via telepathy. "Oh my God! You're thinking of my virtues at a time like this. You're overthinking." Psylocke had inadvertently been read. Bai Mu shrugged and turned to Mystique. "How about another approach? Let's make a deal. In return you gain freedom and greater societal acceptance for mutants." "A deal?" Mystique wondered what he was truly after. "And the price? You wouldn't grant us favors for nothing." "The price?" Bai Mu flashed a transactional smile. "I need genes. Simply put, blood samples. Yours, Magneto's, and from other key figures in the Brotherhood. To research mutant genes, relying solely on the few detainees at hand was insufficient. Bai Mu desired to obtain blood from the world's most outstanding, formidable, and practical mutants. Only then would the research value be elevated. Mystique displayed hesitation at the proposal, but Bai Mu granted her time to consider. 24 hours. Choose between willing agreement or resistance, with severe consequences. Don't speak impulsively now. Learn to use your head first. All right, take her away. Bai Mu had no interest in continuing a debate on values with Mystique. He ordered his subordinates to restrain her, sensing that someone needed comforting tonight. But the plot would not let them think the matter had concluded. After taking a few steps, Mystique halted. "What if I said I could negotiate now?" "Oh!" Bai Mu raised an eyebrow, signaling his men to wait. "Please have a seat." He sat beside her, his smile genial. "Tea or coffee?" Mystique knew how to counter telepathic reading. The moment she sensed an intrusion, she would let her mind wander chaotically, temporarily masking her true intentions. But Psylocke did not do so. After Mystique answered coffee, she silently went to brew a cup. Mystique spoke. "Your terms aren't particularly disadvantageous for me. A few vials of blood for your life. Of course you're not losing out." Bai Mu felt he was being quite upright. Mystique suppressed the urge to call him shameless and continued. "But how do I explain to Magneto that my mission failed, yet I escaped unscathed?" Psylocke brought the coffee and Mystique took a sip. Bai Mu smiled. "Who said your mission failed? Didn't you kill that little boy? In a moment the base's alarm will sound and personnel will be deployed. Won't that be your doing?" Mystique took another sip of coffee. "I'll do as you say. Let me ask you." Bai Mu leaned forward, his voice carrying an almost hypnotic quality. Do you agree to obtain the blood of the Brotherhood members for me, conceal the truth of what happened here in exchange for your freedom? Yes. Mystique nodded. Bai Mu extended his hand. Pleasure doing business with you. Pleasure doing B. Mystique's expression shifted. She felt a searing heat on the back of her hand and quickly withdrew it to look. A strange crimson mark was branded onto her skin. She was horrified. What have you done? To ensure our agreement proceeds smoothly, we've entered into a simple soul contract. Bai Mu smiled, crossing his legs. The coffee you drank contained the activating agent for the contract. You. Mystique never expected him to be so treacherous, laying a trap for her to fall into. No matter how she rubbed at it, the mark on her hand would not fade. It will vanish on its own soon enough, Bai Mu reassured her. Of course, if you break the contract, the consequences won't be pretty. Your soul will corrode, your limbs will rot. A beauty yet crawling with maggots. Disgusting. Mystique felt like crying. She had never intended to honor the agreement, only to win his trust, and then make a hasty escape. But as Bai Mu had taunted her arrogance, believing mutants were the epitome of power and looking down on others, had led her into an even more dangerous snare. Counter magic. Fewer than 100 people in the world could manage it. And the one who knew what magic Bai Mu wielded, him alone. Mutants who had yet to fully comprehend their own powers dared to challenge a well-established system of sorcery. You're a demon. Mystique could only vent through words, but Bai Mu mercilessly stripped her even of that demon. Apologies, demons are mere minions I can summon at will, their lives and deaths at my command. Don't lower my status. Bai Mu leaned close to her. I am the Lord of Demons. Mystique was so furious she nearly fainted. Psylocke was speechless as well, pulling him away. Don't be so erratic on purpose, scaring people. She infiltrated and disguised herself as you to trick me into intimacy. You whip stomp and beat her, yet you avoid mentioning that. Now you blame me for being too frightening. Pulled away, Bai Mu remarked that after all these years, he still couldn't fathom women's logic. After the farce concluded, Mystique was escorted to a private room to reflect on her life. The subordinates tactfully departed. The relevant department's operations office would have to prepare an overnight drill simulating an intrusion. I'm leaving. Psylocke turned to leave. Where do you think you're going, Enchantress? Bai Mu wrapped his arms around her waist, whispering in her ear. You deliberately disrupted my good fortune, and you think you can walk away unscathed. A trace of a smile appeared on Psylocke's cold face, but she still struggled. Keep your hands to yourself. I'm not that kind of woman. I don't want anything beyond a professional relationship. Oh. Bai Mu laughed, pulling her onto his lap. That's exactly what I was thinking. Look here, Director Guan uses his authority to coerce his chaste female subordinate into an unspeakable transaction, then threatens her with force to keep silent. The poor woman can only endure in silence. You see, you haven't been promiscuous, and I haven't violated our professional relationship. I have to hand it to you. Your talent for talking nonsense is unmatched. Psylocke wrapped her arms around his neck, laughing. Bai Mu raised an eyebrow. This is called never forgetting one's original intention in the pursuit of privilege. Don't think just anything can sway my principles. From a philosophical standpoint, Psylocke couldn't bear his transformation into a philosopher and pushed him over. Spare me. Skip the philosophy. They'll let you do whatever you want, and afterwards we're even okay. The curve of Bai Mu's mouth widened. Condition unlocked, new positions. The next morning, awake, Psylocke crept out of bed, took a shower, then picked up her high heels to leave. But she soon returned, speaking to Bai Mu, who had one eye open. Stop pretending. Get up. There's trouble outside. What is it? Bai Mu reluctantly rose. The philosopher now had weak legs and wanted nothing more than to do nothing. He had finally learned the truth of a woman's duplicity. Little Shualuo and Juggernaut are fighting. Damn that kid. Bai Mu jumped up. The boy had finally disappeared for a while, granting him some peace. On his first day back, he brought a surprise. Don't you want to know the reason? Psylocke handed him his clothes. No need to guess. If that little brat wasn't causing trouble, I'd live to be 88. Bai Mu quickly dressed. Outside on the base's training ground, Ragnaros, now a 3-meter flame giant, was locked in battle with the muscle-bound Juggernaut, grinding each other into the ground. It was a pity about the newly paved road. Bai Mu mourned the base's burning budget, but the two locked in fierce combat obviously had no such concerns. A car was sent flying dozens of meters into the air, hurtling toward the crowd. A timely spell defused the danger, turning it into a thrilling cheer for the onlookers. When the moment counted, the director was reliable. Bai Mu quickly fetched a small stool and sat down, having already asked someone to bring beer and French fries. The funds wagered had even reached the threshold for detention, so the chief couldn't resist betting $50 on Little Screw winning. Though they often bickered in daily life, at this critical moment he followed his heart. After all, in Japan it took 5 nuclear strikes, thousands of artillery and missile attacks, plus a siege by mages to bring it down. That image was deeply etched in his mind. He wondered who would win in a fight between Thanos and Big Screw. Surely one day that would be put to the test. Amid the commotion of watching and sipping beer, the onlookers pieced together the cause of the incident. In some aspects, English could not match the essence of Chinese expression. Once upon a time, Little Screw, who lived at the foot of the mountain, and Red Tank, who lived atop it, met by chance. In the competitive blood of male creatures, sparks of mutual disdain flared. Thus Little Screw said, "What are you looking at?" Red Tank replied, "What's it to you?" Little Screw retorted, "Try looking again." Such dialogue often conveyed friendly greetings in Eastern groups, but they were not like that. With their fiery tempers, they immediately grabbed each other's collars and horns, and things spiraled out of control. No one dared to intervene, including Bai Mu. As two explosives rubbed against each other, if you were a mage passing by, the question arose, how far must you run to stay safe? "Oh, that hurts," Bai Mu exclaimed, munching on fries. Little Screw and Red Tank clashed heads. Red Tank had an iron skull, and Little Screw's horns were equally hard. Both gave their all, sparks flying. They both stepped back somewhat dazed. Red Tank wasn't as invincible as in the comics, and Little Screw wasn't Big Screw now. The heated collision left both of them bewildered. They stared at each other with wide eyes, gritting their teeth in stubborn persistence, swaying but refusing to fall first. The spectators cheered for their bets. Suddenly a gust of wind blew and both collapsed to the ground. A draw. The bookmaker was overjoyed. Bai Mu sighed. The path to growth was long and arduous. He didn't expect a giant of 10,000 meters. If it could just return to its state in Japan, he would burn incense in gratitude. Get up, get up, get up. The onlookers, never tired of excitement, watched as the two fallen figures, unwilling to give up, struggled to rise. Though the process seemed grueling, they slowly climbed to their feet. "Make way." A woman rushed out from the crowd, and people automatically parted. It was Deathstrike, whose improved behavior had earned her a relaxed range of movement. While strolling, she happened to see Red Tank struggling on the ground. "Are you all right?" Deathstrike quickly went to help him. Women are emotional creatures, especially when they are vulnerable and in need of care. Red Tank seemed to have ignited the aura of a romantic conqueror. On the other side, Little Screw pushed himself up with both hands. "Damn, you have a woman to help you." "I don't. I have a hammer." Sulphurous. Little Screw indeed had a hammer. Sulphurous traced a red arc of flames into his hand. Little Screw straightened his back. "Human, dare to fight me again." The onlookers burst into laughter. This was the fury of a single man. Round 2, the couple versus the angry hammer wielder, was about to begin. "Stop." Bai Mu, who had lost money, called a halt. A greeting and a fight were enough. Now, with hammers and a woman involved, would they next form a team to demolish his establishment? A spar is one thing, but bringing out weapons. "Are you all not afraid of death?" Red Tank shrugged. "Afraid of death? In game anytime." Little Screw transformed back into the infernal baby. With insufficient energy, transforming for a fight was wasteful. "Stubborn-headed are you? Hard-headed are you? Follow me." As Bai Mu's words fell, both felt a sense of dread. Little Screw and Red Tank held a reverent fear of Bai Mu the Mage. Red Tank had been laid flat by him in an instant and still couldn't find a counter. Little Screw knew even better that the boss possessed the power of the old gods, and not just one. In Azeroth it was a general under the old gods, and in this new world nothing had changed. The two followed nervously, with Psylocke and Deathstrike also joining. To deal with these energetic demolition experts, they couldn't let them hold back, but they also couldn't waste their energy on demolishing the base benefiting the construction company. So Bai Mu planned to find a special venue to burn off their energy. He had many reasons. "Those who followed me earliest know the responsibility of the relevant department. To maintain stability, we need to fight with fewer constraints. The threats facing this world are far beyond your imagination. Not just within humanity, not limited to certain extreme mutants or opponents from unknown realms, but also from the stars beyond." Bai Mu rarely spoke of these things, but everyone knew he was a master of magic with a broader vision and knowledge. Even Nick Fury, who often loses to us, is planning to gather the world's mightiest superheroes to unite and solve crises that individuals cannot. How can our department lag behind? In the near term, all of you who joined hope to realize your value and earn a deserved life through strength. Right? The boss is right. Using my power without fear and finding joy and happiness. That's good. Red Tank was simple-minded. No objections. Psylocke agreed. Though they had done many bad things, they were at least on the path to doing good, weren't they? Little Screw boasted, "Hey, The crisis at Mount Fuji. I helped humanity solve it. Shut up. Bai Mu and Psylocke shouted in unison. How dare you mention that? You directly destroyed the capital and several cities, and Japan still lives in fear every day. Deathstrike listened in astonishment, each tale more terrifying than the last. Especially the child, his flaming transformation form bore a striking resemblance to the Demon King who ravaged Tokyo. Bai Mu tried to save face. We secured peace in New York, didn't we? And the upcoming mutant issues, we need to handle them properly. Psylocke and Red Tank nodded. The steaming motivational speech was laced with mental magic, so have faith in us. This organization's power isn't just fearsome. It will earn people's applause. Even if we can't be heroes, we've made decisions without regret. Red Tank was infected, that's right. Bai Mu looked at each of them. So I believe this team can achieve great things. If you agree, extend your hand. Red Tank and Psylocke didn't hesitate. Little Screw stood on tiptoes to reach. He only cared about causing big trouble with the boss. As for right or wrong, the baby had no concept. Deathstrike also extended her hand. The past me wasn't the real me. Stryker controlled my life, but am willing to get to know everyone anew. I am Yuriko. Kane Marco, the Firelord Conqueror of the Fire Plane. Little Screw's grand title was cut short by Mu's glare. Ragnaros. Betsy. Bai Mu was pleased with the effect of his motivational speech. All hands stacked together. Then today our team is bonded through battle. To our meeting. After the warm chicken soup settled in their stomachs, those already ensnared were led by Bai Mu to the research base. To deal with this group of energetic individuals, the method was simple. Exhaust them by making them test subjects. Bai Mu looked at them as if observing lab rats. Not long ago I established a research project on magic and progress has been promising. However, tests on ordinary humans lack specificity. I still need your assistance. Come take a look at these pills and equipment. Pick whichever you fancy, try whatever seems fun. Given your physiques, I doubt anything too serious will happen. Juggernaut swallowed hard while Psylocke confirmed. Could you use a more certain tone? Little Bolt, ever the exception, charged straight in, pounding on the safe. I can smell something wonderful inside. What is this, boss? What is it? Before Bai Mu could respond, Little Bolt dashed out, clutching a pile of metal rods, clattering a few to the floor as he ran. Psylocke gasped at the markings. Nuclear fuel rods. Little Bolt squealed with delight and bit into his long-coveted prize, leaving a row of teeth marks that sent Bai Mu scrambling. Stop. Stop that. Little Bolt hesitated, then let go. Exhausted, Bai Mu said, let me finish first. As core members, I have enhancement and empowerment plans for each of you. Ragnaros, I know you're desperate to recover. These nuclear fuel rods are all yours, and so is America's largest volcano, Yellowstone. But please follow the researchers' methods to determine the most suitable and fastest approach, okay? This is freaking awesome. Little Bolt climbed onto the table, expressing his approval. Bai Mu hadn't been idling all these days. Turning to Juggernaut, he said, your power stems from magical enhancement, yet you don't know how to use it. That's too limiting. While I may not be able to teach you, science can. He picked up a helmet. Science can amplify my magical intensity by 200. The same can apply to you. By mapping the wave amplitude and frequency of your disturbance in the magical medium, you can become 2 to 3 times stronger. Juggernaut was stunned. As a demolition team member, given enough time to build momentum, nothing could stop him. Being 2 to 3 times stronger, wouldn't that elevate him to demolition team captain? Bai Mu didn't forget the ladies. As for you, Psylocke and Deathstrike, the Mutant Gene Research Project will receive ample funding to decode and find ways to enhance your abilities. Recent research has shown that mutant abilities can also be improved through technology. Wasn't Professor X a prime example? While Psylocke's abilities might not match his, a portable device could certainly double her strength. If the expression code of this gene could be deciphered, selectively stimulating postnatal mutations in mutants would grant any desired power. Bai Mu's sincerity and openness eased their tension about being lab rats. Perhaps only Little Bolt, carefree as ever, could stare at the nuclear fuel rods, itching to devour them whole. Not gonna lie, I kinda like these claws, Juggernaut said, picking up a pair of adamantium claw gauntlets. Indestructible tools to make his battles more efficient. Even the taciturn Deathstrike showed interest in a helmet that could resist psychic intrusion. Little Bolt had already calculated how long the fuel rods would last, declaring, "Boss is really generous." Bai Mu basked in the admiration. Do you think all the time and billions I've invested in the lab, bringing together top experts in every field, was just for fun? Through persuasion, coercion, and promises, using national prestige and generous benefits, he had recruited a legion of scientists. The foundation of magical science in the New York lab was already established. He had never slackened in magical science or genetic science. Signal towers had been erected across the United States, and once activated he could psychically scan the entire nation at will. With 2 major bases in the East and West, 4 research branches, and various projects awaiting budget proposals for congressional review, a wealth of surrounding research was progressing methodically. From these cutting-edge studies, Bai Mu could easily extract results to equip his team. He also aimed to train more apprentices and develop secondary skills. This included magical smelting, rune enchanting, and potion brewing, all potential new disciplines, and his long-held dream, building a wizard tower integrated with modern technology. After all, how could a mage lack a spectacular, awe-inspiring tower? The Marvel world was far from safe, as he had increasingly come to realize. Thus, on a grander scale, the lab's scope extended beyond magical science to comprehensive research on mutant genes. Humans in the Marvel world might not be inherently powerful, but their potential was far from weak. The pursuit of strength and survival, this was Bai Mu's unwavering ideal. After the tour of the path to power, Psylocke brought him back to reality. Speaking of mutants, the Mystique we have in custody should be ready to adjust her mindset. Should we proceed with your plan? Of course we continue. Bai Mu had plans for Mystique as well. After her failed seduction attempt. Well, that was that. The spy Mystique, now bearing the curse brand, had spent enough time to realize she couldn't resist the power of magic. She could choose martyrdom, remaining loyal to Magneto. She had considered it, but Bai Mu's few words made her question whether it was worth it. The price for freedom was just her blood. Even the mutant cure had fallen into government hands. Was blood really that significant in comparison? Having reached this conclusion, Mystique's willingness to sacrifice herself evaporated. She knew only one option remained: comply without resistance. Bai Mu pulled up a chair and sat before her, starting with casual conversation. How have you been staying here? You don't look too well. Care for some tea or coffee? At the mention of tea or coffee, Mystique's guard shot up. No need. What exactly do you want? I mean no harm at all, Bai Mu said, feeling wronged. Though you're full of prejudice against me, I still hold appreciation for your loyalty and your image. Mystique was unconvinced. Spare me your sweet talk. Bai Mu sighed and shook his head. It's impossible to reason with someone who pretends not to hear. They can't listen and are blind to the truth. It's just one thing if you can get more blood from the Brotherhood members, I'll reward you accordingly. Can I leave? She asked, glancing outside. Anytime. The moment you leave, I'll sound the alarm. Bai Mu stood up to see her off. Finally, good luck to you, and may your mutant cause prosper. Mystique fled without hesitation, and the base alarm rang out immediately. She looked back at the facility, still unable to fathom the man inside. Did he harbor hostility toward mutants? Yet he employed mutants as agents, and not just them. The immensely strong Juggernaut and that unsettling child. But the curse he had placed on her still rankled. For now they remained on opposing sides, yet she had a premonition these people were not her enemies. Letting Mystique go was part of Bai Mu's grander scheme. What scheme, you ask? The oft-repeated ambition to become a superhero. Cough, cough, cough. Psylocke swore never to drink tea while chatting with him again. She nearly choked. She didn't say it aloud, but her thoughts were blunt. Can you stop fooling around? If you could become a superhero, every villain in the world could be redeemed. Keep up the dark thoughts, and he'll lock you in a cell, shackle you with chains, and bring out the whip and candles. Bai Mu warned sternly, even dark thoughts in your mind won't be tolerated. Psylocke knew he meant every word. Even though she was a female subordinate, one of the secretaries who had just returned from counting sand in Nevada. She now devoted herself to massaging his shoulders and legs, almost ready to chant "Long live the Emperor." Seriously, Psylocke set down her teacup and crossed her legs. Do you really have a way to solve the mutant problem? Society is growing more hostile toward them by the day. I know. Bai Mu was watching a 100-inch projection screen showing the news. Congressman Robert Kelly was once again preaching his mutant threat theory. This is a piece of cake for me. Bai Mu bore no ill will toward mutants. After all, he had grown up watching X-Men movies and still thought they were cool. But letting mutants run amok would tarnish his reputation as the director of the department. The government, Congress, and the military were all watching. What good was the department if all it did was cause trouble? He wanted to prove those doubters wrong. What was life for if not to fight for dignity? Once he preemptively handled the work of the X-Men and the Avengers who would dare to criticize him. Enough talk. Time for training. Bai Mu was determined. Nick Fury was plotting the Avengers, and he couldn't afford to fall behind and become a laughingstock. Those with boundless energy all began scientific training. Little Bolt loved to test his strength against Juggernaut, while Lady Deathstrike and Psylocke, agile and skilled in close combat, showed remarkable progress in their sparring. Bai Mu also released the imprisoned mutant convicts for live combat drills. The prisoners could accumulate merit points which could be exchanged for more comfortable cells, better living conditions, or even release. Giving the prisoners hope gave them motivation. Day after day, Bai Mu was pleased to see his combat squad perfected in all aspects. Tank, DPS, healer, and so on. They were definitely ready for a fight. Maybe one day they could even take on the Avengers, settle the score, and make Nick Fury spit blood again, though his African luck left him perpetually down on his luck. "Sir," the dashing Maria Hill approached him from behind. "We've obtained some crucial intelligence from New York." Bai Mu shifted his gaze from the training data to Hill. Specifically, "Our informant Caliban reported that the Mutant Brotherhood has been unusually active. Through his connections, they've forged multiple IDs and secretly smuggled several wanted mutants into New York at high cost. Caliban believes they're planning something big. What's your take?" Bai Mu asked. "I've ordered our intelligence agents to maintain surveillance without exposure. Meanwhile, I've obtained lists of major events and key government personnel in New York. I found that an international summit involving dozens of heads of state will soon be held on an island off Manhattan." Hill presented this as a precautionary inference, but in Bai Mu's mind it was already predictable. Magneto was about to cause trouble. If he remembered correctly, Magneto planned to use this summit to convert the world leaders into mutants. But the process was highly unstable and would likely kill them. Bai Mu couldn't care less about Magneto's schemes in other countries. North America was his turf. But the U.S. president couldn't miss this summit. The president was his subordinate. How dare Magneto target him without permission? Even beating a dog required, considering its owner. Did he have no respect for the department? Bai Mu decided on the spot. "Keep a close watch on this. Mobilize all intelligence agencies in New York, but don't tip them off. First, uncover all possible ways the mutants might strike at the summit. Then, I'll notify the president myself. The core security of the summit will be handled by us. Whether it's SHIELD or anyone else, they step aside. This time we prove our mettle." Understood. Hill had long awaited this day. The department wasn't just about causing chaos. In critical moments, it could shoulder the responsibility of maintaining peace and stability. Bai Mu knew what she was thinking and felt it was time to clear his name. Well, prove it soon enough. Bai Mu reorganized the intelligence in his mind. Though many events in this world had been disrupted, the omens of certain incidents were still traceable. For instance, this New York summit and the unusual gathering of Magneto's forces all hinted at a familiar plot about to unfold. Since it involved his interests, he had to take control. He also wanted to eliminate future troubles early. William Stryker was a volatile factor. Bai Mu had ordered his imprisonment, and the military was already displeased. He couldn't keep Stryker locked up forever, nor could he execute him on the spot, but that didn't mean once Stryker, who had made so many enemies, was released, he would remain safe. Lady Deathstrike entered the director's office, standing at attention with hands behind her back. "Sir, I'm going to sign a document releasing William Stryker." Bai Mu showed her the document. At the name, hatred flared across Lady Deathstrike's face. Controlled, suppressed, her true nature stifled. She had thought she would never break free. Bai Mu added, "The military has decided to temporarily suspend Stryker. During this period, he's to report back." "Sir." Lady Deathstrike wasn't sure of his intent. "From the moment Stryker leaves the base, nothing that happens will be connected to the department. I don't want to see any fingerprints or traces from my people linked to his death." Understood. Bai Mu's implication was clear. "You may take revenge, but don't implicate the department. Handle it cleanly." Lady Deathstrike said from the bottom of her heart, "Thank you, sir. One suggestion, avoid Juggernaut. His size makes him too conspicuous. Psylocke is well versed in this. You can consult her." Bai Mu offered tactical advice. A smile crept onto Lady Deathstrike's face. "Yes. You may go." Bai Mu wanted her to settle her personal matters before focusing entirely on dealing with Magneto. This was the perfect chance for Director Bai and the department to clear their name. No half-hearted efforts allowed. "You won't find a better boss anywhere in this world." Psylocke accepted the invitation to help her friend. "So what's the specific strategy?" "The intel's here." Lady Deathstrike handed it over. Psylocke picked up the dossier. "William Stryker, the mutant's greatest nemesis. He's been suspended and sent back to his hometown, but the military has arranged protection. A piece of cake. I don't want him to die so easily." Lady Deathstrike's hatred for Stryker ran bone deep. "Do as you please, darling." Psylocke smiled and opened her collection cabinet, which displayed an array of professional tools. Hooks, saws, poisons, all at hand. The spirit butterfly and the death woman transformed into a cold leather-clad assassin speeding away on a motorcycle. Bai Mu, watching them leave, grasped the key to addressing the mutant problem. However, there was an even more pressing matter: the security for the international grand event. He sincerely wished to seize this opportunity to validate the significance of the relevant department, allowing him to confidently declare his substantial contributions. Currently, some members of Congress were restless, harboring grievances against the relevant department, believing its enforcement powers were excessive, and its armed forces too numerous, rendering congressional oversight virtually ineffective. Some even claimed they were burning through funds without yielding sufficient returns, their functions overlapping with other agencies and their capabilities inferior to those of SHIELD, making their existence unreasonable. Complaints like these had reached the president, and while he could still suppress them for now, it would be detrimental to the relevant department in the long run. What if Congress initiated an investigation into its powers? Bai Mu could corrupt his opponents, but he preferred to slap them in the face. Corruption felt a bit like cheating, or it lost its thrill when overdone. Truly silencing everyone with strength, walking into the White House or Congress with his chin held high. That was what real power looked like. Thus, the intelligence network fully mobilized, with agents and spies active in the streets of New York, analyzing any clues to gradually grasp the activities of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Magneto was cautious. To prevent Professor X from locating him with telepathic abilities, he slept with a helmet on and kept his subordinates dispersed. Bai Mu was surprised at his level of cunning. It seemed that movies didn't always depict reality accurately. In the real world, to be a terror tycoon, one must meticulously eliminate every vulnerability. Those who were not cautious could not possibly survive to such an old age. They would have been invited for tea long ago. Reviewing the intelligence brought by his subordinates, the efficiency and depth of it were delightful surprises. It even saved him the effort of using large-scale magic, which carried risks when employing dark magic within the confines of the New York sanctuary. The enmity formed last time was not easily resolved. While Bai Mu was not afraid to confront them, mutual destruction was not the outcome he desired. If the main plan was disrupted, it would be a heavy loss. Thus, the relevant department was operating discreetly. They had tracked most members of the Brotherhood of Mutants, but the director had not allowed them to make arrests. The time was not yet right. Eliminating the crisis in its infancy was far less impactful than averting a disaster at a critical moment. Ideally, it would be a tremendous achievement to control Magneto just before he succeeded. However, choosing to raise pigs also carried risks. If he couldn't control Magneto and allowed him to succeed, the consequence would be chaos in the world, and he would have to corrupt the new president. But the choice was not for Bai Mu to consider. The grand event was approaching, set on an island near New York under strict surveillance by the relevant department from both sky and ground. Magneto's subordinates had already mobilized, and the conspiracy was about to unfold. Already in New York, Bai Mu knew it was time to make his entrance. His team, Little Screw, Spirit Butterfly, Red Tank, and Deathwoman, were all in position. Although the members had reservations about the team's name, Temporary Workers Alliance, they were aware that they shouldn't undermine their leader's joy. So the opponents are just a few mutants. Spirit Butterfly confirmed the intelligence. And there are some unknown abilities. That Quicksilver didn't show up last time either. You all need to be careful. While he said this, they didn't take it too seriously. The relevant department had taken full control of the event's security, even driving SHIELD away, prohibiting them from approaching within 30 kilometers. No one could claim this achievement. Maria Hill looked at this gathering of extraordinary beings and finally rekindled the passion she felt when she decisively left SHIELD to join the relevant department. Bai Mu knew his subordinates needed motivation, otherwise Director Bay's declaration of maintaining national peace would turn into empty words and become a joke. So he addressed everyone: if Magneto's plan succeeds, it will be a disaster for the entire world. In our jurisdiction, peace tonight cannot be shaken by anyone. Yes, sir. The mechanized troops were the first to be equipped with exoskeletons. Now fully armed, they appeared unified and imposing like a sword drawn from its sheath, eager to engage in battle. Action. With the director's command, the divisions immediately commenced their operations. The main force of the temporary workers was responsible for the core area, namely Liberty Island, where the Statue of Liberty stood. Commander Hill was in charge of any incidents outside the core area that could threaten the event. Bai Mu opened a portal for them to silently land on Liberty Island. Considering Magneto's combat power, the operations had to be conducted from both ends. Bai Mu was responsible for negotiating with Magneto, while his subordinates handled Magneto's minions, preventing him from multitasking. As they infiltrated the interior of the statue, the confrontation with Magneto's subordinates immediately erupted. Mystique targeted the Spirit Butterfly, eager to avenge the previous grudge. Sabretooth, originally intended to take on the big role, but upon seeing Red Tank opted for the woman beside him, the Death Woman. Sometimes knowing when to back down was a means of survival, but keen observation was also essential. The Death Woman's combat power surpassed Wolverine's, and Sabretooth still could not escape a brutal defeat. A blonde woman not mentioned in the intelligence chose the seemingly strongest Red Tank. Even with an understanding of her opponent, she remained confident thanks to her formidable telepathic abilities in diamond form, rendering her fearless. As for the harmless little blonde, she was ignored. Magneto's manpower might be somewhat lacking during the last scramble for the mutant cure by Mu, had detained a batch that had yet to return. Quicksilver and Scarlet, which also did not appear this time. However, plans often change. Little Screw's leisurely state without any opponents lasted only a short while. Professor X's students and Wolverine charged in. They had somehow evaded the radar scans of the relevant department, likely aided by Storm, successfully landing on Liberty Island. Though delayed, they ultimately made their appearance. Little Screw heard the approaching footsteps behind him, and his head immediately ignited with fury, as he transformed into a 3-meter giant charging toward the target. Little bugs, come taste Grandpa's hammer. For now he was unaware that the sky below had erupted into chaos. Mu approached via helicopter. There was no choice. A Magneto wore a helmet to defend against telepathy, and he didn't want to use dark magic loudly, as it would attract the attention of the hidden mages, making the night less than perfect. Thus, he took out the simplest and most common communication tool, a loudspeaker. As a government official, it was essential to maintain politeness and follow the law. First courtesy, then action. With the camera recording as the helicopter approached, Mu proceeded, according to protocol. Suspect on the torch, listen up. Magneto, you are surrounded. Surrender and put down your weapons. You still have your family, your pension. Your life stretches long ahead. Don't engage in futile resistance. You must trust the nation and the government. Magneto, standing on the torch, felt that, after hearing his words, he was even more inclined to destroy the world. He raised his hand to use the magnetic field to control the helicopter, preparing to throw it away. All right. The helicopter's warning alarms blared as it lost control, prompting Mu to quickly conclude the negotiation procedures. Peaceful times were over, thus the curse of aging. Chaotic halo, torturing souls. Magneto carried the pride of a mutant. He held no regard for human technology, especially anything metallic. Mere toys for him to manipulate at will. The helicopter he casually flung away was proof enough. He was born to counter metal. This had always convinced him that as a mutant he was destined to stand above humanity as its leader. Yet that pride was short-lived. In the next moment, a weakness and enervation he had never felt before consumed his entire being, as if he had aged decades in an instant. His limbs, then every muscle in his body, grew rigid. Even his heartbeat seemed frozen, each pulse a laborious struggle, and moving a single finger brought numbing pain. Invisible attacks were the deadliest. This wave nearly brought Magneto to his knees, but as a seasoned veteran of countless battles, he gritted his teeth and held his breath. Counterattack was the best defense. Mu knew that disruptive attacks had limited effect on Magneto, unless he summoned a few meteorites to crash down, which would inevitably attract other mages and ruin the plan. Thus, though Magneto endured agonizing assaults of decay and decrepitude, as if poised for the coffin overnight, his true power lay in manipulating magnetic fields. The state of his body was secondary. He tore open the statue's torch, raising steel bars into the air in a spine-chilling display. The helicopter, which had just stabilized, now faced this terrifying storm of metal. Mu knew the helicopter couldn't withstand it, and immediately brought the aircraft to the ground. Magneto, hovering in the sky, realized he could delay no longer. He had to set his plan in motion. Wait! A voice halted him. The man who had vanished moments ago suddenly appeared behind him. Without hesitation, Magneto shielded his back with metal and struck back like lightning. Mu hadn't expected the old man's combat instincts to be so sharp. Without even turning, he had already put himself in a killer-be-killed stance. Mu instantly clad himself in diamond skin and blocked the metal storm with a shield. When the sluggish Magneto turned around, Mu's energy shield had already been shattered by the metal storm. He mused that this guy's physical attacks were formidable. If only he wore a gray robe and wielded a long sword. So Mu shouted, "Let's talk this out. Old man, I have nothing to discuss with the government." Magneto was adamant about transforming those people into mutants. Then I'll say nothing. Mu had only used idle chatter to buy time for his spell. He pointed a finger through the void at Magneto's armored shell, and instantly a cage of stark white bones rose from beneath Magneto's feet, trapping him inside. Magneto had suffered another loss to this intangible assault. Against visible tangible attacks he had countless defenses, but these invisible untouchable spells that took effect on his very being were unstoppable. Just as the fearless Wolverine met his bane in Magneto, now Magneto himself faced magical attacks that worked through unseen forces. Enough to make him want to spit blood. Seeing Bai Mu preparing something else, Magneto quickly spoke up. "We can negotiate. And now you want to negotiate with me?" Bai Mu smirked. "Yes." The words had barely left his mouth when Magneto controlled the iron strips beneath Bai Mu's feet to coil around his ankles, then more metal wrapped his entire body like a mummy before flinging him onto the statue's head below. All is fair in war. Having navigated the world for so many years, Magneto would stoop to anything to achieve his goals. Now he turned to Rogue, shattered the bone cage, and prepared to approach her. "Hold it." Bai Mu teleported free. That familiar voice nearly made Magneto, already ravaged by the weakening effects, stumble. Was this man his destined nemesis? Could he never be trapped? But Magneto was swift in action. If he couldn't be trapped, then kill him. He commanded more metal, ready to unleash a storm and shred this man to pieces. Yet the moment he turned, a flash of light blinded him, and his entire body was frozen in place. A petrification curse. Bai Mu used it on the fly, though it couldn't inflict severe harm unless mastered to a profound level, like the Hell Demon's mere gaze turning mortals to eternal stone. But it was excellent for buying time. Since Magneto kept trying to lay hands on Rogue, Bai Mu stepped forward, touched her, and teleported her to the external operations base. The petrification effect on Magneto slowly faded and he struggled free. But when he turned to see the empty scene, his heart sank. Rage instantly suppressed the weakness. With his last breath, Magneto soared into the air, glaring furiously at Bai Mu, the bastard who had ruined his long-laid plans. Seeing Magneto about to explode, Bai Mu quickly mimicked him. "We can negotiate. You have no chance." The old fox was the wiliest. Before Magneto even finished speaking, he had shredded all the surrounding metal. Iron bars and chunks rose into the air, a formation of 1,000 swords ready to strike. "Damn!" Bai Mu quickly summoned a brilliant flash, harmless but highly effective for blinding. Magneto was left in a daze, seeing nothing but white. By the time Magneto blinked to adjust to the light and regained his vision, Bai Mu had already set up a magic suppression field. Then, pointing at his foe, he cast the Nightmare Demon's spell, Sleep. "I shall feast on your soul." Enzoth's magic struck. Magneto was hit, and an unprecedented drowsiness dragged him into the abyss of dreams. The surrounding metal clattered to the ground, and he fell uncontrollably. Fortunately, he was on the torch. Had he been in midair, the fall might have killed him. Bai Mu dusted off his hands. Mission accomplished. A flawless operation tonight. Ha! Just as Bai Mu was about to haul Magneto away, he sensed a surge of searing flame energy erupting from within the Statue of Liberty, its roar causing the statue to tremble. Since the Statue of Liberty was hollow inside and had numerous openings for sightseeing, Bai Mu now saw flames spreading rapidly from bottom to top. In no time, the entire statue from head to toe was ablaze. "You little screw, you little bastard." Bai Mu didn't need to think. Only the Flame Lord could play with fire on such a scale. The sudden illumination of the Statue of Liberty's head against the night sky was just the prelude. The flames continued to spread along the arm, nearing Bai Mu's feet. With no time to dwell, he grabbed Magneto and teleported away. Back on the ground, he watched the flames finally reach the torch erupting from the opening Magneto had torn. That night, countless onlookers gasped at the spectacle. The Statue of Liberty's torch was lit. Even the world leaders gathered on the neighboring island for the grand ceremony turned in astonishment to witness the torch blazing fiercely in the night sky, flames shooting dozens of feet into the air. Even the U.S. president was stunned, but his secretary quick-witted immediately announced, "This is a fireworks display specially prepared by the president to celebrate this moment." The guests erupted in warm applause. President Johnson breathed a sigh of relief, knowing full well no such arrangement had been made. Who could possibly light a torch that high? Yet seeing the admiration, awe, and appreciation on the guests' faces, the evening's festivities were unexpectedly elevated by this incident. And with the aide confirming the suspect had been apprehended, everything seemed perfect. Of course, had the president known the state of the statue's interior, his smile would have vanished. The calm here did not mean all was well on Liberty Island. The skirmish within the Statue of Liberty by the Temp Squad was far more intense and gripping than their leader's effortless battle in the sky. The squad clashed fiercely with Magneto's henchmen, while the arrival of Wolverine and his team ignited yet another layer of conflict. For Little Screw to take on everyone single-handedly at this moment was somewhat overambitious. Big Screw could effortlessly crush them all combined, but his current adversaries were Cyclope, Storm, Phoenix, Jean, and Wolverine. The scene was far from agreeable to it. The boss had ordered to take down everyone except their own people. Even knowing that these individuals weren't enemies, it had no intention of letting them off, for the boss required their genetic material. After being roughed up by them, Little Screw decisively retreated to fetch the Juggernaut. Though they were usually at odds, brawling every few days, those were more akin to sparring. In a critical moment, he still thought of his reliable comrade. Ironhead, where are you? Little Screw sprinted wildly, but the Juggernaut had met his match today. The blonde woman was no ordinary foe. A diamond-formed telepath with formidable mental powers far surpassing Psylocke's strength. Had it not been for the helmet the boss gave him, he would have truly stumbled. "I'm fighting a damn diamond woman." The Juggernaut growled, equally desperate, seeking the flame boy. Then they collided spectacularly at the corner. They scrambled up from the ground, staring at each other in utter bewilderment. The moment was profoundly awkward. X-Men squad gave chase and the diamond woman closed in. She was the backup Magneto had specially summoned, also known as the White Queen. Her telepathic prowess was second only to Professor X, and her ability to command the field was indeed formidable. "What do we do?" The Flame Giant and the Juggernaut stood back-to-back, sensing an impending gang-up. Yet they swiftly exchanged intelligence, learning the details of each other's opponents. "There's only one way," Little Screw prepared to unleash his ultimate move. "It'll be weakened afterward. You need to get them all under control." "All right." The Juggernaut nodded emphatically. Little Screw immediately unleashed his ultimate technique, the World of Flames. The Fire Elemental Lord would release Devouring Inferno, launching an indiscriminate attack on everything around. Damn! The White Queen, formidable as she was, had a flashpoint as Diamond. Diamond ignites in air at around 800 degrees Celsius with a melting point of 3,815 degrees. Exceeding 800 would set it ablaze. Who was Little Screw? The overlord of fire elements, the Fire Demon King. In his prime state within the elemental plane, his hellfire equaled solar flames. Even now, a mere breath from him exceeded 1,000 degrees. When the White Queen saw the flames engulf everything, she nearly coughed blood. The X-Men squad fared no better. Storm tried to conjure wind, but was thrown back by the fiercer blaze. Wolverine resisted, but would soon become a roasted wolf. Cyclops couldn't find a target in the inferno. In the end, Phoenix Girl erupted, using her telekinetic might to shield everyone with sheer willpower. This was why the Statue of Liberty's torch was ignited. Little Screw's move was a watered-down version of the primordial hellfire that once raised Tokyo, and now it merely illuminated the Statue of Liberty. Psylocke and Deathstrike, fighting on a higher level, swiftly ducked into a corner, pressing together. Fortunately, Deathstrike's regenerative abilities were immense. Her back shielded them from most of the flames. The only one completely unscathed was the Juggernaut with his high defense and thick health. After a period of searing heat, Little Screw's energy was depleted, reverting to a baby flame demon, collapsing into slumber. The Juggernaut emerged from the flames. The White Queen lay unconscious. Phoenix Girl of the X-Men collapsed from exhaustion. The fierce Wolverine charged with claws extended, but he met an enraged Ironhead. The Juggernaut erupted, unleashing a power surge. For the first time, Wolverine's indomitable claws met their match. The Juggernaut's magic rendered him invulnerable. After 10 scratches from Wolverine, a single headbutt from the Juggernaut brought the wolf to his knees. Cyclops opened fire, but the Juggernaut was now diamond-hard. He strode forward through the optic blasts, a god of war, unstoppable. Cyclops' eyelids twitched wildly before a fist the size of a wok smashed into him. "Who else dares to face me?" The Juggernaut felt invincible. Storm the Cleverest took flight, ready to kite him. A sound strategy, but the Juggernaut's ally Psylocke unleashed a psychic attack and Storm fell as well. Mu witnessed everything that followed. The Statue of Liberty was cold. No scorching hot. The torch blazed fiercely. Ignorant onlookers thought it a divine miracle. The half-informed suspected a government stunt. Mu, who knew the truth, was left stunned. Was all this excitement necessary for a fight? Later he realized it was all a scheme. Injuries meant compensation. Little Screw needed fuel rods, and the credit had to be maximized. Though the Statue of Liberty was largely ruined, at least it looked magnificent now. The authorities had landed on Liberty Island, commencing cleanup operations. The X-Men and Magneto's crew were all cuffed and taken away. The operation yielded an unexpectedly bountiful harvest. Magneto's sinister plot was foiled, all suspects were captured, and there were pleasant surprises. Mu had already planned how the authorities would claim credit. The propaganda office would draft the severity of the incident. If successful, it would have destroyed the world. The difficulty of the process. The authorities paid with countless blood and sweat. The magnitude of the achievement, on par with humanity finally vanquishing. Let's see who dares to badmouth the authorities now. Hadn't they seen us turn the tide, averting this world-sweeping catastrophe? Could anyone else pull off such a feat? The authorities made no effort to conceal their grand cleanup. They craved media and public attention, eager to broadcast that they had prevented humanity's doom tonight. News outlets and curious onlookers flocked to the scene. Authorized media captured the terrifying interior of the Statue of Liberty. The statue was now a thin shell liable to topple in a strong breeze. Of course, the destruction was entirely blamed on the terrorists. Every government branch, from police to military, Congress to the president, watched closely, stunned by the disaster's consequences and severity. In a subsequent video conference, Deputy Director Maria Hill briefed the situation. Beyond the casualties, the primary culprit, mutants, sparked heated debate. Though Senator Kelly was absent, Congress had long been divided on the issue, one faction advocating strict control, the other a moderate approach. Now the two sides were set to clash again. The hardliners cited the destruction wrought by the mastermind. The moderates pointed to the mutant and superhuman identities among the agents involved in the operation. Bai Mu felt a twinge of being sidelined. Weren't we the superheroes who saved the world? Shouldn't there be praise and adoration for the authorities? Yet the focus had shifted entirely to mutants, with signs of a month-long squabble. The true protagonists received only half the applause. I even detained a spiritual icon for the sake of human peace. The director of the authorities was furious. Since everyone was fixated on the mutant issue, he would join the fray. Prepare a plane. I'm going to Washington. Director. Secretary Ava, having returned to her post after a trial by sand in Nevada, was now more docile and perceptive. Your plane is ready to depart at any time. The president has scheduled a meeting with you at 1 in the afternoon. Let's go. It was no easy feat to secure an audience with the director of the relevant department. Even the president had to schedule an appointment, let alone other officials for whom it was virtually impossible unless he happened to be in a good mood. But this time the department had saved the world, and he was eager to claim his due. This achievement silenced all opposition parties, ill-intentioned politicians, and the congressional oversight committees that harbored grievances. His improved spirits also stemmed from the department's continuous growth, which was now further evidenced. Previously, local security forces were responsible for escort and route clearance, but now with transport aircraft they brought their own vehicles and personnel. A line of armored, upgraded Escalades rolled out in formation. The flashing lights mounted on their black roofs ignited their red and blue strobes, warning all other vehicles to yield. A VIP was passing, or all commoners were to stand aside. Do not think American officials are without privileges. They are merely fewer. Yet for a figure like the president, streets and roads would still be sealed off. The absence of such measures is rare, often reserved for political stunts. The director of the relevant department had no need for stunts. He sped through 12 red lights, arriving at the White House in a flurry, and met with Johnson, who was perpetually consumed by state affairs. The latter was as always courteous. You needn't have come all this way for this matter. We have already prepared a press conference to provide a comprehensive explanation of the New York incident, with the focus naturally being on the relevant department. Bai Mu, now seated, expressed his satisfaction. Set aside the severity and destructiveness of the disaster for a moment. First, we must emphatically praise the contributions of our entire organization. Naturally, Johnson replied, knowing the routine. We are also urgently deliberating on the most appropriate and effective plan to resolve the controversy caused by the mutants. At that moment, the office secretary arrived. Mr. President, the Chief of Staff, the Cabinet, and the heads of the intelligence agencies will be here in half an hour. I will attend. Bai Mu insisted on having a say. The mutant issue was a fiercely debated topic lately. Bai Mu had already donned the politician's uniform, a suit and tie, a flag pin on his lapel, and his hair slicked back into a standard power style. He was the picture of a successful politician. The president presided over the meeting as usual, centering the discussion on how to handle the mutant issue. All cabinet members listened. With the director of the relevant department present, Bai Mu was asked to give his assessment first. Then the chief of staff steered the conversation toward the debate on mutants. Lately, topics like mutants are dangerous, mutants are safe, two groups misunderstanding each other, and black people can't be wronged had been raging online and in real life. The president was also troubled about how to proceed, how to make mutants feel safe, while also making the public feel secure, acknowledging that only a minority of mutants were malevolent. These sharp-minded officials began to chatter, offering their strategies. Stability was the watchword, but how was this stability to be achieved? Bai Mu, sitting by, shook his head repeatedly at their suggestions. With all due respect, he said, arms crossed, the proposals on the table are all garbage. Everyone turned to look. The chief of staff knew that the director was the president's favorite, wielding more influence than even himself, the second most powerful man in Washington. so everyone was eager to hear his opinion. Bai Mu had been organizing the sparks of inspiration in his mind from a while back, and they had now coalesced into an extraordinary idea. The best way to solve the mutant problem is to make X-Men. Make a movie? The president exclaimed in surprise. Exactly. Naturally, this world had no Marvel movies, let alone X-Men. Mutants had always been a rare species on Earth, most of them hiding in obscurity. What if their heroic deeds were taken and adapted into a superhero film based on true events? For starters, they could simply recreate the X-Men trilogy from his past life. In his previous world, an ordinary Earth superhero films were wildly popular. In this world where the worship of superheroes had been prevalent since the World War II era with Captain America, the potential popularity of such films was not hard to imagine. If a superhero movie about mutants was released, wouldn't the public's anxiety and fear born from ignorance about them be easily resolved? In this world where hero worship was even stronger, Bai Mu could imagine it. After the film's release, it would quickly amass a legion of fans. People would soon be idolizing Wolverine, admiring Cyclopes, and even understanding Magneto's plight. Then, as the series became a craze, the passionate youths would start debating who from this movie was stronger than who from that movie, sparking epic arguments. Fanboy 1, my Wolverine can punch a planet to pieces. Fanboy 2, my dog has the energy of 100 million suns, way stronger than your wolf. Fanboy 1, your dog eats crap. Fanboy 2, your wolf is a sheep lover. And then the delightful power level comparison began. Cross-universe comic setting debates. No problem. Classify them by rank: Battlefield God, Earth, Martial God, Galactic Overlord. Who should one-shot whom? Then more disgruntled fanboys would binge-watch movies and comics, finding more examples and evidence for cross-franchise flame wars. Bai Mu would be laughing all the way to the bank, reaping the benefits. Who would still worry about the mutant threat? By then, the audience would understand and sympathize with mutants even more than the mutants understood themselves. After Bai Mu finished outlining his concept, everyone in the meeting room wore a look of astonishment. They never imagined the director of the relevant department's imagination could be so terrifyingly profound. But upon reflection, propaganda and image shaping had always been the powerful tools of Western public opinion. The brainwashing capability of Western media was evident to all. Their glorification of war could make the public accept the reasons for conflict, let alone a campaign about a minority group of humans who had performed righteous acts. The president was the first to agree. Public thought is easily guided. With a good enough and deep enough propaganda plan, the herd mentality will make understanding and accepting mutants not difficult. But the threat of mutants. The director of national security still had concerns. The president cut him off. What we need now is stability. Stability is paramount. There are good and bad people among mutants, but we cannot engage in prejudicial presumption of guilt, driving the good ones into the camp of the bad. That is a very wise statement, Mr. President. Bai Mu strongly agreed. You haven't interacted with these mutants, you don't know. If they are all presumed harmful, they will definitely band together, and the resulting chaos is unimaginable. The chief of staff, having heard the creative idea, helped refine it. Film is an effective propaganda tool, but not the only one. We can expand into more related areas. How did Western consciousness influence the world? Look at the United States, Hollywood culture, American music, commercial culture. All were forms of external export. It was these casual influences that could drastically change people's attitudes. Never underestimate the brainwashing power of media. A film itself is a media representation of values. An excellent work allows its ideas to be more easily loved and accepted by the people. With a solution to the mutant conflict in sight and immediate political interests at stake, Bai Mu discussed the primary challenges with the president after the meeting adjourned. Following the exposure of the relevant department, Congress had voiced considerable criticism, with some members drafting proposals to restrict its armed forces, citing severe militarization. The militarization of domestic law enforcement was indeed unsettling. The department wielded excessive power, capable of cordoning off New York at will and deploying tanks and aircraft on a whim. How could this be tolerated? Yet Bai Mu sought to turn the impossible into reality. I'll handle these political issues for you. Which members of Congress have been giving you trouble lately? Give me a list. What do you mean? Johnson asked, hopeful. The signal towers I had you install are operational. I'll specifically influence those opponents, giving them reasons to soften their stances. Bai Mu couldn't keep taking without giving back. What did the president need most, or rather what did he most desire? Naturally, it was to bury his opponents. But this was the 21st century. Burying people was no longer in vogue. Wholesale corruption was too demanding for his current workload and unnecessary. Being too blatant would attract the keen noses of mages. A superficial influence, a short-term manipulation of legislators' thoughts, making them believe they arrived at a sudden realization on their own. Such traces were far harder to detect. An even better approach was to corrupt the Supreme Court. With only 9 justices, the court could declare congressional acts unconstitutional and veto their enforcement. If the president and the Supreme Court colluded, Congress would be rendered powerless. The only recourse would be impeachment, but unless the president committed a major blunder, impeachment was no easy feat. These days were undoubtedly the most carefree Johnson had experienced since taking office. His opponents had largely wavered in their positions. Mild dissenters had switched sides, staunch leaders had softened, and neutrals had become staunch supporters. The Supreme Court justices had made their stance clear: the congressional restrictions on the department contained unconstitutional elements and would not hold legal force. The opposition's objections were futile. Moreover, under government direction, mainstream media shifted coverage to highlight the department, portraying this mysterious agency as the savior of the world. News reports and newspapers spun tales of the perilous battle of the Statue of Liberty, where terrorists threatened the global event's safety, but the department's seamless protection from sky to ground to sea made it an insurmountable barrier. Livelier outlets declared that the world still had superheroes. Decades ago, Captain America led them to victory, and now the department stepped up to maintain global peace and stability. Such officially guided reports proliferated, lauding the department's hard work and merits. No one dared to criticize. Don't assume American media freedom meant they could say anything recklessly. Freedom was relative. Double standards always existed, and breaking the fundamental rules was suicidal. After reading the news, Mu felt he deserved this year's Nobel Peace Prize. Even arms dealers could win awards. Why couldn't he, having saved the world? Yet he recalled the department was a low-profile specter. Exposure would end his ability to operate freely. He still looked forward to a day when he could play the underdog and spring a surprise. Mu stayed in Washington for a while, only returning after everything was settled. New York was as bustling as ever, with the department chief maintaining his usual high profile. A convoy parading through the streets, red and blue flashing lights forcing all civilian vehicles aside, and agents in the open SUV trunk brandishing MP5 submachine guns to ensure compliance. Such was the beauty of privilege. Anyone else in New York would still be stuck in traffic, but he was already in the elevator of the department building. Nothing extraordinary had occurred during his absence. The team was on free time. Little Screw was guzzling aviation fuel at the base, enjoying 2 nuclear fuel rods per meal. Life was sweet. Juggernaut continued his decades-long routine of working out, eating, and working out again. Psylocke took Deathstrike shopping, as her years under Stryker's control had left her severely disconnected from society, needing to catch up. Having grown tired of the superhero thrill, the chief had now taken an interest in film. He was scratching his head over a script, planning to take it to Hollywood for top-notch screenwriters to polish. The secretary, while serving tea, informed him of a matter several lawyers have recently come to inquire about: the detained mutants claiming the right to see their clients. Even a New York counselor has specifically asked, "How was it handled?" Mu paused, pen in hand. "We refused," stating the suspects have been transferred to Guantanamo Bay prison in Cuba. They are detainees with no access to lawyers and no detention limits. So that solves it, doesn't it? Mu wondered. The secretary said, "But the counselor informed us that the other side will continue to appeal, possibly taking it to Washington and going public through the media. While we're not afraid stirring up trouble could harm our positive image. The department was using this incident to whitewash its reputation." Ahem. The chief had just silenced critics. Being undermined again would be unpleasant. Who's behind them? A New York billionaire named Charles Xavier. Our investigation shows he has extensive political connections and runs a school for gifted youngsters, projecting a very positive image. Oh! A bald figure suddenly popped into Mu's mind. A school for the gifted named Xavier. Could it be Professor X? His entire strike team had been captured and was now held at the department's base. Since specialized cells blocking psychic detection were used, Professor X couldn't locate them. After the incident, not a single STEAM member returned. Professor X, in a panic, mobilized all his connections. Lawyers, counselors, even planning to go public to ensure his students' safety. After a moment's thought, Mu decided, "Send an invitation to Mr. Xavier. I want to see him." Understood. A summons from the department was an unspoken rule in the underworld that couldn't be refused. Though Professor X wasn't part of the criminal world, he had been researching this man. Upon receiving the invitation, he promptly accepted and arrived punctually the next afternoon. In the chief's reception hall, Professor X, in his wheelchair, was pushed in by an assistant. His gaze swept the room before settling on the young Mu. In the movies, Professor X was a kind-hearted soul, though somewhat rigid. Still, Mu offered his assessment. Professor X, protector, and teacher of mutants welcome. Professor X knew such matters couldn't be hidden from an intelligence agency, so he spoke frankly, Director White, you're nothing like I imagined. So stop your flawed psychic probing. Your tricks are useless on me. Mu practiced the magic of the twisting nether, renowned for its corruptive power, granting him master-level psychic protection. Professor X was momentarily surprised, then relaxed. It's no wonder you managed to detain all my students, Director. But I must reiterate, I mean no harm. I know, Mu said, twirling a pen. If you had hostile intentions, you'd have been taken down before even meeting me. Seeing me would only be the beginning of a nightmare. An arrogance bordering on absolute confidence. That was Mu's first impression. Negotiating with someone like him meant following his lead and never contradicting his established views. So Professor X spoke. I want to help my students. There's a huge misunderstanding here. They're not on Magneto's side. What would it take for you to release them, Director? Pressed for time, Mu got straight to business, gesturing for his assistant to hand Professor X a document. Look at these release agreements. Sign them and they can go home tomorrow. Professor X browsed through the documents in his hand. An authorization agreement stating that the members of X team voluntarily consented to grant the rights to adapt their likenesses, abilities, and real-life stories into film and television works in exchange for their release and return home without charges. There were numerous subclauses, all revolving around the relevant authorities obtaining rights to their images, abilities, and more. The professor grew even more puzzled. Everything centered on copyright, almost entirely ceded to the authorities. Were they planning to make a movie? Mu read his thoughts. That's right. We're using this material to make a film about mutants saving the world. It will greatly improve the image of mutants. You'd better cooperate. Professor X was astonished. Not by Mu's noble act of helping mutants, but by the fact that he could read his mind just now. Mu continued with an inscrutable air. You're not the only one skilled in psychic abilities. Set aside that ridiculous mutant pride. Only humility and contribution can earn people's respect. We've always strived to make society accept us. Professor X disagreed slightly. To avoid provoking ordinary people, they had already been low-key and tolerant enough. Mu snorted. Mutants have extraordinary abilities, but what contributions have they made to society? None. If one day you developed new energy sources to drive social progress or cured cancer to heal humanity, who would despise you? Go back and think with your brains. The future of humanity, as you arrogantly believe, is not about conquering through force but about winning through ability. Bring positive progress to society and respect will come to you on its own. Professor X, lectured by a young man, couldn't refute. Director White, I apologize for my earlier contempt. You are a wise man, even more aware of our path than we are. I've said so many good things for you in Washington. Do you think I'm lying? Old Bai curled his lip. Enough nonsense. If you agree, sign the papers. Then take them to convince the others. Sign and you're free to go. If you don't sign, we'll beat you until you do. Sign and it's settled. Refuse and face the beating. No one leaves the relevant authorities' prison without shedding some skin. Faced with such a morally ambiguous figure, Professor X could only feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Mu ordered his secretary to escort him out to convince his students. Unsurprisingly, the professor led the X team away. As for Magneto, a man who bore such a striking resemblance to his spiritual idol yet lacked the benevolent demeanor of the mentor guiding the hobbits in The Lord of the Rings. Mu fretted over him briefly. Letting him out to cause more trouble was impossible. At best, he could use his authority to secure him a better prison cell with access to a TV and projector. As for Magneto's underlings, they were all to be transferred to other units and thrown into maximum security. However, one member, Mystique, was first brought to the relevant authorities building to meet the director. Have a seat. Mu wore his usual enigmatic smile. Tea or coffee? Mystique's eyelids twitched as she restrained herself. What do you want this time? I should be asking you that. Mu rolled his eyes. I told you to get Magneto's blood in exchange. Instead, you started a fight with my men. Satisfied with getting beaten up again? Mystique wasn't buying it. I was already doing that. Your people charged in aggressively. Was I supposed to announce myself as an ally and betray Magneto on the spot? Let's drop it. Mu wasn't here to argue over that. You killed Congressman Robert Kelly, but no one has cleaned up his anti-mutant rhetoric. Mystique snorted. He deserved it. He targeted mutants at every turn. This was his just fate. I admit it, but I don't regret it. Use your brain when you talk to me. Mu tapped the table. Killing Kelly will only fuel the dangerous narrative about mutants, putting you in a worse position and linking mutants to terrorism. So I ask you, proud revolutionary hero of the mutants, what do you think now? Mystique didn't want to cause trouble, but the reminder made her realize her folly. Full of idealism yet accomplishing nothing good. Her lips moved. That's why mutants don't earn respect. Because of useless teammates like you. Not only stupid but thinking you're clever. By Mu's criticism was merciless. Now you have one chance to make amends. Mystique immediately caught on. You want me to impersonate the congressman? The all-powerful director By said, I'll arrange for you to go to Congress. Use this incident to make Kelly change his view that all mutants are evil and argue that good and bad should be judged separately. Mystique was stunned. Are you really thinking about us? I'm thinking about my own reputation. His reasoning was simple. Boss By is the government's daddy. When daddy's in trouble he helps. It's only natural. For the first time Mystique felt she was wrong. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you before. I never thought. Spare me the sentiment. If you're touched, become my pet. Sorry, scratch that. By Mu answered a phone call. You say the military is chasing a rampaging giant and won't let us H-I-E-L-D interfere. Haha, well done. What about my temp team? Send those not on leave to have some fun. Dare the military to refuse. Arrest them on charges of rebellion. Listening to such fierce orders, Mystique truly feared an opponent like this. Completely disregarding the rules, darker than the mob yet representing the government and wielding the law. Fighting him was a nightmare. By Mu put down his phone and sighed. New York is always full of trouble. Where were we? Never mind. I've lost interest in you now. Do as I say and I'll let you live. So I can go. Mystique knew he meant what he said. Get lost. By Mu wanted to write a script but recalled the phone call about the giant in New York. Could it be? He immediately tapped the screen to access surveillance from drones and helicopters. The incident was in Queens and the scene was utter chaos. The military had cordoned off the block and the relevant authorities had also rushed in to join the hunt for the rampaging shit-colored giant. Abomination. By Mu quickly pieced it together. This had landed right on his doorstep. The military man was surely General Ross and the Hulk should be making his appearance too, right? He guessed correctly. No one could stop the Abomination's destruction. General Ross was helpless. In the end, the man he had been hunting, Bruce Banner, lent a hand. He jumped from a plane, landed face first, and transformed into the Hulk. He was green all over and of course furious. But unfortunately, the Hulk had been weakened by a blood draw earlier, while his opponent was a battle-hardened Special Forces soldier with combat skills far superior. Now that their strength was matched, the Abomination, who had always despised Bruce Banner and believed he was unworthy of the power, ruthlessly ground the Hulk into the dirt, rubbing and grinding him again and again. This doesn't match the script. Now that their strength was matched, the Abomination, who had always despised Bruce Banner and believed he was unworthy of the power, ruthlessly ground the Hulk into the dirt, rubbing and grinding him again and again. Now the Hulk was clearly no match for the Abomination. The military's attacks were like tickles. The key issue was that this was a densely populated urban area. They couldn't use fuel air bombs for indiscriminate strikes. New York needed superheroes. The relevant authorities' temp team responded swiftly. On the helicopter rushing to the scene, Little Screw and Juggernaut were playing rock, paper, scissors. Since there were two rampaging giants, they decided on their participation method through this unique game. Whoever won would take on the stronger one. That's right. Haha, I won. Little Screw One leaped from the helicopter and transformed into a flame giant, midair blazing with Saffron's fury as he slammed heavily onto the ground. Shitjant, your opponent is me. The flame giant spoke in human tongue, full of contempt for the Abomination. In the old days of the Flame King, a single yawn would kill a horde like him. But times had changed. Juggernaut also landed, intending to stop the similarly labeled, dangerous, Hulk. Green guy, let's have a go. The Flame Demon versus the rampaging Abomination. Juggernaut versus the Hulk. Every punch struck flesh, every blow was lethal. This was far more thrilling than any movie by Mu had ever seen in his past life. Several streets around the incident site had been sealed off, giving these colossal beings ample space for a demolition duel. Cars and buildings along the way became their playthings, destroyed at will. As for Bai Mu himself, he kept his eyes fixed on the high-definition screen with no intention of joining the fray. When four raging tanks were brawling, charging in, as a mage would be asking for a premature death, wouldn't it? Even S-H-I-E-L-D, ever so meddlesome, knew to keep its distance in such a situation. Nick Fury didn't believe his agents could outperform the military forces specialized in warfare. General Ross watched everything clearly from the aircraft. When his daughter saw the Hulk knocked over by a massive figure, she cried out in worry, "Help him, please!" Though General Ross had always despised Banner, he retained some conscience at this moment. He ordered the troops to immediately attack the Hulk's opponent and support the Hulk. Machine guns from U.S. military helicopters and 30mm cannons from attack helicopters unleashed a furious barrage of fire. The Juggernaut, locked in a struggle with the Hulk below, was harassed relentlessly, and in a moment of distraction was sent flying by the Hulk's uppercut. In terms of combat power, the gap between them was narrow. The weakened Hulk couldn't gain the upper hand, but with the involvement of military weaponry, a storm of bullets and anti-tank rockets, the Juggernaut suffered a setback. What the hell? Bai Mu was furious. He had sent his top subordinate to clean up their mess, and they attacked his man. He immediately ordered his assistant to contact the military. When the call connected, the director bellowed, "Ross, you bastard! How dare you attack my people? Are you tired of living?" It wasn't Ross who answered the phone, but one of his subordinate officers. Before he could grasp the situation, the director on the other end roared, "Lock our air defense missiles onto their planes. Fire if they shoot again." The incident occurred in New York, and the entire city was within the air defense perimeter of the relevant authorities. The base's radar immediately locked onto the aircraft engaged in combat. A shrill warning buzzer sent chills down the pilot's spines. No helicopter could hope to evade air defense missiles. With the phased array radar only 30 kilometers away, even the most advanced stealth fighter couldn't shake the lock. Ross quickly grabbed the phone. The voice on the other end paid no heed to his rank and berated him just the same. Ross shouted back, but clearly lacked the other's confidence. "We are executing our mission according to regulations. Your actions are illegal. Shut your mouth. They'll arrest you right now. They'll send you to a court-martial the moment we're back. They'll strip you of that uniform and throw you into a gay prison with 20 burly black men." Bai Mu feared no one, not even the UN Secretary-General. At this moment he would curse anyone out. Ross, having stirred up trouble first and still under radar lock, couldn't match his ferocity and relented. "I've already ceased fire." Bai Mu couldn't be bothered to say more. He hung up and tossed the phone aside. Ross heard the dial tone and nearly spat blood. He hadn't yet said that Bai Mu should call off his own men. But the enraged Hulk was not the rational Bruce Banner. All he knew was fighting, and the Juggernaut was more than happy to engage him. The Abomination, however, had been intimidated by Little Screw's attacks and turned to bully the easiest target, the military. General Ross was once again caught in the crossfire. The Abomination hurled a car at a helicopter in the sky. As the aircraft began to smoke and spiral downward, the Hulk finally regained some reason, remembering that his girlfriend was on board. He immediately abandoned his grapple with the Juggernaut and gave chase. The Juggernaut wanted to follow, but Bai Mu called him off. "Enough. If we continue, we'll lose the moral high ground." "How boring," the Juggernaut grumbled, feeling he was just getting started. He glanced around. Wasn't the Abomination still fair game? But before he could take 2 steps, Little Screw warned, "A bet's a bet. If you dare come, it'll take you on too." No luck. The Juggernaut was disappointed. The Abomination might have been able to outmatch the Hulk with his rich combat experience, but against the Balrog, with its high defense, thick health, mastery of magic, and eons of battle, he was dominated from start to finish. Little Screw hurled explosive fireballs, setting the Abomination ablaze. The burning Abomination tried to charge, but the path was littered with lava traps, magma surges, and crushing blows. He collapsed before reaching his target. Sulphurous smash. The massive hammer crashed down on his head. Critical hit. The sound of the Abomination's skull shattering was audible from dozens of meters away. His heavy body thudded to the ground, green blood and brain matter spraying from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. His limbs twitched a few times in a final reflex before going still. Done. Little Screw was quite pleased with his performance. Bai Mu also felt that the little rascal's combat prowess was growing stronger by the day. Perhaps feeding him nuclear fuel every day really worked, but it was terribly expensive. He was momentarily lost in thought about the feeding plan when Little Screw's voice interrupted. "Boss, a sorcerer is coming. How dare he challenge me? Let fire purify everything." A sorcerer? Oh! Bai Mu suddenly remembered. This was New York, with the military and SHIELD. On scene, a flaming giant running amok would surely draw the attention of the Hidden Order. Though Little Screw had shrunk, his image and aura remained unchanged. The sorcerer had witnessed his power before, and had seen him destroy Tokyo with his own eyes. How could he let this slide? Bai Mu had been too busy lately. His mind was a bit forgetful. The sorcerer was right at his doorstep. If he showed himself again and magic was unleashed, the situation would surely escalate further. Bai Mu had no interest in tangling with those battle mages right now. He had just saved the world. His image was lofty, his figure imposing. Even the mutant girls wanted to become his concubines. Messing things up at this point would damage his prestige. If he could brutally defeat his opponent it might be acceptable, but if he couldn't, wouldn't he suffer a massive humiliation in front of everyone? Yet Little Screw was one of his own. He couldn't let him be bullied. Bai Mu thought for a moment, then picked up the phone to order the relevant troops into action. Then, connect me to the President and the Secretary of Defense. I want the fleet and nuclear submarines in the Indian Ocean to prepare. Update a target, Kamardich. Strategic deterrence was essential. Whether it could be used or if the soldiers would obey were matters for later. But without deterrence you've already lost before the race begins. Scene of the incident in Queens. The rampage of the giants stirred up a fervor among the public. A New York sorcerer not entirely detached from the mortal world noticed the scene. Mundane affairs were not typically their concern, but the sorcerer spotted the massive flame-covered figure. The catastrophic disaster in Japan had not been forgotten. Dram still vividly recalled the shock and terror of facing the flame giant, the feeling of helplessness. Now that power had resurfaced. Though it wasn't a giant hundreds of meters tall, and its destructive force wasn't as earth-shattering as before, it still put the sorcerer on high alert. Even the Ancient One in seclusion at Camartage was disturbed. The flame giant has reappeared now in New York. Guardian sorcerers assemble. Sorcerers from the three sanctums and those training at Camartage stepped through portals to New York. This time they were more numerous and better armed. The Ancient One had even brought the Eye of Agamotto. Gazing at the fiery giant rampaging and roaring in the night, its former savagery seemed somewhat diminished. Yet the only place in the world where the Ancient One had sensed such an aura was Japan. These mages paid no heed to the military blockade on site, harboring in their hearts the belief more or less that the rules of ordinary mortals could not restrain those who had transcended the mundane world. Centuries ago, when human society was still shrouded in darkness, mages were already manipulating capricious spells. Soaring through the skies, burrowing into the earth, opening portals, and projecting their souls to observe the true nature of the world. What could humans accomplish back then? They called such feats miracles. Even with the advancements of modern society, in the eyes of seasoned practitioners, the secular world remained ignorant and backward. Mortals were nothing more than frogs at the bottom of a well, living in a cage of a false world, complacent over trivialities like airplanes and missiles. Could they perceive the true essence of the entire world? Some mages even believed that assisting humanity in solving its troubles was a form of grace. When they converged from all directions and beheld the raging flame giant, they cast aside worldly rules entirely. Thus came the scene before. The smug little Surtur found the surrounding space shifting, and before it knew it, it was dragged into a subspace cut off from the outside world. But it had lived for countless eons. These were mere tricks. With a stomp upon the ground, its energy shattered the spatial nodes, returning to reality. Their preemptive ambush enraged it. You dare provoke me? You are all doomed. This group of mages prepared for a siege. The Juggernaut saw the situation was grim, quickly polished his head, and charged with a roar, his bizarre magic continuously amplifying his strength as he ran. Everyone get out of the way. The Juggernaut's charge was unstoppable. The battle mages finally suffered for their close combat prowess. No matter how fierce it was, it could never match a true tank with high defense and thick health. Little Surtur seized the respite to summon a dozen flame children. It had been tripped up by this before and would not stumble over the same stone twice. The suddenly expanding battle on site left the military personnel, maintaining order, bewildered until relevant troops in exoskeletons and armored vehicles arrived and authority was formally transferred. General Ross, who had been shot down, was rescued by the Hulk. Then a subordinate reported the relevant department has officially taken over the area. They demand the military's unconditional cooperation. General Ross, having experienced great ups and downs, had no strength left to fight for command. Do as they say. The relevant unit's vertical takeoff and landing aircraft locked onto multiple ground targets. The commander's voice crackled over the radio, fire live ammunition to warn them. The aircraft immediately launched guided rockets targeting the mages. The mages raised magical shields to withstand the barrage. Then the helicopter's searchlight fell upon them, and a loudspeaker blared the government's warning. Ground personnel, attention. Cease your actions immediately, otherwise we will resort to lethal force. Repeat, this is the United States relevant department. You have entered a military exclusion zone. Surrender immediately, otherwise we will employ deadly strikes. The searchlight left the mages nowhere to hide. Little Surtur and the Juggernaut, being government employees, promptly took advantageous positions to guard against any tricks. The mages exchanged glances. The recent assault had given them a taste of humanity's advanced weaponry. Now looking up, all they saw were armed helicopters with attack jets and fighters at higher altitudes. The Ancient One was not so rigid, the Wi-Fi installed in her abode was proof. Though her power made her unafraid of the government recklessly confronting it would cause collateral damage and disrupt world order. Neither of which she desired. An armed Humvee pulled up and an official stepped out. First Mages of the Hidden Sanctum, correct. You have violated United States law by unlawfully attacking law enforcement personnel of a key government department. Unexpectedly, the mortal knew their identity. Drom of the New York Sanctum evaded. We were stopping the flame demon. It destroyed Tokyo and now poses a grave threat to New York. Are you referring to it? The official pointed at Little Surtur. It is a senior agent of our relevant department's operations division with government-granted law enforcement authority. This provoked a chorus of mockery from the Mage's mortal foolishness. You cannot see its true nature. It is an extremely dangerous demon that has deceived you. If you mean the Demon King from Tokyo, I regret to inform you it is not. A woman's voice was decisive and firm. Maria Hill strode forward. I am the deputy director of the relevant department with full authority over this matter. She swept her gaze over them. The entity you accuse is the Balrog, not my current employee. However, there is indeed a connection between them. Little Surtur spoke up. The Balrog you mention is my cousin. It is a fallen one, but I am righteous. I contribute to the cause of human peace. The Juggernaut barely suppressed a laugh but held it in, for the big boss was now earnest and stern. She had made her stance clear. No one would touch a single hair of her subordinates today. A bald figure stepped forward from the crowd. The Ancient One, you know nothing of the dark forces. Do not be deceived by appearances. The consequences of arrogance and pride will make you rue your blindness today. It is you who knows nothing of the law, foreigner. Hill's voice rose, becoming aggressive. On American soil, everything must abide by American law. Anyone who violates it is deemed a criminal. I represent the government in warning you our tolerance has limits. Threatening our government law enforcement personnel carries severe consequences. No extremism will make America bow. Bring it. A subordinate immediately brought a large tablet showing real-time video. Hill said, familiar, isn't it? This is your Utopia Camartage, now targeted by our nuclear submarine missiles. How dare you? Some mages erupted in fury. And how dare you? Hill roared back. Through illegal means. Organizing illegal armed forces. Illegally intruding into a military exclusion zone, intending to harm our law enforcement personnel. Tell me, who gave you the audacity? Hill was now like a frenzied lioness, ready to tear anyone apart to protect her own. This is my final warning. If you persist in defying our nation's laws and harming our officials, it will be considered an act of war. Supernaturals illegally intruding and before the nation's own military attempting to harm key members of its law enforcement agencies. Could any nation tolerate such provocation? So Hill roared, are you prepared to declare war on the United States? Hill was not foolish. As the second-in-command of the relevant department, she naturally knew the capabilities of mages, especially the Ancient One, hailed as a bulwark against the dark dimension. But in this moment, like the Cuban Missile Crisis, she could not retreat an inch. Not only that she had to show her hand, we possessed the strongest military force. We could easily destroy the world a dozen times over. No matter how strong your superpowers, how many thermobaric bombs can you withstand? No matter how fierce your magic, how many nuclear strikes can you endure? Are you ready for a battle that involves millions of troops digging 3 feet into the ground to capture and slaughter anyone connected to you? Even the dog owned by the little girl next door. Every passing second, you will face the combined annihilation of the U.S. military and NATO forces. There will not be an inch of livable land left on Earth. Are any nation or organization that harbors you prepared to confront the world's most advanced forces, ready for relentless pursuit and destruction? Facing the roar of this Iron Lady, it was evident that these self-important mages had for the first time felt the unyielding force of secular power. If you dare to act recklessly again, I will nuke you into oblivion, no quarter given. The Ancient One's strength was such that she did not fear the secular government, but if relations were truly severed, the sanctums would have no place left in the world and mages would likely be forced to live a life of hiding just like that bearded man. Do not underestimate the power of a nation. The technological prowess of humanity in this world was far from weak. To truly stand against it and provoke a country would mean facing its countless scientists and war machines. Were they idle? Take the mutants, for example. Only a tiny fraction of them sought to cause trouble, yet the government's defensive mechanisms ranged from senators like Kelly to military figures like Stryker and even the Sentinel Project, all set in motion automatically. If the United States were to go all out with its war machine fully mobilized, even the Cold War behemoth, the Soviet Union, could not withstand it, let alone a small group of individuals with some power. The mages were certainly not prepared to become terrorists hunted by all, facing a global intelligence network that monitored every trace, forcing them to spend their lives hiding in caves. The ever-present threat of nuclear bombs brought them to their senses, shattering the aloof pride they had painstakingly maintained. Even the Ancient One could not remain obstinate unless she wished for everyone to flee. The Mage's arrogance was set aside. Human technology had advanced to a point where it could disregard them, no longer viewing them as divine wonders. The consequences of confrontation were dire. All eyes were on the Ancient One. She was the strongest and the oldest. With her power she could dismiss the government and simply hide away, but she bore the mission of protecting Earth. If she provoked the United States, the sanctums in New York and London would be lost. A few rounds of artillery fire would level the sanctums in minutes. Without these crucial bastions, how could they resist the encroaching darkness? Dormammu's restless stirrings never allowed her peace of mind. In the end, the Ancient One had no choice. I hope we can reach a mutual understanding. The button for war was never pressed. Hill felt she had become the Kennedy of her time, winning the contest of strength and courage. The blood of her subordinates boiled unconsciously. To protect their comrades, the second-in-command had declared, "If you dare to declare war on me, I will dare to nuke you." How utterly domineering. Unconsciously, Deputy Director Hill's image soared in their hearts. Even Little Screw thought this human was quite interesting, while Red Hulk was still savoring that fierce proclamation. Yet in Hill's heart, ordering the U.S. military to launch a nuclear attack on a nation would place immense pressure on those in power. Even if the boss could have the President and Secretary of Defense input their codes, the subsequent investigations could topple the government. Gaining an advantage through military deterrence had already exceeded Hill's expectations. She lacked by Mew's audacity. He would launch nukes without a second thought, and if the president was ousted, he would simply corrupt the next one and continue. When it came to controlling the government, his role as the Godfather was no boast. Of course, achieving submission without major conflict was far more satisfying. Things returned to the equilibrium by Mew desired most. Speak to me properly. The abomination had been subdued and Hulk had abandoned his girlfriend and fled. General Ross was about to be handcuffed and taken away by the relevant authorities, but the Mage farce had given him a reprieve. Now the relevant authorities were focused on dealing with the Mages. Hill invited them to sit down face-to-face, representing the director and the government, to discuss their future responsibilities and legal issues. Hill began regarding the domain of magical protection. As long as you provide prior notification and do not violate the law, we do not oppose your vigilante actions. But I must emphasize the supremacy of the law. It is because of a sound legal system that America has prospered and grown strong. No one can undermine this fundamental principle. Of course, in specific implementations there will be exceptions. Given your unique nature, any exceptions must be reported to us. After hearing the conditions, the Ancient One made her own demands. We will still monitor this flame-wielding employee of yours. Once it goes out of control or harms innocence, we will intervene. Hill replied, although this presumes guilt for our innocent employee, I can agree. If the employee is proven to act beyond authorization or lose restraint, you may intervene. The Ancient One's greatest concern was the Balrog. With this assurance, she breathed a sigh of relief. She was no expert in negotiation and had long been detached from the secular world, so she was unaware of the many pitfalls involved. Seeing the smooth progress, Hill added, I have also noted your concern about dark magic. In the magical domain, my department is willing to share this intelligence with you as a return for your acceptance of secular governance. The Ancient One's worries were few. Dormammu, dark sorcerers, and the Balrog. With two resolved, her burden lightened considerably. Hill had fully achieved her goal and extended her hand. Then, do we have a consensus? Consensus reached. Later, Maria Hill reported to the director's office. Throughout, Mew had not intervened, merely providing the button for military deterrence. But Hill had handled everything perfectly. The issue of Little Screw was resolved unless the government lost control of it in the future. A trap had also been laid regarding the dark sorcerers. But whether they knew or whether what they knew was true was entirely for the relevant authorities to decide. The Ancient One had been away from the world too long and was somewhat lacking in cunning. The relevant authorities used this opportunity to establish a degree of cooperation between the sanctums and the government. At the very least, their future actions would need to comply with legal regulations, and the intelligence they gathered would be shared. Well done. Mew could find no fault. Hill was fully capable of running the relevant authorities. The opportunity he had given her had also strengthened the image of the second-in-command. Previously, some might have thought the second-in-command was unremarkable and lacked distinct traits. But after today's events, her protectiveness and fierceness made all her subordinates feel it was worthwhile to follow such a leader. She would not let her people suffer grievances or be bullied by others. Could those who tried bear the cost of her wrath? Without any deliberate promotion, the story spread within the relevant authorities, successfully shaping Hill's image of authority. Hill remained humble. "It was my duty." Mu smiled. "Not many can perform so steadily in critical moments. Even I doubted whether, if given the nuclear button, you would press it without hesitation. If a situation arises where it must be pressed," Hill suddenly asked, "if it achieves its necessary value, use it." The director gave a resolute affirmation. If the Great Battle of New York came, it might well be needed. An alien invasion of New York. He knew not if or when it would occur, nor its severity. But should that moment arrive, his plans would extend to the very last contingency. Having resolved Hill's doubts and momentarily eased tensions with the Illuminati, the Inferno was no longer a concern. Yet the Black Mage remained an unsolved puzzle awaiting a solution from the science division. If scientific methods could enhance his power, doubling or tripling his output, who on Earth would he fear? Or perhaps a mutant ability to bolster him. When magic ran dry, he could brawl, taking down those frail frames. If there existed a mutant ability that auto-regenerated mana, since some could conjure fire or ice, a talent for passively generating MP wasn't too far-fetched, was it? A garbage talent to others, but to him it was godlike. Mutants. Mutants. Mu knew he needed multiple contingencies. Magic and technology couldn't be abandoned, and the mutant path was a worthy alternative. Thus, the director's next task was to bridge the divide between humans and mutants. He planned to have relevant departments meddle in propaganda, while he himself focused on writing stories. His subordinates were utterly baffled, unable to follow their leader's train of thought. There he was, even on the plane, hunched over his laptop, typing away. Rumor had it he was writing a screenplay. This alarmed them. They huddled in a corner, whispering among themselves, until the director's favorite Psylocke was pushed forward to touch his forehead. She then shook her head at the others. "No fever." "What are you doing?" Mu looked up. Psylocke hesitated. "What are you thinking?" He was happy to share. "I'm writing a story about mutant superheroes. Once we reach Los Angeles, I'll find a film studio to produce it." The group gathered around, reading the draft of X-Men. This was actually quite intriguing. Though the prose was elementary, the overall story was captivating. Mu might lack literary flair, but he had a knack for transcription. He still remembered most of the X-Men plot from his past life, and weaving it with current real events made rewriting it a breeze. He continued with enthusiasm. "Then we need a good screenwriter to polish it, a great director, talented actors, and sufficient investment. It seems rather troublesome." Mu realized he had underestimated the complexity of filmmaking. First, he needed people to work on it, second, investors, and third, he couldn't let the production company alter things recklessly. No! The complexity gave him a headache. "I must retain control." He dismissed the bewildered group who could offer no help. How could he assign these fierce warriors to cultural work? Their expertise was utterly mismatched. Yet before the plane landed, Mu had formulated a plan: first acquire or invest in a film studio, then hire top directors and screenwriters at high prices, and finally hold a major casting call within the industry. But he knew nothing about Hollywood. In this world, history had diverged significantly since World War II, and many familiar films and actors from his past life had changed beyond recognition. Right? Find Stark. As a playboy who had slept with half of Hollywood's starlets, Tony Stark's mastery of the entertainment world was truly unparalleled. The guy had been active in California, lately living as extravagantly as ever. Today with a supermodel, tomorrow embroiled in a scandal with some actress even more reckless than before his ordeal. When he received Mu's call, Stark paused, then chuckled. "Well, if it isn't the superhero who saved New York. What can I do for you?" "I want to meet some influential figures in the entertainment world. Celebrities, directors. Any recommendations?" Mu was direct. "Oh." Tony drew out the word. "Why should I help you? You owe me one. But I already repaid that by breaking my rule and supplying you with 10,000 exosuits for business, going against my pledge to stop selling weapons." Tony was sly. "That only settled half the debt. Do you think your life is worth merely 10,000 exosuits? If not for me, you wouldn't be living so freely today. And if you meet me again, you might find an even brighter tomorrow." Mu's voice seemed to see through everything. Tony, who had been about to quip, thought of his own failing health and inexplicably agreed. "I'll check my schedule and get back to you." Tony's assistant was highly efficient, organizing a party in his name at a Beverly Hills mansion, inviting many of the industry's elite. Mu prepared, earnestly adopting a new identity: Hollywood investor and producer. A film company had been established with funds from secret branches of the relevant department, and its first phase plan was already in place, producing the X-Men trilogy. Given that mutants truly existed in this world, the film could even include the tagline, "based on true events," which would certainly generate buzz. To realize this vision, Mu was meticulous and handsome. His own appearance had to project the company's strength, convincing people that this firm had real capability and deserved priority for film offers. How could he make everyone remember and acknowledge his prowess overnight? There was an art to it, a rare sports car, enough to make the party girls scream, a helicopter landing from the sky, enough to turn the heads of A-list stars. But to demonstrate an investor's power, it still wasn't enough. On the night of the party, Tony Stark delivered a classic demonstration, descending from the sky in his Mark armor, his defiant face visible through the opened faceplate. This flashy entrance drew cheers from the crowd, with many shouting "Tony Stark" as he stole the spotlight. Everyone wanted to be his friend, and every woman wanted to date him. Iron Man's arrival made countless young women, and even older ladies, unable to contain their racing hearts. A night with him would guarantee media exposure, and it would be worth it. The celebrities were intensely curious about Tony's purpose and envied his flashy entrance. Was he the only one in the world who could pull off such a show-off? From above, Mu watched it all clearly. He commented, "Stark's show is decent, but compared to me it lacks a bit of finesse." His surrounding subordinates looked perplexed. They were now hundreds of meters in the air aboard the massive sky carrier Relevant One, which flew over the mansion hosting the party and deactivated its cloaking. This vessel, like a floating island, blotted out the moonlight above. The descent of this colossal craft made everyone on the ground look up, and they all gasped in astonishment. "My God, what is that? How is this possible? It's like a flying island." Exclamations of awe poured forth, and all eyes were riveted, making even Iron Man seem lackluster in comparison. Tony looked up, understanding dawning. The sky carrier, he knew about it, some of its patents were his contributions. But he never imagined that this guy had already made it airborne. And to use it for attending a party. Tony had always considered himself the epitome of wasteful extravagance, using his Iron Man suit for grocery runs, rich and willful. But today he witnessed a new level, using a sky carrier as transport just for a party. This entrance was truly unforgettable. Mu's audacity was absolutely unrivaled. What was Tony Stark in comparison? Was he wealthy? Yes. But would he dare to launch an entire aircraft carrier into the sky just for amusement? If he attempted such a feat, the board members of his company would be clamoring the next day about wasting money, embezzling funds, and demanding his resignation. In the face of a nation's financial might, personal wealth always seemed insignificant. Lost in thought, Mu descended to the ground via the aircraft. All eyes were fixed on him. Tony, as the host of the party, had to make the introduction. James Whiteham, a rich but boring fellow. "Hey, friends." Mu, unbothered by the sourness in Tony's tone, waved as he stepped off the plane. "It's a pleasure to meet you all. But I feel today's party should be held in a more thrilling, cooler venue. Not that this place isn't good, Tony Stark, my dear friend. My heartfelt thanks to him. It's wonderful here, but it lacks a bit of excitement." Before he could finish, cheers erupted. This opening clearly signaled their impending ascent. Mu pointed to the sky. "Tonight. An aerial party." The helicarrier had been classified until this very night. People had never even seen one, let alone set foot on it. Even these celebrities and dignitaries who claimed to have seen it all were rendered wide-eyed provincials before this spectacle. Their curiosity piqued to the utmost. More helicopters and Quinjets landed on the ground. Every guest in this mansion would receive an invitation to fly into the sky and partake in this sudden surprise. Tony approached Mu somewhat bewildered. "You're allowing ordinary people to just waltz up and party on top secret government hardware?" Mu shrugged nonchalantly. "How could something this massive ever be hidden from the public? Don't you know the American way? If you've got it, flaunt it. Being secretive isn't the style of a world hegemon. I've never met an official like you." What Tony meant was this made no sense at all. Weren't politicians, especially high-ranking ones, supposed to keep a low profile and develop quietly? Otherwise, if the public caught wind of corruption or a scandal, wouldn't that be a resignation-worthy disgrace? But the man before him was anything but that. Mu reassured him, "The carrier's secrets won't stay hidden for long. Think of this as Air Force aircraft public open day." This left Tony, the outsider, feeling like the worried one. A bit defiant, he said, "I'll come up and see for myself what tricks you've pulled." One flew, the other teleported. The deck was closed due to strong winds, but inside the carrier, a space the size of a standard football field was cleared for the party. In truth, the carrier was still in its test flight phase, with weapon systems not yet installed. Tonight, it was merely brought out by the boss to show off. Without rushing into the main topic, the safe areas of the carrier were opened for visitors to tour. Meanwhile, Mu accompanied Tony to explore more significant sections. After his initial surprise, Tony's arrogance resurfaced. The interior doesn't match the exterior. The turbofan engines are inefficient, lacking the power of jets. Without proper weaponry, this behemoth's combat effectiveness is far inferior to an aircraft carrier. Listening to his nitpicking, Bai Mu remained unruffled. So what? I took it from Nick Fury anyway. Even if it crashes tomorrow, I won't lose any sleep over it. Nick Fury. Tony knew the name. That one-eyed man. Bai Mu nodded. Talks tough, full of secrets, loves to mock others, and thinks he's the smartest person in the world. I'll agree with that. Tony laughed, clearly recalling that after he publicly revealed his identity as Iron Man, Fury had approached him. Both were arrogant souls. Their initial encounter had certainly been fraught with friction. Tony analyzed further. So I'm guessing that mysterious spy agency of theirs, something about land resources and a shield, got the short end of the stick from you? No, we just helped each other out. Although he might not appreciate my method of helping, he should be grateful. Bai Mu thought of Furious, disgruntled expression, even daring to send Black Widow to spy on him. Ha! He seemed to have sent Black Widow to Tony as well, didn't he? Bai Mu glanced at him a few times. Tony stepped back, warily on guard against this dangerous man, who never let anyone get the better of him. Something's not quite right with you, Bai Mu said mysteriously. What are you referring to? Your health. Tony clutched his stomach. My health. Ha! I can fly through the skies and burrow into the earth. I save the world by day and save women by night. And you're telling me my health is in question? Bai Mu smiled too. Someone who's truly fine wouldn't need so many excuses to refute my guess. Your health is indeed compromised. I'm 100% certain. Using that sudden flaming reckless magic trick of yours. Tony had obviously done his homework on him. The sudden flames and reckless charges are my subordinates. But you guessed one thing right, magic. It's magic. Bai Mu pointed at his glowing chest. There's a problem here. Tony's exaggerated expression froze instantly. He had hit the mark. Ever since his rescue, his problem had never been truly resolved. The palladium poisoning was steadily worsening. This was the reason behind his recent frantic behavior, rushing to be a hero, burning through life, settling affairs. Wasn't it all because he believed himself beyond saving? But now he seemed to have found a glimmer of hope. You've been talking to me alone until now. I get it, you clever devil. Spill it. What's the solution and what's the price? I need to take a look first. Bai Mu pointed at his chest. Without hesitation, Tony removed his armor. The skin on his chest was spiderwebbed with veins. Bai Mu examined it closely, his brow furrowed. Terminal stage. No hope. Tony's expression solidified. Though he knew his life was hanging by a thread, hearing those words felt like a death sentence. He was utterly stunned. Just kidding. Bai Mu flashed a mischievous grin. Tony's emotions swung wildly, nearly causing him to faint from the shock. He raised his fist to strike. Bai Mu dodged with a laugh. Letting you strut around like a peacock. Weren't you still afraid of death? Though it seemed most people were. My magic can slow the poison's progression, buying you time. Then you can use your genius intellect to find a new way to survive. And if I can't? Tony's arrogance had waned a bit. If you can't? Bai Mu paused to think. If you die, it's not a big deal. As long as your soul hasn't dispersed within a few hours, I can perform a resurrection spell. Seriously? Tony was skeptical of the latter. In theory. But you could be my first test subject. Bai Mu knew of the priest's resurrection spell, but the cost was immense, leaving him weakened for a long time. So he had never used it. Tony harbored deep skepticism toward resurrection. He could easily accept magic if told it existed, since spellcasting was merely a form of energy manipulation. Any energy had a principle of utilization. But resurrection, it sounded like an absurdly fantastical plot, and he doubted it profoundly. Life extension, however, seemed far more practical. What's the maximum extension? Tony asked. At least half a year, a few years at most. Bai Mu had ways to keep him lingering on the brink of death. As a last resort, he could let Tony accept the corruptive power of the void, fighting poison with poison. Tony, not dwelling on complexities, returned to the core of their exchange. If you're going to cure me and extend my life, what do I need to give in return? Bai Mu was pleased by his initiative. You mentioned earlier that this mothership has numerous issues. So use your intellect to help me improve it. There's no rush, but I'd like to see applications of turbojet's high-energy lasers and electromagnetic energy. Also give me a few of those arc reactors to play with. If he had time to improve these things, as long as he didn't die, it was no problem. Agreeing meant binding their interests, making Bai Mu even less willing to see him dead. Tony gladly consented. I didn't expect we'd be embarking on another collaboration. These were all technological issues Bai Mu couldn't solve. He shook hands cheerfully, of course introducing you to entertainment figures counts as half of the favor you owe me. Didn't you say on the phone that the debt was settled? Tony tried to be sly. Then you owed me another one on that same call. Bai Mu was no less skilled in acting. I don't remember that. Don't try to confuse me, you liar. Knowing there was still hope to cling to life, Tony was in a good enough mood to banter. You also said you'd transfer all your Stark Industries stocks to me, and the lawyer has already witnessed it, Bai Mu asserted with certainty. By the time they returned to the party chatting animatedly, Tony had successfully mortgaged Earth to him, and Bai Mu had gifted him the sun as a new energy source, on the condition that Tony couldn't build the New York Stark Tower higher than Bai Mu's own building. Ladies and gentlemen, Tony made a spirited entrance. Are you satisfied with tonight's surprise? Once again, thank my friend Mr. James White for generously providing this venue. Let's give him a round of applause. The room erupted in applause with everyone turning to look at him. Bai Mu basked in the spotlight, waving to the crowd. Enjoy yourselves. Upon learning that he was making a film with an enormous budget, more people perked up to listen. Though no one in the entertainment industry had heard of him before, no one dared doubt his capability now, because there was no one else in the world who could bring you to a sky mothership for a party. The Super Golden Thigh, a mysterious Eastern tycoon, had already captured everyone's attention. Afterward, Tony deliberately sidled up to him, winking. Take it from someone with experience. Being a producer will make your kidneys ache. Bai Mu couldn't help but spray the wine he hadn't swallowed yet, soaking a woman's dress. She turned around, saw what happened, but instead of getting angry, she struck up an enthusiastic conversation. I heard you want to make a sci-fi film. The woman chatted while he helped wipe her dress. A sci-fi that reflects reality. I love meaningful films like that, where special effects also convey the film's ideas like conflicts and divisions of civilizations. If it can showcase the core of each side's disagreements, I think that's most interesting. Bai Mu was surprised. Not flattery, but your thoughts are remarkably similar to mine. Tony winked and walked away with a smile. He never said the wrong thing, or in the world of high society, countless people would always find ways to seize opportunities, especially when dealing with a major figure. After the splendid evening, film work proceeded at a brisk pace. Bai Mu had already written the plot for the second film, copying from his past life. The second part would drag the already deceased striker back to be flogged, depicting his cruel research on mutants. With ample funding, Bai Mu planned to shoot both the first and second films, simultaneously releasing them in consecutive years. Both budget and cast could be the best available. The film company's name, Marvel Studios. It rapidly acquired several Hollywood studios, and after establishing a foundation, began assembling the production team. Casting, location scouting, and preparation for filming unfolded one after another. Bai Mu had shed his suit, picked up a megaphone, and assumed the role of the glorious producer. With his 3-minute enthusiasm still burning, he began shouting orders everywhere. At a Los Angeles filming location, the Wolverine actor emoted passionately. I won't let you destroy the world. I must stop you. Magneto. The Magneto actor floated in the air, laughing. What can you use to stop me? Wolverine glanced at the script. Because I am your father. Magneto feigned shock. No? Pfft. The producer sprayed coffee on someone again. He had been lounging comfortably while listening, but nearly toppled off his chair. Everyone around turned their gaze to him. Bai Mu got up, took off his sunglasses, and reached out. Bring me the script. Who wrote this line? Drag him out and shoot him for 5 minutes. The busy assistant brought the script. She was a petite girl not yet familiar with Bai Mu. Hearing this, she instinctively glanced at the stern-faced men in black who always stood by the boss side, eyes fixed forward. She had heard colleagues say these unsmiling men carried weapons, and some even claimed to have seen rocket launchers in their trunks. My God, a moment of silence for the screenwriter heading to his doom. Bai Mu flipped through a few pages of the script and felt the guy was wasting his talent by not working on Star Wars, because the Star Wars series didn't exist in this world. The producer's outburst halted filming on set. Everyone waited for his revision suggestions. Bai Mu had plenty to say about this subversion of Wolverine and Magneto's relationship. We can't shoot it this way. They are inherently opposed. The fiery wolf and the cunning king are adversaries. As the producer, Bai Mu's opinion carried the most weight. And don't make the characters' emotions exaggerated. Make them real. Reflect how a real person would behave. Do you know what mutants are? No. Many had never actually seen a mutant. Bai Mu. Screw it, I'm not filming. Let me bring a few mutants to show you. Learn from me properly. They are real, their emotions are the same as ours. Not nonsensical, not dullards. In most people's filmmaking careers, they had never witnessed a military transport helicopter landing on set delivering mutants, a subject of constant social controversy, under the escort of security personnel. The producer's megaphone blared. "Look carefully, clearly. These are mutants, just like you. Flesh and blood with emotions, joy and anger. Don't make me lose my temper again, understand?" So making a film is this complicated. Ling Dai came to visit him on set and he was exhausted. I'm starting to understand why some directors have such bad tempers. When the actors' performances don't match what you envisioned, it makes anyone furious. She said truthfully, "The brothers at the base have been talking lately, saying their boss has switched careers to pursue art. Little Screw has even been spreading rumors everywhere claiming you're planning to catch them for a romance film." Bai Mu's face darkened. "When I get back, I'll teach him a lesson for daring to slander me like this." Ling Dai smiled and massaged his shoulders. "But why are you in such a rush? You need to understand that you're not a director nor a professional. There are so many unexpected things in this world. You can't control everything." "I know." Bai Mu was well aware he wasn't cut out for this. It was just a whim he wanted to try, but now that every step displeased him, he planned to give up. Ling Dai gave him a reason to lighten up. "Let me give you something relaxing. You said you wanted a life base locally. How about Malibu west of Los Angeles? Want to take a look?" "Whatever you all like is fine," Bai Mu said indifferently about the location. "Hey, Stark lives in Malibu too, right? About a dozen kilometers away as neighbors." Ling Dai said, "Are you going to treat his illness?" "It's on the way." Bai Mu didn't want to stay on set and be a nuisance. He called Tony, who said he was free anytime. "How about tonight? I have top-grade steak and red wine. Bringing a female companion would be even better." That evening, a McLaren P1 sped down the highway, its stirring exhaust roar igniting the passion in his blood. The enchanting, alluring figure of the lady in the passenger seat made him feel even more spirited, and he couldn't help but let out a few wolfish howls. In the American way of life, being a dozen kilometers apart could still somewhat be considered neighbors. They arrived at the Villa Familiar from the movies, where Tony was specifically hosting him. What could make this unruly genius act this way was mostly his own life. His symptoms had already spread, and without a cure, whoever could prolong his life was the big shot. "Hey, Tony." Bai Mu embraced him warmly, then introduced his companion. Lingdi, in a hollowed-out embroidered gown, exuded sensuality and confidence. Even Tony couldn't help joking, "Thank you, driver, for bringing me a wonderful date. That would be if you could save me from a certain tyrannical villain." Ling Dai quipped back, "Then I'd need to study up for a while longer." Tony laughed and invited them to sit. The butler came forward with red wine, showing it to the guests before opening it for a taste test. Tony put on his napkin. Bai Mu noticed that although he was still as glib as ever, his complexion was indeed much haggard, and he steered the conversation in that direction. But Tony couldn't help being tsundere. "Actually, even if you hadn't come, those S-H-I-E-L-D people wouldn't have sat idly by. They gave me a few shots and the effect wasn't bad." As the head of the relevant bureau, Bai Mu couldn't tolerate his rival's arrogance. "Those things from S-H-I-E-L-D? With all due respect, they're far inferior to what I brought you." "That one-eyed guy said the same about you," Tony said while cutting his steak. He said don't believe a word from the relevant department, especially their boss, a man full of exaggeration, lies, and cunning. "What?" Bai Mu put down his glass, displeased. "Nick Fury said that to you? What else did that old bastard say?" "Sorry. Excuse me." Ling Dai nudged him with her knee under the table. She disliked hearing him curse in a formal, elegant setting. She had dressed up carefully and wanted to enjoy a refined dinner. Tony was a bit mischievous. "Anyway, Fury arranged spies to monitor my health." He was quite frank, saying that Director White is the kind of person who for personal gain would act without regard for consequences, leaving people with no way out. Once he wants something, he'll do anything. Cheat, lie, swindle. Those were his words, not mine. Damn, Bai Mu held back. He had to be elegant and magnanimous in his revenge. "Miss Braddock, when you get back, please update Nick Fury's government file. State that he is an extreme idealist dreaming all day of maintaining world peace. To achieve his imagined balance, he will pose a threat to the United States' status and power. My assessment of this man is that, as the head of S-H-I-E-L-D, he can bleed and sacrifice his life for his career and ideals. But as an American, when national interests conflict with S-H-I-E-L-D's mission, he will unhesitatingly abandon the interests of America. I recommend that all personnel units of the Union treat him as a second-class citizen." "Oh." Ling Dai couldn't help it, her shoulders shook with laughter. I'm so sorry. Hearing the bold statement about being treated as a second-class citizen, Tony couldn't control his laughter. Nick Fury's assessment seemed somewhat credible. Bai Mu was the type of person who, if someone offended him by 3 points, would repay them tenfold. Bai Mu chewed the steak forcefully, the juice of the prime beef splattering in his mouth. But his only sensation was imagining it as Nick Fury blood spurting 3 feet high. I helped you root out the mole in S-H-I-E-L-D and saved you from a crisis, and you're slandering me here. I'm not done with you. Now Tony had completely forgotten that he had deliberately said this to salvage his own awkwardness in asking for help. That Sundra attitude had vanished without a trace. Because he knew that Director Bai to prove his own strength, and that S-H-I-E-L-D-S technology was garbage, would give it his all. I can't eat anymore, I've lost my appetite. Sure enough, Bai Mu couldn't take it anymore. He decided to treat the other first, then continue the dinner. Tony looked like he was fine with whatever. Strip. Apart from women, the only person who could make Tony strip on command was the man before him. To avoid affecting their appetites, Ling Dai stayed in the dining room tasting wine with pepper. They went to the next room to perform the treatment. Stand. Tony obeyed. Turn around. He obeyed. Crow like a rooster. Tony hesitated. Bai Mu corrected with a smile. Sit down. Wait for me to channel my energy. With the experience of a charlatan, Bai Mu certainly couldn't make the process seem too easy or simple. If he cured you effortlessly, you wouldn't owe him a big favor. Tony was a valuable asset with a brilliant mind. Bai Mu's helicarrier still relied on his optimization, and he was very interested in his future arc reactor. Don't forget that Bai Mu's magical equipment required energy. When out and about, he couldn't exactly carry a large battery. If he had an arc reactor, it would be much more convenient. So Bai Mu made the process mysterious and arcane. Besides sprinkling things on the ground and drawing random patterns, he also made Tony drink a mysterious magical potion, claiming it was to ensure the magic's effectiveness. Tony swallowed the potion in one gulp and remarked, "It tastes just like plain water." Bai Mu opened one eye and scolded, "Quiet." Tony wanted to say something but held back, valuing his life more. After Bai the fortune teller put on a serious performance, he finally used his healing spell, enveloping Tony with magical energy. Tony felt warmth all over his body, as if recovering from a serious illness and regaining strength. He was in an unprecedented state of comfort, free from pain and illness, at ease. The signs of palladium poisoning on his body rapidly diminished, retreating to near his heart. His spirit and energy were fully restored, with an indescribable clarity in his mind. The spell continued until it ended, and only then did Tony reluctantly open his eyes. This is incredible. The feeling. Jarvis, record this. It's like some kind of energy stimulated my stem cells to wildly differentiate and regenerate, and also catalyzed my spirit. Being a scientist, he could quickly grasp the nature of the energy. But controlling energy to this degree was far more difficult. So many scientists at the relevant base had been diligently studying magical science, yet progress was still slow, let alone for Tony, whose expertise wasn't focused on this area. Bai the fortune teller finished his work. I said I would do it. This time Tony didn't joke. You didn't lie. Feels like 2 more sessions and it'll be cured. Let's celebrate. This wonderful moment calls for celebration. Absolutely. Bai Mu raised his glass. In these relaxed and leisurely times, how could fine wine and a feast be missing? Life should be just like this. A tranquil and beautiful earth. Suddenly a shooting star streaked across the night sky, burning as it broke through the clouds, heading towards the desolate desert of New Mexico. A rattlesnake was diligently practicing its elusive movements, preparing to claim victory in tomorrow's battle, captivating the heart of the neighboring village's Xiaohong, and staging a tale of youthful passion. With a thunderous roar, the explosion shattered all its fantasies and future, drawing the ire of countless sleepless townsfolk. In the deep pit created by the impact, a hammer stood resolutely, the swirling electric sparks dissipating, gradually dimming plain and unadorned. In the daytime California, the director, feeling invincible under the protection of the immense power of America, leisurely drove around the house, simply happy. Well, a top-notch mansion worth $60 million, dominating a mountain peak covering 20 acres with just the front yard's area enough to build 3 football fields. He drove a Rolls-Royce coupe. Its family-style elegant appearance did not hinder its athletic capabilities. A V12 engine with 632 horsepower, enough to make this lengthy vehicle measuring 5.2 meters maneuver gracefully on the grass. Had it not been for the phone ringing, he could have spent an entire day on this intelligence department's high-level report, which stated a hammer had fallen from the sky. A hammer. Bai Mu signaled for him to continue. The temp worker said, has dispatched agents believing this is not of earthly origin and will soon secure the scene for scientific research. Since the relevant departments have had multiple confrontations with SHIELD, the director issued an order that any activities by SHIELD within American territory must be monitored. This serves to conserve resources. What SHIELD discovers we can discover too. Moreover, it's economical. While SHIELD runs around, we can observe them with satellites and aircraft achieving the same results. One cannot blame Nick Fury for claiming that certain agencies acquire intelligence through deceit. Standing on a fair ground, the relevant temp workers certainly act as if they did not hear such accusations. The focus is on the specific characteristics of the hammer. A drone provided photos and Bai Mu magnified them for identification. The familiar shape nearly gave him understanding. Follow up on this matter, report any changes to me at any time. He knew that not only was a hammer falling from the sky, but also a hulking figure, the Prince of Asgard, Thor, who had temporarily relinquished his throne. He couldn't possibly manage everything that fell from the sky. It was too overwhelming. However, since it had landed in America and would lead to an intergalactic royal conflict, he became intrigued. It is a well-established fact that magic exists in this world, but the development of magic is too simplistic. Not to mention those stagnant battle mages, he still has yet to find the materials for magic potions. Hope on Earth had dwindled, so he turned his gaze elsewhere. Asgard, where many were said to emit waves of light and rays. Additionally, mythical figures often wielded magical powers. Since magic requires energy consumption, it must be replenished. Asgardians who live for 5,000 years should have at least some literature or contributions to show for their long existence, even if they are lazy. Like the golden apples in mythology that grant longevity and strength, overseen by the goddess Idun, deemed an elixir of immortality. Bai Mu believed it would undoubtedly enhance magical potency if he could obtain it. He could research it, unravel the secrets of magic potions, and later be equipped with one potion in each hand, making magic as freely available as water, donning the mantle of a grand mage, striking down Thanos, and trampling the devourer of worlds. Overthinking, Bai Mu could no longer remain seated. He raised his arm, shouting, "Temp workers assemble. Who wants to go to New Mexico for a bit of fun?" His raised hand quickly dropped halfway, as it was currently a holiday. The big house and yacht offered great comfort. Unless it's an emergency, the team was not required to mobilize. Upon hearing about Mexico, the ladies were immediately ruled out. Bai Mu hadn't even thought of bringing them along to that remote desert. Wouldn't they need to fill an entire plane with all those sunblock moisturizing and cleansing products before departing? Only Red Tank puzzled. What's the difference between sunbathing in California and sunbathing in the equally hot New Mexico? The women immediately shot back with sharp replies. The sunshine here on the California coast is friendly and cheerful, infused with a taste of freedom. As for over there, despair, scorching heat, and a group of Mexicans whose tongues get twisted when they speak. Are you kidding me? Just smell that air of smuggling in the car. Red Tank was left speechless by their rebuttals. They were openly displaying regional discrimination. Of course, he could only think about it internally. Given the current situation in America, where women's rights trump all, even Deputy Director Hill confidently remained in the mansion in a bikini sunbathing, as the director feared that his female subordinates might resign. "Little screw Red Tank, you two are coming along." The man was less picky, the hammer tucked into his waistband, a helmet placed on his head. That was all the luggage he had, and he got into the car without even asking what they were going to do. Bai Mu preferred to work with straightforward folks. A hammer fell over there, suspected to be of alien origin. I personally suspect it belongs to Asgardians, the same people from Norse mythology. The hammer from mythology. The god of thunder. Red Tank, aside from her robust physique, was not much different from Earthlings in other aspects, including cultural education. It's not that beings from different star realms or planes who are often mistaken for gods actually are gods. We will understand their origins and intentions by capturing and interrogating them. In this regard, the fire demon was well informed. In its prime, it was the king of the elemental plane, on par with Odin in terms of administrative rank. As for strength level, who knows until one fights. Bai Mu drove to the base, recalling the possible situations he might encounter there. He made a list, calling for part of the rapid response team to deploy along with 3 Globemaster transport planes carrying personnel and secret weapons, all setting out together. However, just having secret weapons was not enough. To face that resilient destroyer, ultimately it would require Thor's cosmic power to obliterate it. What if the god of thunder's powers had not yet awakened? Don't tell me those cliched lines from the movies. Bai Mu had traveled through for so long and not much had gone according to the movie tropes. If he relied on such vague impressions, the grass on his grave would be several meters high by now. Thus, upon landing at the New Mexico base, Bai Mu shamelessly utilized the director's privileges. He called for reinforcements. He mobilized a local elite unit equipped with everything from M1A2 main battle tanks to armed helicopters and fighter jets. If that wasn't enough, he could always call Vandenberg Air Force Base to deploy strategic bombers for a merciless bombing campaign. If that still wouldn't do, he could launch a nuclear missile to maintain peace. There must always be a plan calculated to the last detail. As for whether it would be needed, that depended on how events unfolded. This is the correct posture for the director while being out in the field. Otherwise, he would eventually be overturned. Sir Colonel William Ogden reporting for duty. An army colonel straightened his back and saluted him with meticulous precision. At ease, Colonel. Bai Mu, however, had no patience for formalities. I assume you've already received your orders. You're to assist in an upcoming battle. Your opponent is unlike anything you've ever encountered. May I ask, sir, what exactly is it? Colonel Ogden inquired, puzzled. Having served in the military for 2 decades, he had fought against the old Saudi forces and the Taliban, confident that he feared nothing of this sort. It's not a thing in the conventional sense. Bai Mu found it difficult to articulate. It's a type of war machine, its combat capabilities beyond estimation. That's why we need heavy firepower. Colonel Ogden remained confident. Our main battle tanks are equipped with armor-piercing shells, and our fighter jets are armed with aerial bombs and bunker busters. Additionally, the Department of Defense and the White House have updated their orders authorizing the use of tactical nuclear weapons. That should be sufficient firepower. Bai Mu felt there was no need for further discussion. With tactical nukes on the table, the outcome seemed all but assured. Your orders, sir. Though the colonel found it hard to believe that any enemy within U.S. borders would require such overwhelming force. Perhaps the Mexicans next door. Ridiculous, they'd be crushed in minutes. But obeying orders was a soldier's duty regardless of the nation. Bai Mu, ever reasonable, replied, You'll handle the tactical operations. I'll only designate the primary targets. Understood, sir. Now assemble your troops and reach the destination as quickly as possible. Though personnel had arrived, equipment couldn't be moved on a whim. The secret weapons being unloaded from transport planes required time to install. Bai Mu watched for a while before losing patience. He found more interest in the rows of main battle tanks at the base. The renowned M1A2S, the latest SEP variants extensively equipped with digital command and communication systems for modern warfare. Bai Mu grew curious. How's the new model's mobility? What's the fuel consumption per 100 kilometers? An officer introduced acceleration from 0 to 32 km/h is within 7 seconds, with a top speed of 70 km/h. Powered by a 1500 horsepower gas turbine engine, it can travel 450 kilometers on a full tank. Impressive. It looked far more imposing than any armored vehicle. In the sparsely populated New Mexico, Bai Mu couldn't take his eyes off it. After all, who among men doesn't appreciate something big and powerful? SUVs were popular for a reason, but the rugged Americans had grown tired of them. Now they craved something larger, more formidable. Nearly 10 meters long and 3.6 meters wide, weighing 67 tons, no vehicle on the road could rival its dominance. Minutes later, Bai Mu climbed into the M1A2, fiddled with the controls, and started the engine. Driving a tank wasn't particularly difficult. With its bar control, the throttle on top, and 2 brake pedals, it roared to life once the forward gear was engaged. The only discomfort was that, in a closed state, the tank driver operated while reclining with extremely limited visibility. If they defeated the enemy like this, it would be a textbook case of winning while lying down. Unable to tolerate the reclining position, Bai Mu opened the hatch, popped his head out, and switched to a seated posture. He then called out to Little Screw, Boss is taking you for a ride. Soldiers and subordinates watched as the director drove the tank, swerving erratically out of the camp, nearly crashing into the gate. Only then did his men react, send a few vehicles to follow. No one could stop the director from running wild, but as his subordinates they had to ensure his safety. 3 armed Humvees and 2 infantry fighting vehicles gave chase. Give me something with more space. Juggernaut, of course, couldn't stay cooped up in the camp. How boring. He picked a military truck just large enough to accommodate his frame. Bai Mu drove the tank straight out of the camp into the endless yellow earth of the Gobi. New Mexico, with a population of just over 2 million, was sparsely populated, perfect for speeding. They're catching up. Step on it, go. Little Screw, clinging to the tank, was even more excited than Bai Mu, almost forgetting that the little blonde had road rage. Bai Mu floored the throttle. The M1 tank's gas turbine engine roared to life, its origins tracing back to helicopter turbine engines. Its advantages were rapid acceleration and superior mobility, easily pushing the speedometer to the max on the highway. They're about to overtake us. It's that juggernaut guy. Little Screw, perched on the turret, helped watch the rear. Steer left. Cut him off. Roger that. Bai Mu grinned, yanking the tank, now nearly 70 km/h, sharply to the left. The pursuing 66 truck braked hard and Juggernaut's overtaking attempt failed. Little Screw flipped over laughing and patting his belly. Buddy, your truck's not cutting it. Juggernaut, driving with a grin, picked up the radio. If my truck hit, that'd be like an egg smashing against a rock. Suicidal. Besides, though he was tough, he wasn't foolish. If he repeatedly humiliated the boss, making him lose face, he'd surely be praised for his tact and rewarded with a post as a naval colonel in the Nevada desert. Where's our destination? Forget it, let's just race down the highway. Bai Mu set down the radio, fiddled with the interior, and discovered something wonderful. This tank had an external high-power loudspeaker. He connected his phone, cranked up the volume, and DJ beats blasted out, thumping and pumping. Oh my God! The bizarre sight of a tank racing wildly while blasting DJ music startled passing drivers. A motorist quickly swerved to the safety of the roadside. A family of 3 on a trip stared in disbelief, their 6 eyes fixed on the window, unblinking. The family's son snapped to attention, grabbing his camera. Oh yeah, real Western style. The camera captured the scene, a massive M1 tank occupying 2 lanes, kicking up clouds of yellow sand as it tore down the highway, DJ music blazing, thundering past them. Behind it chased several Humvees and 8-wheeled armored vehicles, while on the roadside 3 American tourists shouted in awe, worshipping this display of power with cries of "Long live America." Every driver they encountered was stunned. Bai Mu felt the same. This was the Wild West. In New York, surrounded by towering skyscrapers, there was no room. In California, dense traffic made it impossible to go wild. But here, with not a soul for miles, he drove onto the highway, then onto the Gobi, blasting music that echoed across the desolate land. Unstoppable. If not for the accidental rollover later, he might never have stopped. The trailing convoy, now far behind, received the boss radio call. Hey, we've got a situation. My tank's flipped over. What? The soldiers were first astonished, then barely suppressed their laughter. How could anyone flip a tank on such flat, open ground? The boss was truly one of a kind. Bai Mu explained. I was going over 60 km/h, hit a slope, made a sharp turn, and it flipped. Is that so strange? The other end struggled to stifle laughter, but even Bai Mu couldn't help chuckling. Laugh it up then, get your asses over here. Juggernaut, I know that's your laugh. Come help me push this thing. By the time the group arrived at the overturned tank site, Bai Mu and Little Screw were crouched beside a small mound, staring at the hulking machine, as if contemplating life itself. Red Tank came to the rescue, and with the combined effort of Steel Cable and the others, they easily flipped it back. Bai Mu squinted up at the blazing sun, trying to get his bearings. Where's our mission site? It's noon and I'm getting hungry. Let's find something to eat first. Though they had strayed a bit off course, they weren't far from their objective. A small town lay nearby. After all the roughhousing that had drained their energy, Bai Mu now craved a taste of local flavor. A Mexican burrito. Their mode of transport, however, was a bit over the top. A tank and an armored personnel carrier rumbled into town, their tracks grinding against the pavement. Pedestrians hundreds of meters away could feel the ground tremble beneath their feet. Chicken wrap, Bai Mu mumbled as he drove the tank, scanning the surroundings. Though it was called a town, it was pitifully small. The tallest building was only 3 stories high, with various tiny houses scattered around. To be honest, apart from the big cities on the east and west coasts, the rest of America was sparsely populated. It felt like being in the countryside. Low-rise houses, pickup trucks everywhere, and rednecks riding Harleys. Hey beautiful. The one in the pencil skirt with the little bag. I love your hair. Bai Mu's voice boomed through an absurdly loud loudspeaker, startling a passing girl. He then flashed her a confident smile. Ma'am, where can I find a chicken wrap? He asked. The girl pointed in a direction ahead. Bai Mu's voice echoed across the entire town again. Thanks. If I weren't in such a hurry to save the world, I'd be delighted to take a kind lady like you on a date. The girl doubled over with laughter, then raised her hand to show off the ring on her finger. Bai Mu grinned. All right. Tell your man to hide well, or he might get burned by our fury. Thanks to her directions, he quickly found the busiest roadside stall. He parked the tank. Driving a tank was certainly impressive, but parking was a nightmare. The tank took up so much space that the remaining cars had to use the opposite lane. Bai Mu moved swiftly, hopping out of the tank amid the murmurs of the awestruck locals. Dressed in combat gear with a sidearm at his waist, He walked straight up to the burrito truck where a Mexican man was busy working. He greeted him in Spanish, "Hola, amigo." The man looked up. Hola. In this sleepy little town there was rarely any excitement. The news that Juan's burrito stand now had a tank and 8-wheeled armored vehicle, and an armed Humvee parked outside caused an immediate sensation. While they were ordering food, a crowd of idle locals gathered chattering excitedly. Some pulled out their phones to take pictures. The soldiers accompanying them were surprisingly friendly, even posing for sign selfies with the girls. By the time Mu got his hands on a steaming hot burrito, he found himself completely surrounded. It was like being a rock star on tour. After countless photos with the enthusiastic crowd, he finally managed to climb back onto the tank and head to the next stop. Munching on his burrito, he drove toward the destination at a leisurely 50 or 60 kilometers per hour, music still blaring. Sitting atop the turret, Mu glanced back at the convoy behind him, chewing his burrito under the scorching sun. Still as cool as ever. After all the commotion, they finally reached their destination. The site where Mjolnir had landed was already cordoned off by SHIELD. The setup was a hastily erected scaffold, a flimsy barrier thrown together, and a transparent plastic sheet enclosing the area. You could see people moving around inside as clear as day. Was this some kind of new psychological warfare? A high-level strategy based on the Emperor's new clothes? And the worst part was that the top was completely open. Not even fully sealed. It might be fine on a sunny day, but what about when it rained? The legendary hammer that once roamed the myths had fallen to such a state. If they were going to throw me onto Earth, couldn't they at least give me a sturdier shelter? Mu, still sitting on the tank, was stunned. SHIELD. Are you kidding me? Even the safety measures at a construction site in the neighboring village could put this drunken, watered-down excuse for a genius design to shame. And then some. Mu was speechless. SHIELD, however, was quick to respond. A middle-aged man in a suit came hurrying over. He wasn't tall, but his hairline certainly was. Clearly a man who had burned the midnight oil using his brainpower to compensate for his lack of stature. It was none other than their old friend from the relevant department, Coulson. Some in the group even remembered locking him up last time, chatting and boasting through the prison bars. It had been quite harmonious. Coulson was both surprised and wary of this combined force from the military and the relevant department. SHIELD has already obtained management authority. What is your purpose here? The relevant department needs to conduct some investigations, Mu said as he climbed down from the tank. Someone immediately introduced him. This is Director Guan. Coulson's diplomatic refusal to let them near died in his throat. If it were just an ordinary agent from the relevant department, he wouldn't be too worried. But this was Director Guan himself. A man even his own boss feared deeply, as if nursing a blood feud. Though he didn't know the details, Coulson knew that Director Guan was not someone to be trifled with. Not in the least. Mu seemed to read Coulson's thoughts and walked past him with a smile. Relax, I'm not here to steal your thunder. I just want to take a look at that hammer. Coulson quickly followed. We are already conducting rigorous scientific work. The relevant data is classified as SHIELD, intelligence. If the director wishes to conduct research, we can arrange a dedicated time. Rigorous science. Are you sure you're not joking? Mu pointed at the plastic sheet in front of him. He could clearly see people moving around inside. Even Coulson, the master of lying through his teeth, broke into a sweat. What could I do? If I could, I'd kill the designer who came up with this mess. But he still had to put on a brave face. At present, SHIELD is focused on more important strategic endeavors, so there's a bit of a budget shortfall for routine operations, and so. I get it. Mu patted him on the shoulder. He understood all too well. If SHIELD hadn't suffered repeated losses at the hands of the relevant department, losing a significant chunk of their funds and resources, they wouldn't have fallen so far. The U.S. government had already informed the World Security Council that SHIELD's functions in America overlapped with those of the relevant department. So on a broad scale, resources were to be tilted toward the latter. And that was how SHIELD's measures for protecting a critical site had been cut down to this pathetic level. Coulson was mortified. Oh heavens, just open up a hole in the ground, so I can crawl in and hide for a while. Under his guidance, Director Guan entered the plastic tent and saw the hammer. Having heard numerous stories along the way about how no one could lift it, Red Tank was the first to step up. Let me give it a try. Red Tank erupted with mystical energy, grabbed Mjolnir with both hands, and heaved upward with all his might, straining like he was trying to tear something apart. But the hammer didn't budge an inch. "It's under a magical seal," said the knowledgeable young blonde. "Don't bother, big guy. Your magical power is no match for whoever set this seal. Maybe the one behind your power source could do it." Red Tank hadn't managed to move it. "Looks like it's really a no-go." The young blonde turned to Bai Mu. "Boss might have a way." By little screw, he certainly did not mean that his strength could lift the hammer. As a general of the old god's invasion into the world, what did it intend to imply? Bai Mu quickly associated it with corruption. But could even inanimate objects be corrupted? Little Screw communicated with him telepathically. The void initially corrupts planets. The old gods are well versed in this art, and it is not limited to living beings. This hammer has restrictions and is sentient, so it can be corrupted. This must be what they mean by all things can be corrupted. Bai Mu suddenly felt a shift in the world's moral fiber. He reached out and grasped the hammer's handle, and the corrupting power from the void began to erode the weapon. He could sense that the magic protecting the hammer was incredibly complex, like a precision instrument. To activate it required meeting various criteria, and using it would trigger its intelligent judgments. It even had a corresponding antivirus protocol to handle external intrusions. The corrupting force was initially resisted, but nothing is absolute. No matter how strong the spirit, it could not withstand this venomous energy. It was only a matter of time before it was breached. Even after Bai Mu released his grip, the influence continued to affect the hammer. In places unseen, the hammer fought desperately against the invasion of evil. "It's fine now." Bai Mu could not yet lift the hammer, but once it was fully corrupted, this thunderous weapon would likely become a corrupted lightning hammer. Its lightning might even carry shadow damage, making its destructive power even more terrifying. However, he had little interest in the hammer and abandoned its corruption. Bai Mu simply walked away, leaving Coulson baffled. He just touched the hammer and left. Something was off. Suddenly, Bai Mu stopped. He looked at Coulson sincerely. "Agent, I heard a big guy broke in last night trying to take the hammer, and you let him go." "Who is he?" Coulson asked. "An irrelevant person," Bai Mu said, thinking ahead. "The point is, you took those scientists' research data. It's never good to take others' things. At least leave them a backup. Their research touched on forbidden areas, which could is SHIELD. Now trying to restrict our country's free scientific development. If Congress or the President learns of this, your bosses, those bureaucrats above Fury, might not have an easy time." The pressure of our country's free scientific development left Coulson speechless. Would the Council dare to hinder America's technological progress? You must be joking. If you even thought about it, you'd be crushed in no time. But knowing that the relevant department had taken notice made Coulson feel that things were back to normal. The chilling sensation of being schemed against faded, and he felt more at ease. "We'll give you photocopies," Bai Mu conceded. "Good," Coulson replied, knowing the other side had been courteous enough. Last time he was thrown into a cell, and he heard the boss had to pay reparations and cede ground to get them back. This time he dared not act rashly, or getting caught again would be devastating. He ordered the troops to rest and prepare for battle, then took a few agents and drove a Humvee to the town where Jane Foster was located. "They're here again." Bai Mu heard this the moment he stepped out of the vehicle. Clearly this group had a terrible impression of SHIELD. And by association the relevant department that went through fire and water for the American people's interests. Ahem. Bai Mu stepped forward. A middle-aged man with a grim expression confronted him. "What more do you want? You've already taken everything. Are you going to tear down our homes?" "First, I want to clarify that the people who took your things have nothing to do with us." That was SHIELD, acting under the guise of an international organization, swindling and committing all kinds of atrocities. A bunch of thugs. After openly throwing SHIELD under the bus, Bai Mu displayed the department's politeness. "We are a domestic agency." "What's the difference?" the middle-aged man asked, still hostile. Americans were naturally distrustful of the government, which was why every household had so many guns. "The difference is huge. Domestic agencies serve the interests of the people. SHIELD considers the bigger picture, and for that they can take your labor results and ignore your rights. But we will help you get them back." His subordinates unloaded the confiscated data from the truck. The group was stunned by the recovery. Jane Foster's face lit up, and even the alien prince who was integrating into human life smiled. Bai Mu approached him. "You must be the crown prince of Asgard. You know me?" Thor became intrigued. He had said he was from Asgard and named Thor, but everyone thought he was drunk and delusional. Of course I know you, Mu said, pulling up a chair. I also know why you were banished, what's happening in your family, and the danger you're about to face. Danger? Thor narrowed his eyes. Asgardians never shied from battle. Even as a mortal, his muscular frame retained his fierce nature. Don't worry, I mean you no harm, Mu said, pointing to the sky. I'm talking about your dynasty up there. Your father is unstable, and a coup is brewing ready to erupt. You even know about my father's troubles. Who are you? Thor grew wary. Your father is dead. Mu was puzzled. Impossible. At most he's fallen ill, not to the point of death. What? Thor could not sit still. What are you saying? That can't be. Your brother told you and he wouldn't lie. Mu smiled. Stranger. Thor's eyes flashed with caution. Don't try to sow discord among Asgardians. I don't believe a word you say. Mu side legends of you date back to the early Common Era, meaning you've lived at least 1,000 years or more. Experience should bring wisdom, but why do you only think on the surface? Asgard's education needs improvement. I only know you're not welcome here anymore, Thor said, displeased. Listen, don't rush to think with your muscles, Mu calmed him. You've touched your hammer, right? You couldn't lift it, which means your father's magical restriction is still active. Your power, conditionally stripped, hasn't returned. What does that prove? Your father's magic is still working. True, Thor pondered. If your father were dead, this wouldn't hold. Consider more factors. The events were told to you by your brother, and among the heirs to the throne you two are the most direct competitors. Coincidentally, such a major incident in Asgard invites speculation. Upon hearing this, the muscular 1,000-year-old Thor finally realized Asgard's education truly needed improvement. Or rather, he finally saw the many details he had overlooked. Yet it was still hard to accept that his beloved brother could commit such a heinous act. Of course, these conjectures about your brother could also be false. He might be a victim, as well coerced by something more sinister into doing this, still regarding you as a brother. Mu positioned himself neutrally, unwilling to entangle himself in the royal strife. Thor glanced at him without comment. Mu continued, but regardless of the speculation, anyone who seeks power will not let go of a potential threat that could shake their position. Asgardian, you are not absolutely safe here. This is American soil, and we have a duty to maintain peace. Yes. Thor did not refute this point. It was someone else's land, someone else's soil, and someone else's fair daughters. If they were to suffer because of him, he would indeed feel guilty. I'm glad we've reached an understanding. Mu poured himself a glass of water. Do you mean this will come soon? Thor finally began to employ his intellect, for in these long years, there had been more than just fighting and drinking. I predict so, said Mu. What method will you use? Asked Thor. Magic. Mu tapped the glass with his finger, and it suddenly turned into beer. A sorcerer of Midgard, Thor muttered. Many in Asgard practiced magic, but he had spent his time swinging his hammer in battle, leaving no room for memorizing spells. So your magical system is quite comprehensive. Mu still sought more clues. With hostility dispelled and Mu tasked with protecting the group, Thor, being straightforward and unguarded, replied, It's extensive, covering combat protection, daily life. But it's too tedious. Magic potions. You must have developed a system for them, right? Mu inquired about what concerned him most. If he had the formulas for mana potions, he would never be short of magical energy. Who would he then fear? There are some, but I'm not too clear, Thor said uncertainly. Mu found it truly difficult to communicate with this battle-hungry berserker. Seeing Mu's expression, Thor felt embarrassed as well. He would have to study up when he returned. After chatting for a while, a beam of light descending from the sky finally broke the awkwardness. Thor's 4 friends arrived. Amid joyful reunions, they confirmed the answer: Odin was ill, but not dead. Loki had seized power and begun purging political enemies, placing the former crown prince in grave danger. Thor looked toward Mu, who was hiding in the shadows wearing earplugs and listening to music. All deductions had proven correct. For Loki to ascend the throne without worry, the first major threat he must eliminate was undoubtedly Thor himself. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than another beam of light struck from the sky. Its tremendous commotion stirred the townsfolk, and then an armored giant emerged from the pillar of light. Damn! It's the Destroyer! Thor's friends turned grim. This was a strategic weapon personally forged by Odin, one of a kind, serving as the palace's ultimate guardian artifact. Prepare for battle. Asgardians never shied from combat. Mu also rose to his feet. The town had become command headquarters, and Colonel Ogden's elite forces had long been stationed on the outskirts. Ground forces tanks use armor-piercing shells. Ogden immediately commanded. Air units lock onto the target, prepare high-explosive rounds. The M1A2 tanks opened fire first equipped with depleted uranium armor-piercing shells that were usually reserved for domestic use. With a thunderous roar, the shells slammed into the destroyer. Attack helicopters overhead also launched anti-tank missiles striking from above in a relentless barrage of over a dozen rounds, all conducted at the highest specifications. After this saturation strike, Ogden couldn't imagine anything surviving such an assault. Yet as the smoke cleared, the frontline soldiers' eyes widened in disbelief. Target undamaged, repeat, target undamaged. What? Ogden stared at the screen in disbelief. Bai Mu stood beside him. I told you not to underestimate it. Continue the assault. Yes, sir. Colonel Ogden began to feel the pressure. How could this giant not lose a single piece of armor after such a relentless barrage? More terrifying still, after the relentless assault, it stirred to life. Its faceplate opened, molten flames seethed, and a scorching beam struck the tank, blocking its path, cleaving it cleanly in two. As everyone knew, a tank's frontal armor is its strongest. The M1A2 was no exception, protected by 4 layers of composite armor, high-hardness ceramics, and depleted uranium, all at great cost, offering protection equivalent to 750 millimeters of homogeneous steel. But the destroyer's beam sliced it neatly in half. The sheer power was utterly horrifying. It then proceeded to pick off targets, and the helicopters in the air were not spared. Stop engaging, Hedon. Have your forces fight a delaying action and fall back to the second defensive perimeter. Bai Mu knew conventional weapons were useless. The destroyer had immense attack power and durability, nearly impossible to budge. It was nothing like its fragile portrayal in the movies, where it merely served as Thor's experience boost. But as Odin's nuclear weapon for guarding the 9 realms, logically, how could it be weak? In the real world, just how powerful was it? Bai Mu wasn't entirely sure. He could only hope that, at the second defensive perimeter, the military's secret weapon was ready. The secret weapon brought from California consisted of 3 vehicles: a radar vehicle for search and fire control, a combat vehicle for engagement, and an energy vehicle for power supply. The key was the combat vehicle, shaped like a self-propelled howitzer but thicker. Its turret housed not a traditional cannon but an electromagnetic rail. This was why the energy vehicle was needed, to release energy instantly and accelerate the projectile to multiple times the speed of sound, something conventional gunpowder weapons could never achieve. But this alone wouldn't make it a secret weapon. The key was its warhead, forged from adamantium, incredibly sharp and indestructible. Wolverine had relied on it to be unstoppable. Wolverine's claws were formidable, right? But his striking speed couldn't exceed the speed of sound. Anyone who had studied physics knew that when combined with multiple times the speed of sound and the sharpness of an adamantium warhead, the destructive power was unimaginable. This time they had brought 10 warheads, sparing no expense. The radar vehicle had locked onto the destroyer. The electromagnetic cannon finished charging. The gun commander gave the order, fire. The sound was faint, but the adamantium warhead arrived in an instant, piercing through the destroyer's chest without question. The destroyer halted. Target hit, successful penetration. Bai Mu was quite fond of this weapon. Almost nothing could withstand it. Captain America's shield. No chance. The Hulk would likely be pierced in one shot. As for now. But instead of celebrating victory seconds later, the destroyer's shattered chest armor remerged, its chest glowed brighter, and its faceplate began to condense another devastating beam. This? Bai Mu, who had full confidence in his secret weapon, envisioned the scene unfolding exactly as planned. The adamantium bullet capable of piercing anything, even this arcane machine. Yet, despite penetrating its body, it remained unscathed. The soldiers on site were also stunned. Even though it had been pierced clean through, it acted as if nothing had happened, its armor reforming seamlessly as it continued to fire. Was this creature made of air? The knowledgeable young blonde remarked. Boss, you're overlooking one point. It's not a mere physical device. It's constructed from intricate magic. Pure physical attacks can hardly harm it. So you mean? Bai Mu wondered if he needed to bless the bullets. Exactly. Little Screw nodded. If there were magical runes on it, like enhanced elemental damage or explosive effects, that strike would definitely have wounded it. But I don't have time to bless them now. In a few more minutes, the troops will be finished. Of course, Bai Mu's mouth was at least blessed. As his words fell, the destroyer tore through 3 more tanks. The helicopters had wisely kept their distance. Even the sturdy tanks couldn't withstand a single blow, let alone them. Harass it, and by time, or don't engage recklessly. Colonel Ogun, after his initial shock, gradually regained the composure of a military commander. Thor and his companions could no longer sit still. Thor stepped forward. The destroyer is my father's masterpiece, a weapon to intimidate the 9 realms. You're no match for it. Don't throw your lives away. Showing some conscience, but Bai Mu declared with righteous indignation, no. I said I would ensure your safety. There are countless innocent civilians here, and I cannot retreat a single step. Those around him were filled with awe. This was a true public servant and ideal government. Except for a few who knew the boss well like Little Screw. The boss certainly didn't need to retreat, teleportation was so convenient. I can't let our people suffer any more losses. He'll take it on. The Juggernaut tore off his shirt, with both hands red magic surging through his body muscles swelling as he charged forward. It's mainly the latter part. However, Little Screw saw through his intention. The battle-hungry Juggernaut watching the destroyer obliterate everything itched for a fight himself. Well, fight together. Thor's four warriors could no longer hold back. If the warriors of Midgard, which they considered a vassal realm, were so formidable, how could the elites of Asgard cower in fear? The four warriors caught up with the Juggernaut, ready to meet the challenge. Thor, still an ordinary mortal, could only watch helplessly. Mu glanced at him. If you don't want them to bleed in vain, find a way to master Mjolnir quickly. But it no longer acknowledges me. Thor was troubled. Mu rolled his eyes. Use your brain muscle, man. Your father is testing you, not driving you into a corner. There must be a way. He could only offer encouragement. Trust your father. I saw the enchantment in the hammer. It was meant for you. You've always been the worthy one, merely blinded by your flaws for now. All right. Thor ran off to find his hammer. The rest continued watching the screen. The Juggernaut had reached the front, let out a mighty roar, and then a beam of light struck him. He dug in his heels and stood firm. The four warriors wielding hammers, shields, and swords swarmed in for a frenzied assault. The Juggernaut drew the enemy's fire, upholding the proud tradition of a tank on the battlefield. But the temperature in the air was rising rapidly. Things were taking a turn for the worse. Asgard's strategic weapon was no joke. The Juggernaut's invulnerability was relative. Right now it felt like his rear was on fire. He wanted to show off, but he felt he couldn't hold out much longer. Hurry up! The Juggernaut shouted. Sif, the agile warrior among the four, threw her shield, leaped onto the destroyer's back, and drove her sword clean through its neck. The destroyer's faceplate immediately dimmed. Sif breathed a sigh of relief. But just as everyone relaxed, the destroyer suddenly spun its head around facing Sif. Its faceplate lit up, ready to blast her. Thanks to her high agility, she dodged in time, but the situation remained perilous. Even the four warriors and a powerful tank couldn't hold back the destroyer. Seeing the Juggernaut gasping for air, Mu knew he couldn't last much longer. I'll have to do it myself. Hold on, boss. Little Screw hadn't had his moment yet. Let me have a go at it. The fire giant joined the fray, bringing sulfurs down in a heavy blow on the destroyer's head as it fired wildly, knocking it flat. Little Screw landed heavily, striking a pose. Half kneeling, slowly raising his head. A tribute to countless classics. As the master of Molten Core, he had to maintain his dignity and style. Mu covered his head and laughed, but the good times didn't last. The destroyer, now on the ground, raised its head and fired an unexpected blast. But Little Screw braced himself, chest out, and took the beam heeding. The energy of the beam struck him, and the glow on Little Screw intensified, rapidly shifting from dark red to orange-red. The flames on his body blazed even fiercer, yet he seemed to be reveling in it. Mu suddenly remembered fire or energy-based attacks were mostly ineffective against him. He had once drunk volcanic magma and absorbed nuclear blast energy. If not for the sheer force of the shockwave, he wouldn't have fallen. Now the destroyer's assault had met its natural nemesis. Little Screw, with a look of bliss, twisted his body to let the flames wash over him, adding sarcastically, "More, please. Good boy." After a furious barrage, the destroyer realized such attacks were useless. It immediately changed tactics, charging in for close-quarters combat. The two giants engaged in a brutal brawl, each blow a deafening thunderclap. Mu could see the fiery energy splashing from the destroyer, while fragments of stone flew from Little Screw's armor. Realizing the opponent's combat prowess was equally formidable, the two giants abandoned all pretense, grappling and rolling on the ground, trading punches and kicks with utter disregard for dignity. The onlookers watched in stunned silence. Though the fight was deadlocked, the destroyer had unlimited endurance, while Little Screw was like Ultraman. His transformation had a time limit. If this dragged on, his power would soon flicker out. "I'll have to step in myself." Mu had already devised a plan. The power of the twisting nether spread through the earth, creeping onto the destroyer's body, infiltrating its sentient consciousness and corrupting its defensive enchantments. Everything can be corrupted. That statement was no exaggeration. A hammer could be corrupted, and so could the destroyer, especially when distracted in battle, making it more vulnerable to corruption. Seizing the moment when it was locked in combat with Little Screw, Mu poured all his mental energy into the insidious corruptive force, letting it seep into the destroyer's body, corroding its weapon spirit and polluting its consciousness. Strike while the iron is hot. Bai Mu was highly interested in this immensely powerful destroyer. If he could successfully corrupt it and turn it to his side, wouldn't it be another trump card for future battles against aliens? Thus Bai Mu intensified his corruption output. Ogden and the officers, seeing his stern, motionless demeanor, felt a profound dread from within their instincts, urging them to avoid him. The battle on the field remained fierce. The four warriors skirmished, the juggernaut drew aggro, and amidst the chaos Little Radiance and the destroyer were locked in a frantic wild brawl. The Celestial Palace's strategic weapon, the Overlord of the Fire Plane, was engaged in an unrestricted close-quarters melee, while a swarm of soldiers outside milled about like ants on a hot pan, unsure how to intervene. Despite enduring such a barrage of attacks, the destroyer remained vigorous, ready to turn the tables at any moment. Little Radiance's fiery temper flared. Today, either the destroyer fell or he would. Witnessing the ferocity of the battle, Thor grew even more anxious, pacing around his hammer. Yet the hammer remained aloof, like a haughty beauty, indifferent to his overtures. "Hammer, hammer, heed my plea, let me join the fight now," Thor chanted, but when he touched the hammer again, it remained steadfast. "Have some respect for me. Everyone's fighting out there and I'm just sitting here watching. Do I have no dignity? Aren't we friends anymore? Boss." Thor sat down before the hammer, cross-legged, palms open to the sky. "Great wise and mighty King Odin, who saved countless subjects from fire and water, grant me the power of thunder. Soft kitty, warm kitty, little ball of fur." Thor wept and sang. If Bai Mu saw this, head surely vomit. "Were you here to be the god of thunder or the god of ridicule? While we fight for our lives, you're having this much fun." With a mind temporarily addled, unaware that Odin intended for this arrogant youth to humble himself, Thor continued his life talk with the hammer. Outside the town, the battle raged on. The earth was ablaze. Little Radiance and the destroyer took turns pinning each other down, while a crowd of fighters labored around them. Chop, cleave, smash. The four heavenly kings went through the motions. The juggernaut charged with a gleaming head. The destroyer finally gained the upper hand, only to be knocked over by a headbutt, and Little Radiance regained control. Outside the fray, Bai Mu remained focused, spreading void culture, peace, and friendship, but the pace was too slow. At this rate, even with full output, it would take 2 days to see results. By then, even if he didn't faint from hunger, his magic would be depleted. He had to find another way. His eyes regained focus, and he shouted, "Drive me to the scene now, sir. No more talk. Close the door. Drive." Without further ado, he got in the car and sped to the scene. Up close, the fight was even more thrilling and intense than any 4D movie, 100 times more spectacular. A stray rock could easily hit and kill you. It was a sight to behold, but it took a heavy toll on equipment. Seeing the devastation, Bai Mu ordered, "Have the troops return to the town. Leave this to us." Bai Mu needed to get closer. The logic was simple: wireless transmission could never match the speed of a wired connection. The eldritch tentacles needed to burrow into the destroyer's body and unleash their corruption. "Guys, hold it down," Bai Mu shouted as he ran. Little Radiance was kicked away by the destroyer, rolling on the ground. He slammed his hammer into the earth, opening 5 lava vortices from which flame minions emerged. "Let the flames purify everything." The molten core arsonists, 5 sons of flame, made their entrance. Seeing their leader struggling, they loyal to the core swarmed the destroyer, punching and kicking. "Hold on, Little Radiance. Juggernaut, hold the line. The rest of you focus on damage and watch your positioning." Bai Mu officially took command of the raid. The boss was strong, but they were no pushovers either. The Flame Sons grabbed its arms and legs, restricting the destroyer's movements. Just as it tried to fire a beam, a hammer smashed into its face. Little Radiance taunted, "Hey grandson, hit me if you dare." With the highest aggro, Little Radiance once again drew the destroyer's attention. But this time was different. It had consumed too much and hadn't digested it yet. "I ate too much." Little Radiance devoured the beams. "I'm coming." The juggernaut charged in, wrapping his arms around it from behind, executing a back suplex, legs locking its waist, hands wrenching its joints. A textbook MMA move. With a resounding crash, the destroyer fell face down, its rear in the air. The others quickly piled on, grabbing its arms and legs. Finally, the destroyer was wide open. Bai Mu saw his chance. He leaped onto it, his rotting tendrils coiling around the destroyer, thread-like parts burrowing into its body, furiously inscribing the void's corrupting will. The destroyer sensed the danger and lit its faceplate. Bai Mu was startled. "Not good. Let me take it." Little Radiance stepped in. With the destroyer pinned, Bai Mu's concentration was unprecedented. It was true that one could only improve through battle. He felt his mental fortitude being tempered. The magical wards protecting the destroyer were also infected by the corruptive force. Within it was not only the psychic energy of the old gods, but also the pollution of the hell demon, a two-pronged assault. Wherein lay the superiority of the complete book of magic. In its grand unified system, it offered infinite possibilities for magical intensity usage and fusion. Combined, the old god and hell demon's two-pronged assault would even make Odin stumble. And this was merely an autonomous magical armor. The corruption progressed at a visible rate. On the other side, Thor, who had talked to his hammer until his throat was dry, grew increasingly serious. His previous methods had failed and the battle outside was perilous. 2 of the 4 heavenly kings had already been injured and retreated. The human forces couldn't control it either and everything was in chaos. Yet he could only hide here, foolishly hoping his comrades would win and he could slip by unnoticed. No, that was not the Asgardian way. Never fear battle. Never shrink from a challenge. Even if it costs blood and tears. It was to protect those behind them, to defend the warriors bleeding on the front lines. I was wrong. I know where I went wrong. I only thought about playing the hero, never realizing it would cause so much bloodshed. I am not a worthy heir. Thor wept, suddenly enlightened. But I want to fight for one last chance. I want to help them, to spare others from this suffering. I can't bear to just sit here. I truly can't. I cannot stand by and do nothing. He stopped praying, turned, and rushed out, ready to fight to the death. Behind him the hammer stirred, then flew back into his hand. Thunder roared in the sky, and the god of thunder was reborn. With a fiery determination, Thor swung his hammer, and swiftly joined the fray, displaying his extraordinary prowess as he wreaked havoc. The storm of lightning and wind generated by his hammer created a scene that filled Bai Mu with immediate hostility. Was this guy deliberately trying to steal the kills? The brothers fought fiercely, finally managing to pin the destroyer down, while the corruption continued to progress smoothly. Suddenly it let out a roar with the force of thunder, and with a single powerful move it snatched away the nearly defeated boss. Damn it, Bai Mu thought. Why did you choose to appear now of all times, just as we were about to finish the last bit of health? This was a rather despicable move. He had initially planned for Thor to engage in direct combat for a while before seizing the opportunity to strike. However, things were not going as planned. Seeing the scale of the storm and lightning in the sky, he knew the already weakened destroyer wouldn't withstand this attack. In a moment of urgency, Bai Mu was unwilling to let their plan fall apart. Just as he was about to tame the destroyer, he raised his hand to summon a thundercloud storm, intertwining it with Thor's black storm. The 2 spells converged, with Thor's lightning clashing chaotically with the tempest. The flashes of electricity were blinding, and at the center of the whirlwind stood Thor, who despite his divine appearance was now ragged and grimy. Bai Mu had been secretly observing him. To express his gratitude for the stolen boss, he zapped Thor 3 times, giving him a free explosive hairstyle, leaving his face utterly charred. At this critical moment, Thor unleashed his ultimate move with his hammer. Blinded by the thunder, the chaotic atmosphere was suddenly disrupted as a hand reached out and grabbed the about-to-be-destroyed destroyer, teleporting it away. In the next moment, the destroyer found itself back in the military base playground of New Mexico, accompanied by a grinning little screw, who wasted no time in slamming it to the ground, delivering a punch to its face. You scum! Returning to the stormy scene, Thor, struck by the thundercloud storm, felt his vision blur. He could only rely on instinct to attack the destroyer, and soon after his body felt lighter as he dropped to the ground. Upon landing, he listened intently, hearing a clatter followed by silence. A trademark smile spread across his face as he swaggered toward the crowd. A true man never looks back at explosions, especially since his rear was feeling a bit toasty. Boom! Bai Mu secretly added an explosion effect behind him. Thor felt immensely proud of this grand spectacle. This was the kind of operation he was familiar with, the reliable hammer he trusted. Hey! Thor greeted his friends from Earth, showcasing his latest beggar-style outfit from the Celestial Palace's Spring-Summer collection. Sif reminded him to wipe his face and took note of the battlefield. Is the destroyer completely finished? Of course. It has been shattered by the lightning god's strikes and is now engulfed in raging flames. Bai Mu responded, delivering his flattery with impeccable timing. Thor glanced at him with a smile, thinking that this earthling had quite the impressive strength and eloquence. He created such a perfect finishing move. Definitely someone worth befriending. Your bravery and strength have gained recognition. From now on you will be friends of Asgard. Thor declared enthusiastically. Bai Mu smiled slightly, saying, As a magic researcher, I look forward to exchanging spells with you over there. No problem. When I have time, I will definitely welcome you all. Thor finally remembered the most crucial matter. But right now I need to return quickly to handle a political crisis. That's a must. Don't delay here on Earth. Bai Mu thought it would be best if they left quickly lest they discover that aside from the burning stones there was nothing else. Thank you. Thor dared not linger any longer. After a brief hug with his Earth companion, he ascended to the heavens with the 4 mighty warriors. Seal off the scene. No one is allowed to approach. Bai Mu issued the order to secure the site, instructing the soldiers to protect the area before hastily leaving. He did not forget that the little screw had teleported along with the destroyer to the base. However, the destroyer's combat strength had significantly weakened after being beaten by a crowd and enduring continuous corruption, ultimately falling to the little screw. When Bai Mu arrived at the scene, he wasted no words. The work continued. The evil tendrils coiled around the destroyer, continuing to pollute and corrupt its body and mind. Gradually its flames of resistance weakened, and the originally bright red energy began to rust into a corroded hue. Corruption had gained control. Although not fully completed, every moment to come it would be gradually consumed until it completely transformed into a part of the twisted void. Done! Bai Mu instructed the little screw to release the destroyer, which climbed to its feet. The once terrifying destroyer had now become docile, yet the energy surging within it was tinged with dark energy, making it even more ferocious in terms of attack power. Accepting corruption brings power. This was the ancient god's teaching, valid in this timeline as well. Of course, possessing such power would turn one into a puppet of the void. In future battles, bring this guy along, and our combat power will double. Bai Mu admired his own masterpiece. The little screw interrupted. Before it is completely transformed, boss, you should worry about the users in Asgard. They might still sense its operation. This reminder made Bai Mu think of its owner Odin. His strength was unknown, but the magic of the Celestial Palace would certainly have a way to sense the strategic location of his artifacts. Wouldn't this become a liability? Bai Mu hurriedly flipped through his book. It was impossible to just hand it over now. He would definitely attract unwanted attention from the Asgardians. The scheme of deception had already begun. Returning it was unnecessary. After flipping through, he found the secret technique barrier for shielding, which could dig a pit and draw a shielding formation to bury it. Once buried until it is fully corrupted into the void destroyer, the restraints that still connected it to its predecessors would be completely eroded, allowing it to become a new battle pet. Let's use this method. Time was of the essence. Who knows when Odin might awaken? If discovered, all efforts would be in vain. To complete the final step of the deception, Bai Mu opened a portal directly returning to the California base. He chose a good plot of land, summoned a group of strong young people, and distributed shovels for digging. After burying the destroyer, they began using the magical items collected upon entry to draw the formation. There were many methods and expansions even capable of blocking military radar scans. He had never thought of such convenient and durable tricks. However, there was no time to play too many tricks. All that was needed was a basic concealment formation to securely place the destroyer, waiting for the next time the Rainbow Bridge could be opened. The Void Destroyer would surely be completed by then. Working tirelessly through the night in darkness, no one knew what was happening at the suddenly secured construction site. But by the next day, everything returned to normal, and the magical barrier operated successfully. It even had a certain level of resilience, but only against minor skirmishes. True attacks could not be defended against. Yet since it had already been breached, would the destroyer not initiate combat? Did they think it was merely for show? The incident of the hammer falling from the sky came to an end. Hammer Bro returned to the Celestial Palace to continue battling little monsters. Odin's nuclear weapon was seized by the relevant authorities, and Earth was restored to peace. S-H-I-E-L-D could now take the credit. It was mainly because the relevant chief had slipped away too quickly to claim his accolades. Nick Fury had already reported to the Security Council, and the bureaucrats swift as thunder snatched the credit. His share of the spoils was snatched away. Bai Mu, returning with a large Mexican straw hat, wondered how that African chieftain could be so brazen. Fury, working in Washington, sneezed. Why did he suddenly feel a pang of unease? But today was a good day. He had finally outmaneuvered the relevant authorities for the biggest credit. The relevant chief returned to California, embracing the sunshine and the free air, once more free from the musty smell of a smuggler's trunk in New Mexico. After sitting cross-legged on the bed playing games for a while, Bai Mu had to think carefully about what to do next. The current ease didn't mean things were over. On the contrary, a turbulent season was likely approaching. Iron Man was already flying everywhere to maintain peace, and the hammer had fallen from the sky. The frozen Captain America should also appear soon. The ensuing Tesseract was probably in S-H-I-E-L-D's hands. To some extent, the trouble was brought on by these righteous organizations and superheroes. If S-H-I-E-L D. Hadn't meddled with that thing, hadn't fantasized about possessing infinite energy, and hadn't kept it from the U.S. government, things wouldn't have gone so wrong. The key point was that while S.H.I.E.L.D. was wary of letting such a weapon fall into American hands, they ended up staging the battlefield above America's largest city. If this truth were revealed, the committee's bureaucrats would be skinned alive. Mu's mind automatically conjured an image of a scowling fury, but his face was already black. Because he had messed things up, he could only write a self-criticism, making promises word by word to the committee and the U.S. government like a schoolboy. The scene was utterly hilarious. Can't miss it. Mu threw down the controller. The alien invasion shouldn't be too far off. Of course he wouldn't stop it because he had long been itching to fight the aliens. Having made so many preparations, he wished it would come soon, without being delayed by traffic jams. So now the relevant authorities had to draw a clear line with S.H.I.E.L.D. When things went downhill, they would step and stage a desperate counterattack, turn the tide, and save the day at the critical moment, crafting the perfect image of a savior. The strength of the aliens also needed consideration. If they were just the tactless, idiotic alien forces from the movies, even a small country like North Korea could rout them, let alone the 5 major powers. But if not, the relevant authorities had to be fully prepared. They mustn't get beaten so badly that they cried for their mothers and lost face. The next day, he went to inspect the relevant base to assess the current state of equipment deployment. The base commander reported, "We have completed the upgrade of the individual soldier system, equipping all troops with exoskeleton combat suits. In terms of advanced weaponry and firepower, they meet the highest standards. With the exoskeleton, a soldier's carrying capacity tripled, allowing them to bring more weapons and ammunition. Even with 90 kilograms of load, they moved like agile fat men. With the exoskeleton, a soldier's carrying capacity tripled, allowing them to bring more weapons and ammunition. Even with 90 kilograms of load, they moved like agile fat men. Defensive capabilities were not neglected either. The U.S. military's level 4 body armor could even withstand rifle bullets, but the weight burden made many soldiers suffer during combat. Now the weight of the body armor was no longer an issue. Even if they upgraded to higher levels or doubled the weight, covering the entire body with ceramic plates like an impenetrable human fortress, it was no problem. Stark Industries also sold a batch of lightweight ballistic shields using carbon nanotechnology. They were portable yet had astonishing defensive power, capable of withstanding machine gun fire. After full equipping, soldiers could carry 2 long guns or 1 long gun with a launcher or thousands of rounds of machine gun ammunition. Defensive capabilities doubled while combat efficiency and mobility were not compromised. The commander could proudly say, based on the combat capability of a 10-man squad, they can meet the operational requirements of a 30-man special forces unit. According to data from combat drills, the actual performance will be even higher. After all, these operatives were elites. Now equipped with exoskeletons, better weapons, and sufficient training, their efficiency would surely skyrocket. Mu saw their high spirits and asked, "What about the overall combat readiness for sudden operations?" "We are equipped with the most advanced U.S. armored vehicles, guided artillery shells, and ground missiles. On this basis, we are using electromagnetic weapons, microwave weapons, and directed energy weapons currently in testing. In terms of air power, the helicarrier will soon be operational. We are fully equipped with 5th-generation fighters, vertical takeoff and landing Quinjets, transport Ospreys, as well as carrier-based early warning aircraft and bombers. Naval power started slower. 2 destroyers have been commissioned primarily for air defense, coordinating with area denial to protect air units. Compared to when the relevant authorities were first established with fewer than 2,000 personnel and cobbled together equipment, they now had 10,000 combat personnel. Standard issue advanced U.S. equipment and more weapons in testing had been put into use. Their combat power was extraordinary. If they developed further, Congress would likely raise a huge fuss. This only reinforced Mu's belief that the invasion incident should be used to highlight the necessity of the relevant forces. He had no further complaints about the equipment, but he questioned their strength. You need to conduct sufficient training. According to classified intelligence, a severe crisis is likely imminent, and we must lead the charge. The enemy will be beyond the ordinary, no longer what you are familiar with, including their weapons, tactics, and survival habits. Everything will be different from now. Do you understand?" Given his clearance, the commander couldn't know everything, but he could infer the seriousness from the New Mexico incident. "We are ready at all times to defend this land. Never let your guard down," Mu warned again. The inspection ceremony before him. Strictly speaking, he didn't want a flashy display. At the very least, there should be a combat drill. "I'll find you a venue to spar with the U.S. military." Mu was tired of seeing mere displays. Whether they were truly capable had to be tested in actual combat. Although the U.S. military didn't favor parades, they conducted intensive combat drills. Every decade they inevitably engaged in a war to consume ammunition and test military strength. He had his assistant contact the military, and then said to the commander, "The opponent will be U.S. elite forces. My minimum requirement is victory. The best result. You'll tell me."